Chapter 1. Birthplace impelled down. What should I do? What am I to do? Beads of sweat, akin to small pearls, began to form on Katie's forehead, while the foul stench in her nostrils was unbearable and the atmosphere around her was suffocatingly oppressive. After an hour of keen observation, Katie finally confirmed her location and circumstances. Everything before her was both familiar and alien, for she found herself in Impelled Down, the foremost prison in the world of One Piece. As a dedicated fan who had followed the series for over a decade, the name Impelled Down was as familiar as the back of her hand, perhaps even more so than the majority of those present. The dilemma was that she had never envisioned herself arriving here, let alone in such a clicked manner as being transported without the slightest warning. As Katie pondered her predicament, a voice suddenly broke through the air, and one particular name caught her attention. "Hey, have you heard? That guy, Fire Fist Ace, was captured a few days ago. Is that for real? He's the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates and a natural fruit user. How could he possibly be caught? I've heard the same news is true. He's being held in this very prison, though I can't say which level." The astonishing revelation left the others momentarily speechless. This was a member of the Whitebeard crew, and the Marines had dared to capture him. My goodness, what are the Marines thinking? How could they dare to apprehend one of Whitebeard's men? That old man is the strongest in the world. Doesn't he fear that the Marine headquarters could be turned upside down? That's hard to say. While Whitebeard is powerful, he's just one man, and getting on in years the Marines are different. They have 3 admirals at their peak, along with Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the Hero Garp if you add the Shichibukai. The outcome is uncertain. Hey, are you a pirate or a Marine? Why are you defending the Marines? I'm just stating the facts, all right? A cacophony of voices erupted as a group of inmates engaged in animated chatter, a means to pass the time during their lengthy imprisonment. Meanwhile, Katie stood frozen, absorbing their conversation. Just moments ago, she had been praying that the current time was still a decade or so away from the Marineford War, allowing her to cultivate her strength in prison and then escape alongside Luffy during a jailbreak, perhaps even participating in the war to save Ace and Whitebeard. Such actions would establish her reputation, and the day she could marry a wealthy and beautiful partner would not be far off. However, the unexpected news of Ace's capture implied that the Marineford War was imminent. Even a span of 10 days would be a stroke of luck with her current level of power, akin to that of a mere cannon fodder. She had no right to participate in the impending monumental battle. Even Luffy might not take her along. Arrival successful, binding commencing. As Katie was lost in thought, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated within her mind. Who? Who is speaking? The moment she uttered those words, she regretted it to the other inmates. She was a newcomer, someone who was already looked down upon, and she should have minimized her presence, yet this exclamation had shattered her initial plan. Instantly, all eyes turned toward Katie, bewildered by her apparent madness. Hey, are you trying to get yourself killed, newcomer? What are you shouting about? Before she could even think, a burly man shouted at her, his gaze menacing. Let it go. Hook, ignore him. He looks young enough to be a pathetic loser who just stepped on the Grand Line and got caught. His head must be scrambled. Don't stoop to his level. How unfortunate to be locked up with such a waste. It's disgusting. Throughout all, Katie merely kept her head down, silent and seemingly fearful. Only when they turned away did she lift her gaze, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. The reason she refrained from acting immediately was twofold. She lacked confidence, and more importantly, she was intrigued by the voice that had just echoed in her mind. Binding successful, the stronger to God system is at your service to prevent the host from perishing on their first day. The system has thoughtfully prepared a beginner's gift pack. Would the host like to open it now? Suddenly pinching her thigh, the sharp pain confirmed to Katie that she was not dreaming from this day forth. She too possessed a system with this. The prospect of punching a Kainu and kicking Kizuru seemed within reach. There's no rush. I would like to understand what kind of assistance you can provide and what I need to do. Faced with this unexpected delight, Katie opted to first clarify the nature of the system. With my help, the host can randomly extract certain abilities from the individuals around them. However, there are limitations. Each person can only be drawn from once. Additionally, the system provides the host with a storage space of 1,000 cubic meters, capable of holding anything except living beings. Moreover, to test the host's abilities and encourage progress, the host must complete tasks assigned by me each time. I will present 2 different tasks for the host to choose from upon completion. Substantial rewards will be granted, including exchange points for the system's shop. If the task is failed or deliberately delayed, while there are no punishments, the host will forfeit numerous opportunities to grow stronger. In summary, the choice lies with you. Whether you wish to be a dragon or a worm depends solely on your own desires. At this point, the system's voice fell silent, yet Katie's mind echoed with its words. Though the reason for her crossing into this realm remained a mystery, She was determined to carve out her own destiny, to undertake endeavor she yearned for, and to alter the course of this world. System, please open the beginner's gift pack. I wish to see what you have prepared for me. That will depend on the host's luck. The contents of the gift pack are random and beyond my control. Upon hearing this, Katie's expression darkened. Her luck had always been mediocre. While she wasn't precisely an African chieftain, she certainly wasn't a European god either. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the soul-cutting blade convoy. However, today was destined to be Katie's lucky day, though she was yet unaware of the unique abilities that the newly acquired soul-cutting blade would bestow upon her. Merely contemplating it filled her with excitement. It was the soul-cutting blade. Once she learned its initial release, or bankai, it would equate to acquiring a special ability. If luck were to favor her with a decent devil fruit as well, she would essentially become a dual fruit user, a scenario far too glorious to imagine. Yet at that moment, Katie had yet to grasp the true magnitude of the system's power, and she would later come to realize how simplistic her current thoughts were. Chapter 2. Luffy's Arrival and Buggy's Escape. System, can you tell me what abilities this soul-cutting blade possesses? Katie was immensely curious about the soul-cutting blade she had just acquired, eager to discover what aid this previously unseen convoy could provide her. The ability pertains to space. This blade's power is related to spatial manipulation. The specific effects will require the host to familiarize themselves with it. Though the system's description was vague and simplistic, Katie was thoroughly astonished. The essence of the world hinges upon two fundamental elements, space and time. Space dictates the form of matter, while time governs its transformation. Katie could hardly believe her extraordinary stroke of luck. She was convinced that this soul-cutting blade was an exceptional entity. As her consciousness entered the storage space within the system, she gazed at the silvery blade of Kong Void. Growing increasingly fond of it under normal circumstances, she would have retrieved it for further examination. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired basic level martial arts LV3 from Pirate Lurker A. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired basic level spear skills LV2 from Pirate Lurker B. As Katie meticulously examined the soul-cutting blade within the system, a series of notification sounds abruptly echoed, continuing for a full 30 seconds. Once the sound subsided, Katie discovered that her personal interface within the system had mysteriously accumulated 10 newly acquired abilities. Most notably, a swordsmanship skill named Half Moon Slash caught her attention, and to her surprise, this skill was acquired from Hook. Even more baffling was the presence of a charming skill, which had inexplicably reached a terrifying LV5. System, is this what you offer in terms of abilities? What does basic level LV3 mean? Why does every skill have a plus sign after it? Skills vary in strength and weakness. Basic level is the weakest tier. Above it lie proficient, master, grandmaster, and so forth, with each tier containing 10 sublevels. As for the plus sign, it indicates the potential for skill enhancement. However, this requires a certain number of skill points, with higher levels necessitating more points. Skill points can only be acquired upon completing tasks assigned by the system, of course. Diligent practice can also elevate skill levels. Nodding in understanding, Katie grasped the implications of the system's words. It was evident that she must find a way to accomplish the task assigned to her by the system. Detecting the host's willingness, tasks can now be assigned. Task 1. As the freest pirate upon the seas, one cannot tolerate the insults of others. Not even for a second. Please find a way to personally deal with Pirate Hook. Task reward: 2 skill points, 1,000 exchange points. Task 2. At times, patience can serve as a viable strategy. Ignore Hook's slights and engage in a battle of attrition. Let us see who succumbs to imprisonment first. Task reward: 1 skill point, 500 exchange points. Upon confirming that her eyes were not deceiving her, Katie recognized the system's nature. It was clearly urging her to stir up trouble comparatively. The first task appeared significantly simpler. With the power of the void at her disposal, taking a life posed no challenge for her. The sole concern was how to confront the guards of Impelled Down afterward, particularly the possibility of crossing paths with Magellan. Given her current strength, encountering him would undoubtedly lead to her demise. However, the second task was not as straightforward as it seemed. To engage in a test of endurance with one's life at stake within Impelled Down, where fate was entirely at the mercy of others, was fraught with unforeseen dangers. Infinitely more challenging than the first task, and with a reward that paled in comparison, leaving her with no real choice. System, I choose the first task. Task confirmed. May the host complete it swiftly. Gazing at Hook's unguarded back, Katie felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down immediately. Yet reason cautioned her that the time was not right. She must await the arrival of Luffy, for that moment would present her with the opportunity she sought. Unbeknownst to her, that opportunity loomed just ahead on the seas. A day's voyage from Impelled Down, a naval warship raced forth, carrying the only female among the 7 warlords of the sea, the queen of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, known as the Empress Hancock. Your Highness Hancock, we have arrived at Impel Down. It is time to disembark. The voice of Rear Admiral Rat echoed through the door, prompting a shared glance between Hancock and Luffy in a swift motion. Luffy dove into Hancock's skirt, and after ensuring everything was in order, Hancock emerged from her quarters. Lead the way. Even in the presence of Rear Admiral Rat, Hancock's demeanor remained as frigid as ice. Perhaps it was only in Luffy's company that a rare smile graced her face. Gazing at the door from which Hancock had departed for an extended moment, Rat finally averted his eyes. For reasons unknown, Hancock's behavior throughout the voyage had been exceedingly peculiar, impossible to overlook, yet he could discern nothing amiss. Is something the matter? No, we are merely preparing to enter Impel Down. Oh. Regardless of Rat's reassurances, Hancock's responses remained curt, limited to a single word. Observing her indifferent demeanor, Rat convinced himself that he was merely overthinking. She had no reason to act against the Navy. As the towering iron gates before them creaked open, a musty odor assaulted their senses, accompanied by the faint, anguished cries of pirates in torment. The world beyond the gates resembled a terrifying abyss, evoking dread in all who beheld it. Hurry, hurry! That fool Buggy has escaped. We must recapture him at once. In an instant, the long quiet Impel Down erupted into chaos. As a department directly under the world government, they would not tolerate anyone escaping from their grasp. The escape of the Golden Lion Shiki over a decade ago had been a source of eternal shame for them, and they would not allow a second humiliation to unfold. However, it was not just the guards whose emotions ran high. The pirates confined on level 1 of Impel Down had also grown restless after languishing in the darkness of the prison for far too long. Even the slightest glimmer of hope spurred them to attempt an escape. Where's Buggy? Open the door for me. I will do anything if you let me out. Buggy, Buggy. In no time, Buggy's name echoed throughout the first level of Impel Down, with everyone eagerly awaiting his arrival. Yet thus far, no one had laid eyes on Buggy, let alone found a way to flee. Watching Hook's anxious figure, Katie felt an irresistible urge to act, her own desire for violence surging within her. Buggy's escape signaled the commencement of Luffy's prison break. With merely 30 hours until the Summit War, this was not only a prelude to the conflict at headquarters, but also Katie's best and safest avenue for escaping Impel Down. However, before that could occur, she had one task to fulfill. She must swiftly slay Hook to complete her mission. Chapter 3. Slaying Hook. Katie remained oblivious to the beads of sweat forming on her forehead, a natural response to the tension of the moment. Her eyes were fixed intently on Hook's back, poised to draw her weapon at any moment. Damn it, where the hell is that Buggy? Hurry up and get me out of here. Hook's voice grew increasingly agitated since Buggy's prison break began. He had not glimpsed Buggy even once, which only fueled his frustration. Yet Katie felt no urgency. Rather, she recognized that Hook's mounting rage afforded her an excellent opportunity. The angrier he became, the greater her chances of successfully striking him down. Worthless, worthless. As Hook unleashed another tirade upon the prison bars, Katie seized her moment. In an instant, her accumulated power erupted forth, and a gleaming silver katana materialized in her grasp. The onlookers merely perceived a fleeting glimmer before failing to register Katie's action. Ah! A blood-curdling scream shattered the stunned silence. As the crowd was taken aback to find Hook's chest pierced by a blade from behind, the assailant was none other than the newcomer. Katie. No one could fathom how the weapon had come to be in her hands, nor did they have the inclination to ponder it. This sudden turn of events left them bewildered. No one had anticipated that the previously meek Katie would erupt into violence, and now, with a blade in hand, she posed a lethal threat to all present. Gurgling, blood flowed ceaselessly from Hook's lips, and the searing pain in his chest coupled with his increasingly blurred vision made it painfully clear to him that he was nearing his end. In disbelief, Hook reached out into the void, his eyes filled with desperate hope, yearning for someone to save him. Yet the cold indifference of those around him extinguished any flicker of hope he harbored. Please spare me. Let me go. In his final moments, he even began to plead with Katie. But Katie had no intention of granting him mercy. Setting aside the system's directive to slay Hook, she understood the principle of eradicating threats at their roots. After struggling for a moment longer, Hook fell silent, his life extinguished. The mission was accomplished. Hook had been successfully eliminated, and the reward was already credited. Please check. However, Katie's gaze remained tense, for the stares of those around her were filled with an icy dread. She was acutely aware that they feared the knife in her hand, a weapon far too perilous for the unarmed. My focus was solely on Hook. The cold voice echoed endlessly within the confines of the small cell. And coupled with the sporadic splashes of crimson on Katie, a profound reverence took root among the prisoners, who no longer dared to underestimate this youth. Though young, he was undeniably a formidable force. Having spoken, Katie sheathed her knife and retreated to her previous position, patiently awaiting the arrival of Luffy and Buggy, or perhaps the guards. Everything that transpired here had already been relayed to the guards through the video snail. Who would arrive first was of no concern to Katie. As the battle concluded, her consciousness delved into the system's marketplace interface, her gaze sweeping over a plethora of formidable skills. Each skill at the top captured her fascination: the advent of the tree realm, flying thunder god technique, and even the formidable thunder fruit. Hailed as the strongest of the natural types, along with the tremor fruit possessed by Whitebeard. Yet, Katie noticed a peculiar detail. The price of Ace's flame fruit in the system's marketplace was astonishingly higher than that of the tremor fruit and the thunder fruit. This led Katie to ponder a possibility, though the accuracy of her thought remained uncertain. After much contemplation, she finally located the skill she wished to exchange for, the Marine 6 Styles Moonwalk, at a modest level of LV1. Upon discovering its price was merely 700 exchange points, Katie exhaled a sigh of relief. She possessed a total of 1,000 points, thus the cost was within her means. System, exchange for the Moonwalk. The exchange was successful. 700 points deducted, leaving the host with 300 points remaining. Furthermore, the system detected the completion of the current task. Would you like to initiate a new task? Commence. The swift emergence of a new task exceeded Katie's expectations, yet she felt no hesitation in her decision. The rewards from completing tasks were irresistible. Although she had not yet attempted it, as she successfully exchanged for the Moonwalk, a flood of information regarding the technique surged into her mind. Katie believed she had fully grasped the Moonwalk. The system noted that the current time frame was the onset of the Marineford War, and had prepared two main tasks for her. The first, assist Whitebeard in turning the tide of battle and securing victory in the Marineford War, with specific rewards contingent upon the host's ultimate performance. The second, knowing the outcome already, why force it? The task required the host to aid the Navy in capturing the escapees from Impel Down, thwarting Luffy's rescue efforts, and helping the Navy achieve a greater victory in the Marineford War, with rewards similarly dependent upon the host's performance. Faced with the two tasks issued by the system, Katie fell into contemplation. The second task appeared considerably easier, as the victory of the Marineford War inherently belonged to the Navy. A mere nudge from her could amplify their triumph, allowing her to effortlessly complete the task and reap the rewards. However, if she were to proceed down that path, Ace and Whitebeard would inevitably meet their demise. Though she shared no familial ties with them, the thought of such an outcome stirred a pang of reluctance within her. After all, she had shed tears for them while watching the anime, yearning for a chance to save Ace, if only it were possible. With a sudden clang, the heavy cell door swung open, yet no one chose to flee, for dozens of guards stood, weapons drawn, their eyes fixed menacingly upon them. Inmate E50301. Drop your weapon and assume a crouch position. Dozens of guns were aimed at Katie, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense, even for those merely observing. However, perplexingly, even in the face of such imminent danger, Katie exhibited not a trace of anxiety or panic. Instead, a nonchalant smile graced her features, as if the weapons were aimed at someone else entirely. Step aside, don't block the way, I'm in a hurry. Rubber pistol. Just as the tension escalated, a third party suddenly emerged, an arm exceeding all expectations appearing and effortlessly sending the guards flying. Witnessing this, Katie made her decision. System, I choose task 1. Chapter 4. The dragon emerges from the abyss. At this moment, Katie was determined not to remain passive any longer. It was time to escape from the confines of this dilapidated cell. As she stepped out, two figures appeared before her. Buggy, clad in prison garb, and Luffy, wearing his signature straw hat. Hey, Straw Hat Kid, I know about your brother's situation. Can you help me unlock these handcuffs? Luffy, who had been rushing in haste, abruptly halted at her words. You know about Ace. Hurry up and tell me. Although he was unfamiliar with Katie, he was eager to glean any information regarding Ace. No, I'm not referring to your brother Ace. I mean your other brother, Sabo. He is alive, part of the Revolutionary Army, and even serves as their chief of staff. Why, you serious? Don't lie to me. Luffy's body trembled uncontrollably, his mind racing. Sabo and Ace held irreplaceable places in his life. He had assumed Sabo perished during the turmoil in the Goa Kingdom during their childhood, but Katie's news ignited a glimmer of hope within him, prompting him to seek confirmation. It's true. However, he suffered a severe blow to the head and has some memory issues. He can't recall much about the past. Thanks to her status as a traveler, Katie effortlessly gained Luffy's trust. Sabo was indeed alive, saved by Luffy's father. Sabo is alive. I must rescue Ace and share this news with him. Buggy, unlock his handcuffs. Let us go save Ace. Wait, we don't even know if what he said is true. The chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army? Your brother is that impressive? My dad is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Do you think Sabo is not impressive? The atmosphere fell eerily silent after Luffy revealed his father's identity, and everyone's gaze shifted towards him, their expressions transformed in astonishment. All right, well, I'm surprised too. Can you please unlock my handcuffs first? Sure, I'll do that right away. Buggy, still processing Luffy's revelation, instinctively complied with Katie's request, releasing her from her restraints. As Katie noticed Buggy's vacant expression, a unique spark glimmered in her eyes. She had acquired an extraordinary skill from him, Mastery Level Tear, Level 7. Although she had only attained Mastery Level 6 powers, Level 5 from Luffy, the potential and effectiveness were notably different. The points required to exchange for the same level of 6 powers in the system shop were less than half of those for the tier skill, highlighting the vast disparity. Buggy, as a user of the Chop Chop fruit, could split his body into multiple parts, rendering him immune to all slicing attacks, even those from the world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk. However, the nature of the tier skill was rather peculiar. The effects of the Chop Chop fruit were limited to the user's body and did not impact the external world, while the tier ability could directly inflict damage. Upon further contemplation, Katie surmised that Buggy's fruit ability had awakened. Only after such an awakening could a Paramecia-type fruit exert direct influence on the external environment. If Buggy had indeed awakened his powers, possessing the tier skill would be entirely justified. Despite Buggy's portrayal as a comical figure in the narrative, two significant facts underscored his extraordinary nature. First, he had served as an intern on Gold. Roger's ship alongside Shanks. Second, he was one of the earliest recurring characters in the plot, even appearing before Mihawk. Katie was convinced that Buggy harbored hidden strength, but the reasons behind his concealment remained a mystery. Perhaps he wished to avoid attention, or perhaps he was tasked with a mission by Roger, or for some other reason altogether. I am Luffy, destined to become the Pirate King, and this is Buggy. Hearing Luffy's self-introduction firsthand underscored the magnitude of his courage. After all, the reason most pirates set sail was to pursue the legendary One Piece treasure left behind by Roger. And this declaration essentially amounted to a declaration of war against the majority of pirates. I am Katie. All right, let us go rescue Ace together. With an additional ally. Luffy was elated, exuberantly shouting about their mission to save Ace. Wait, I don't intend to join you. Huh, why not? Isn't it safer to go together? Katie's response surprised Luffy. He hadn't expected her refusal. Seeing Luffy's puzzled expression, Katie couldn't help but empathize. Recalling how Buggy had suffered due to Luffy's naivety in the anime. Having experienced it firsthand, she felt even more pity for Buggy, who had been dragged from the first underground level to the 5th. While traveling together could provide mutual support, it also increased the risk of exposure, drawing the guards' attention. It would be wiser to split into 2 groups, thereby minimizing the risk of being discovered and enhancing their chances of rescuing Ace. Moreover, she was confident in her ability to navigate the path alone. Wow, Katie, you're so clever. Let us do it your way. Buggy and I will head out first. With no chance for Buggy to refuse, he was swept along as they charged forward. Wait, why aren't you with Katie? I can manage alone. Buggy's screams echoed into the distance until they faded into oblivion, while Katie was preparing to initiate her own plans. The decision not to accompany Luffy stemmed from the inherent risk of exposure, but that was not the foremost reason. What she desperately needed now was strength. Although her abilities had indeed grown since the beginning, they still paled in comparison to the formidable foes she would soon encounter, rendering her little more than cannon fodder. However, the existence of the system transformed Impel Down into a veritable gold mine awaiting exploitation. With the system's assistance, she could effortlessly acquire corresponding abilities from others, which meant that for every prisoner imprisoned in Impel Down, she had a corresponding opportunity to gain powers. While some abilities might overlap, in the face of such a vast number, it was hardly an issue. Moreover, as she delved deeper, she could also complete the tasks assigned by the system. Upon confirming the main quest, the system simultaneously provided subsequent side tasks. Reaching the 6th underground level, the task reward was a staggering 50,000 exchange points and 7 skill points. Instantly, Katie was taken aback by this exceptionally generous reward. In comparison, the reward for her first assassination task was but a drop in the bucket. Yet, the difficulty of this task was far from trivial. Chapter 5. Journey to the 2nd underground level. Just as Katie contemplated how to infiltrate the 6th underground level, a vast shadow suddenly loomed above her, signaling imminent danger from behind. Instinctively, she swiftly retreated to create distance from her adversary, her body spinning to confront the foe head-on. Her hands deftly drawing the weapon known as the Void, positioning it defensively across her chest. No sooner had she completed this maneuver than the attack came crashing down. A heavy iron axe struck the Void, which she held before her, its immense force reverberating through the blade. Katie felt a jolt in her grip, nearly losing hold of her weapon. At this moment, Katie finally discerned the identity of her assailant. It was the Blue Gorilla, a jailer from the 1st underground level. This creature possessed the formidable strength to slay sea kings, which explained its overwhelming power. Congratulations to the host for attaining a novice-level physique of LV9. Just as Katie was astonished by the Blue Gorilla's might, the system's notification arrived belatedly. Simultaneously, a surge of potent warmth coursed through her body, and with a mere exertion, Katie realized her physical capabilities had doubled compared to before. Yet, despite her significant enhancement, she felt no joy. Being labeled as a novice level inflicted 1,000 points of critical damage upon her spirit. The blue gorilla, infuriated by Katie's disregard, roared and charged at her once more. "If you seek death, I shall grant it," it bellowed. A crescent-shaped blade of energy swiftly materialized, slicing through the air towards the advancing foe. The blue gorilla, however, would not remain passive. It swung its iron axe to counter Katie's attack. Alas, that poor fool. How dare he confront the blue gorilla? He shall soon be torn to shreds, jeered the prisoners from nearby cells, their envy and malice palpable as they relished Katie's predicament. Yet, the ensuing scene surpassed their wildest expectations. Upon the collision of the iron axe and the sword strike, a fissure appeared, nearly cleaving the axe in two. In the next instant, a resounding crack echoed, and the iron axe shattered completely, while the blade of energy surged forth unimpeded towards the blue gorilla. A spray of crimson blood erupted as the beast's massive form collapsed to the ground. The outcome astonished all witnesses. None could fathom that this young man, also a prisoner in the first underground level, possessed the power to eliminate the blue gorilla in a single blow. Though the blue gorilla was a jailer with overwhelming strength, it had succumbed so easily, a result no one had anticipated before the conflict commenced. Not only the spectators, but even Katie herself was taken aback by her own prowess. She had merely whimsically combined her rending skill with the crescent blade attack to observe any potential changes, never expecting such a remarkable result that could vanquish the blue gorilla. "Oh, great one, I beseech you, set me free," cried those quick to react, hoping to escape this hellish place. However, Katie paid them no heed. She had heard their earlier taunts all too clearly. Just moments ago, they had scorned her, and now they implored her for salvation. How could she possibly entertain such a notion? Turning to seize an unconscious guard lying on the ground, Katie elegantly departed, waving her hand as though to brush away the cries of the multitude left behind. In a dim corner, she donned the guard's uniform, facilitating her movements. With this disguise, she could navigate more freely, avoiding constant pleas for rescue and significantly reducing the risk of exposure. Before long, Katie traversed the first underground level, yet the results were underwhelming. She had gained only two somewhat useful skills: novice-level swordsmanship LV7 and the entry-level sword skill cross/LV5. The former barely qualified as a skill, merely a reflection of her understanding and application of swordplay. After all, the bounties of the pirates imprisoned here ranged from 10 to 20 million belly. A modest yield considering the strength of those in the four seas. Perceiving the subdued atmosphere of the first underground prison, it was evident that Luffy must have already penetrated the second or third levels. Otherwise, the silence would be unthinkable. This level has little to offer me now. It is time to descend further. In her memory, Luffy and Buggy had accessed the second underground level by dropping through the central passage of the Red Lotus Hell. However, Katie was unaware of the exact location of the Red Lotus Hell, as the anime did not provide specific coordinates or routes. Yet, she could discern its position by sound. For the prisoners there endured the relentless agony of thorny tortures, their screams loud enough to echo through the depths. Moreover, having meandered through the first underground level, Katie could reasonably deduce the whereabouts of the Red Lotus Hell. Soon, a crimson forest came into view, the air thick with an unshakable scent of blood. The forest here is not a true forest. Everything visible to the naked eye consists of thorns as sharp as blades, tearing apart all who dwell within. At this sight, Katie is grateful for her decision to learn the moonwalk skill, for without it, she would find this level exceedingly difficult. Noticing the absence of others around her, Katie hesitates no longer and takes decisive action, her feet moving in rapid succession, propelling her into the air through the force of her powerful push-off. The air rushes past her sides, and the sensation is truly extraordinary. Katie struggles to find words to articulate the feelings of this moment. As Katie revels in the exhilarating experience of flight, the guards on the ground become aware of her presence. However, the uniform she dons confuses their perception. Still, it cannot deceive everyone. The guards on the first floor are few in number and familiar with one another. None have heard of anyone mastering the moonwalk. Even if someone had, it would be unnecessary to traverse the Red Lotus Hell in such a manner. The guards would typically don specialized gear before entering that perilous area. And her flight direction clearly aligns with the path taken by a previous escapee, lending an air of suspicion to her actions. "Hey, the person flying above. Which section are you responsible for? Why are you here? Come down immediately." Upon hearing this, Katie realizes her cover has been blown, yet it matters little now. She has spotted the dark opening leading to the second underground level. At this distance, the guards on the ground pose no threat to her, and there is no need for further concealment. "Fire." The guards below, recognizing the anomaly, swiftly issue a shooting command. However, despite the combined fire of dozens, not a single bullet finds its mark. "Captain, this is futile. The distance is too great for our bullets to reach her." The guard captain, filled with exasperation, realizes that the enemy's strength far exceeds their capabilities. "Find out who this person is. Why are they wearing our guards' uniforms? Is there a traitor among us? Or has someone stolen a uniform to impersonate us?" The captain quickly regains composure and resolves to take action within his means. Meanwhile, on the other side, the elevator, which had been descending for quite some time, finally comes to a halt. As the doors open, a tense and oppressive atmosphere envelopes them. Even Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, cannot help but frown, sensing something amiss. To her surprise, she discovers that the popular understanding of impel down is flawed. There exists not only the 5 levels of prison, but also a 6th. Is Portgas Ace imprisoned on this level? Though she suspects as much, Hancock seeks confirmation. Yes, he is just ahead. I will lead you there. With that, Magellan sets off, guiding the way. Yet, the affirmation only deepens Hancock's worry for Luffy. Ace's position is even more precarious than she had anticipated. Upon arrival, as Hancock frets over Luffy's well-being, the advancing group suddenly halts without warning. It is then that Hancock notices a peculiar cell housing 2 prisoners. A glance reveals their identities instantly. The young man with black hair and a bare torso is undoubtedly Luffy's older brother, Portgas Ace. However, the presence of the second individual surprises Hancock. With his striking blue skin and robust physique, complete with prominent gills on his shoulders, the only person who fits this description in Hancock's mind is Jinbei, another of the 7 warlords of the sea. As Hancock assesses them, Jinbei and Ace scrutinize her in return, puzzled by her presence. Jinbei, in particular, feels a sense of foreboding. Does Hancock's arrival signify the involvement of the warlords in the conflict? This would undoubtedly increase the pressure on their father, causing Jinbei to furrow his brow in concern. Your Highness Hancock, this is the Portgas Ace you wish to see. To be honest, I fail to comprehend what makes him worthy of your personal visit, Magellan states, still perplexed by Hancock's request to come to impel down for a mere glimpse of Ace, which seems rather unconventional compared to the other warlords' demands. I simply wish to see the individual capable of inciting such turmoil, Hancock replies. Is there a problem? No, none at all. Even Magellan, the most formidable man in impel down, finds himself at a loss against Hancock's indifference, realizing that her title of Empress is indeed well-deserved. Hey, that woman seems to be Empress Hancock. Is that true? What is she doing here? No, it really looks like her. Hey, beautiful, come over here. I promise to treat you with great tenderness. As the prisoners recognize Hancock, the atmosphere in the 6th underground level erupts with fervor. Each individual imprisoned here is filled with despair, uncertain of the fate that awaits them. In this oppressive environment, Hancock's arrival ignites their desires, even at the risk of angering Magellan. Silence. Magellan's booming voice reverberates throughout the 6th level, a clear demand for order. However, the effect is minimal. Not only does it fail to quell the unrest, but the prisoners retaliate with insults. Magellan, why don't you just squat in the latrine? Did you lose control and soil your pants? Magellan the defecator. Magellan the defecator. The prisoners' taunts enrage Magellan, causing veins to bulge on his forehead. Those familiar with him know this is a sign of imminent explosion. They instinctively step back, wary of his volatile state. Disobedient fools. As the director of Impel Down, I possess the authority to execute you on the spot. Poison Dragon. As his words fall, Magellan is enveloped in a layer of purple, viscous liquid, which then forms several purple dragon heads that surge towards the most boisterous offenders. No, please. Magellan is truly furious. In that moment, a palpable sense of dread enveloped everyone, particularly those unfortunate souls targeted by Magellan, who were consumed by despair, crying out for his forgiveness. Some even fell to their knees, fervently hoping for mercy. Yet, at that juncture, how could Magellan possibly relent? The onslaught of the venomous dragon intensified rather than waned, and in the next heartbeat, it descended upon its victims. The air was filled with anguished wails, replacing the earlier clamor, as the condemned hastily distanced themselves from those afflicted by the venomous strikes. As the wielder of the poison fruit, all of Magellan's assaults were imbued with a potent toxic effect. Any unfortunate soul who merely grazed the poison met a swift demise, prompting everyone to wisely keep their distance. Amidst the chaos wrought by the colossal stones, Hancock swiftly approached the prison cell, her lips parting as she silently conveyed a message to Ace. A thunderclap resonated in Ace's mind, leaving him utterly disoriented. The news brought by Hancock was overwhelming. He could hardly fathom that the reckless Luffy had infiltrated and impelled down to rescue him. A tumult of emotions, regret, anxiety, fear, and yet a flicker of solace, raged within Ace's heart, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Jinbei, standing beside Ace, quickly sensed his distress, noting the abnormal expression etched upon his face. Although unaware of Hancock's exact words, he could not suppress his concern for Ace. Fear not, Lady Hancock. You may proceed with your intentions. I have already silenced their clamor. At this moment, Magellan had just dealt with the prison riot and turned to Hancock. Unexpectedly, Hancock simply turned away, showing no intention of staying. I've seen the person I needed to see. Take me away. I can no longer endure another second in this dreadful environment. He cast a questioning glance at Admiral Wanza beside him, only to find the same confusion reflected in the latter's eyes. It was indeed perplexing that they had traveled such a distance only to accomplish nothing but a brief glance. Yet, they could not take any action against her, as she was an esteemed guest of the Navy headquarters and deserved proper hospitality. After a moment's hesitation, Magellan acquiesced to Hancock's wishes and led the way back to the upper levels, confident that Ace would not cause any trouble under his watch. Thus, they departed swiftly, spending no more than half a minute on the 6th floor. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Ace's heart, which had plummeted to the depths of despair, began to race once more. "Mr. Ace, what did Hancock tell you?" Only after everyone had left did Jinbe dare to inquire about the events that had transpired. "My brother Luffy came here to rescue me." Chapter 7. The enraged Magellan. How could this happen? Why was I not informed before the situation escalated? Magellan bellowed at those around him as he returned to the sweltering depths of the 4th level. In the brief time he was away, several escapees had emerged, and they had yet to be apprehended. "It is because you were too preoccupied with Hancock to heed your subordinates' reports. The responsibility lies with you. You should promptly resign and hand over the director's position to me." Initially murmured complaints grew fervent as he spoke, and he voiced all his grievances without reservation. However, he soon realized his indiscretion, glancing anxiously at Magellan. "What did you say?" "It is all my fault." Without granting Hanbani the opportunity to explain, Magellan struck him on the head. "Relay my orders. The 2nd underground level is to be managed by Salutes and the Blue Gorilla. All remaining forces in Impel Down must concentrate on the 4th level. Suddy, you are to guard the passage to the 5th underground level with the guards. Hanbani, you will lead the remaining wardens at the passage to the 3rd underground level. This time, we must ensure the Straw Hat Brats remain on this level." "Yes, Director." Just as everyone turned to spring into action, Hanbani suddenly recalled something and called back. "Director, the guards from the 1st underground level report that, aside from the clown buggy, there is another prisoner named Katie who has also escaped. Strangely, he did not flee outward but chose to delve deeper into the 2nd underground level. However, this individual did not act alongside the Straw Hats and has not been found to have had any prior contact with Ace. Moreover, he was dressed in a guard's uniform, so his whereabouts remain unknown. Additionally, the report explicitly noted that this person possesses the Navy's 6 styles, specifically the moonwalk." Hanbani relayed all the information regarding Katie in one breath. How could a prisoner in the 1st underground level master the Navy's 6 styles? What sort of inspections were conducted prior to their incarceration? Why is such a prisoner not confined to the 3rd underground level? Faced with Magellan's fury, only Hanbani dared to speak up. "Director, this is not the fault of everyone. It is a failure of intelligence. Katie's current bounty is merely 1 million berries, just meeting our minimum standard for Impel Down. Who could have known this individual was hiding so deeply, only to be revealed now?" Hanbani's words instantly calmed the previously enraged Magellan. The unknown is often the most terrifying, and Katie's modus operandi was distinctly different from that of the Straw Hats. He was patient and cautious, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the grass, unassuming yet possessing the most lethal threat. "Notify Salutes. While controlling the riot in the 2nd underground level, remember to search for the fugitive Katie. Once he is discovered, inform me immediately. I will personally send him to hell." Yes, at this moment, anyone with a modicum of intelligence could sense the palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from Magellan, prompting no one to dare respond with ambiguity. "Achoo! Who is it that speaks ill of me from behind? How unfortunate." Feeling the oppressive heat of the surroundings at its zenith, Katie could no longer bear to remain there for an instant longer, yet she was acutely aware that she had yet to achieve her most crucial objective. Just half an hour prior, she had ascended from the 2nd underground level, the Beast level, to the 3rd underground level, the Hunger level, narrowly evading the pursuit of Salutii's. However, despite thoroughly exploring both levels, she had not attained the expected outcomes. She had merely acquired 3 relatively useful skills: Mastery level Swordsmanship Basic LV3, Mastery level Body Technique LV5, and Mastery level Sword Skill Aurora/LV7. To be candid, these enhancements had significantly bolstered Katie's strength, as she had previously been a complete novice in the art of swordsmanship. While she could not yet be deemed a master, she now wielded her sword with a semblance of competence. Nonetheless, such prowess rendered her merely a slightly formidable pawn in the ongoing war, lacking the stature to influence the outcome, let alone fulfill the tasks assigned by the system. At present, her most pressing need was to enhance her physical strength. The rookie-level physique LV9 acquired from the Blue Gorilla was woefully insufficient to sustain her in prolonged combat. When she traversed the Red Lotus Hell to reach the 2nd underground level using Moonwalk, she nearly exhausted herself. Her physical resilience had become her Achilles heel. To remedy this deficiency, Katie contemplated a unique creature within the prison, a beast that was half human, half animal, yet possessed extraordinary physical capabilities, the guard beast. According to the former Shichibukai crocodile, these guard beasts were indeed the awakened embodiments of Zoan-type abilities, boasting formidable physical prowess. Presently, if she could attain a physique comparable to theirs, her shortcomings would be rendered moot. Serendipitously, according to the unfolding narrative, one of these creatures, named Minotaur, resided on the 3rd level and had recently been knocked unconscious by Luffy. In this manner, there is hope for one to bolster their shortcomings before descending to the 4th level of the underground. After all, Luffy is destined to encounter Magellan in that very place. Should fortune not favor me, and I happen upon him, a more robust physique, while it may not guarantee victory, could afford me a greater chance to struggle. Conversely, If luck prevails, and I do not cross paths with Magellan, the enhanced physical capabilities shall not be in vain. They will undoubtedly serve me well. Guided by a vague memory, Katie finally arrived at the location where Luffy, Buggy, and the others had departed from the third level, marked by a colossal ventilation shaft, with remnants of their battle still visible around her. Reassuringly, she spotted her objective at the end of her line of sight, a warden beast slumped amidst the ruins. Its upper half resembling a bull, while its lower half possessed a more typical human form. As she approached cautiously, her heart raced with anticipation, fearful of acquiring some chaotic ability from it. Congratulations, host, you have attained Mystical Body LV5. Until this moment, Katie had never fathomed that an electronic synthesized voice could sound so melodious. The feeling of wish fulfillment was utterly delightful. As she had directly leaped from novice to a higher tier, the surge of warmth within her was exponentially stronger than before. With a mere clench of her fist, she felt an overwhelming power, as though she could shatter a mountain with a single blow. Just as Katie was reveling in her newfound strength, a faint sound reached her ears. In the next instant, her attention was ensnared by the Minotaur amidst the ruins. Although she had not awakened the observation haki, she instinctively sensed a formidable life force stirring, emanating a profound hostility towards her. It was clear that leaving unnoticed was no longer an option. She had been locked onto. It appeared that a confrontation was inevitable. Her previously calm gaze ignited with intensity. Aside from her encounter with Yuko, she had only engaged in a true battle once before, against the Warden, the Blue Gorilla. However, that fight had concluded far too swiftly for her to glean any depth of experience. And now she was poised to face a series of life and death struggles. Since this creature before her was unwilling to let her pass unchallenged, it was fortuitous that she could hone her skills against it. With a resounding moo, the Minotaur rose to its full height, its crimson eyes fixated on Katie without wavering. Chapter 8. Battle with the Minotaur. The enraged Minotaur showed no hesitation, launching itself directly at Katie. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance that had once been several meters, its massive form casting a vast shadow over her. Raising the enormous spiked club in its right hand, it swung down with the force of a tempest. Yet, as the menacing club hurtled towards her, Katie smiled, drawing her blade just in time to intercept the blow, halting the Minotaur's powerful strike. However, the ground beneath them was not so fortunate, cracking and splintering with dark fissures that extended several meters before ceasing. To Katie's satisfaction, despite facing such a fierce impact, she felt no discomfort. In contrast, Lewis would have recoiled and evaded with the 6 styles. All credit was due to the mystical body she had acquired from the Minotaur. Now it's my turn. Get out of my way. With a single strike, Katie gauged the disparity in strength between her and the Minotaur, unleashing her own might. With a fierce roar, her power erupted, forcing the Minotaur to retreat. Cross slash. In the blink of an eye, Katie unleashed 2 powerful slashes imbued with tearing energy. Sensing the imminent danger, the raging Minotaur instinctively chose to defend, positioning its iron club across its chest to absorb Katie's strike. With a resounding crash, the massive iron club shattered into fragments, leaving the Minotaur in disbelief that a weapon it had wielded for years had been obliterated in an instant. Did no one tell you not to lose focus in battle? In that moment, the Minotaur's body tensed, its fur bristling as it instinctively evaded to the side, narrowly avoiding a crescent-shaped arc slash that sent blood spraying into the air. The pain jolted the Minotaur back to reality, and it finally recognized that this opponent possessed strength that rivaled the intruder who had previously knocked it unconscious. Moo. Casting aside the remnants of its shattered club, the Minotaur glared fiercely at Katie, muscles bulging as it unleashed its full might. Its already formidable physique swelled further, resembling a mountain of sinew, its crimson eyes aflame with unbridled rage and ferocity. Faced with the full force of the Minotaur, Katie silently sheathed her blade. Come, little bull. Let us battle. Her taunt incited the Minotaur's wrath, its hind legs scraping against the ground in preparation, and in the next moment, it vanished from sight. For the first time confronting such an adversary, Katie's naked eye struggled to perceive its movements. Yet, instinctively, her body reacted. She crouched low, raising her arms defensively to shield her head. As she completed her maneuver, an enormous shadow enveloped her, the Minotaur's fist crashing down with titanic force upon her arm. Despite her enhanced physique, Katie was hurled backward by the sheer power of the blow. After all, her physical prowess was only on par with that of her adversary, making it difficult to withstand the Minotaur's full force. A sharp pain radiated from her arm, and in that instant, she feared her limb might fracture. However, there was no time to lament, as a dark silhouette rapidly approached through the haze. Undoubtedly the Minotaur, seeking to capitalize on her moment of vulnerability. A fleeting lapse in vigilance had resulted in her being struck, and even though her opponent was a fearsome warden beast, she could not afford to be forgiving. You bastard. Get away from me. All the muscles in her body surged explosively, concentrating all her strength into her right fist, causing the cuffs of her sleeves to burst into shreds. In the next moment, the 2 vastly different fists collided with ferocity. The air, already tumultuous, became even more agitated and violent, as sharp, raging currents swept through the surroundings, leaving the ground marred with intricate spiderweb-like cracks. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The two figures that had stood still vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. However, the subsequent sound of an explosion confirmed that they had not truly departed, but were engaged in an even fiercer battle. The turbulent air resembled a storm-tossed sea, ruthlessly devastating everything in its path, walls, ground, and all else. Their forms became increasingly indistinct. One moment they were here, and the next they had darted dozens of meters away, reduced to mere shadowy silhouettes. Feeling the exhilarating tingling from the collisions, Katie did not feel fatigue or pain. Instead, she grew even more exhilarated. The urban life, ensconced within the Steel City, had long left her feeling utterly drained. This weariness was not merely physical, but also mental. Perhaps it was the remnants of her wild spirit or her childhood dreams of martial prowess. In any case, at that moment, Katie's body resembled an erupting volcano, unable to contain its energy. For Minotaur, however, Katie's formidable strength was entirely unexpected. Though it appeared that both combatants were evenly matched, he never forgot the ferocity of her swordsmanship, capable of severing an iron mace with a single strike. Should such a blow land upon him, it would surely result in grievous injury, if not death. The fact that a swordsman who had willingly forsaken their weapon could still engage him in unarmed combat was astonishing. Moreover, what troubled Minotaur even more was the evident improvement in Katie's abilities since the battle began. This enhancement was not limited to any single aspect, but encompassed all: reflexes, offensive power, physical coordination, and more. He even felt as though he had become a mere sparring partner for his adversary. How much do you truly underestimate me? Katie's voice ignited a fury within Minotaur. Though he acknowledged her superiority, he could not abide her audacious claim to defeat him with a single move. Enraged, he charged at Katie, eager to tear her apart. Come at me. Unwavering, she met Minotaur's advance head-on. Their fists collided with the force of comets, unleashing devastation far greater than before. A smirk crept across Katie's lips. Despite the lingering ache in her hands, she could not resist taunting him, for he remained standing firm, unyielded by her blow. 3, 2, 1 down. As Katie's words fell, an immense and peculiar power surged forth. The contemptuous smile on Minotaur's face seemed frozen in time. In the next instant, agony replaced his earlier derision, his countenance transforming into one of horror and rage. His upright form staggered backward, blood gushing from his right arm, countless wounds erupting across his body as if struck by a myriad of sword energies in an instant. With a bewildered expression, Minotaur succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Satisfied, Katie gazed down at his fallen form, realizing that her strike encompassed not only her full strength, but also her maximized tearing capability. The clash of power was merely superficial. Her true trump card lay in the hidden ability to rend. The outcome met her expectations, as she swiftly defeated Minotaur, who possessed equal physical prowess. However, as she looked upon the unconscious Minotaur, Katie pondered deeply. If even a comical character like Buggy possessed such formidable strength, what schemes might those lurking in the shadows be concocting? Upon reflection, the pirate world I perceive is merely a superficial semblance. The true essence of this realm shrouded beneath layers of mist. There is no point in dwelling on such matters. Enhancing my strength is of paramount importance. For what use is knowledge if it does not empower? My gaze descends through the ventilation shaft, and an unsettling aura envelopes me. Although I have yet to master observation hockey, it is evident that at this moment, Luffy is directly confronting Magellan. The 4th level underground presents perilous challenges, where a moment's negligence could cost me my life. But I refuse to be disappointed. With a determined leap, Katie plunges into the ventilation duct, employing Moonwalk to propel herself towards the 6th level underground. While danger is inherent, the opportunities that lie ahead are unprecedented. If I succeed in infiltrating the 6th level, with the system's assistance, my strength will swiftly ascend to that of a vice admiral, granting me the power to alter the course of this war. Although the ultimate reward for the mission remains uncertain, Katie harbors unwavering faith that it shall be substantial. For merely penetrating the 6th level promises 7 skill points and 50,000 exchange points. In this way, one's prowess can be further enhanced, and when the time comes, one shall undoubtedly establish a firm foothold upon the vast sea, leaving no reason to hesitate. Since you desire these hands, what harm is there in offering them to you? Jet pistol. The entire figure was enveloped in a shroud of smoke emanating from his body, and as the sound ceased, his right fist struck out with such velocity that it was imperceptible. Futile, do you still not comprehend the reality? No one dares to touch my body. You are no exception. However, in the next moment, a searing pain seized Magellan's mind, rendering him momentarily dazed. How could it be that he had been struck by the opponent's fist? How dare he? Yet, upon witnessing the purple liquid upon the opponent's fist, Magellan fell silent, unable to recall the last time someone had dared to act thus. Through the eyes of the Straw Hat Boy, Magellan perceived unwavering determination emanating from the depths of his soul. I must admit, your resolve indeed surpasses my expectations. However, do you truly believe you can survive after being tainted by my venom? All your actions are merely futile struggles. Ace cannot be saved by you. And you two shall remain here. As Magellan spoke, Luffy felt the encroaching threat of the venom, as if his palm were pierced by countless steel needles. The agony resonated through his very core, compelling him to kneel upon the ground. But, how infuriating. Return Ace to me, even in such distress. Luffy's mind remained solely fixated on Ace's safety, entirely disregarding Magellan's words. If that is the case, then you shall remain here. Venom Dragon. The viscous purple dragon surged towards Luffy. Although surprised by Luffy's resolve, Magellan was acutely aware of his duty and would show no mercy. Watching the venomous dragon approach, Luffy wished to evade, yet he found himself powerless. The venom had already infiltrated his entire being, rendering escape impossible. In the next moment, Magellan's poison enveloped Luffy completely. The excruciating agony suffusing his nerves compelled him to scream in torment. The sensation was akin to 1,000 ants tearing at his insides. A pain that penetrated to the very depths of his soul. Glancing at Luffy's condition, Magellan realized that the Straw Hat Boy had reached his limit. You shall remain here to accompany your brother. He turned to depart, but was interrupted by a trembling voice. Return, Ace, to me. Turning back, he saw that the Straw Hat Boy, who had previously collapsed within the venom, had somehow regained his footing. Though his body trembled incessantly, he refused to fall. Frowning, Magellan was compelled to acknowledge that he had indeed underestimated his adversary's resilience. From the onset of battle until now, the opponent's body had absorbed an overwhelming quantity of toxins, enough to claim the lives of hundreds. Yet this Straw Hat Boy stood unexpectedly strong, managing to maintain his stance. You are truly courting death, Venom Dragon. This time, Magellan was evidently resolute, unleashing a barrage of 5 venomous dragons toward Luffy simultaneously. Gear 3rd, Giant's Fist. Despite his body being utterly fatigued, Luffy refused to concede. His right fist swelled to the size of a colossal hand, which he swung with fervor, aiming to strike Magellan with immense force. The two figures intersected, and in the next moment, Luffy collapsed once more, ceasing his struggles and lying motionless on the ground. Observing the fallen Straw Hat Kid, Magellan remained silent for a brief 2 seconds. Someone imprisoned the Straw Hat Kid in the 5th underground level, awaiting judgment. Yes, Director. With the 4th underground level now tranquil, Magellan felt an immediate sense of relief. He had finally captured the instigator, the Straw Hat Kid, rendering the remaining individuals inconsequential. Report, Director, urgent news. Just as Magellan relaxed, the voice of his subordinate echoed from afar. What is it? Why the panic? Director, the fugitive Katie has breached the defenses of Lord Suddy and the guards, infiltrating the 5th underground level. What did you say? How is that possible? Although Magellan knew his subordinates would not deceive him regarding such matters, he still found it hard to believe. The prowess of Suddy and his companions was well known, and previous intel indicated that Katie was still on the 2nd underground level. How could she possibly arrive here so swiftly and breach the defenses to reach the 5th level? Chapter 10, Battle with Suddy 20 minutes earlier. The 4th underground level truly lived up to its name as the scorching lair. The heat was overwhelming. Upon arriving at the 4th underground level, a wave of warmth enveloped Katie, making her feel as though she were being roasted alive. However, the remnants of purple liquid in her line of sight instantly heightened her anxiety. It was clear that Luffy had already engaged in combat with Magellan. With her gaze darting, she quickly concealed herself from prying eyes. Glancing around and relying on her hazy memories, she discerned the general direction leading to the 5th underground level and promptly began her frantic dash. Although the prisoners confined in the 4th underground level could significantly enhance her abilities, time was of the essence. Moreover, as long as she could successfully breach the 6th underground level, the losses incurred would be negligible. The battle between Magellan and Luffy would not endure for long. Once their conflict concluded, Magellan would regain control of the entire Impel Down, and it would merely be a matter of time before she was apprehended. This fleeting moment was her optimal opportunity to push further downwards. As she confronted the 4 figures blocking the passage, Katie's fists clenched and relaxed repeatedly. 3 guard beasts along with the chief guard Suddy presented a formidable challenge, and she felt far from confident in her ability to defeat them. Nevertheless, the relentless passage of time left no room for hesitation. Life was all about performance. She had to give it her all. With that resolve, she charged towards Suddy in a panicked rush. Lord Suddy, there's trouble. The fugitive clown Buggy and Mr. 2 from the former Baroque works have released most of the prisoners on this level. All the fugitives are attacking the passageway leading to the 3rd underground level, which Lord Hannibal is defending. He may not be able to hold out much longer. What did you say? Where did they get the keys? No sooner had he finished speaking than Suddy realized the gravity of the situation. The fugitive known as Mr. 2 had consumed the candle fruit, allowing him to conjure keys out of thin air. Recognizing the seriousness of the issue, Suddy hastily organized a response. Koala, take the 2 of them to assist Lord Hannibal. I'll handle things here. Hurry. With a roar of acknowledgement, Koala led the other 2 guard beasts, the Rhino and Zebra, toward Hannibal's defense zone. Watching their departing figures, Suddy exhaled in relief. With their assistance, Hannibal would likely be able to withstand the onslaught of the fugitives. However, as he observed the informing subordinate, Suddy sensed something amiss. His gaze fixated on Katie, and he soon noticed the discrepancy. She was clad in the uniform of the personnel from the 1st underground level. Yet there were no personnel from that level in the entire 4th underground level. It was evident that the person before him was an imposter. What is this? Are you not acclimated to the accommodations in the 1st underground level? Would you prefer to stay here instead, Katie? At this moment, Suddy's eyes were filled with a chilling intensity. Oh, how did you recognize me? Raising an eyebrow, Katie hadn't expected to be exposed so quickly. She was certain she hadn't left any clues and couldn't fathom where she had slipped up. Wearing clothes from the 1st underground level while wandering around the 4th underground level. Don't you think that's utterly idiotic? Ah, so that's it. Seems I'll have to be more careful next time. Katie smacked her forehead in realization. It was the disguise that had given her away. But it hardly mattered now. Her objective had already been achieved, successfully diverting the 3 jailer beasts. The rest would be much simpler. Giggle, how amusing. Do you really think there will be a next time? Suddy sneered. Now that you're in my grasp, do you still believe you can escape? It was our oversight before, mistakenly imprisoning you on the 1st underground level. This time, we'll lock you in the scorching hell and let you taste the torment of purgatorial flames. Katie let out a scornful chuckle. Suddy, capable of commanding the jailer beasts, was undoubtedly formidable, but she was no longer the helpless prey she once was. If you want to drag me back, you'll have to prove you're capable of it. Her gaze turned icy. Time was of the essence. Not only did she need to win this fight, but she had to end it swiftly and decisively. Master-level martial arts LV-3 acquired. Just as Katie prepared to strike, the system's electronic chime echoed unexpectedly in her mind. The sudden shift left Katie momentarily dazed. Mastery and body techniques, this marked her second achievement of such a high caliber since Luffy, and she could not help but be astonished. However, for Suddy, this was an opportune moment. She immediately swung the whip in her hand towards Katie. There was no time for elation, as Katie was acutely aware of the formidable adversary she faced. The sound of the air being sliced through by the whip filled her ears, leaving no room for hesitation. She swiftly dodged Suddy's strike. Humph, prepared to embrace the lash of death. Failing to land her first blow, Suddy felt a flicker of irritation and continued her relentless assault, unleashing a second and a third strike without pause. In the blink of an eye, Suddy unleashed 10 attacks. The rush of wind howled past her ears, and the world before her was engulfed by shadows of the whip. It must be said, thus far, Suddy was the first to pose a genuine threat to her. Had such an assault occurred mere moments ago, I would have likely retreated to evade the onslaught. However, the present moment demanded no such retreat. Despite the barrage of attacks surrounding me, my eyes discerned every strike with clarity, and my mind provided strategies for both offense and defense. I had not awakened the observation haki, yet this remarkable clarity was attributed to the masterful martial arts acquired from Suddy, empowering me to confront such formidable attacks head-on. At last, the moment was mine. Skillfully dodging the enemy's relentless strikes, Katie identified a gap in her opponent's defense. In an instant, she vanished, executing the 6-style Saru to appear directly before Suddy. With a swift motion, she drew her weapon, delivering a cross-shaped slash that grazed Suddy's body at point-blank range. In that fleeting moment, a chill ran down Suddy's spine as an acute sense of danger flooded her mind. With her right hand brandishing her whip defensively, she frantically retreated. It was at this juncture that Suddy comprehended the true strength of this young escapee from the depths of the prison. Not only had he mastered the moonwalk from the 6 styles, but he had also attained expertise in the exceedingly difficult Soro, reaching a proficiency surpassing that of a Navy Rear Admiral. His combat skills and physical techniques were equally formidable, rivaling those of pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Heaven knows how Suddy would react if she discovered that Katie's martial skills were derived from her own teachings. Chapter 11. The Eruption of Force Yet. This was merely the beginning. Without deviation, Katie's cross-slash collided with the whip that shielded Suddy, unleashing a devastating tearing force that obliterated the weapon in an instant. Catching Suddy completely off guard, the momentum surged forward, aimed directly at her body. In a moment of crisis, Suddy showcased the formidable prowess befitting her rank as Chief Warden, narrowly evading the deadly strike just in the nick of time. The razor-sharp glint of the blade skimmed her skin, and had it missed by even a mere centimeter, she would have met a fatal end or sustained grievous injury. Gazing back at the massive hole in the wall behind her, a cold sweat broke out on Suddy's forehead. Had that strike connected, her fate would have been sealed. It was evident that this was no ordinary sword strike. Otherwise, it would not have so easily shattered her whip. Nor could it possess such devastating residual force to ravage the wall behind her. What baffled Suddy further was the fact that, despite the singular cross-shaped slash, there were no fewer than 10 distinct marks etched into the wall. Connecting this with the sensation she experienced when her whip was destroyed, Suddy furrowed her brow. Unable to fathom the reason behind this phenomenon, it was increasingly likely that this individual wielded some arcane ability unknown to others. At this moment, Katie bore no responsibility to provide her with answers. As the saying goes, take advantage of a misfortune to strike. Even though Suddy had successfully evaded her attack, She had already fallen to the disadvantage, having even destroyed her own weapon. It was indeed the opportune moment to pursue victory. With rapid movements, Katie executed a series of 6 styles, her mastery of the technique surpassing Suddy's ability to perceive it with her naked eye. Seizing an opportunity, Katie launched her attack, swinging her blade from behind towards her opponent. Caught off guard by this sudden strike, Suddy was unable to react in time. By the moment she sensed the impending danger, Katie's assault had already reached her, the sharpness of the blade palpable against her skin. The blade fell, landing squarely on Suddy's shoulder. However, the anticipated scene of blood spraying did not materialize. Instead, the blade met a resistance akin to steel. Gazing at the inky darkness beneath the blade, Katie couldn't help but furrow her brow. It was indeed the presence of armament hockey, which complicated matters. Knowing the disparity in their strengths, Suddy should have surrendered. Perhaps then Katie could have been more lenient. The earlier panic had vanished completely, as the armament hockey instilled considerable confidence in Suddy. Oh, but the strength of armament hockey varies. If I am not mistaken, your hockey has only recently awakened. How many blows can it truly withstand? Although the previous strike had little effect, Katie noticed a clear white mark where her blade had cut through Suddy's hockey. Humph, this will suffice to deal with you. It seemed that Katie had struck a nerve, as Suddy chose not to dwell on the matter any longer and initiated her own offensive. In light of this, Katie felt no need to hold back. As Suddy rushed in with incredible speed, Katie smiled. The presence of armament hockey exceeded her expectations, yet it provided the perfect opportunity for her to unleash her pin-up energy. With a swift declaration, her form vanished once more from Suddy's line of sight. Just as Suddy opened her mouth to speak, a brilliant flash appeared at the corner of her eye, its velocity surpassing that of any previous moment. Without time to ponder the reason behind it, Suddy hastily activated her hockey in defense. Having just completed this action, the sharp blade descended again, the icy sensation fleeting. And before the thought of counterattack could even surface, the enemy's figure had already vanished. At this moment, the speed exhibited by Katie left Suddy utterly astounded. Although not particularly skilled in speed, Suddy had always managed decently. However, she found herself unable to keep pace with her opponent. Yet, what truly astonished her was the sheer force behind Katie's strike. Despite her defensive armor, the area that had been hit still throbbed with a painful, tearing sensation. Cold sweat dripped incessantly from her forehead. In that instant, Suddy was genuinely frightened. The armor provided no sense of security, instead amplifying her fear and panic. She could not fathom how to defend against a slash that even her armor could not fully withstand. As Katie had noted, Suddy's armor had only awakened for about a week, and it was far from sufficient for prolonged combat. Should her defenses falter, she would be utterly helpless. Katie, absorbed in the exhilaration of her relentless assault, remained oblivious to Suddy's thoughts. Her mastery of the shave technique endowed her with extraordinary speed, and the sword skill she had recently acquired, Aurora Slash, further enhanced her velocity. Unlike the cross slash and crescent slash, Aurora Slash did not unleash sword energy, but instead was a rapid dashing slash. Initially, Katie had not paid much attention to it, until an inspiration struck her, merging the shave and Aurora Slash, yielding unexpectedly favorable results. The sensation upon impact was no longer one of invulnerability. Breaching Suddy's defenses was merely a matter of time. In the air, Katie's figure became invisible, with only the flurry of flashing sword strikes remaining as evidence of her presence. The slashing attacks, Cross Slash, Moonlight Slash, and Aurora Slash, descended upon Suddy repeatedly. Within mere seconds, every part of her body had been struck. Crimson blood trickled down, creating stunningly tragic splashes. Faced with such a barrage, Suddy could only prioritize vital areas, neglecting the rest. With rocks flying and dust swirling, Katie had already unleashed nearly 100 strikes. And Suddy's form had vanished amidst the chaos, the surroundings utterly ravaged, reduced to a war-torn wasteland. Finally, after delivering one last strike, Katie ceased her movements, large beads of sweat cascading down her face. Despite the short duration of the fight, the exertion had been immense. In that brief moment, she had pushed beyond her limits. Had it been her previous physical state, she would not have been able to execute such a series of actions. Now, she felt utterly drained. A gust of warm wind swept through, and the smoke began to dissipate, revealing a blurred figure that gradually came into focus. At last, a blood-soaked silhouette appeared before Katie's eyes, blood flowing like a stream, the potent scent of iron reaching her from afar. Yet, despite her grievous injuries, Suddy's chest heaved rhythmically, clearly still alive. Although surprised by her resilience, Katie reluctantly accepted it, considering Suddy's status as a jailer. After all, those jailer beasts were known for their monstrous physical prowess, something she had experienced firsthand. Chapter 12. The encounter with the scissor man. Gazing at the pitiful Suddy, Katie decisively turned away. Anxious about how much time had been lost and what might be happening with Magellan, she needed to hurry and make her way to the 6th underground level with utmost speed. As Katie's figure receded into the distance, nearing the edge of visibility, Suddy's heart filled with urgency and unwillingness. At that moment, there was no one to impede him on the 5th and 6th underground levels. Who knew what kind of panic and destruction he would unleash upon descending? Summoning all her strength to pursue, Suddy found herself stumbling as her body faltered. The already perilous situation growing increasingly dire. Her eyelids felt impossibly heavy, like weights pressing down, and her consciousness plunged into darkness, her frustration transforming into regret. Before long, Magellan's figure appeared, shock evident in his gaze as he surveyed the scene. "Where are the medics? Hurry!" Upon seeing Suddy lying in a pool of blood, Magellan's pupils narrowed to pinpricks, an aura of rage and unrestrained killing intent emanating from him. Purple venom dripped uncontrollably from him, permeating the surrounding space. Witnessing Magellan in such a state, everyone chose silence, even as the toxic mist threatened to envelop them. At that moment, Magellan was teetering on the brink of madness. Any misstep could lead to their demise, so they dared not utter a word. "Heal her." Toxic passage. With that simple command, Magellan turned and departed, his raspy voice suppressing an ocean of fury. His body swiftly glided through the passage formed by the venom, moving with a speed that even surpassed Katie's. "Die, Katie." Meanwhile, upon reaching the 5th underground level, Katie was suddenly beset by a foreboding sense of dread, as if some terrifying entity was fixating on her. Glancing back at the deep, dark passage, a voice echoed within her mind. Leave this place. Run as fast as you can." In the next moment, the chilling wind of the 5th underground level jolted Katie from her reverie, and without a moment's hesitation, she took flight, pushing her speed to its utmost limit, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Even though this was merely an unfounded instinct, Katie chose to trust it, not even pausing to extract abilities from the prisoners on the 5th underground level. Though she lacked concrete evidence of impending danger, Katie dared not take chances. If there was no danger, so be it, but should disaster strike, it would mean her journey was at an end. For the only person capable of instilling such a feeling in her was none other than Magellan. Despite the substantial increase in her strength since the beginning, she regrettably still felt unworthy of confronting Magellan directly. According to her calculations, she would need to master the armor before attempting to engage him. As she sprinted forward, the scenery blurred past like a rewound film reel. Although every person here represented an untapped reservoir of potential, Katie had no intention of stopping. Her singular focus remained on one goal: to flee, to escape at all costs. "Katie, come out. The entire Impel Down is under my control. Where do you think you can escape?" The terrifying voice reverberated throughout the 5th underground level, igniting a commotion among the prisoners. Even in the frigid environment, they felt a stir of excitement. They were eager to discover who Katie was, the one whose actions had provoked such wrath from the usually composed Magellan. "Hey, do you know who this Katie is?" She managed to make that bastard Magellan so furious. "I've never seen him like this since I arrived. It's like he lost his mind." "Sure, keep your voice down. If he hears you, 10 lives wouldn't be enough for him to kill you." Evidently, the notorious reputation of Magellan had long been instilled in the hearts of Impel Down's prisoners, to the extent that even now none dared whisper a word behind his back. From what I gathered from the guards who descended earlier, this Katie seems to be an escapee from level 1. Though by what means she managed to break free remains unknown. As for why Magellan is in such a towering rage, that too is a mystery. A few informed inmates shared what they knew, eliciting gasps of surprise from the crowd. The chaos Luffy had stirred was swiftly quelled by Magellan on level 4. Leaving those below oblivious to the events above. The mere notion of someone escaping was enough to astonish them. Level 1. That's just a rookie tier. Why flee downward instead of up? Today strangeness knows no bounds. First some reckless fool gets thrown in, now another idiot barges in. As they spoke, their gaze flickered toward the straw-hatted boy nearby, his body drenched in viscous purple venom. Clearly, no one believed that a mere brat from level 1 could slip through Magellan's grasp. To them, Katie's capture was inevitable, a matter of time. Not even the most fearsome convicts of level 6, the eternal hell, could boast the strength to escape him. A sudden chill raced down my spine, adrenaline surging. Despite the distance, Magellan's voice pierced the air with terrifying clarity. I hadn't anticipated his arrival to be so swift, having barely traversed half of level 5. At this rate, our paths would collide at the stairway to level 6, where a frenzied Magellan awaited. This is undoubtedly very distressing news for Katie. At present, she lacks the strength to confront Magellan directly. If only she could traverse the 6th level underground, she might acquire sufficient resources to face him. What should she do? What course of action should she take? At that moment, Katie felt like a grasshopper on a hot skillet, frantically contemplating ways to escape. "If you wish to survive, follow me," a voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Instinctively, she turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a man whose entire being emanated an odd aura. Nevertheless, without the slightest hesitation, Katie chose to follow him into the unknown, for she recognized this individual more accurately, a being of both man and woman. Known as the member of the Revolutionary Army named Lightning, a user of the scissor fruit, capable of transforming any part of his body into a scissor for attack. Originally a prisoner in the 5th underground level, he had now ascended to the peculiar 5th and a half level due to the Devil's Call, a realm situated between the 5th and 6th levels, far removed from the confines of Impel Down. Chapter 13. Ivankov's invitation following the scissor man in a mad dash. Before long, a vast expanse of green unfolded before them, a rare sight indeed for the frigid fifth underground level. Upon witnessing this, Katie felt a wave of relief wash over her. If her memory served her right, the passageway to the 5.5 level lay within this realm. For it was here that Mr. 2 had encountered the scissor man. As anticipated, the scissor man plunged directly into the forest, weaving left and right until they reached an unremarkable spot where he bent down and lifted the ground, revealing a pitch-black opening before them. Without needing a prompt, Katie leapt into the abyss. Racing down the stairs, she sprinted approximately a kilometer, and at the end of the path, a faint glimmer of light appeared, signaling that their destination, the unknown 5.5 level, was near. Please, the scissor man urged as he followed closely behind, beckoning Katie to enter. Having run out of options, Katie recognized that Magellan, that lunatic, was likely waiting with a 40-meter blade for her to show her face. Thus, unless she were to lose her mind, she had no intention of emerging. Taking a deep breath to prepare herself psychologically, she finally stepped inside. The reputation of the Queen of Okama was far too illustrious. Having never ventured to Thailand in her previous life, Katie was concerned she might end up with a needle's eye if she failed to prepare adequately. Suddenly, Katie's eardrums nearly shattered from the cacophony surrounding her, the raucous noise threatening to lift the ceiling off, leaving her head throbbing and her ears buzzing. Before she could acclimate, blinding light struck her from all directions. Fortunately, her eyes were forged from 24K titanium alloy, or else she would have surely been blinded. At that moment, a whirlwind swept through, and a colossal head appeared before her without warning, nearly prompting Katie to strike out in defense. "Ah, we have a new cool boy today. What is this? Do you wish to experience the sensations of femininity firsthand?" As he spoke, his right fingers suddenly expanded, gleaming with a sharp light as they lunged toward Katie. With a start, though unaware of why Ivankov had suddenly attacked her, her body instinctively reacted, drawing the sword hanging at her waist to intercept Ivankov's sharp fingers mid-air. "Is this why you summoned me?" she inquired sideways to the scissor man. Although Ivankov was the ruler here, Katie preferred to converse with the comparatively normal scissor man. "All right, Ivankov, let us cease the testing here. His arrival signifies considerable strength." Meanwhile, the previously boisterous atmosphere gradually quieted, not only the music but also the once frenetic crowd, as a serene silence enveloped the space. All eyes turned towards them, glancing back and forth. "Mr. Katie, this way, please," the scissor man instructed, leading the way without waiting for Katie's response. Observing her surroundings, Katie noted the considerable differences from the narrative she had anticipated, yet she adopted a mindset of acceptance. After all, death awaited her outside as well. Instead, she opted to witness their intentions, noting that Ivankov had similarly followed behind. They traversed a lengthy corridor before entering a dimly lit chamber. "Have you heard of the Revolutionary Army?" Ivankov posed this question as soon as they settled in, his demeanor transformed, steady and composed, the earlier flamboyance seemingly a mere illusion. The scissor man chose to stand aside, allowing Ivankov to take the lead. The Revolutionary Army, one could hardly avoid hearing about it. Katie felt no obligation to respond. As the primary adversary of the world government, the name of the Revolutionary Army carried immense weight. "Would you consider joining us? We are the Revolutionary Army." Ivankov's directness took Katie by surprise. Was it truly prudent to disclose such an identity so openly? Yet, she felt little astonishment within, as a traveler from another world. She had long been aware of the scissor man and Ivankov's affiliations with the Revolutionary Army, making this proposition somewhat predictable. As she appraised the two once more, Katie suddenly realized that her prior perceptions might have been erroneous. They were not merely reveling in pleasure, but were indeed preparing for a jailbreak, while simultaneously gathering strength for the Revolutionary Army. "It appears that my encounter with the scissor man was no mere coincidence. He has likely been observing me through the video phone worm, which explains his timely intervention during my most perilous moment, saving me and thereby garnering my favor in preparation for enlisting me into the Revolutionary Army. I must apologize, but I have no intention of joining. The atmosphere of the Revolutionary Army feels too confining and ill-suited for my disposition." Shaking my head, I acknowledge that while I am indeed under someone else's roof and grateful for their assistance, I must firmly decline. In contrast, I aspire to be a free-spirited pirate akin to Luffy, for freedom is the most precious and alluring treasure. With the aid of the system, I am confident that I can eventually become a being of equal, if not greater, strength than Dragon himself, rendering any need to work for him unnecessary. Upon hearing my response, Ivankov's expression remained unperturbed, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Most who have previously declined their offer have employed similar justifications. They were well prepared for such eventualities. "I understand your sentiments, my lord, yet does your current situation not suggest that joining us would be more fitting? After all, we share common adversaries, Magellan and the world government. Moreover, only by joining the Revolutionary Army and becoming our comrade can you truly qualify to reside here." This is the method employed by Ivankov. It may carry a hint of coercion, yet it is comprehensible, for resources here are, after all, finite. They are not philanthropists and will naturally only harbor those who are akin to themselves. I apologize, but I do not intend to linger here for long. Having evaded Magellan's pursuit, I shall take my leave. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I must respectfully decline. Katie was resolute in her stance. Though remaining here was undoubtedly safe, it hindered her ability to enhance her strength and fulfill the tasks assigned by the system, which contradicted her original intentions. Sensing Katie's determination, both the Scissor Man and Ivankov could not help but furrow their brows. It was one thing to refuse them, but her intention to depart posed a dilemma. This place was the sole refuge within Impel Down, and should they allow Katie to leave, should she fall into Magellan's hands, it would pose a monumental threat, an outcome they wished to avoid at all costs. Isn't this place suitable? Why must you insist on leaving? Ivankov pondered, struggling to comprehend Katie's urgent desire to depart, despite encountering various reasons during their recruitment efforts. Everyone had ultimately chosen to compromise upon realizing that joining the Revolutionary Army was the only way to remain here. The impending upheaval was too significant to overlook. The clash between Whitebeard and the Navy was an event not to be missed. Katie found herself unable to articulate her precise reasoning, resorting instead to reference the imminent Marineford War. Is it truly impossible for you to stay? Ivankov's tone shifted to a more forceful note. I apologize, but it is indeed impossible. Regrettably, for the sake of everyone's safety, you cannot leave this place. At this moment, Ivankov exuded a palpable hostility, suggesting an imminent readiness to engage in conflict. Chapter 14, Premature Release. Katie could undoubtedly sense the overt animosity, and inwardly she lamented the predicament. While the Scissors Man posed minimal threat, Ivankov was a far more formidable opponent. After all, he was once a close associate of Dragon, and should a confrontation arise, the outcome remained uncertain. Moreover, Katie had no desire to battle them unless absolutely necessary. The Scissors Man had indeed come to her aid, and on the eve of the impending battlefield, they were allies of sorts. There was no need for a violent altercation that would sour their camaraderie. Wait. We have no compelling reason to fight, and I wager it won't be long before you reconsider your current stance and abandon any thoughts of escaping from here. So my brief departure shouldn't be of consequence. However, the response she received was a pair of eyes that clearly communicated disbelief. Very well, Straw Hat Kid. You ought to know that he is Monkey D. Luffy, hailing from the East Blue, the grandson of the Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral, the legendary Garp, and the son of the Revolutionary Army leader, Dragon. His purpose for infiltrating this place is to rescue his brother, Portgas d'Ace. A cascade of revelations regarding Luffy's identity flowed from Katie's lips. With no other means to persuade the two, she felt compelled to disclose Luffy's true identity. Pausing momentarily, Katie fixed her gaze upon Ivankov for an extended period before averting her eyes, then continued with measured calm. Although I remain unaware of your intentions here, the son of our leader faces grave peril. Do you truly intend to turn a blind eye to his plight? In response to Katie's probing question, Ivankov's hostility dissipated in an instant, replaced by a cacophony of thunderous realizations in his mind. The Straw Hat Kid was indeed the son of Dragon, which implied that his brother Ace was also a son of Dragon. Thus, it is inevitable that Dragon will take action, given that his own son is to be publicly executed. Consequently, there is no longer any reason for him to remain here. Of course, all of this is predicated on the truth of what Katie has claimed. It is evident that Ivankov has misunderstood. While Ace is indeed Luffy's brother, he is not his biological sibling, and Dragon is certainly not his father. Ace's true father is the even more renowned Gold Roger, a fact that Katie will not clarify, leaving the misunderstanding intact. Why should I believe you? Clearly, a mere statement from Katie is insufficient to convince Ivankov. When Luffy arrives, you can inquire directly, but I must caution you about one thing. Not long ago, Luffy encountered Magellan on the 4th underground level, and as you can imagine, he is now imprisoned in the 5th underground level. If you wish to rescue him, you must act swiftly, for time is of the essence. Upon hearing this, Katie felt a sense of calm. She had done all she could and explained what needed to be explained. Whatever remains is now up to them. Since she cannot leave for the time being, she may as well take this opportunity to rest. Katie has a foreboding feeling that the upcoming battles will be exceptionally perilous, and there may not be another chance to recuperate. Lightning, hurry and rescue the young master. In stark contrast to Katie's composure, Ivankov was far less serene. She could only choose to believe in the possibility of truth. If Katie's words hold any veracity, it means that Dragon's 2 sons are simultaneously in grave danger, and she cannot turn a blind eye. Even if it were not true, the effort expended would be minimal, and the risks are clear. I shall go at once. Without a moment's hesitation, the Scissor Man hurried away. The unfolding events had surpassed his expectations, and all he could do now was ensure the safety of the Straw Hat Boy. Meanwhile, utilizing his fruit powers to disguise himself as Bon Clay, Mr. 2 finally arrived at the 5th underground level and successfully located the unconscious Luffy. With the assistance of Mr. 3, the Candle Man, they managed to extricate Luffy from his prison and immediately began their search for Ivankov. Perhaps fate was smiling upon them, as Magellan had left the 5th underground level for the deeper 6th level just before their arrival. Had their timing been even slightly off, the consequences could have been dire. Katie, come out. Accompanied by an enraged roar, Magellan reappeared on the 6th underground level. The return of Magellan astonished everyone to varying degrees. But they were even more taken aback by his furious demeanor, which was a rare sight. Curiosity swirled among them as they wondered what had transpired. However, curiosity aside, no one dared to utter another disrespectful word. Those who had just insulted him were still reeling from the terror they had witnessed. Yet, one voice stood out among the rest. What? Without me, you cannot manage a mere impel down? Release me, and I can be of assistance. Casting a glance at the speaker, Magellan offered no response and continued to roam the 6th level, his piercing gaze scanning every potential hiding spot. 1 circuit, 2 circuits, 3 circuits. After 3 laps, Magellan had thoroughly searched the 6th underground level, yet he found no trace of Katie. It was evident that she was not on this level but rather concealed in some unknown location, leaving Magellan perplexed. Despite his relentless pursuit, he failed to discover any suitable hiding places, and he could not fathom where the problem lay. Give it up. Do you think I am unaware of who has visited here? No one knows better than us prisoners. Clearly, you have been deceived. As Magellan pondered, that voice rang out once more, devoid of any hint of fear. The situation outside appears quite chaotic. Do you truly not consider releasing me? Otherwise, should that person return after you leave, I would find myself powerless to intervene. Through the iron bars of his cell, Magellan gazed at the familiar figure inside. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Shiryu, you are no longer the former warden. You are now merely an ordinary prisoner, unqualified to negotiate with me. The individual addressing Magellan was Shiryu of the Rain, who, like Magellan, had once served as the warden of Impel Down. However, Shiryu had a penchant for murder, often killing prisoners for amusement, which led to his imprisonment at the hands of the righteous Magellan. Oh, I had almost forgotten that you were the one who personally incarcerated me. Therefore, your affairs are no longer my concern. I shall wait here for the moment Ace is rescued, for your dismissal, and for your imprisonment. Shiryu's tone had shifted, no longer pleading with Magellan. He had grown silent, offering no further words. While Shiryu maintained his composure, Magellan's unease was palpable. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Shiryu's words rang true. The uprising in the upper levels had yet to subside, and among the escaped prisoners was one capable of crafting keys at will. He needed to capture this individual promptly, lest the rebellion escalate further. His absence had already been prolonged, and he must return immediately, yet he could not neglect this area. I can release you, but do not entertain thoughts of escape. I can capture you once, and I can do so again. Though he was loath to concede, freeing Shiryu had become the only viable option. For the greater good, Magellan had no choice but to comply. With a click, the cell door swung open, and the handcuffs on Shiryu's wrists fell away. After a long time, he breathed in the air of freedom once more. Where's my sword? Shiryu's first inquiry upon emerging was about his treasured blade, Reiju. Someone will bring it to you shortly. I am entrusting the guards of this level to you. Remember my words. Do not attempt any tricks. Even after making his decision, Magellan felt a lingering unease. Had circumstances not been so dire, he would never have resorted to such a measure. Before departing, he cast one last glance at Shiryu, the warning implicit in his gaze. Shiryu merely shrugged in response, offering no further comment. Chapter 15. The arrival of Luffy. As Shiryu regained his freedom, the Scissor Man finally encountered his young master, the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy. However, at this moment, Luffy was in a dire state, his body covered in purple venom that had inflicted life-threatening injuries. With no time to hesitate, the Scissor Man sprang into action, hoisting the unconscious Mr. 2 over his shoulder while gripping the sled's rope in his other hand and sprinting towards the base. Mr. Katie, is what you said truly the case? At this moment, Ivankov was truly unable to maintain his composure. The same question had been posed countless times already. Once the Straw Hat Boy arrives, everything will become clear, and in truth, you already possess the answer within, so why ask me? In stark contrast to Ivankov's state of mind, Katie was completely at ease, casually crossing her legs and sipping red wine, relishing the comforts of life. As Katie had remarked, although the Straw Hat Boy had yet to make his appearance, Ivankov indeed had arrived at an answer. She chose to trust what Katie said. They shared a common enemy. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and Katie had no reason to deceive herself. It was precisely because she believed in Katie's words that she felt so anxious. After all, this involved the biological son of Dragon, and astonishingly, there were 2 of them. Who could predict what reckless actions Dragon might undertake if he were to disregard everything and lead the Revolutionary Army in an assault on the Navy headquarters? The future directives of the Revolutionary Army would undergo a profound transformation. Moreover, even the world order would be altered as a result. She needed to act decisively. But what is your purpose? As far as I know, neither Ace nor Luffy had any connection to you prior to this, so why become involved? What benefit does this hold for you? Gradually regaining his composure, Ivankov turned his gaze back to Katie. He realized he could not see through this young man before him. He was unaware of his origins or motives. A pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, yet willingly lurking in the depths below. Taking advantage of the chaos to infiltrate this place, one could not help but wonder what his true intentions were. To save someone? Or something else entirely? My purpose? Raising an eyebrow at this question, I found it difficult to respond. After a moment of contemplation, I began to speak slowly. It is quite simple. This world has remained tranquil for far too long, so serene that it has caused one to forget the taste of war and the shedding of blood. Regardless of the outcome of this incident, the existing world order will inevitably change. The enticing slice of the ocean will once again be redistributed. Such an opportune moment is one I cannot afford to miss. A scornful smile crept across my face, and a powerful confidence radiated from me. Even though I still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the pinnacle of strength, I was confident in my ability to grow rapidly during this process. Once the war concludes, I shall undoubtedly emerge as another sovereign of the new world. Staring in shock at the youth before him, Ivankov could hardly believe that the answer would be this. His goal was to contend with the 4 sea emperors of the new world. Had I been away from the sea for too long? Were the young ones now this audacious? Did they not know their own limits? Just as Ivankov was about to mock Katie, a cacophony of voices suddenly erupted from outside. Instinctively, he recalled something and dashed out of the room, anxiously scanning the crowd. Ivankov, hurry! The young master is barely holding on. Upon hearing the words of the scissors man, Ivankov's heart tightened. He hastily pushed through the crowd and rushed to Luffy's side. However, what he beheld upon arrival nearly sent Ivankov into a panic. The vast patches of purple were beyond his imagination. What kind of battle had transpired to result in such a state? Internally cursing, he thought. That bastard Magellan actually dared to injure the young master so gravely. He must be tired of living. Yet, even more astonishing awaited him. Despite being in such a condition, the Straw Hat Boy still retained consciousness. Please, please, save my companion, save him. In the next moment, a hoarse voice broke through the thoughts of everyone present. To their astonishment, the one speaking was none other than the Straw Hat Boy, who was on the verge of succumbing to poison. At this juncture, he could still maintain a semblance of awareness and was concerned for his comrades. Please, please help him. Seeing that no one responded, Luffy opened his mouth once more to plead. Do not speak. Rest assured, we will save him. The first to react was Ivankov, who assured Luffy while summoning medical personnel to assist. Luffy, do you still remember me? I am Katie. I need you to tell this person your relationship with the revolutionary dragon. Otherwise, she will not let me go, and I will be unable to save Ace. Realizing that Luffy was on the brink of unconsciousness, Katie hurriedly stepped forward. If he lost consciousness, she would truly be at a loss. Perhaps hearing Ace's name rekindled something within him, as Luffy's nearly collapsing pupils refocused with great difficulty, looking at Katie. Ace, I am the son of Dragon. Katie, please. Please save Ace. Return him to me. With those final words, Luffy could no longer hold on. His head tilted, and he fainted. How about now? Do you believe what I have said? Shifting my gaze to Ivankov, I realized that we had already wasted considerable time here, and Katie was unwilling to delay any further. This damn tenderness is just like his father's. A slight smile graced my lips, although Ivankov had not provided a clear answer. It was evident he had come to trust me. It is time for me to depart. I shall leave the rest in your capable hands. With a sigh of relief, I prepared to take my leave. However, before I could take a step, Ivankov called out to me from behind. Wait, on account of your friendship with the young master. There is something I must inform you beforehand. The former chief warden of Impel Down, Shiryu, was just released by Magellan. Although Magellan has already left, Shiryu remains on the 6th level, seemingly waiting specifically for you. We do not know his exact location, but it is likely near the entrance of the underground 6th level passage. Lying in wait. If you wish to avoid an immediate encounter with Shiryu, perhaps a lightning bolt could assist you. As Ivankov spoke, his tone had noticeably softened, demonstrating his complete trust in Katie. That could be troublesome. Initially taken aback by Ivankov's warning, Katie did not anticipate that her butterfly wings would stir such significant changes, leading to Shiryu's early release. This news is undeniably of paramount importance to me, given my current strength. Facing off against Shiryu directly would yield less than a 20% chance of success. Indeed, it may even be less than 10%. Shiryu is a true Vice Admiral level powerhouse. The best course of action is to avoid confrontation and focus on enhancing my abilities. After all, we are in the 6th layer of the underground prison, where each inmate possesses a bounty exceeding 100 million. If I allow myself sufficient time to grow stronger, I need not fear Shiryu, even when we inevitably cross paths. Lightning, I leave this matter in your capable hands. With that, Ivankov hastily departed with Luffy. Very well. Please follow me, Lightning replied, leading Katie to an open space. Soon, I shall create a spiral slide that will take us directly to the 6th layer. As for whether we will encounter Shiryu, that is a matter of luck. Katie nodded, having nothing to say. If they remained undetected, that would be fortunate. Should misfortune strike and they encounter Shiryu, there would be no harm in facing him. As long as she was not eliminated in one blow, she would have a chance to turn the tide. Seeing that Katie had no objections, Scissorman began his work, transforming his hands into scissors and swiftly cutting away at the surroundings. In no time, Scissorman's figure vanished from sight. Chapter 16. A brand new task system. I can assist you no further. Please, exercise caution. Once the last stone was severed by lightning, the air shifted to reveal the enigmatic 6th layer of Impel Down before Katie's eyes. Thank you for your help. I shall take it from here, Katie said. rising without a hint of hesitation. However, Lightning remained frozen in place, momentarily captivated by the brilliance of Katie's eyes. He was at a loss for words to describe them. They sparkled brightly, akin to glass beads glistening under the sun, radiating a green luminescence. The sight evoked the sensation of a famished individual beholding a roast chicken. Lightning could not comprehend why she possessed such an intense gaze in a place like this, which was undoubtedly a realm of despair, not paradise. Casting one last glance in the direction Katie had departed, he silently wished her good fortune before turning to leave. He could hardly endure the oppressive atmosphere. The essence of brutality, slaughter, bloodlust, and despair permeated this place. It would drive any sane person to madness within days. Yet, all of this did not faze Katie in the slightest, though it did not mean her emotions were unaltered. On the contrary, the moment she set foot in this lair, her heart swelled with excitement and exhilaration, leaving no room for negative feelings. The system's prompts had been incessantly chiming in her mind since earlier. The first sound she heard was the reward for completing a task. 50,000 exchange points and 7 skill points were successfully credited to her account. With the remaining rewards from her previous task, she now possessed 8 skill points and 5,300 exchange points, quite a respectable sum. However, Katie did not rush to utilize these resources. Compared to the items available within the system, the 6th layer held far greater allure for her. After all, everything here could be acquired without expenditure, truly a free-for-all. Once she had thoroughly explored this underground realm, she would then leverage her exchange points and skill points, maximizing the utility of her resources. Yet, not all things unfolded as Katie had envisioned. In the distant shadows, a pair of eyes glimmered with a subtle light. The mouse has finally emerged, the figure murmured. The next moment, the individual vanished entirely, their presence making no sound, as if they had never existed at all. A surge of warmth enveloped Katie, and in that instant, she felt there was nothing more comfortable in the world. Each wave of heat signified a stronger, rarer ability, including the advanced hockey techniques only found in the latter half of the Grand Line. In a mere heartbeat, Katie sensed her power ascend to an entirely new echelon. An exhilarating transformation. New task assigned. Please check your notifications. The message jolted Katie from her reverie, prompting her to examine the details eagerly. The sea is never a solitary expanse. Companions, allies, and forces are all indispensable. Task details. The 6th layer is teeming with formidable individuals. The host is required to establish an alliance with at least 2 of them. Task rewards. 100,000 exchange points and 11 skill points. Upon reading the task description, an image of a figure materialized in Katie's mind. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, a villain of unparalleled cunning, rivaling the likes of Chow Chow. Katie pondered whether she could emulate him, bellowing for the inmates to engage in a brutal free-for-all, allowing the strongest to emerge victorious. However, this fleeting thought was quickly dismissed. She recognized that she was not akin to Blackbeard. Firstly, her strength had yet to reach his level. Releasing the most powerful inmates might not guarantee their loyalty. Furthermore, those whom Blackbeard sought were not of any interest to her. In this fleeting moment of contemplation, Katie had already envisioned more suitable candidates, the 2 legendary powerhouses. The aloof Red Balaric Letterfield and the Devil's progeny, Douglas Barrett. The former had triumphed in a duel against the incumbent Admiral Steelbone Kong, while the latter was a formidable presence alongside the Dark King Rayleigh and the former Roger Pirates, prompting the Navy to issue a demon-slaying decree solely due to his existence. Compared to these 2, the individuals recruited by Blackbeard appeared insignificant. The remaining challenge lay in locating and persuading them. Although daunting, it was certainly worth the endeavor. With this thought in mind, Katie resolved to press onward. As of yet, she had not encountered them, suggesting they were likely confined deeper within the prison's walls. Confirming her targets meant it was time to act, and she moved swiftly in one direction. However, unbeknownst to Katie, just moments after her departure, a shadow emerged from her previous position. With scarlet eyes fixed upon the path she had taken, Shirley discovered an unexpected delight in the thrill of this cat-and-mouse game, relishing the prospect of intervening at the very cusp of her success. In truth, Shirley had sensed Katie's presence the moment she arrived, his observation hockey alerting him to her even before their paths crossed. In contrast to Magellan, Shirley's dual hockey was far more formidable, as his lack of a devil fruit ability allowed him to focus on honing his own strength. Although he had detected Katie immediately, he chose not to eliminate her right away, opting instead to follow her quietly. He was curious about this young man's true intentions. Naturally, this confidence stemmed from his belief that he could extinguish Katie's life at any moment. Yet, what Shirley did not realize was that due to the system's influence, Katie's strength was evolving and intensifying every single second, leaving the outcome uncertain. Having been interrupted by the system's voice more times than she could count, this time Katie truly needed to pause, for she had found the individuals she sought, and remarkably, they resided directly across from one another. This fortuitous discovery was thanks to the system, yet Katie harbored no gratitude, for it had just relayed a rather unfriendly revelation. The powers she could acquire from others were restricted to Master Level 10. This meant that even if she encountered abilities surpassing that level, she would remain unable to obtain them. Hence, the powers she could derive from Barrett and Lead were merely Master Level 10, specifically armament hockey and martial arts. Even so, Katie felt no joy. Had she been able to acquire abilities on par with theirs, she would have dared to confront Magellan head-on, for Barrett's armament hockey was not to be underestimated. Capable of delivering a devastating blow to even the strongest of supernovas. In the face of this reality, Katie felt utterly helpless. Chapter 17, The Arrival of Strong Foes. Hey, brat, do you realize you're quite the eyesore standing there? Before Katie could fully grasp her surroundings, a deep voice resonated beside her. Haha, little Barrett. After all these years, your temper remains as volatile as ever. A contrasting voice followed, exuding calmness, entirely at odds with someone who had spent years in confinement. Old man, don't presume that your extended stay here makes you the boss. Your era has long passed. Enjoy your twilight years in this prison. The two exchanged banter, completely disregarding Katie's presence. It must be said that the sensation of being overlooked was decidedly unpleasant. Subsequently, before the eyes of all present, Katie slowly shed her uniform, revealing the striped garb of a prisoner beneath. The air froze in that instant. All sounds and movements came to a halt. In that moment, countless gazes converged upon Katie. Hey kid, let me out. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Don't listen to him. Free me first, or I swear I'll twist your head off. There were threats and pleas alike, yet all shared a singular aim to escape this place, as it might be their last opportunity before the end of their lives, evoking palpable anxiety. Shut up, all of you. A furious roar drowned out the clamor, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of wildness that surged through the cramped space. One by one, prisoners collapsed without warning, with barely half remaining conscious. Before the chaos subsided, another fierce presence erupted, echoing the same untamed ferocity and dominance. When all was said and done, only a scant few remained alert. Their spirits diminished as if they had endured unspeakable torment, suffering greatly. Having witnessed this, Katie was undeniably astonished. This was the true power of Conqueror's hockey, capable of rendering countless pirates unconscious in mere moments. Her own immunity was not a testament to her strength, but rather due to the deliberate avoidance of the clash by both parties. Truly, the two legends, the aloof Red and the Devil's Progeny, were formidable indeed. As she felt the might of the two beside her, Katie couldn't help but express her admiration. Do you know us? Upon hearing his name, Lead's brow furrowed in confusion. He had been in prison longer than the young man had lived. There was no escaping the fact that their past deeds were too notorious to go unnoticed. In response to Katie's compliments, Lead's expression darkened, instinctively. He sensed that this young man's arrival was no mere coincidence, but rather a deliberate pursuit of him. Who are you? What do you want with us? After a moment of surprise, Lead regained his composure. Wait, I don't care what your intentions are. Just get me out of here. I can't stand another second in this place. Unlike Lead, Barrett was solely focused on escaping, caring little for anything else. Of course, I can release you, however. I require a promise in return, an alliance with me. Agree, and you shall be freed. Refuse, and I shall not. With no attempt to conceal his intentions, Katie laid bare her objective. Whether it was the audacity of Katie's proposition or something else entirely, both Lead and Barrett fell into a profound silence. Sensing the eerie stillness around him, a sense of foreboding crept into Katie's heart, as if she had overlooked something significant. An alliance with us? What gives you the right to propose such a thing? Although only Barrett responded, Lead mirrored his disdainful demeanor, his eyes filled with contempt. Aloof Red Lead possessed the terrifying capability to challenge the entire Whitebeard pirate single-handedly, while the Devil's Progeny Barrett had been betrayed by those he once trusted, ultimately believing that true strength lay in individual prowess. Had Katie proposed any other conditions, even if they were harsh or challenging, they might have reluctantly acquiesced. But the notion of an alliance was one they found difficult to accept. They recognized only the strong, never considering the weak. Kid, focus on surviving first. Then we can discuss everything else. The unexpected response left Katie momentarily stunned. However, in the next instant, a chilling wave of fear surged through her. Without a second thought, she swiftly rolled away from her original position. A mere 0.01 seconds later, a slicing strike flashed past, effortlessly cleaving the solid ground as if it were mere tofu. Gazing at the smooth, mirror-like surface beneath her feet, Katie was drenched in cold sweat. Had she been even slightly delayed, the cleaved surface would not have merely included the ground, but her very body as well. A vague silhouette flickered in the dust, the sound preceding the figure. At that moment, having exerted every ounce of effort to infiltrate this place, one would have presumed the target to be the young man named Ace. Yet, it appeared that the true quarry was these two seemingly immortal beings. Shilio, if you seek death, I shall oblige. In the face of the provocations and insults from the newcomer, Barrett, already displeased, instinctively retorted. If you possess the ability, come forth. Shilio, unfazed by Barrett's fury, remained unconcerned. The formidable nature of the 6th-level prison cells was specifically designed for such perverse individuals. Having experienced it firsthand, Shilio understood that as long as one remained trapped within, no matter their prowess, it would be of no consequence. Damn it, you brat. If you can defeat this scoundrel, I will agree to your terms. Whether out of anger or some other emotion, Barrett unceremoniously offered a proposal for alliance. In that instant, Katie's gaze towards Shilio transformed. His arrival provided her with a breakthrough to persuade the two, and moreover, he brought with him a formidable swordsmanship skill, master level LV10, boundary slash. Her eyes involuntarily shifted towards Ryder, The implication unmistakable: survive first. Yet, the response she received was still not what she desired. Ryder's gaze towards her carried a palpable sense of distrust. In truth, it was not only Ryder who thought this way. Even Barrett, blinded by rage, secretly shared the same sentiment, both sensing the disparity between them. But was the reality truly so? Before encountering Barrett and Ryder, perhaps the situation was indeed as they perceived. Yet now, armed with 3 master-level abilities, everything was uncertain. She might possess the strength to fight back, and until this moment, no one, including herself, had comprehended the entirety of her capabilities. Katie, too, anticipated the impending battle. Chapter 18. The clash with Shilio. How intriguing, truly fascinating. It was both self-deprecating and ironic. Shilio had never envisioned a day when he would face a prisoner from the underground levels with a blade, even if this prisoner possessed remarkable skills. But don't die too quickly, otherwise, I would find myself dreadfully bored. A plume of smoke ascended slowly, and in the very moment the words left his lips, Shilio's thunderstorm was drawn, its cold gleam flashing forth as a sudden, fluid strike akin to moonlight descended upon Katie. Is that all you've got? In the face of Shilio's confidence, Katie's demeanor was one of haughty disdain, completely disregarding her opponent. With a swift motion of her right hand, she unleashed a wave of sword energy, and in the next heartbeat, her figure vanished. In the following second, Shilio's form too had completely disappeared. Yet, what transpired next astounded all the conscious prisoners present. In an instant, powerful and razor-sharp sword energy enveloped the surrounding space, the solid ground torn asunder with deep fissures. Simultaneously, the spectacle of Katie and Shilio's battle was successfully transmitted to the command room on the 4th underground level via a nearby telephone bug, plunging the vast command room into an absolute silence. How can he be this formidable? Though they were not present to experience it firsthand, the visuals displayed on the screen were sufficient to convey Katie's prowess. She was battling none other than their former highest officer, Rain Shilio, the absolute master of swordsmanship within this prison. They had never heard of anyone who could endure even a single round against him. Yet, what they were witnessing now was incomprehensible. This young man named Katie could actually stand toe-to-toe with Shilio without faltering. Only at this moment did they realize how absurd their previous judgments had been. Someone who was supposed to be confined in the 6th level was now facing them from the 1st. Director, aren't you going to take a look? As a swordsman himself, Hanbani felt the situation acutely. The strengths of these two were beyond the reach of mere mortals. Presently, the only individual capable of intervening in this conflict throughout Impel Down was Magellan. Hanbani's voice offered a focal point for the panicked crowd, and all eyes instinctively turned towards Magellan. There's no need for concern. Shilio is someone I released with the intent of capturing Katie. Only in this manner can I extricate myself to deal with the issues on the other levels. In response to Magellan's words, they could only remain silent. They bore significant responsibility for the current situation. Had they been more vigilant in assessing Katie's strength, the subsequent events could have been averted. Enough idling. For now, we need not worry about Katie. Focus on addressing the issues on the other levels. Quickly apprehend the trio, Buggy the Clown, Mr. 2, and Mr. 3. And why has that straw-hatted brat, who was just confined to the 5th level, gone missing again? In an instant, the calm demeanor of Magellan erupted once more. This time, he was genuinely furious. Why was it that his subordinates could not even manage a single prisoner? Time and again, prisoners escaped right before his eyes. When did Impel Down become so feeble, practically a playground for others? As the director, he could not tolerate such incompetence. Hanbani, you will handle the suppression tasks on the upper 3 levels. I will manage the other floors. Do not let me down again. After leaving that final command, Magellan turned to depart. Time was of the essence. Ace's execution time was drawing near, and soon, the Navy would send someone to execute the release. Before that moment, Impel Down had to return to its original state. Yes, director. The crowd, naturally, dared not delay. Even the usually unreliable Hanbani wore a serious expression as he began orchestrating the next course of action, while also leaving personnel to monitor the battle on the 6th level, awaiting the final outcome. With a swift motion, Katie deflected a slicing strike. Before she could catch her breath, a more powerful strike followed closely behind. At this point, Katie had lost the opportunity for a counterattack and could only force her body to rotate mid-air, narrowly evading the lethal assault. What's the matter? Can't handle it? With the battle now under his control, Shilio was in no hurry to eliminate Katie. Killing her at this moment would bring him no advantages, only disadvantages. Shilio was acutely aware that as long as Katie remained alive, his own freedom was assured. Until the opportune moment arrived, it would be difficult for Katie to meet her end. In fact, he intended to leverage her strength to escape from this place. This is merely a warm-up. Despite Katie's verbal denials, she felt an undeniable unease within. Only by engaging directly with Shiryu could one truly comprehend his formidable strength. The battle had spanned merely a few minutes, yet Katie could feel her stamina depleting significantly. The reverberations from the blows had caused her right hand to throb painfully, nearly making it impossible to maintain her grip on the weapon. Her profound physical constitution seemed utterly insignificant in the face of Shiryu's prowess. She sensed that he was overwhelming her in nearly every aspect, firmly believing that he possessed the power equivalent to that of a vice admiral. Katie speculated that the master level represented a definitive boundary, a dividing line between the strong and the weak. The might of a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters might correspond to the master level, while those who transcended it were the individuals perched atop the world, admirals, vice admirals. The four emperors, and their vice. Perhaps this delineation was the purpose of the system's restriction of abilities to the master level, confining her within the realm of a vice admiral. Yet, this was not the source of her greatest frustration. In her quest to breach the master level threshold, Katie intended to utilize skill points to enhance her haki. However, the outcome was disheartening. The system indicated that a full 10 skill points were required to transition from master level 10 to extraordinary level 1. Given that acquiring a single skill point necessitated an expenditure of 100,000 exchange points, the vast disparity forced Katie to abandon her aspirations of leveling up. The total of her available resources proved insufficient, and forcibly elevating her ability level was clearly unattainable. Nonetheless, this did not imply that she was utterly powerless against Shiryu. Although the tearing skill bestowed by Buggy was merely at the proficient level, its rank did not wholly represent its ferocity. Unlike in previous skirmishes, Katie had refrained from employing her tearing ability thus far. She was biding her time, waiting for an opportunity that could deliver a decisive blow. She understood that Shiryu would not easily eliminate her. His release was merely temporary. Should she be captured, Magellan would undoubtedly intervene in the next moment. Thus, Katie felt far less endangered than she appeared. In fact, she was relatively secure. For the immediate future, Shiryu would not resort to lethal force against her, granting her a chance to overcome him. Chapter 19. Shiryu's killing intent. Come on, little ghost. To illustrate the chasm between you and the world, I shall grant you 3 moves. After a brief skirmish, Shiryu believed he had gauged Katie's capabilities. If the fight continued unchecked, he surmised that she would not last long. A scenario he was reluctant to witness, preferably not so soon. Very well. In an instant of surprise, Katie recovered her composure, feeling no anger at Shiryu's taunts. This was precisely what she had anticipated, and thus, she had no reason to decline the challenge. In this moment, Katie too relaxed, as if forgetting that the formidable enemy before her was the bloodthirsty and merciless Shiryu of the rain. Even her breath was subdued to the utmost. Yet, in the next instant, the tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered, and a terrifying aura surged forth, reaching its zenith in an instant. The once radiant silver blade was now fully enveloped in a pitch-black hue of haki, with the black edge emanating a destructive energy capable of rending everything apart. Ah, how intriguing. In response to Katie's transformation, Shiryu's demeanor remained entirely unchanged, betraying not a hint of alteration. Cross/. 2 streaks of purplish-black sword energy were unleashed instantaneously, imbued with a potency that far surpassed any previous strikes due to the enhancement of haki. Nevertheless, Shiryu's expression remained utterly impassive, showing no signs of tension, as if the oncoming assault was not directed at him. Thunderkill. Another blade of energy was unleashed, directly confronting Katie's attack. The 2 energies clashed in midair, dissipating without leaving a trace. Katie's initial strike concluded without a ripple. Before the dust could settle, a figure darted past with such swiftness that even Shiryu could not discern the motion. However, the imperceptibility to the naked eye did not imply an inability to capture it. Katie's form was vividly clear within Shiryu's observation, even more so than what could be seen with the eyes. Trivial technique, self-conceit. As the words fell, a blade was horizontally positioned before her. Just after executing this maneuver, Katie's form appeared, the blades connecting with precise accuracy. Despite successfully parrying Katie's assault, Shiryu, in a state of passive defense, found himself uncontrollably retreating. Upon landing, Katie abruptly assumed a peculiar stance. It was this very posture that caused Shiryu, who had previously believed he grasped the entirety of the situation, to momentarily freeze, staring at Katie in disbelief, as though he had encountered a phantom. His hand's actions lagged slightly. This fleeting moment, however, provided Katie with greater opportunities. With a swift motion, she unleashed a blade of energy that sliced perilously close to Shiryu's form, the dark haki failing to obscure its inherent brilliance, transforming the gleaming sword energy into the sole source of illumination in this underground realm. Boundary break. The radiance shimmered like water, fleeting in its brilliance. Thus, the 3rd move concluded, and it was not until the final moment that Katie's attack finally struck Shiryu. Her sudden outburst astonished all present, prompting them to engage in a mental exercise, pondering whether they could survive were they in Shiryu's position, ultimately leading them to reevaluate the young man before them. Yet, this was not their most profound shock. It was the sight of the fallen Shiryu that left them perplexed. Despite Katie's overwhelming eruption of power, they could hardly fathom that Shiryu could be brought low. After all, this was Shiryu, a being as formidable as a monster, so easily bested. They found it impossible to accept, unable to reconcile the reality. Not only could others not accept it, but even Katie herself struggled to comprehend the truth of the moment. Had she truly defeated Shiryu? Although his momentary lapse had allowed her attack to land, the ease with which victory came was disconcerting. She had not even had the chance to employ her tearing technique. At this moment, Shiryu became the focal point of everyone's attention. Under the collective gaze, His tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open. In that instant, all who beheld them were struck with bone-chilling terror. What manner of eyes were these? They brimmed with boundless madness, exuding an aura of unrelenting bloodlust, savagery, and cruelty. Even the guards watching from the underground fourth level through screens felt their skin crawl at the sight. Those eyes did not belong on a human face. They were the eyes of a demon from the abyss. The overwhelming killing intent unsettled even the formidable prisoners of the sixth level, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. For Kitty, standing directly in the path of Shiria's murderous intent, the sensation was most vivid and intense. The suffocating bloodlust felt tangible, piercing through flesh and skin, searing into the depths of her soul like a ravenous demon spreading boundless dread. Gripping her sword tighter, only the cold touch of its hilt offered her a sliver of solace. System, allocate all skill points to the severing slash ability. Without hesitation, Kitty invested every last point into the skill. A familiar warmth surged through her as the system panel updated. Her once proficient, ranked severing slash, LV 7, ascended to master, rank LV 1. Only then did her tension ease slightly. Though merely a 4-level increase, she knew the enhanced skill would far surpass its previous potency. Each major rank under the system represented a monumental leap, and master, rank severing slash would undoubtedly become her trump card. In this moment, the overwhelming sense of oppression brought by Shilia was palpable, and Katie had a foreboding that if she did not find a way to enhance her strength, she would undoubtedly meet her demise. By sheer coincidence, each advancement in her mastery-level skills required 2 skill points, and the 8 skill points she possessed were precisely sufficient, neither more nor less. How did you manage to do that? A deep, gravelly voice emanated from Shilio, imbued with an undeniable authority. Although his words were somewhat vague, Katie understood precisely what he was implying. He was questioning how she could wield the same swordsmanship skills as he did. Because I am formidable enough, Katie retorted, her tone matter of fact. Naturally, Shilio was skeptical of her claim. This was no longer merely a matter of prowess. If Katie could effortlessly replicate the abilities of others, it would constitute a terrifying phenomenon. Who could fathom how many abilities she had appropriated from him? No individual, regardless of their strength, would wish for their hard-earned skills to be pilfered by another, an occurrence that should inherently be impossible. Yet, what was deemed impossible was unfolding before his very eyes. The very skill that had once defined him was being usurped, leaving Shilio both perplexed and deeply wary. No one knew the extent of her capabilities, nor the breadth of her powers. What was more daunting was not the present, but the future. As she grew stronger, the individual she encountered would only become increasingly formidable, and the abilities she acquired would likewise intensify. Shilio could scarcely envision the heights to which she might ascend. Chapter 20. A difficult choice. Gazing at the young woman before him, Shilio felt a pang of regret for his earlier decision. He should not have made an enemy of someone like her. However, the die was cast, and remorse was futile. In the face of such an individual, there were only 2 courses of action. Either cultivate a positive rapport or eliminate her before she could reach her full potential. Clearly, Shilio had already forfeited his options. He had irrevocably offended Katie, and any hope of reconciliation was now nearly impossible. His only recourse was to dispose of her immediately. With this thought, Shilio's gaze hardened, radiating an inexorable bloodlust that sliced through the air like a razor against Katie's skin. It was evident he would not allow her to live. With those final words, he made no further delay and launched his assault. Unlike his previous swordplay, his movements were now frenzied, a wild manifestation of his unleashed power. Faced with the frenzied assault of Shilio, Katie felt an immense weight of pressure. The relentless barrage of clashes left her no respite, the pain radiating from her hands deepening with each impact. She was uncertain how much longer she could endure. Shilio, now fully engaged, proved to be a formidable opponent. In direct confrontation, she was no match for him. How about it, little Bart? What do you think of that young woman? Not much, just a slightly stronger aunt. Barrett replied dismissively, his disdain unmistakable. Oh, I beg to differ. From the outset, though she has been at a disadvantage, she has remained remarkably composed. Perhaps this young woman could indeed bring forth a miracle. That is merely an impractical fantasy. Miracles are reserved for the prepared. If anyone could conjure miracles at will, there would be no need for this world to exist. As a realist, Barrett adhered to only the most tangible and pragmatic beliefs, never placing faith in the ethereal. Whether a miracle can be created remains to be seen. After spending decades together, Bart was acutely aware of Barrett's temperament. No amount of discussion would alter his perspective. Why the sudden change? Weren't you just boasting? Come on, keep it up. Katie had honed her mastery of observation hockey to its zenith, perceiving everything around her, the fluctuations in space, the trajectory of sword energy, and Shilio's movements. Her armament hockey was ever at the ready, prepared to absorb Shilio's strikes. The battlefield expanded to encompass the entirety of the 6th underground level, and in anticipation of Shilio's misstep, Katie was compelled to flee while simultaneously siphoning the abilities from the prisoners. Ding. Detection of flame fruit ability. Would you like to copy and extract? Ding. Detection of sand fruit ability. Would you like to copy and extract? The sudden voice reverberating in her mind caused Katie to momentarily lose focus, her gaze involuntarily drawn to the prisons flanking her. In the next instant, A young man with an exposed upper body, marred by grievous wounds, came into view. Yet his eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance. Poor gassed Ace, the son of Roger, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. And Luffy's sworn brother, he was undeniably one of Katie's favorite characters from her previous life. On the other side stood another figure, though lacking Ace's renown, was no less formidable, a user of the Sand fruit and a former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, a man who had once challenged Whitebeard. In that moment, Katie faced an arduous decision. Both the Flame fruit and the Sand fruit were exceptionally potent Logia-type abilities, rendering their wielders nearly invincible in the first half of the Grand Line, impervious to harm until one mastered Haki. Previously, Katie had encountered other Devil Fruit abilities but had opted not to select them, as they were not to her liking. Although the system could assist her in mitigating the drawbacks of the Devil Fruit, the cost was exorbitantly high, beyond her current means. Yet, the two options before her were different. She would refuse neither. Reality presented her with the daunting task of selecting one option and relinquishing the other. What tormented her further was the lack of time for hesitation. Once she departed from this place, the system's capabilities would vanish, leaving her unable to choose at all. System, I choose the Flame fruit. After a moment of contemplation, Katie arrived at her decision. The reason for selecting the Flame fruit was its higher exchange value within the system compared to the Sand fruit, significantly so. Moreover, the price of the Flame fruit surpassed that of most Logia-type Devil Fruits, including the Magma fruit wielded by Admiral Akainu. This choice stemmed entirely from Katie's trust in the system. Undoubtedly, there was rationale behind its judgment. Although many believed the Flame fruit to be a lesser variant of the Magma fruit, Katie was convinced that this was merely because Ace had yet to fully develop its potential. Fire, as the most primal, fierce, and direct form of energy, possessed a destructive capacity that could be likened to natural disasters, reaching temperatures exceeding thousands of degrees, an undeniably terrifying force, even in the world of pirates, where even Kaido might struggle to emerge unscathed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Master-level LV-10 Flame fruit ability. As the system's voice echoed in her mind, a powerful wave of warmth, far exceeding her previous strength, surged within her. Simultaneously, Katie noted that while she had gained Ace's ability at Master-level LV-10, the system had not issued any special notifications this time, indicating that Ace's mastery of the fruit had merely reached its peak without further advancement. Thus, it further underscores Katie's judgment that the true power of the Flame fruit has yet to be fully revealed. Perhaps when she transcends to the next level, the fruit will display its inherent splendor. After everything concluded, Katie sensed an inexplicable transformation within her body, a subtle awareness of a unique and formidable power lying dormant, readily accessible at the mere flicker of a thought. Resisting the urge to experiment immediately, she recognized this unexpected boon as yet another trump card against Shiryu. If wielded wisely, it could yield unforeseen results, and thus she could not afford to unveil it lightly. Chapter 21, Victory. Ace, the one battling Shiryu. Could he possibly be your brother? Jinbei's eyes were fixed intently on Katie, locked in combat with Shiryu, struggling to fathom how someone could breach this stronghold. No, he is not my brother. Ace was acutely aware of Luffy's nature. That fool possessed no swordsmanship whatsoever, nor could he harness Haki. Could he be the Katie that Magellan spoke of? Upon recalling Katie's identity, Jinbei understood. Thanks to Magellan, her name had reverberated throughout the 6th level of the underworld, etching itself into the minds of all. Observing Katie at a disadvantage, Ace felt a pang of anxiety. With her mastery of Haki, Katie's strength evidently surpassed Luffy's, nearly rivaling his own, yet even with such prowess, she found herself ensnared in a life-or-death struggle. What was Luffy's predicament now? Even at this juncture, Ace remained concerned for Luffy's safety. Having a brother like him indeed made it difficult to rest easy, especially with his reckless determination to storm into impelled down to rescue him. Meanwhile, having acquired the abilities of the Flame fruit, Katie's mindset underwent a significant shift. There was no longer a need to wait. Rather, she could capitalize on the natural fruit's immunity to physical attacks to create opportunities. Unbeknownst to Shiryu, who continued his relentless assault, pressing Katie into a corner. The unexpected resistance she offered exceeded his expectations. Though each clash pushed her further back, she persisted, refusing to succumb. Shiryu. The furious roar echoed through the entire 6th level of the underworld, reminiscent of a lone wolf's final cry. Upon hearing this, many instinctively shook their heads in despair, interpreting a sense of hopelessness in Katie's voice. Clearly, she was prepared to make one last stand. Although such an outcome had long been anticipated, the reality of its approach still evoked disappointment in the onlookers. Once again, the opportunity to escape slipped away, leaving them uncertain if another chance would ever arise. Shiryu harbored similar thoughts. Katie's endurance thus far had already defied his expectations. By his calculations, she should have perished beneath his blade long ago. Surviving this long was commendable. Yet persisting further made little sense. Nonetheless, Shiryu remained vigilant, utilizing his observation Haki to scrutinize every movement of Katie, whose abilities were exceedingly enigmatic, warranting utmost caution. Familiar motions re-emerged from Katie, and with a mere glimpse of her stance, Shiryu discerned her intent, Without a doubt, she was preparing to execute her strongest skill, the severance. Was she planning to employ the same tactic once more, foolishly attempting to defeat him with his own technique? Did she truly believe that the same maneuver would yield results a second time? Do not presume that everyone is as foolish as you. Thus, let me demonstrate what true severance truly embodies. As he spoke, Shiryu mirrored Katie's stance, their subsequent movements aligning astonishingly, creating an illusion akin to gazing into a mirror. As the distance between them swiftly diminished, at this moment, determination filled Katie's eyes, and the remaining strength within her erupted entirely, unleashing a final strike with all her might. Severance! Severance! As the silhouettes were on the verge of overlapping, they finally executed their respective attacks. A fleeting brilliance obscured everything in the center of the battlefield. And within a radius of several hundred meters, a cataclysmic aura of destruction surged forth as the raging sword energy wreaked havoc on everything around. Even from hundreds of meters away, one could feel the tremendous fluctuations, as if the very name of the attack yearned to cleave the world asunder. All eyes were fixated on the heart of the battlefield, although suspicions had long since been formed in their hearts. The lack of direct observation left them with a sense of anticipation. What if Shiryu were to be defeated? Though this was merely a remote possibility, perhaps even a 1 in a million chance, it still lingered in the realm of possibility. How could this be? Who are you? Who are you? Before the spectators could discern the outcome, a voice filled with panic pierced the air, revealing that its owner was none other than Shiryu, not Katie. In an instant, the crowd was thrown into turmoil. It seemed that the improbable might indeed be true. How else could Shiryu's voice be so frantic? Eyes widened in eager anticipation, desperate to uncover the truth hidden within the smoke. Even Barrett, who had previously regarded the situation with disdain, could not help but look on. Could it be that a miracle had truly occurred? Amidst the collective gaze, a figure burst forth from the swirling smoke, dashing away in a panic-stricken manner, as if pursued by phantoms. Surely, that must be Shiryu. Despite recognizing the silhouette, disbelief clouded their minds. They could not fathom that Shiryu would react in such a manner. What had transpired in that fleeting moment? Why had he, who had maintained the upper hand until now, succumbed to such a state? The stark contrast between his previous confidence and his current disarray left them unable to comprehend. Furthermore, the keen observers noted a grievous wound, nearly a meter long, across Shiryu's chest, with blood gushing forth uncontrollably, a wound that could easily prove fatal. Undoubtedly, the architect of this chaos was the young man named Katie. Yet, they could not fathom how Katie, who had seemingly been at a distinct disadvantage, managed not only to conquer Shiryu but also to instill such fear within him. As the smoke gradually dissipated under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Katie's figure reemerged, yet disappointment washed over them. No matter how intently they looked, they could discern no clues. His somewhat delicate features bore no trace of a pirate. Instead, he resembled a young nobleman, his pallid complexion lending him an air of fragility. At this moment, he appeared unchanged from before, leaving them unable to reconcile the fact that this individual had frightened away the notorious Shiryu. Hey, Katie, quickly let me out. I can serve as your subordinate. Though the spectators grappled with the enigma of what had transpired, one truth became evident. Shiryu had been defeated. This meant that, for the foreseeable future, no one could obstruct Katie. In that span, he was a god among them, the sole deity, capable of granting anyone the freedom they longed for. Upon realizing this, the crowd lost their composure, pledging various oaths in hopes of winning Katie's favor. Chapter 22. The alliance is formed, however. Amidst the clamor of the outside world, Katie remained as still as a statue, frozen in place. This stillness was not born of reluctance to move, but rather from the limitations of his exhausted body. Although the battle with Shiryu had concluded, Katie was left utterly drained. His victory did not stem from sheer offensive power, but rather from the effects of the burn fruit. The immunity of the Logia-type fruit to physical attacks enabled Katie to evade Shiryu's strikes unscathed. By utilizing his observation haki, Katie anticipated Shiryu's attack trajectory, allowing him to elementalize just before being struck, thus successfully dodging Shiryu's blow. Conversely, Katie's sudden transformation bewildered Shiryu, who was caught off guard and unable to evade Katie's assault. With the combined force of the tearing and armament haki, Shiryu's defensive capabilities were breached, resulting in a severe cut across his chest from the razor-sharp sword energy. It was the realization of Katie's peculiar transformation that prompted Shiryu's exclamation of alarm. Despite knowing that Katie could absorb abilities from others, he had never anticipated that it would extend to the powers granted by a devil fruit. This was something he simply could not accept. That was the devil fruit. A treasure of the sea, each fruit a unique and rare gem. Yet, this Katie could obtain it directly and without limitation, and moreover, it was a formidable Logia-type fruit. Were it not for the incessant pain in his chest reminding Shiryu, he might have doubted whether he was dreaming. How could such an extraordinary occurrence transpire? Realizing this, Shiryu decisively chose to retreat. Setting aside his grave injuries, merely possessing the power of the Marimara no Mi made Katie no less formidable than himself, as the nature of Logia abilities significantly diminished his own offensive capabilities. Had he been at his peak, he might not have feared, but in his current state, it was wiser to avoid confrontation. I am Magellan. What is the matter? Magellan, who was searching for the reason behind Luffy's disappearance on the 5th level, impatiently answered the Den Mushi. However, The news that came through left him in a daze, as if a bomb had detonated in his mind, rendering him momentarily incredulous. What did you say? Shiryu was defeated. Despite his subordinates' repeated assurances, Magellan remained unwilling to believe it. Although he harbored a dislike for Shiryu, he recognized his strength. The very reason he had managed to capture Shiryu was due to the geography of Impel Down. His abilities were particularly suited for confined spaces, where the effects of the Doka Doka no Mi would be maximized. In the narrow confines of Impel Down, anyone would be at a disadvantage, Shiryu included. Outside, even if he could defeat Shiryu, capturing him would be impossible. If Shiryu wished to flee, he could not be contained. Yet now, Shiryu had actually been bested by Katie, a fellow swordsman, a notion he could scarcely fathom. In an instant, Magellan's assessment of Katie shifted, elevating him to an equal status in his eyes. Without hesitation, Magellan vanished, heading straight for the 6th level, fully aware that he had no time to waste. Any individual emerging from the 6th level could pose a significant threat, comparatively. Luffy's disappearance was a minor concern. The 6th level was now in a state of disarray, and if Katie were to act, there would be no one to stop him. Heaven knows what reckless deeds he might undertake. While he was uncertain of Katie's motives for escaping, it was evident that the 6th level was the limit of Impel Down, and it was clear that his target lay there. With this thought, a deep sense of foreboding began to stir within Magellan. Meanwhile, after a brief respite, Katie was finally free to act. Ignoring the pleas of those around him, he made his way directly to the cell where Barrett and Ryder were imprisoned. Having triumphed over Shiryu, he felt he finally had the standing to engage them as equals. So, am I now worthy to form an alliance with you? Though he spoke to both, his gaze was primarily fixed on Barrett. Katie had not forgotten Barrett's earlier words, promising an alliance should he overcome Shiryu. Now that he had succeeded, it was time for Barrett to fulfill his promise. Barrett fell silent, his gaze complex as he regarded Katie. His earlier remarks had stemmed from frustration with Shiryu, and he had never genuinely believed Katie could defeat him. Ironically, the very outcome he had deemed impossible now lay before him. He found himself at a loss for words. Though he did not know how the young man had achieved victory, a win was a win, and there was no disputing that. He had the grace to acknowledge this. Yet agreeing felt like a loss of face, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. Young Katie, if Barrett does not agree, then I shall, Ryder interjected unexpectedly. Having been cooped up for decades, I could indeed use a friend to help me find my way home. As Katie awaited Barrett's response, Ryder's affirmation took him by surprise. He had anticipated Barrett yielding first, then pressuring Ryder to follow suit, but plans often change, and Ryder had been the first to relent. Both Katie and Barrett were astonished by Ryder's unexpected willingness to ally. The once haughty Ryder had chosen to propose an alliance. Surely, the sun had risen in the west. Thoughts raced through Barrett's mind, but soon his expression hardened with resolve. Kid, I keep my word. Since you've defeated Shiryu, I accept your proposal and will ally with you. The moment Barrett finished speaking, a notification chimed in Katie's mind. Mission accomplished, rewards have been distributed. In an instant, Katie was overwhelmed by a series of unexpected delights. He had not anticipated such smooth proceedings. He had braced himself for a lengthy negotiation and even prepared for rejection, yet one by one. They had all agreed without further persuasion. Excellent. Since that is the case, we are now allies. I will release you both. In a flash, his blade was drawn, enveloped in a dark hue of hockey, and it sliced through the cell beside him, with a series of sharp cracks. The shackles binding Barrett and Ryder were severed in that moment. Chapter 23. The consumption of the fruit. The feeling of freedom is truly exquisite. Breathing in the air outside the cell, both Ryder and Barrett felt elated. After decades, they had finally broken free from the shackles of imprisonment. And this sensation was nothing short of euphoric. Release me, and I too shall join your alliance. On the other side, upon witnessing Katie liberating Barrett and Ryder, the other prisoners could no longer maintain their composure, desperately vying for Katie's attention. To this, both Ryder and Barrett merely observed in silence, showing no inclination to intervene. They were lone wolves, indifferent to the fates of others, eager instead to see what Katie would do. They were curious about the young man's true intentions for coming here. If it were merely to enhance his strength, he would surely have released more prisoners. Yet, based on their observations, it seemed Katie had no such intention, leaving them perplexed. I apologize, everyone, but you are not my targets. Barrett, please take care of this noise. It is quite bothersome. Of course, Barrett replied, never one to shy away from destruction. In the next moment, a terrifying aura descended, more ferocious and rampant than before, enveloping nearly half of the 6th level, plunging the surroundings into a newfound silence. As he turned his gaze toward Katie, it was only at that moment that Barrett's eyes reflected a hint of recognition. This time, Barrett did not deliberately avoid Katie. He too was enveloped within the sphere of his own conqueror's haki. At such close proximity, the pressure on Katie was far greater than that on others. Yet, despite this immense burden, Barrett displayed not the slightest discomfort. Through this test, Barrett seemed to have accepted Katie as an ally. Suddenly, a childish voice broke the moment, and a furry head popped out from Ryder's shoulder. This is my companion, Pado, a Zoan-type mythical beast, the Tanuki fruit. Of course, it is a Tanuki itself, but it has learned the language of humans. However, Katie paid no heed to Ryder's words, her attention entirely fixed on Pato's hands. In them lay a purple fruit adorned with black patterns, undoubtedly a genuine devil fruit. This was Katie's first encounter with such a treasure of the sea. Although she too had awakened powers, her abilities were merely a replication by the system, and she had never before laid eyes on this magnificent rarity. If her conjecture was correct, this fruit was the bat fruit, another zoan-type mythical beast. Its possessor could enhance their physical state by consuming the blood of others, effectively defying the ravages of age and maintaining a youthful peak indefinitely. It could be said that Ryder desperately needed this fruit, as a contemporary of Whitebeard and Roger. His physical prowess had undoubtedly waned considerably. Now, he was far from his prime, and this fruit could swiftly restore him to, or even surpass, his former glory. What astonished Katie was not merely the existence of the devil fruit, but its very presence. As a prisoner confined in the depths of the 6th level, she had been unaware that such a gem lay hidden nearby. It was no wonder Ryder had managed to escape during the chaos created by Blackbird. This fruit was likely the key to his escape. Even without her assistance, Ryder could have freed himself. Under the watchful eyes of Katie and Barrett, Ryder consumed the entire devil fruit in deliberate bites, his expression betraying no emotion. This taste is truly revolting. Then why consume it entirely? A single bite of a devil fruit suffices? Are you a fool? Barrett was at a loss for words, never having anticipated that the famed Red of Solitude would be such a slow-witted imbecile. In an instant, he regretted forming an alliance with someone so oblivious. Regardless, it is still sustenance, albeit somewhat inferior to the fare in Impel Down. It is not inedible. Barrett fell silent at Ryder's retort. As prisoners of Impel Down, they could hardly expect decent food, merely expired scraps. In comparison, the devil fruit at least offered freshness. So, what is your true intention, Katie? The topic shifted as Ryder directly pointed his inquiry at her. Up until now, he remained unsure of Katie's genuine motives and deemed it prudent to ask outright. If it was merely to forge an alliance with him and Barrett, he would not be swayed. Although their strengths were formidable, they were not without rivals, given Katie's capabilities. There would be many willing to ally with him outside, rendering this perilous venture unnecessary. Barrett shared this curiosity. From the moment Katie had appeared, they had been observing him, but they could not discern his purpose. Reluctantly, they decided to confront him directly. My purpose? Katie did not respond immediately. His initial aim had been quite simple, to save Ace. However, with the system's involvement, his objectives had gradually shifted, leaving him uncertain of his current intentions. Yet, this question did not perplex Katie for long. Soon, clarity dawned upon him. You must have heard of the recent upheaval at sea. The Whitebeard pirates are on the brink of full-scale war with the Navy. The ocean is about to erupt, and I intend to partake in this conflict. If you both are willing, I naturally hope for your assistance. If not, that is also acceptable. First, explain your plan. He neither accepted nor declined. And their anticipation of Katie's response was somewhat fulfilled. The entire world was indeed fixated on the impending clash between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy. Katie's desire to involve himself was hardly surprising. My plan is. He whispered a few words into the ears of the two, outlining his intentions broadly. These are the specifics, the rest will depend on the circumstances. Once Katie concluded, Ryder and Barrett remained rooted in place, momentarily unable to react. The revelations Katie had just shared were utterly staggering, causing them to reevaluate their prior perceptions of him. He is a reckless individual whose plans, regardless of their success or failure, will significantly impact the reputation of the Navy, with the cost of failure being his very life. Yet, Katie displays not a trace of fear upon her countenance, seemingly never contemplating the consequences of failure. Chapter 24. The Emergence of Magellan. Ha! How delightful, truly delightful. Just as I step out, I encounter such exhilarating affairs. Since fate has brought us together, count me in your plans. Upon hearing Katie's words, Barrett's heart, dormant for decades, began to beat anew, the warmth of his blood surging, revealing the essence of a berserker. Since little Barrett has consented, I shall not fall behind. It has been far too long since I last greeted my old friends. It is high time I pay them a visit, lest the world forgets my existence. Ryder was equally unwilling to lag behind. Both were warriors at heart. After all, Barrett would not have single-handedly challenged the Navy's Demon Slayer edict. Nor would Ryder have taken on the former Admiral Steelbone Kong alone. Faced with Katie's proposition, they had no reason to refuse. However, before Katie could revel in her excitement, a swiftly moving target suddenly appeared within the range of her observation hockey, the sheer aura emanating from it drawing attention. T. The voice arrived before the figure, laden with an insatiable murderous intent. Before anyone could alert her, Katie instinctively recognized the owner of that voice, Magellan. The current warden of Impel Down, wielder of the Doku Doku no Mi. In the next moment, a terrifying presence descended upon them as violet poison filled her vision, corroding even the hardest ground into pockmarked craters. Calmly observing Magellan from a distance, unlike before, Katie felt no need to flee. Ryder and Barrett stood resolutely beside her. Any one of them could handle Magellan without difficulty, let alone the two of them together. Moreover, even without their presence, Katie was confident in her ability to confront him. What made Magellan most formidable was his devil fruit ability. Stripped of that, He was merely a formidable force within the Navy headquarters. Previously, Katie found herself at a disadvantage. However, with the power of the Mare Marinomi now at her disposal, everything had changed. Before the overwhelming flames, Magellan's poison could not breach her defenses. If necessary, she could also utilize intangibility to immunize herself against the toxins. While she might not emerge victorious, he would not capture her, even in defeat. She had faith in her ability to escape. Hey, do not regard me with such disdain. This is merely our first meeting. Do not make it seem as though I am in peril. In response to Katie's mockery, Magellan, already seething with anger, burned with fury, wishing nothing more than to rend her apart. However, his anger was tempered by reason. He was acutely aware of the two individuals standing beside her, one a member of the Pirate King's crew, the other a legendary pirate on par with figures such as Whitebeard, Roger, and the Golden Lion. Upon catching sight of them, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Magellan is acutely aware of the capabilities possessed by the two individuals before him. It seems they have already allied with Katie, and it is evidently unrealistic for him to confront all three with his solitary strength. Magellan comprehends the gravity of his current mission. He must delay the trio in front of him. Defeating them appears increasingly improbable. Even Katie alone could easily overpower Shiryu. And the other two are undoubtedly stronger, not weaker. The Navy headquarters will soon dispatch personnel to retrieve Ace, if he can hold on until then. With the reinforcement of the Navy, there might be a chance to subdue the three adversaries. However, the next utterance from the opposing side shatters all of Magellan's plans. Katie, you go ahead and attend to your duties. We will handle matters here. It has been years since we've engaged in combat. This is a fine opportunity to hone our skills. No one is permitted to leave. Before Katie could react, Magellan launched an assault, unleashing torrents of purple venom that surged like colossal waves toward Katie and her companions. He could not allow Katie to take any action. The mere presence of these two was already a formidable challenge. Allowing more monstrous entities to emerge would surely upend the entire Impel Down. Do not mistake my restraint for weakness, shouted Magellan. Stone barrier. The moment Barrett uttered these words, the ground beneath them trembled as if animated, erecting a formidable barrier that thwarted all the venomous onslaught. Barrett, having consumed the combined fruit, displayed no fear of Magellan and could seamlessly utilize the surrounding walls to shield against the toxic assault. Hurry along. Your presence is unnecessary here. Very well. Wait for my signal, and we will strike together to eliminate him. Katie nodded and turned to depart. She recognized that remaining was futile, as more pressing matters awaited her attention. With several swift turns, Katie exited the combat zone. Despite Magellan's incessant roars behind her, he could not breach the defenses established by Ryder and Barrett. Katie made her way directly to the location where Ace was imprisoned. Long before she formed an alliance with Barrett and Ryder, the system had assigned her a new task: rescue Ace. Although the directive was succinct, the reward was substantial: 300,000 exchange points and 20 skill points. This mission was perhaps the simplest she had ever encountered, devoid of challenge, yet its ramifications were immense. As the focal point of the entire affair, Ace's existence was crucial. By rescuing him, the war at Marineford could very well reach a conclusion, with Ace safe. Whitebeard would have no reason to continue the conflict. While such an outcome was indeed acceptable, successfully accomplishing the system's ultimate task and rescuing both Ace and Whitebeard, it also meant forfeiting an opportunity for rapid enhancement of her own abilities. The Marineford War, the grandest battle in the pirate world, consisted of no weak participants. All naval combatants were, without exception, officers of considerable rank. And Whitebeard's side was even more formidable, as the title of the world's strongest man is not casually bestowed, and none of his captains were weak. Thus, Katie devised a plan that could be considered a compromise. She would substitute for Ace and proceed to the Navy headquarters instead. Once such a thought emerged, it could no longer be restrained. Although the risks involved were considerable, Katie did not find it implausible. On the contrary, she perceived a significant likelihood of success. Before long, the cell that housed Ace came into view. Perhaps sensing a disturbance, Ace lifted his gaze towards the outside. Coincidentally, at the same moment Katie was scrutinizing him from within. Their reflections mirrored in each other's eyes. Ace, do you wish to leave this place? Chapter 25. In a chord, a thunderclap resonated in Ace's mind. He could scarcely fathom that Katie's first words would be this. He yearned to escape, desperately so, since the moment he had set foot in this place. He had longed for freedom. Yet, this was no ordinary location, but the world's most formidable prison, Impel Down. Even if his father were to come personally, it was unlikely he could extricate him from this predicament. In fact, Ace did not wish for his father's arrival. He had remained alive thus far to lure his father out, and he was unwilling to place him in jeopardy due to his own desires. Are you willing to rescue me? Ace did not realize that his voice trembled, the surprise overwhelming him to the extent that he struggled to comprehend the moment. Previously, he had entertained the notion of pleading with Katie, yet he had observed her disdainful attitude towards the pleas of others, which had led him to abandon such thoughts. Who could have anticipated that just as he chose to relinquish hope, Katie would approach him of her own volition? This unexpected turn of events truly astounded him. I am willing to set you free, but you must agree to certain conditions. In response to Katie's proposition, Ace's initial excitement gradually transformed into calmness. Indeed, one does not receive gifts from the heavens. It was clear that someone with no ties to him would not offer assistance without ulterior motives. If your intentions are to harm my father or the Whitebeard pirates, then let it be known that I shall never acquiesce to any terms. At that moment, Ace presumptuously regarded Katie as an intruder vying for his father's position, rejecting her outright without even inquiring. Mr. Ace, I have not yet articulated what I require of you. How could you assume it would be detrimental to Whitebeard? Perhaps I am an ally of yours, she asserted. Katie, feeling helpless, lamented her inability to appear virtuous, as Ace had dismissed her without a moment's consideration. Mr. Katie, what precisely is it that you wish Ace to agree to? This time, it was not Ace who spoke, but Jinbei, who had been intently observing Katie ever since her arrival. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he inquired about her intentions. It's quite simple. Once I release him, he must not leave a trace nor be recognized, for I will take his place here. What a ridiculous joke. Katie's nonchalant tone lacked any convincing power, leading both Ace and Jinbei to believe she was jesting. I am entirely serious. This is no jest. Her demeanor remained indifferent, yet her eyes sparkled with clarity. Why? Why go to such lengths? Ace could hardly comprehend the motives of this young individual, who was even younger than himself. No matter how hard he pondered, he could not fathom the necessity of her actions. Setting aside the peril of her disguise, the dangers she faced were overwhelming. She was not stepping into a realm of gentle comforts, but rather into the arena of public execution. Because I promised Luffy that I would rescue you. Taken aback, Ace never anticipated that Luffy's name would be the reason behind her actions. Hearing it warmed his heart. Is he all right? Despite his dire situation, Ace could not suppress his concern for Luffy. He is fine, though he has suffered greatly at the hands of Magellan. He has found a method to detoxify and will awaken shortly. Only then did Ace feel a modicum of relief. As long as Luffy was safe, that was all that mattered. Then why not simply let me go? Wouldn't he that resolve everything? Yet, Ace still could not grasp why Katie chose to impersonate him when safer alternatives existed. Because I wish to witness the arrival of war. Why? What benefit does war hold for you? The moment Katie spoke, Jinbei questioned her vehemently. Clearly, he could not fathom her reasoning. What good could possibly come from the devastation and calamity of war? As a pirate, does one truly require a reason to initiate war? In response to their inquiries, Katie provided an irrefutable justification. At this juncture, it is the only course available to me. After all, I must conceal the existence of the system. Surprisingly, this seemingly improvised rationale proved quite effective. As a pirate, instigating war requires no justification. Much like when one is asked why they favor a particular person, there is simply no reason. You are exploiting my father, leveraging the Whitebeard pirates. Jinbei, as a Shichibukai and a merman who had witnessed the misfortunes wrought by war, reacted most vehemently to Katie's explanation. It was precisely because of this that he vehemently opposed the impending conflict and found himself imprisoned by the Navy. Thus, upon hearing Katie's reasoning, his response was the most intense. Compared to Jinbei, Ace's reaction was notably calmer. He remembered his own early days, unafraid of anything, even boldly challenging Whitebeard. Therefore, he could somewhat understand Katie's perspective. Katie chuckled, amused by Jinbei's words. Exploiting? Jinbei, do you genuinely believe I am exploiting Whitebeard? Isn't that the case? Jinbei, equally enraged, countered her naivety. Very well, let me ask you this. If it weren't for me, would this war not have erupted? Before Jinbei could respond, Katie continued her inquiry. Without me, do you truly believe Ace would survive? Without me, do you think Whitebeard would endure? I have heard of a prophetess named Madame Charlie from Fishman Island. I do not believe she has failed to foresee the events to come. You should know the outcome better than I do. Otherwise, you would not be here. In comparison to Whitebeard, was not her own situation far more perilous? So tell me, where have I exploited Whitebeard? Is what he says true, Jinbei? Did Madame Charlie truly prophesy for my father? What was the outcome? Tell me. Unable to maintain his composure any longer, Ace erupted, having been prepared to face any scenario since his defeat at the hands of Blackbeard. The only thing he could not tolerate was the thought of his family suffering because of him. Jinbei fell silent, unsure of how to respond to Ace's query. For the outcome was precisely as Katie had articulated, and it was this very truth that fueled his staunch opposition to the war. Katie, I will agree to anything you ask of me. I implore you, let me go. In this moment, Ace was engulfed in an overwhelming fury. The silent Jinbei had already conveyed everything. Such a situation would not be tolerated. No one was allowed to harbor such thoughts about their father, not even Kaido, another of the 4 emperors, nor the Marine headquarters. Resolute, Ace implored Katie to grant him his freedom. He yearned to fight and uphold the dignity of the Whitebeard pirates. The heart that had long been dormant flared anew with passion. Chapter 26. The emergence of the Fire Fist. A subtle smile graced his lips, although he anticipated Ace's agreement. Relief washed over him when Ace finally nodded. So be it, you shall have your freedom. With a swift motion, he severed the bonds that constrained Ace. No matter what. Thank you. Feeling the long-lost sensation of freedom, Ace expressed his sincere gratitude to Katie. A plume of flame began to rise slowly from his fist. And liberated from the seastone handcuffs, Ace could finally wield his powers once more. By the way, there is another matter requiring your assistance. Katie had not forgotten the troublesome Magellan that still needed to be dealt with. What is it? Speak freely. Having chosen to place his trust in Katie, Ace was unwilling to deny his request. However, could you also release Jinbei? He is concerned for our father. Glancing at Jinbei beside him, Ace could not help but plead with Katie. Please wait. He cannot be released just yet. Otherwise, my disguise may be compromised. It would be wiser to rescue him when your brother arrives. Very well. With Katie's assurance, Ace reluctantly acquiesced, comforted by the knowledge that he was at least free to leave. Let us go. It is time to address the nuisance that is Magellan. With that, Katie took Ace away, but their return route diverged entirely from their entry path. Aerial observation would reveal that Katie had traversed the entirety of the 6th underground layer both times. Upon reaching the battlefield's edge once more, the personal ability panel within the system interface had undergone a remarkable transformation. His dual-color hockey had reached Master Level 10, and he had acquired several formidable skills. Among these were Jinbei's Master Level Fishman Karate, the Hero Spear from the giant Saint Juan Wolf, and the Frenzy skill from Bacchus. All three skills had also attained Master Level 10, along with an auxiliary skill known as Mechanical Technology. The acquisition of these three skills compensated for Katie's shortcomings in close combat. The might of Fishman Karate, being Jinbei's signature technique, was indisputable, and the other two skills were equally formidable. The Hero's Spear, mastered only by the strongest warriors of the giant race, possessed unimaginable destructive power. The first to wield this skill was the giant Helding, who had used it to send flying the abilities of the Don Quixote family. However, what intrigued Katie the most was the last skill, Frenzy. According to the system's description, utilizing this skill would temporarily double his strength, despite its inability to be sustained for long periods and the severe aftereffects it entailed. Nevertheless, it was a rare life-saving skill. However, what concerned Katie was that most of these skills originated from individuals who would later join the Blackbeard Pirates, including the observation hockey. Katie even briefly entertained the thought of resolving matters with them here. Unfortunately, time was not on his side, and he lacked the confidence to deal with them swiftly. Although it was regrettable, he had to let them go. Strike. End him with one blow. With his thoughts refocused, Katie signaled an attack. The sharp blade slicing through the air, the cold steel radiating an intimidating glimmer. Cut off. There was no mercy to be found. Katie unleashed his most powerful sword skill. At that moment, Magellan was no longer the same as when Katie had last departed. The venom enveloping his body was no longer purple, but an eerie crimson. And not even the massive stone walls controlled by Barrett could provide complete protection. Clearly, under the combined assault of Ryder and Barrett, Magellan felt immense pressure and had resorted to his ultimate state, the Poison Giant. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. A searing heat suddenly erupted, and Ace, who had been standing by, was completely engulfed in flames. The towering inferno captured everyone's attention, resembling the sun as it radiated destructive heat. Standing at the center of the flames, Ace appeared as the god of fire, commanding all. The sudden turn of events was sensed by the three combatants in an instant. Before they could fully comprehend Ace's arrival, Magellan found himself facing an unprecedented crisis. As Katie and Ace unleashed their powers, Barrett and Ryder, engaged in direct combat, erupted simultaneously with 4 waves of devastating attacks, leaving him no avenue for escape. He could only withstand the onslaught head-on. Poison Domain. Crimson venom surged violently as Magellan pushed his abilities to the limit, summoning a sea of poison for defense. The extreme calm was swiftly followed by extreme chaos. Flames, venom, boulders, and sword energy erupted upon contact, the shockwaves of the attack enveloping the entire 6th underground layer and even affecting the upper levels. The entire Impel Down shook, and even Katie and his companions were thrown back by the force of the explosion. Time passed, and eventually, calmness returned. A massive crater lay before them, and Katie could not immediately locate Magellan. What should we do? Should we kill him now? Barrett proposed, gazing at the unconscious Magellan sprawled among the rubble. Let him live. We will need to utilize his identity later. He is merely a guard here, not someone who imprisoned himself. Barrett regarded Katie curiously, but said nothing further. They bore no significant grudge against Magellan. Then let him live, but he shall experience the life of a prisoner. Although they decided not to kill him, they could not simply leave him be. Barrett fetched a pair of sea-stone handcuffs and secured them on Magellan, binding him with iron chains, revealing a hint of regret that they could not execute him. All right, Ace, this matter is settled. You are now completely free. Do as you wish. But remember our agreement. Do not reveal your identity, not even to Luffy. If you seek out Whitebeard, let him be the only one to know, understood? With Magellan subdued, there were no more issues on the Impel Down side, and Ace was free to depart. Gazing intently at Katie, Ace found himself unable to calm his racing heart. He had long awaited this moment, yet now that it had arrived, he was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Sensing Ace's silence, Katie could vaguely guess his thoughts. Ace, if you're uncertain about your next steps, I suggest you return promptly to the Whitebeard pirates. They should have already arrived in these waters. Inform Whitebeard of our situation. He is unaware of the circumstances here. Relay my plans to him, so he can adjust his strategies accordingly and minimize casualties. Chapter 27. Target Mr. 2. Are you not afraid we will abandon you? Ace was truly perplexed by Katie's trust. Throughout their interactions, he had never doubted whether she might abandon him. Of course, he was unafraid, believing she was not that kind of person, just as he trusted Whitebeard wasn't either. Observing the radiant smile on Katie's face, he found himself unable to contradict her. "Take care, I'm leaving," he said, and without lingering, he turned and departed. As for Katie's decision, neither Ryder nor Barrett intended to intervene. This was Katie's affair, and they were merely allies, not partners. Thus it was inappropriate for them to meddle. "Let us depart as well. It is time to proceed to the next step." Carrying the unconscious Magellan, the two followed Katie to their next destination. How could he be so formidable? Fortunately, we didn't engage earlier. The outcome might have been uncertain otherwise. Through a video call, Ivankov, positioned on the 5.5 level underground, witnessed the battle between Katie and Shiryu. Contrary to expectations of her demise, Katie not only survived, but astonishingly triumphed over Shiryu. Even though considerable time had elapsed, she could hardly believe this reality. When Katie had arrived earlier, Ivankov had not sensed any overwhelming aura emanating from her. Who could argue with that? We had even prepared for a strategic withdrawal, but now it seems that may no longer be necessary. The astonishment of the Scissor Man was equally profound, having experienced the horrors of the 6th underground level. He understood well that for an ordinary person, not only was battling there implausible, but even the mere aura exuded could evoke despair. I wonder how the situation stands now. Magellan should have arrived by now. Unbeknownst to Ivankov and the others, many communication devices had been destroyed due to the clash between Katie and Shiryu, particularly the final collision that had reverberated throughout the 6th underground level. Therefore, neither Ivankov nor the control center of Impel Down were aware of the subsequent events. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed, and before Ivankov could respond, the door swung open. "Long time no see, Ivankov." The familiar voice coupled with a familiar face left Ivankov and the Scissor Man momentarily speechless. They had not anticipated Katie's arrival, especially not at this moment, when she should have been in the 6th underground level. However, their astonishment was only beginning as figures began to emerge behind Katie. With each appearance, Ivankov's eyes widened further, to the point where it seemed they might pop out. The infamous Red Rider Field, the Devil's Descendant Barrett, and the mightiest man of Impel Down. Magellan. These terrifying titles flooded Ivankov's mind. Having spent years in Impel Down, she was aware of the legendary figures confined to the 6th underground level, and these two were undoubtedly among the most renowned. Yet, what shocked her even more was the fate of Magellan, the man who instilled fear in all the inmates of Impel Down, now reduced to a captive. What is going on here? Facing such formidable individuals, Ivankov struggled to maintain her composure. Any one of them possessed the power to annihilate her and her companions. This was precisely why she only recruited prisoners from the 5th level and above. Though not particularly strong, they were at least manageable. Ivankov understood that if these individuals escaped, the entire world order would be altered, especially considering that to confront one of them, the Navy had almost deployed a third of its elite forces. "Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to ask for someone." Sensing Ivankov's tension, Katie hastily clarified, feeling somewhat helpless given the terrifying deeds of the two behind her. "Who were you looking for?" Upon hearing Katie's explanation, Ivankov's anxiety only intensified. Aside from Luffy, she struggled to think of anyone else worthy of such a visit. "Rest assured, I am not seeking Luffy, but rather the person who accompanied him. Would you kindly bring him to me?" All right. Ivankov understood that the individual Katie referred to as undoubtedly Mr. 2. While she admired him, it was not enough to prompt her to refuse Katie's request. "By the way, remember to keep our visit a secret. No one else must know, save for the two of you." As she spoke, she pointed at Ivankov and the Scissor Man, her meaning unmistakable. "Do not worry. I know what to say and what to keep to myself." Despite her verbal assurances, Ivankov felt perplexed. Her room was surrounded by people, and any attempt to enter would undoubtedly attract attention. Why then, the insistence on secrecy? However, when Ivankov stepped outside, she finally grasped Katie's reasoning. Every single person around the room lay unconscious on the ground. Such formidable conquerors hockey. Clearly, the ability to silently incapacitate everyone in an instant could only be attributed to conquerors hockey. Fortunately, all were merely unconscious and in no mortal danger. Otherwise, her years of effort would have been in vain. Experiencing the magnitude of Katie's power firsthand, Ivankov's trepidation grew. Such strength was likely on par with dragons. No wonder she was a legendary pirate. Even more concerning to her was the relationship between the two and Katie. It was already peculiar for two prideful individuals to coexist peacefully, let alone the apparent camaraderie they shared with Katie. Ivankov began to suspect Katie's intentions. Was the rescue merely to liberate these two, or did they have some prior connection? Yet, they belonged to entirely different eras and had never crossed paths before. Furthermore, it seemed that Katie had a good rapport with Luffy, raising questions about Ace's current situation. All these uncertainties weighed heavily on Ivankov, who remained in the dark. Go. Long before encountering Mr. 2, his voice echoed from afar. His fervent shouts left Ivankov silent. No one could rival his concern for Luffy, a friendship that transcended life itself. "Mr. 2, please pause. Follow me. Someone wishes to meet you." Reluctantly, Ivankov interrupted Mr. Two's fervent cheers. She could not refuse Katie's request. I am not going anywhere. I will cheer for the straw hat here. Unaware of the circumstances, Mr. Two resolutely rejected Ivankov's request, willing to forsake his own life for the sake of his friend, caring little for anything else. No. You must meet this person. I will arrange for others to support the straw hat. You simply must come with me. With no time to waste, Ivankov swiftly scooped up Mr. Two and instructed the remaining conscious individuals to cheer for the straw hat. Even then, Mr. Two continued to chant his encouragement. Chapter 28. Preparations complete. Go. Go. He had been saying go for quite some time, yet the go never seemed to materialize. Upon entering the room, Mr. Two was met with the sight of the unconscious Magellan beside him. The unexpected sight nearly startled him to death, only for him to realize that Magellan was in a state of deep unconsciousness. Upon this realization, Mr. Two fell silent, although he did not recognize the other three individuals. He could sense the immense aura they exuded clearly. They were not to be trifled with. I am Katie. I wonder if you have heard of me through Luffy. So you are indeed Katie. The Straw Hat Kid spoke of you. Did you seek me out? The name Katie has indeed reached Mr. Two through Luffy's lips. However, the Katie he referred to had escaped from the lower level, and logically, one would not expect such formidable strength. As he glanced toward Ivan, he noticed her nod, dispelling Mr. Two's lingering doubts. It is indeed I who sought you, for I am in need of your assistance. Katie stated her purpose directly, since her escape from imprisonment. Over 10 hours have elapsed, leaving approximately 20 hours until the public execution, meaning there is less than a day remaining. At this juncture, personnel from the naval headquarters could arrive at any moment. Prior to their arrival, I must ensure that all preparations are meticulously completed to guarantee absolute security. Otherwise, should my identity be unveiled, I would be swiftly dealt with. What task could possibly require my assistance? Suddenly entrusted with such a request, Mr. Two found himself perplexed, doubting his ability to contribute to a matter that even they could not resolve. Only you possess the capability to assist with this. I require your skill to masquerade as Magellan. Once again casting his gaze upon Magellan, Mr. Two could not fathom why Katie would demand such a thing of him. Could you enlighten me on the rationale? Despite Magellan being unconscious, the risk of impersonating him was significant, and Mr. Two felt compelled to seek clarity. I cannot disclose the specific reasons, but I can assure you that Ace has already been rescued by me. A thunderous revelation struck the minds of the onlookers. The announcement was so abrupt that it left several momentarily speechless. You truly managed to save the young master? But where is he now? Although Ivan had suspected something upon witnessing the unconscious Magellan, hearing the confirmation from Katie's lips still left him in shock. However, Katie's subsequent statement was even more astonishing. You are mistaken. The individual I rescued is not your young master, but rather the son of the Pirate King. What did you say? That person is Roger's son? As Katie's words hung in the air, Barrett's voice echoed forth. His gaze towards Katie was laden with complexity. To him, Roger was an extraordinary figure in his life. Despite his disapproval of Roger's final choices, he could not deny the joy and fulfillment he experienced during their time together. Thus, upon learning that Ace was Roger's son, memories of those bygone days flooded his mind. Indeed, Ace is the son of Roger. However, he has inherited his mother's surname and does not acknowledge the father he has never met. On this matter, Barrett remained silent. He was solely concerned with whether Ace bore Roger's bloodline, indifferent to the surname he carried. Was it Rayleigh who sent you? Upon discovering Ace's identity, Barrett naturally assumed that Katie was acting on behalf of Rayleigh and the others, even believing that Roger's crew was poised to act. I regret to inform you that I am not acquainted with anyone named Rayleigh. Frankly, Katie too felt perplexed by Rayleigh and the others' demeanor during the Marineford War. As the son of their captain was on the verge of being slain, their calmness was baffling. Even the outsider Whitebeard displayed more urgency, leaving Katie puzzled about their true intentions. I see now. It appears they are under surveillance. While this statement was not explicitly articulated, Katie discerned the underlying message and grasped the likely reason for Rayleigh and his companions' inaction. As Barrett suggested, it seemed they were being monitored and thus unable to intervene. The decisions made during the Marineford War were not solely the Navy's, but also reflected the will of the world government, with the Navy merely confronting the Whitebeard pirates head-on. Nevertheless, this does not imply that other issues have ceased to exist. Roger's crew requires vigilant oversight. If the disbanded Roger pirates were to reassemble as a result, it would be a regrettable outcome. Clearly, the Navy lacks the capacity to manage this situation concurrently, necessitating the involvement of other agencies, such as the CP organization or even the elusive army forces. Upon reflection, Katie suddenly perceived that the world government was far more complex than she had previously understood. As for the task you wish me to undertake, I shall oblige. It was only at this moment that Mr. Two dared to interject. There was no denying that. At the instant Katie unveiled Ace's identity, a surge of energy erupted from Barrett. Although it was but a fleeting moment, Mr. Two was nonetheless taken aback. And it was only now that his emotions began to settle. His acquiescence was not due to the formidable strength of Katie and her companions, but rather because of Ace. The Straw Hats had ventured into this perilous situation solely to rescue Ace, his brother. Having encountered Magellan in the depths of level 4, Mr. Two had come to comprehend the grave challenges that lay ahead, realizing that a single misstep could lead to death. Now that Ace had been rescued, it signified that the Straw Hats no longer needed to take such risks. Out of gratitude, Mr. Two felt compelled to comply. Very well then. Allow me to elucidate the course of action. After a brief introduction, Katie laid out her plan before the group. Apart from the already informed Barrett and Ryder, the others were left in a state of bewilderment, even breaking into a cold sweat at Katie's words. Are you out of your mind? Do you comprehend what this entails? It means you must impersonate Ace in front of the Fleet Admiral and the 3 admirals. Should you fail, you will have no chance to plead for mercy. After hearing Katie's scheme, Ivan could no longer maintain his composure, disregarding the capabilities of Katie and her companions as he voiced his concerns. Like Jinbei, Ivan saw no necessity for such a course of action. With Magellan dealt with, wouldn't it be wiser to simply depart? Enough. Just follow my instructions. There is no need for you to know anything else. Mr. Two, the next step rests upon you. Katie was unwilling to reiterate her explanation, prompting Mr. Two to act swiftly while declining Ivan's inquiries. At this moment, the guards from the upper levels must be growing restless and coming to look for Magellan. There's no time to delay. Very well. Though astonished, Mr. Two refrained from further comment. He didn't believe Kitty was courting death, after all. If he had managed to deal with someone as troublesome as Magellan, perhaps he truly had a plan. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and touched Magellan's face. In the next instant, Mr. Two's appearance transformed. His body swelled like an inflated balloon, rapidly enlarging. His facial features morphed into an exact replica of Magellan's. Without witnessing the transformation firsthand, even Kitty couldn't distinguish between the two. Chapter 29. Countdown. 19 hours. Warden, are you alright? A group of guards stared nervously at the figure before them, Magellan. After Shiryu's defeat, Magellan had become their sole beacon of hope. The recent abnormal tremors had only heightened their anxiety, fearing something might have happened to him. The consequences of such a scenario were unthinkable. After much deliberation, they had decided to band together and search for Magellan. To their relief, they spotted his familiar silhouette before Ace's cell, easing their unease slightly. What could possibly be wrong with me? I've already defeated Kitty. Though he escaped, he has been poisoned by my venom. Even if he doesn't die, he won't be causing any more trouble. Magellan, or rather, the imposter, responded with feigned composure to his subordinates' concerns. But just now, the entire Impel Down experienced an unusual tremor. Based on our analysis, the source was level 6. We were worried about your safety, yet couldn't reach you. So, we decided to come and check. It's a relief to see you unharmed. As they spoke, the guards scrutinized the figure before them, finding no trace of injury. Their admiration deepened. Truly, their warden was formidable. Effortlessly triumphing even over an enemy who had defeated Shiryu. By the way, how much longer until the Marines arrive? Magellan suddenly inquired. It's currently noon. The Marines are scheduled to arrive at 7 tomorrow morning, 19 hours from now. Every detail concerning Ace was etched into their memories, and they answered without hesitation. Understood. Return to your posts. As a precaution, I'll remain here until the very end. Relay a message to Hannibal. He has to handle any issues in the other levels. If anything goes wrong, he can forget about ever sitting in my chair. Yes, we'll deliver the message. With that, they turned and departed, not daring to disobey Magellan's orders. Nor did they find his instructions unreasonable. Given the recent chaos, the slightest oversight could lead to Ace's rescue. A responsibility none could bear. Watching his subordinates retreat, the imposter exhaled deeply, about to speak when Ace, or rather, the disguised Kitty, shook his head from within the cell. In an instant, the imposter tensed, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. Only after confirming no one else was present did he relax, addressing the figure in the cell. How was my performance, Mr. Kitty? Impressive. Better than I expected. The deception was limited to Magellan. The ace in the cell was also a counterfeit, meticulously crafted by Kitty. Your disguise is truly remarkable, Mr. Kitty. Without my devil fruit abilities, I could never achieve such perfection. How did you manage it? Mr. Two was in awe. Had he not witnessed the transformation himself, he would have sworn the figure before him was the real Ace, identical in both appearance and voice. Kitty wasn't the only one astonished. Everyone who had seen it shared the same disbelief. Had they not known in advance that Mr. Two was the true user of the clone fruit, they might have mistaken Kitty for the real deal. It's nothing special. Just a little something I picked up. The legendary Asian first divine art, makeup. Kitty brushed it off with a casual excuse. As a man, he had no real expertise in makeup. This was entirely the system's doing. This is a one-time transformation technique exchanged with 100,000 points. And the moment the digit in the 100,000 place diminished, Katie felt a sharp pang of regret. One skill point had vanished just like that. Now, Katie deeply comprehends the significance of skill points. Despite possessing 31 of them, she hesitates to expend even a single one. Even though several crucial skills are on the verge of breakthrough, if she enhances just a few skills, she could seamlessly attain the Vice Emperor level. The reasoning behind her reluctance is not merely the desire to conserve, but also to prepare for the impending war. When the time comes, she intends to make targeted choices based on the enemy's characteristics, ensuring greater efficacy. Mr. Katie, Are you not afraid of my revelation? Jinbei, who had remained silent for a long while, suddenly spoke up, unable to accept Katie's actions. Revelation? Jinbei, feel free to try. Currently, the entire Impel Down is under my control. If you expose me, the war may conclude prematurely, yet it could also persist. That is something I cannot ascertain. However, one thing I am certain of. At this juncture, an icy chill permeated Katie's words, and for some inexplicable reason, Jinbei felt an ominous shiver run through him. I can assure you that the moment you finish speaking, you shall meet your demise, and Fishman Island will, because of you, be plunged into eternal unrest. The final 4 words were articulated slowly, with each syllable enunciated distinctly, devoid of any semblance of jest. Do you still possess the dignity of a strong warrior? How can you strike against an unarmed, ordinary person? Fury surged within Jinbei's chest, his eyes bloodshot with rage. At that moment, he was even tempted to eliminate Katie. Every individual has a sensitive spot, a line that must not be crossed. For Jinbei, that taboo is Fishman Island. He will not permit anyone to harm it. Yet the very existence of the island has become his vulnerability. Once someone holds the fate of Fishman Island in their grasp, he becomes indecisive and hesitant. Undoubtedly, Katie currently wields such power, and Jinbei is acutely aware of the relationship between Katie and Barrett. Should the 3 unite to assault Fishman Island, even the Whitebeard pirates could not guarantee its safety. The opportunity has been given to you. If you choose not to seize it, do not concern yourself with me. With that, Katie dismissed Jinbei entirely, resolutely closing her eyes to rest. She had already expended considerable energy in her previous battle with Shiryu. Fortunately, she had replenished herself at Ivan's, regaining much of her stamina, yet her spirit remained weary. After all, since the prison break, she had not enjoyed a moment of proper rest, her mind perpetually on high alert. The 6th level of the underground descended once more into profound silence, time slipping by imperceptibly. At this moment, the entire world felt eerily quieter than usual. However, everyone understood that this tranquil atmosphere was merely an illusion. The calm before the storm. All eyes instinctively turned towards Marine headquarters at Marineford. It was evident that a battle capable of altering the world's balance was inevitable. Yet, who could have anticipated that on the eve of war, a time traveler would suddenly arrive, potentially altering the fated outcome in ways no one could foresee? Chapter 30. Visitors from headquarters. As the first rays of morning sunlight graced the earth, the world's largest prison, Impel Down, welcomed its guests. Several naval vessels quietly docked outside the gates of Impel Down. Simultaneously, the previously quiet 6th underground level buzzed with activity, as a multitude of guards led by Magellan gathered to fulfill Ace's final transfer mission. At this moment, the emotions of all the guards were uniformly tense. Although it was merely a straightforward transfer from the 6th underground level to the outside, these fleeting minutes heralded the commencement of war, a conflict that they all understood was inevitable. Intelligence indicated that the Whitebeard pirates had vanished from the Navy's surveillance over a fortnight ago, and to this day, no one knew their whereabouts. Extract the prisoner, Port SD, Ace. With Magellan's command, the operation commenced step by step. The cell containing Ace was unlocked, and 2 guards swiftly approached him, each seizing one of his arms to escort him from his confinement. Just as he was about to leave the cell, Ace glanced back at Jinbei, his eyes reflecting a perplexing emotion. The final gaze of Ace was indelibly etched in Jinbei's mind, although no words were exchanged. He comprehended Ace's meaning, or rather, what could be interpreted as a message from Katakuri. Undoubtedly, it was a warning directed towards him. At this moment, Jinbei found himself in a profound state of turmoil, torn between his deep respect for his father and his unwavering attachment to his birthplace, unable to relinquish either. Time slipped away imperceptibly as he grappled with his dilemma, and before he could reach a resolution, the silhouettes of those around him had vanished. I am truly sorry, father. Truly sorry, he muttered repeatedly, burdened by a sense of guilt for the years of care and protection bestowed upon him by Whitebeard. His heart swelled with regret, lamenting his own lack of strength and courage. Meanwhile, upon learning of Ace's impending transfer, Luffy could no longer maintain his composure and surged forth from the 5th and a half underground level, making a beeline for the 6th. At this moment, Ivan could not simply stand by and watch, hastily gathering personnel to prepare for the jailbreak. Observing the hurried demeanor of his young master, Ivan felt an overwhelming urge to reveal the truth, yet the elusive gazes from behind made him acutely aware of his precarious situation, compelling him to conceal the truth within his heart and choose silence. The trajectory that had once strayed now seemed to return to its original course. As Luffy and his companions commenced their escape, Magellan escorted Ace, who was on the verge of departing from Impel Down, while Blackbeard, a dozen nautical miles away, arrived fashionably late. Setting aside the unseen changes, this was the superficial appearance of the events unfolding. In the grand office of Admiral Marineford, only 3 individuals occupied the vast space. Kuma, what on earth is happening? With your abilities, how could the Straw Hat Brat possibly escape? Surely, you did not show him mercy? Upon receiving the news of the uprising at Impel Down, Sengoku immediately summoned Kuma for questioning. In response to Sengoku's inquiries, Kuma opted for silence, sitting quietly in his chair without offering explanations or justifications. Ha ha ha, my grandson truly excels. Well done. I brought the finest new tea. Would you care to sample it? At this moment, there remains but one individual bold enough to speak so defiantly, Admiral Monkey D. Garp, the naval hero, with veins bulging. Garp's silence would have sufficed, yet when he finally spoke, his words ignited the fury of Sengoku. How dare you, Garp? If it weren't for your reputation as a hero, I would have had you arrested long ago. Just look at what your family has done. Sengoku's words erupted with force, his usually composed demeanor shattered by his palpable anger. This burden is not one an old man like me can bear alone. Faced with Garp's tenacity, Sengoku felt helpless. He could hardly bring himself to arrest Garp, as it was merely an empty threat. Setting aside years of camaraderie, Garp's esteemed status within the Navy meant that should he be detained, countless individuals would rally to his defense, at least half of the vice admirals would stand by him. Damn it, hand me the tea. Sengoku seized the tea bag from Garp's grasp and returned to his desk to handle paperwork. Understanding Sengoku's intent, Garp coughed lightly before taking his leave. As Garp departed, Kuma followed closely behind. After their exit, Sengoku, who had previously been engrossed in work, paused, unable to suppress a sigh. He was acutely aware of Garp's turmoil. Ever since the news of Ace had reached him, Garp's face had been devoid of joy. And in just a few days, the lines of worry had deepened. While he empathized with Garp, he could not deviate from his principles of justice and duty. Thank you, Kuma expressed, breaking the silence as they stepped out. He understood Garp's visit was no mere coincidence but a deliberate attempt to assist him. Forget it. You're here for my grandson, so I should be the one thanking you. However, let me add a word of caution. Be wary, Sengoku is not so easily deceived. He may already harbor suspicions about you. It matters not. I have already committed to the final transformation, Garp replied, his tone unwavering, yet internally he felt a tumult. He understood the implications of this final transformation. It would mean the complete forfeiture of personal thought. You should never have consented to this. Do not blame him. It was my own request, Kuma responded calmly. Garp found himself at a loss for words, letting out a soft sigh. Each individual has their own choices. While one may hinder another temporarily, it is impossible to restrain them indefinitely. All he could offer was respect and support. Well then, do as you wish. What can I do? His words encapsulated a profound sense of helplessness. Kuma, his son, and grandson, even those he had taken under his wing, none seemed to heed his counsel. Dragging his weary form away, Garp's silhouette faded into the distance, a solitary figure that evoked tears. Creak, creak. The gates of Impel Down, long shut, slowly swung open under the gaze of hundreds. Embracing the warmth of the sun, Katia felt a wave of comfort. Let us commence the prisoner handover. Without idle chatter, Magellan conducted the proceedings with utmost professionalism. Very well. The vice admiral maintained his strict demeanor. This matter was of great significance to them, leaving no room for error. 2 guards escorted Ace towards the Navy, marking the completion of the handover without incident. Katia made no resistance. This was precisely what she desired. Thus, the countdown to Ace's public execution had officially begun. Chapter 31. The contradictory Garp under the scrutiny of hundreds. Ace's figure gradually receded until it vanished upon the deck of the Navy vessel. Director, shall we not return? Standing in place for some time. Watching the Navy ship fade from view without receiving Magellan's orders, the guards could no longer contain their urge to speak up. Oh, indeed. All personnel. Return to Impel Down. Yes. Following Magellan's command, the guards swiftly returned, their primary task accomplished. However, this did not signal an end to their duties. As numerous escaped prisoners remained at large, it was far from a time for rest. Feeling the keys nestled quietly in her pocket, Katia's heart began to ease. These were prepared specifically for her before departure. In the event of unforeseen circumstances preventing her from unlocking her handcuffs, she would not be left to await her demise. Although the plan to disguise herself had long been decided, she felt a twinge of nervousness in this moment. After all, she was about to confront some of the world's most formidable figures, Sengoku, Garp, each a paragon of strength. Yet, the arrow was knocked, and she had no choice but to release it. There was no retreat now. I must push myself to enhance my power, Katia reassured herself. Within half an hour, the naval headquarters of Marine Ford loomed ahead. Despite being adversaries, Katia could not help but acknowledge the grandeur of the island. Towering mountains flanked both sides, and a robust defense system guarded the entrance, making it an impregnable fortress. Yet, the true strength lay in the formidable individuals stationed here, instilling fear in all criminals. It was their presence that endowed this place with the title of a peaceful symbol amidst the age of great pirates. Unlike any ordinary day, Marine Ford buzzed with activity today. Thousands of Navy personnel assembled at the port, ready and alert, casting a tense atmosphere over the entire bay. Observing the orderly ranks of thousands of soldiers, Katia felt beads of cold sweat form on her brow. The sheer scale was terrifying, not a single weakling among them, all seasoned warriors with battle scars, each possessing the prowess of a commissioned officer. In that moment, Katia felt a wave of relief wash over her. Grateful for her earlier decision to descend into the 6th level. Otherwise, she would have been relegated to mere cannon fodder in this conflict. Before long, Katia found herself led to the execution platform. As she beheld the imposing figures on either side, her heart lurched. On her right stood Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and on her left, the naval hero, Admiral Garp. Even in their silent presence, they radiated an overwhelming pressure, causing her to doubt her disguise. Had they discovered her true identity? However, upon meeting Garp's murky gaze, her racing heart finally settled. In those eyes, she perceived only reluctance and regret. Evidently, her identity had remained concealed. Why are you still here? Sengoku was the first to speak, clearly not addressing Katia. I'm simply sitting here. Is that a problem? Garp's response was resolute, dismissing Sengoku's inquiry with an unwavering tone that brooked no dissent, brimming with the implication that any disagreement would lead to conflict. Suit yourself. Sensing Garp's emotional turmoil, Sengoku understood that now was not the time to provoke him further. The consequences of his potential madness could alter the entire situation, a scenario he could not allow. Thus, he tacitly accepted Garp's presence. Why? Why did you not heed my words back then? Why? Why? In a single sentence, for whys emerged. And despite the matter being unrelated to her, Katie could not help but feel sympathy for Garp. His predicament was truly baffling. A hero of the Navy. Yet his son was the world's foremost criminal and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, while his grandson aspired to become the Pirate King, a member of the new generation of pirates in this era of great evil. Moreover, he had adopted a child who was also a pirate, and notably, the captain of the formidable Whitebeard pirates. It could be said that none of them had developed according to his wishes, and none brought him solace. Grandpa, As soon as the words escaped her lips, Katie realized her mistake. Ace had always referred to Garp as old man, never as grandpa. Her momentary lapse in etiquette could potentially reveal her identity. What did you just call me? A silent curse of misfortune crossed her mind. Indeed, Garp had noticed her address. What concerned Katie further was the sudden surge of intense and restless energy emanating from Garp, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, poised to explode at any moment. Of course, I called you old man. What else did you think? As she spoke, Katie averted her gaze from Garp's eyes, her hands discreetly reaching into her pocket, ready to flee at a moment's notice. However, what she received was not Garp's scrutiny or a blow from his iron fist, but rather an enveloping silence. Time passed, yet Garp remained mute, his fluctuating aura wreaking havoc in the surroundings. When Katie finally turned to face Garp, she was met with tear-filled eyes, tears swirling in their sockets. Despite his desperate efforts to maintain composure, they could not be contained. Suddenly, the floodgates opened, and tears flowed uncontrollably from Garp. Unbeknownst to Katie, Garp had waited many years to hear that word grandpa. For Ace, Garp held an affection no less than that for Luffy. He had long regarded Ace as his own grandson and yearned to hear him utter the word grandpa. Yet, Garp understood that Ace would never easily say it. Due to Roger, he had tightly sealed himself off, desiring family, yet fearing to reach out, worried that his presence might bring harm to others. Just as he was on the verge of forgetting, that long-awaited voice suddenly emerged, and in that moment, Garp felt that everything he had done was worthwhile. However, as Garp became aware of Ace's current predicament, his gaze instinctively fell upon the sea stone handcuffs restraining him. The energy radiating from him grew increasingly agitated and unstable. Garp, do not forget your responsibilities. Sensing the situation was amiss, Sengoku quickly cautioned Garp, internally exasperated, truly fearing that what one dreads would indeed come to pass. Upon hearing Sengoku's call, Garp's emotions somewhat stabilized, and he gradually retracted the energy he had released, striving to regain control. Chapter 32. The appearance of Whitebeard. The sun hung high in the distance, and as preparations reached completion, the silent Sengoku picked up the microphone beside him. Before we proceed, I must announce something to you all. Port-Asti, Ace, who is your father? Sengoku's voice captivated the attention of everyone present. However, they were puzzled as to why such a childish question was posed at this moment. The entire world was aware that the father of Fire Fist Ace was Whitebeard, and they could not fathom the significance of such an inquiry. At this moment, Katie chose silence. Speaking less would lead to fewer mistakes. Moreover, as a condemned prisoner, it was only natural for her to exhibit some temper before her demise. However, Sengoku would not alter his original plan due to such trivialities. After a brief pause, he continued, since you are unwilling to speak, allow me to elucidate. Port-Asti Ace. Your mother is Port-Asti Rouge. It is undeniable that she was a remarkable mother, for few can endure a 20-month pregnancy. Your birth was a sacrifice she made with her life. 20 years ago, you were born on an island in the South Seas. At that time, we relied on scant intelligence from CP to investigate all infants born or about to be born, yet we were unable to uncover the results we sought. Your mother shrouded the world in secrecy with her life. Who would have imagined that her son was born a year and 3 months after her death? As Sengoku spoke, astute individuals began to piece together the implications. Wasn't he at precisely 20 years ago that the Pirate King, Roger, was executed? Did they share some connection? Fire Fist Ace. It is inconceivable that you were unaware of this. Your father is none other than Joel D. Roger, the Pirate King. When Sengoku uttered that name, a seismic shock reverberated throughout the world. This revelation astonished them. Who could have anticipated that he had left behind a legacy, the bloodline of the Pirate King? Yet, for Katie, who had traversed into this world, it was hardly surprising. Any true aficionado of the sea knew that Ace was Roger's son. To avoid revealing her emotions, she lowered her head so that none could glimpse her face. The mere mention of a name plunged the entire bay into profound silence. It was only at this moment that they grasped the true significance of this war. It was not merely to draw out Whitebeard, but more crucially, to sever the bloodline of the Pirate King. Roger's existence posed a formidable threat to both the Navy and the world government. The era had finally come to a close, and no one wished to witness the rise of another Pirate King. Although Ace may not definitively become the Pirate King, the possibility was substantial, for he had already garnered the support of the most formidable pirate crew, and his own strength was not to be underestimated. As a user of the Mara Mara no Mi, a Logia-type devil fruit, he possessed immense potential. Coupled with the powerful bloodline of the Pirate King, no one could predict how far he would ascend in the future. This is a matter they cannot gamble on nor dare to. So they must choose to eliminate the threat while Ace is still growing, nipping danger in the bud. As everyone was astounded by the revelation of the Pirate King's bloodline, the sea was quietly undergoing a transformation. The water level of the ocean was gradually receding, and when the Navy finally grasped the situation, the entire sea level had dropped by more than a meter. What could this mean? Why has the sea suddenly lowered so drastically? The expressions of Sengoku, Garp, and others who recognized this change instantly turned tense. This was certainly not a normal phenomenon. Whitebeard had likely already arrived. Everyone, take heed, the enemy is upon us. Just as Sengoku's words fell, several indistinct dark shapes emerged on the horizon of the sea. The Whitebeard pirates were here, someone shouted. And tens of thousands of Navy soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads as an invisible pressure enveloped their hearts. As time passed, they finally discerned the distant shapes. One pirate ship after another appeared before the Navy, manifesting before the eyes of the entire world. It was a colossal fleet composed of over 40 pirate ships, numbering in the thousands. The target was confirmed. All were under the command of Whitebeard, totaling 44 ships. Yet, the Moby Dick was nowhere in sight. Precise intelligence soon followed. As Sengoku listened to his subordinate's report, a wave of unease washed over him, as if he had overlooked something. The next moment, when he saw the enormous bubble rising in the bay, he realized what he had neglected. The enemy was surging up from the depths of the sea. Even as an adversary, Sengoku could not help but commend Whitebeard's masterful maneuver, propelling from the ocean floor directly into the bay, significantly shortening the distance and minimizing the collateral damage from the ensuing battle. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of impact suddenly rang out, causing tens of thousands of Navy soldiers to feel their hearts skip a beat, an oppressive weight settling upon them, making it feel as though a pair of enormous hands were choking their necks, rendering breathing extraordinarily difficult. A figure emerged, his imposing stature surpassing all others. Simply standing there exuding an invisible pressure that engulfed the entirety of Marineford. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard, had made his entrance. Ho ho ho, my dear son. Are you all right? Just wait a moment. I shall come to rescue you. His boisterous voice resonated across the battlefield. No one considered it mere bravado. Rather, they felt an even greater sense of anxiety. The man's reputation was, indeed, monumental and astonishing. Listening to Whitebeard's call, Kitty felt a surge of annoyance. Logically, Ace should have already seen him, and thus he should be aware and in agreement with Kitty's plan. Yet, he still referred to himself in such a manner, which made Kitty feel as though he were taking advantage of him, though he found himself unable to refute it. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Whitebeard set aside his great sword, slightly crouched his body, and extended his arms to their limits, as ethereal orbs of light manifested upon each of his fists. Fissures appearing out of thin air, as though tearing the very fabric of space itself. Just as the Navy was left in confusion, the ocean on either side surged violently. Monstrous waves crashing forward, soaring to heights of dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, and this was merely the beginning. Whitebeard had yet to reach his full potential. In the next instant, the colossal waves exceeded 100 meters in height. Witnessing this overwhelming scale, tens of thousands of Navy soldiers were plunged into despair. Should these titanic waves come crashing down, survival would be utterly impossible. Allah, but I cannot allow you to succeed. Ice Age. At this critical juncture, Admiral Akiji, of course, could not stand idly by. In a flash, he leapt into the air, his hands transforming into ice as they reached out towards the monstrous waves on either side. In the next moment, the 100-meter-high waves were instantaneously frozen, averting a catastrophe thanks to Akiji's intervention. Chapter 33. Ors makes his appearance as a human cannon two-pronged spear. After encasing the waves in ice, Akiji seized the opportunity to launch an assault, two long spears of solid ice descending from the sky towards Whitebeard, their sharp tips emanating a chilling aura. You little brat. Don't be so arrogant. With a mere tremor, the ice spears shattered into countless shards, failing to touch Whitebeard's body. Furthermore, the force of the shattering obliterated Akiji himself, dispersing him into a flurry of ice that cascaded toward the sea surface. However, at the moment the shards made contact with the ocean, they reformed into Akiji's figure, while the sea beneath him froze instantaneously, creating a battlefield of ice. Thanks to Akiji's masterful handiwork, the land battle commenced. The sounds of cannon fire, roars, and screams merged into a cacophony, heralding the beginning of a war that the world would watch with bated breath. Having witnessed the entire exchange between Whitebeard and Akiji, Kitty felt his remaining confidence being utterly shattered, whether it was the instantaneous rise of 100-meter waves or the swift freezing of the entire ocean. These were feats far beyond his current capabilities. Moreover, this was merely the collateral damage from their casual attacks. Who could fathom the destruction they would wreak should they unleash their full might? Detecting mastery-level Conqueror's Haki from Garp? Extract? Detecting superior physical constitution from Sengoku? Extract? Just as Kitty felt utterly powerless, the long-lost electronic prompt of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Extract. Without a moment's hesitation. He was in desperate need of power at this very moment and would not refuse it. A familiar warmth flowed through his body, and when it all subsided, Kitty felt a surge of strength within him, even gaining the illusion that he could shatter space with a single punch. Though he could not attempt it now, Kitty distinctly sensed his progress and growth. As for the limitations of his physical prowess, Kitty was not surprised, having had prior experience. Nevertheless, he felt he had achieved an immense enhancement. Compared to his previous Shin-level LV5 constitution, the Earth-level LV10 was incomparably more formidable. According to Kitty's perception, the two were entirely different concepts. At the moment he gained this ability, the frenzied surge of power was beyond anything he had previously known. As Kitty silently savored the transformation of his strength, the situation on the battlefield suddenly shifted. The Navy's artillery positions, which had initially held the advantage, were abruptly devastated by a sudden attack. Gazing at the colossal Sea King lying amidst the artillery positions, the commanding officer was left in disbelief. Just moments ago, they had been launching an offensive against the enemy, yet this Sea King had inexplicably crashed into them, disrupting their assault and destroying numerous cannons, leaving the position effectively half in ruins. General, look over there. Following his subordinates, the commander beheld an unforgettable sight, a giant towering dozens of meters high. Was this truly a giant? How could it be so immense? The Navy had its own giant warriors, and there were giants participating in this battle. But compared to this figure, even the 10-meter-tall giants seemed like infants. That towering height shattered their understanding. Ace, I have come to rescue you as well. The resounding voice thundered like a storm, each roar threatening to obliterate Marineford. Little oars, let them witness your might. The arrival of oars invigorated the morale of the Whitebeard pirates. The bombardment from the Navy had caused them immense trouble, and with pent-up frustration, they were determined to make the Navy suffer. With a furious roar, oars sprang into action, casually snatching a colossal Sea King from the depths of the ocean. Witnessing this spectacle, the Navy commander finally comprehended the origin of the sea creature before him. What filled him with despair was the realization that behind oars loomed a net, arguably the largest in the world, laden with dozens of massive Sea Kings. Just one of these beasts had nearly obliterated their stronghold. The thought of allowing oars to wreak havoc was unfathomable. Protect the stronghold. Protect the stronghold. They had no time to contemplate further. For the Sea King and oars grip had already been cast into the air, hurtling towards their artillery position in a parabolic arc. They could only muster every ounce of strength to defend their territory. Yet, the outcome was bleak. Despite their fervent attempts to intercept it, the enormous Sea King was not so easily stopped. Gunfire had little effect, merely producing splashes of blood without altering its inevitable descent. At the last moment, a blade of energy swiftly sliced through the Sea King's body, cleaving it in two. However, while the sword strike was successful in severing the creature, it could not halt its downward trajectory. With a thunderous crash, the remains of the Sea King landed upon the artillery position, destroying the few surviving cannons. Realizing the threat posed by oars, the remaining artillery turned their aim towards him, unleashing a barrage of cannonballs. Nevertheless, not all projectiles could traverse the 100-meter distance to strike oars. Moreover, even when a few did find their mark, they inflicted negligible harm upon his formidable physique, which could withstand the assault of 100 cannonballs. A mere couple only grazed his skin. Conversely, each of oars' attacks was not so easily repelled. The destructive force of the Sea Kings, weighing tons, could only be countered by those of Vice Admiral caliber, while the rest stood powerless. At that moment, all Vice Admirals were preoccupied with their own adversaries, unable to assist. Thus, oars single-handedly subdued the entire artillery of the Navy headquarters. In contrast, the firepower of the Whitebeard pirates was unleashed. Seizing the opportunity, each cannon aboard the 47 pirate ships retaliated, raining fire upon the Navy and the bay, not only suppressing their assault but also pushing their positions forward significantly. As she watched oars hurling Sea Kings into the distance, it was only then that Katie realized Ace had indeed met Whitebeard and conveyed his plans. In the original narrative, oars had recklessly charged at Ace, only to meet his demise. This alteration was likely a result of Whitebeard's intervention. Since Ace had been rescued, he would strive to minimize losses. Ace was his son, as were the others, and he could not bear to witness their suffering. Chapter 34. A series of strikes gazing at Ace on the execution platform thousands of meters away. Whitebeard still found it hard to believe. Had the young ones grown so audacious? Not only had they released prisoners from the depths of Impel Down, but one even dared to impersonate Ace and face execution under the world's scrutiny. One could not deny that while the plan was perilous, it held a glimmer of success. He could only imagine how furious Sengoku would be, and the thought brought him joy. Turning his gaze towards the ship's cabin, a rare, gentle expression graced his face. To him, no matter how the world transformed, as long as his family remained safe, that was all that mattered. It was truly terrifying how large the giants could grow. After Akiji made his move, Kizaru finally acted as well. The reflection of Or's immense figure appeared in his pupils. Despite his words of fear, an aura of chilliness emanated from him. He vanished in an instant, reappearing in midair above the battlefield, radiating a blinding light. With waves of powerful energy surging forth from his being, Yada no Kagami, countless beams of light, imbued with formidable energy, erupted simultaneously, targeting Ors, who was hurling sea kings in the distance. You shall not succeed, Kizaru. A striking blue figure suddenly emerged, intercepting all the beams mid-flight. The astonishing scene truly shocked the countless onlookers. The attacker was none other than Admiral Kizaru. And the fact that someone could completely withstand his assault, someone who was not Whitebeard, captured everyone's attention. They were eager to discover the identity of this formidable individual. Suddenly, a bird's call echoed through the air, and amidst the erupting energy orbs, a bizarre creature, half human and half bird, emerged. It was none other than Marco, the Phoenix, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. A gasp arose from the Marines. Marco's reputation, second only to Whitebeard himself, was well known, even overshadowing Ace before the revelation of his true identity. With this revelation, the crowd accepted the reality of Kizaru being thwarted. After all, it was Marco. Hey, it's my turn. In an instant, Marco transformed from his half-human, half-bird form into a colossal blue bird, his wings flapping vigorously as he surged toward Kizaru at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, he was overhead, descending with a powerful kick aimed directly at Kizaru's head. Despite the suddenness of the attack, the seasoned admiral was unfazed. He raised his arm to block the strike. Get lost. However, at the moment of impact, Marco unleashed a second burst of energy, propelling Kizaru far away and crashing him down onto the ground. While the earlier scene was something the spectators could accept, this one was beyond belief. The renowned Admiral Kizaru, sent flying by a single kick? It was almost laughable. Regardless of their disbelief, the truth remained unchanged. In the face of Marco's interception, Kizaru's assault on Oz had to end in failure. Yet, this was not the time for a final showdown. Both sides were merely testing each other's skills without engaging in a full-scale battle. Simultaneously, on the battlefield, Diamond Jozu was not to be outdone. He struck the icy surface with tremendous force, shattering it and creating a massive ice block over 50 meters in diameter. Then, astonishingly, he lifted it effortlessly with his bare hands. His sheer strength was even more impressive than Marco's feat of repelling Kizaru. As an ordinary human managed to raise a colossal ice block weighing several tons, a true miracle. Let us see how you handle this. Jozu hurled the ice mountain like a projectile towards the Marines. Faced with such a formidable strike, thousands of soldiers were engulfed in despair. No one could remain indifferent when confronted with a mountain descending upon them. This level of threat surpassed even that of a rear admiral, far beyond what they could withstand. As the ice mountain loomed overhead, Admiral Akainu, who had been seated for quite some time, could no longer remain passive. His right hand morphed into searing magma. Thick drops of viscous liquid dripping down and instantly eroding the sturdy floor beneath him. Magma eruption. His hand, radiating terrifying heat, expanded to several meters, effortlessly penetrating the hardened ice mountain as if it were mere tofu. In the next instant, the massive ice block, larger than any giant warrior, was completely melted away. Yet, Akainu's assault did not cease there. He forcefully shook his hand, causing the residual magma to explode into countless shards, raining down upon the distant pirates. This was merely the beginning, as more ferocious attacks were yet to come. Meteor volcano. With a deep roar, countless massive magma boulders shot skyward, indiscriminately targeting the battlefield. The grand spectacle resembled an actual volcanic eruption, each boulder carrying an aura of destruction. Akainu's explosive display inflicted tremendous losses on the pirates, repelling the Marines' advance. The advantage that Oz had created evaporated in an instant, and the battle once again became a fierce stalemate. At this point, aside from Garp and Sengoku, all high-level combatants from both the Marines and Whitebeard had entered the fray. The battlefield grew increasingly chaotic, filled with smoke and the sounds of cannon fire. Amidst roars mingled with cries of anguish. The brutality of war was starkly evident at this moment. Observing the various strange yet powerful abilities, Kitty felt an insatiable itch. If she could replicate them all, her power would be immense, particularly the light fruit of Kizaru, an essential ability for killing, looting, and fleeing, possessing both astounding explosive power and unimaginable speed. It was because of this fruit that Kizaru was feared to the extent of being described as a one-kick annihilator of supernovas. A new task has been assigned. Please pay attention, host. While Kitty was lost in thought, the system's prompt captured her attention. After confirming that a new task had indeed been issued, she hurriedly focused on the system interface in her mind. It had been a long time since the system tasks had updated following Ace's release, leaving her, who craved power, quite anxious. Task introduction. The host has successfully participated in the Marineford War. It is the perfect opportunity to establish her own reputation. Task requirement. Reveal your true identity before the war concludes. Task reward, 1 million exchange points and 25 skill points. After verifying that she wasn't seeing things, Kitty felt a surge of excitement. The rewards for completing the task were a staggering 1 million points, enough to acquire some truly valuable items. Chapter 35, Luffy Descends. Kitty had long been eyeing the treasures in the system shop, had her exchange points not been a mere 335,000. She would have redeemed them long ago. After all, the items she coveted started at 1 million, and cheaper alternatives offered little assistance, rendering them unnecessary for exchange. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others had made their way to the battlefield, albeit in a rather precarious position atop an enormous ice sheet towering 100 meters high. They had arrived just in time to encounter the tsunami unleashed by Whitebeard. Their ship was swept into the air, and before they could descend, the tidal wave was completely frozen by Aokiji, leaving their vessel stranded at the pinnacle. Jinbei, where are we? Luffy, frantic to rescue Ace, had lost his ability to think. Luffy, look over there. In contrast to Luffy's confusion, Jinbei understood the significance of the 100-meter ice block. There was no doubt that this was the ability of Admiral Aokiji, meaning they had arrived at Marine headquarters. Indeed, Jinbei's suspicions were confirmed when they reached the edge of the ice mountain and gazed down. A vast and magnificent war unfolded before their eyes, leaving everyone astounded by its scale. Jinbei, Ivankov, help me. We need to shatter this ice block and slide down. While others were still reeling from the shock of the war, Luffy had devised a plan to descend, albeit a dangerous one. All right, regardless of what others said. The three immediately sprang into action, with Crocodile joining in to lend his strength. Together, they managed to break off a section of the ice mountain, causing the entire ship, and everyone aboard, to plummet downwards. The drop of over 100 meters terrified everyone. They had no protection, and the hard ice surface below posed a lethal threat. The arrival of Luffy and his companions was undeniably conspicuous, making it impossible to go unnoticed. Consequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they fortuitously fell into the hole created by Jozu and landed in the sea. Is this a surprise attack from the Marines? Both the Navy and the pirates maintained a heightened vigilance towards this suddenly emerging mysterious force, for a moment's carelessness on the battlefield could spell doom. They were the fugitives from Impel Down. An assault was imminent. The Navy was the first to react, having long been aware of the presence of Luffy and his companions, especially since the prisoners' uniforms they donned betrayed their identities. Observing the Navy's response, the pirates felt a sense of relief, as the saying goes. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although the exact origins of this group remained unclear, they were regarded as allies in the heat of battle, even assisting in fending off the Navy's onslaught. Ace, where are you? Ace, Ace, Ace. At this moment, Luffy's mind was consumed by thoughts of Ace as he desperately ran, searching for his presence. Finally, after countless futile attempts, Luffy beheld a familiar silhouette. Despite the vast distance that separated them, he instantly recognized that it was indeed Ace. In this moment, he was as joyful as a fool. Ace, at last, I have found you. Wait for me. I shall rescue you. Luffy's shout echoed not only in Katie's ears but across the entire battlefield, momentarily capturing the attention of many. Kapu, it's you and your reckless family again. Witnessing Luffy's audaciousness, Sengoku could no longer restrain his anger towards Carp. The Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, was well understood by Sengoku, not merely due to Carp's influence but more so because of Luffy's own actions. He had not only breached the CP9 headquarters at Enies Lobby but had also ignited the flags representing the world government and its allies, thereby shattering the legend of Enies Lobby, which had stood unbroken for 8 centuries. Furthermore, he had escaped from the Navy's demon-slaying order, a debacle that had severely tarnished the Navy's reputation. And as if that were not enough, he had audaciously assaulted a celestial dragon in the Sabaody archipelago. If breaking into CP9 had merely brought disgrace to the Navy, publicly striking a celestial dragon had embarrassed the world government as well. These two incidents had led Sengoku to once again perceive Carp as unreliable, having raised a potential troublemaker for their Navy. Hiki, what a grandson I have. Carp chose to ignore Sengoku's ire, masking his embarrassment with a smile. However, his gaze drifted to Ace beside him. For some reason, Carp felt something was amiss. Today, Ace appeared unusually quiet, showing no reaction to Whitebeard's arrival or Luffy's presence, merely lowering his head in silence. Despite his confusion, Carp did not dwell on it. Feeling guilty for not being able to save him in a moment of danger, he hesitated to voice any concerns. Meanwhile, Jinbei, who had also arrived at the battlefield, immediately sought out Whitebeard. Old man, I'm sorry, Before Jinbei could finish, Whitebeard interrupted with a raised hand. There is no need for apologies. You have done more than enough for me, and that lad has indeed aided us. We cannot be stingy in return. Moreover, the Navy has grown increasingly arrogant these past 2 years, daring to extend their reach to me. It is a fitting opportunity to teach them a lesson. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Jinbei resigned himself. The situation had escalated beyond his capacity to alter. Jinbei, what are your thoughts on Katie? Faced with his father's question, Jinbei fell into silence. Though he had not interacted much with Katie, the impression was profound. After a moment of contemplation, he offered his opinion. Undeniably, he is a young man of strength, ambition, and considerable talent. He will undoubtedly become a significant figure in the future. Yet, he also appears to be an ambitious individual, giving me an inexplicable sense of obscurity about him, as if he were shrouded in mist, a very mysterious presence. Jinbei earnestly expressed his views. Hey, it's rare to hear such high praise from you. When Ace boarded, you didn't say anything like this. Whitebeard was somewhat surprised by Jinbei's assessment. His insight was exceptionally discerning. Even when Ace first joined, Jinbei had only remarked on his decent talent, a stark contrast to his current evaluation. It's different. Ace is clearly one of us, but he is not. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's gaze involuntarily shifted to the man squatting beside Ace on the execution platform. His deep-set eyes concealing the tumult within his heart, lost in thought. By the way, is that boy with the straw hat Ace's brother? Whitebeard scrutinized Luffy, who was charging at the front lines. Yes, old man, he is Ace's brother. To save Ace, this fellow used some method to infiltrate Impel Down, nearly getting poisoned to death by Magellan. Oh, is that so? Then you must protect him well. Let him not perish. Yes, old man. Jinbei naturally complied with Whitebeard's command and rushed toward Luffy on the battlefield. However, shortly after Jinbei departed, the captain of the Spade Pirates, Squard, approached. What brings you here? Squard? Whitebeard questioned, slightly perplexed. According to the plan, Squard should have been at the front lines by this time. Old man, I have a question for you. Do you truly regard us as your sons? Squard's inquiry astonished Whitebeard into his utter disbelief. Squard drew a blade and lunged at him. Just as the blade was poised to pierce Whitebeard's chest, a figure suddenly appeared, kicking Squard's weapon away. The series of events aboard the Moby Dick had utterly surpassed everyone's expectations. No one anticipated that a member of Whitebeard's crew would suddenly attack him. Nor did they foresee the emergence of such a formidable figure, whose explosive speed was beyond that of an ordinary person. What the hell are you doing? Marco, engaged in combat at the front lines, swiftly returned and delivered a kick to Squard's abdomen, sending him flying several meters away. He then positioned himself protectively beside Whitebeard, warily observing the cloaked stranger. Not only Marco, but Sengoku, Carp, and the three admirals also turned their attention to this inexplicable force, contemplating all possible scenarios, especially Akainu, whose eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Had it not been for this sudden appearance, Whitebeard might have been genuinely harmed, an opportunity that would not arise again. And missing it would be irrevocable. Sengoku, however, was preoccupied with deeper thoughts. They had undertaken countless preparations for this war, deploying nearly 10,000 investigators to compile a list of enemies and collaborating with the CP organization to monitor all potential participants. Yet despite their extensive efforts, an unforeseen adversary had emerged, causing him great anxiety. Who knew if others would appear? If that were to happen, the outcome could become truly unpredictable. Do not be alarmed. He is not an enemy. You should return. The first sentence was directed at Marco, while the latter was addressed to the cloaked figure beside him. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, the cloaked figure hesitated momentarily before reluctantly retreating back into the ship's cabin. Watching the figure depart, Marco felt an odd sense of familiarity, as if he recognized him. However, there was no time for further contemplation. If the individual chose not to reveal their face, it must be for some pressing reason. Not to mention that there were more pressing matters at hand. Squard, do you realize what you are doing? How dare you strike at our old man? Do you wish to die? Growing increasingly furious, Marco raised his hand, prepared to strike again. Marco, Whitebeard's voice halted him. His fist froze midair, unable to descend. Marco held absolute loyalty to Whitebeard, and no matter how enraged he felt, he could do nothing but relent at Whitebeard's command. You fool. With a fierce punch thrown into the air, he stepped aside to guard Whitebeard, his gaze toward Squard laden with icy disdain. Squard, have I not regarded you as my own son? Whitebeard struggled to comprehend why the obedient Squard would utter such words. It was evident that something had transpired. Why? What have you done that you refuse to acknowledge? If it weren't for Akainu's revelation, I would still be in the dark. You clearly made a pact with the Navy to annihilate us in exchange for sparing Ace. In response to Squard's accusations, Whitebeard fell silent. Not because he had indeed acted as such, but rather due to the folly of his son. In the midst of Squard's despairing gaze, Whitebeard reached out to grasp him, though not with force, merely enveloping him in a gentle embrace. Suddenly feeling the warmth radiating from Whitebeard, Squard froze, his body immobilized in confusion. Foolish son, if you truly believe that, there's little I can do. Each person has their own choices, and I cannot interfere. However, should anyone dare to manipulate our bond, they must prepare to face my wrath. Upon concluding his words, Whitebeard released Squard and leaped from the Moby Dick, spurred by Akainu's actions. He chose no longer to remain a mere observer. Thus, Whitebeard officially joined the fray. At that moment, even Squard, despite his naivety, began to grasp the situation. Although his father had said nothing, his demeanor spoke volumes. He had evidently been deceived by that scoundrel Akainu. I'm sorry, Dad. I'm so sorry. In a frenzy, Squard charged into the battlefield. He loathed Akainu, but more so, he despised himself for believing Akainu's lies and for raising his weapon against his father. He unleashed all his rage upon the Navy before him, wielding his blade recklessly, fixated solely on vanquishing his foes. With Whitebeard's arrival, the tide of battle shifted. An overwhelming tide of Navy soldiers surged toward Whitebeard, recklessly launching assaults against him. Even the three admirals were drawn into the chaos. However, the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates were far from defenseless. The arriving Kizaru was once again intercepted by Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, while Akiji was held back by Jozu, the captain of the 3rd Division. Only Admiral Akainu managed to breach the pirates' encirclement and stand before Whitebeard. Without a moment's hesitation, the two unleashed their full might upon encountering each other. Akainu's every strike erupted with volcanic intensity, yet before Whitebeard, they amounted to naught. Within the overwhelming power of the ability to obliterate the world, the magma could not even approach within 10 meters of Whitebeard. That overwhelming force even caused Akainu to feel a sense of strain. Undeniably, the title of the world's strongest man was not bestowed lightly upon Whitebeard. With Whitebeard's entry into the battle, the pressure on Luffy and his companions in the front lines diminished significantly. Seizing the opportunity, they hastened towards the execution platform, shielded by the other commanders of the Whitebeard pirates. Chapter 37. Luffy's advance. At that moment, the decisive battle erupted suddenly, with all three admirals joining the fray. The scale of the conflict leaving everyone astounded, yet all eyes were drawn to the clash between Whitebeard and Akainu. The searing magma inferno resembled the end of the world, rendering it nearly impossible to approach. Even from a distance of kilometers, the intense heat was palpable. In stark contrast, each of Whitebeard's strikes was astonishing. A perfect amalgamation of formidable power and extraordinary ability, successfully suppressing Akainu and sending the thousands of Navy soldiers behind him sprawling. Even the legendary fortress of Marineford suffered continuous destruction. It was evident that the power to annihilate the world demanded the utmost prowess, even in Whitebeard's old age, requiring the might of the peak marine admirals to contend with him. What's the matter? Has age rendered you incapable of wielding your sword? As he fought, Akainu taunted Whitebeard. For him, the process was inconsequential as long as victory was attained. However, such trivial provocations were of no consequence to Whitebeard. After countless battles, he had encountered every tactic imaginable, and it could not sway him in the slightest. You, Akainu, are hardly worthy of forcing me to unleash my full potential. Save your magma for lighting candles. As he spoke, Whitebeard cleaved toward Akainu, the power of his fruit shimmering on the blade's edge. Akainu, wary of Whitebeard's attack, quickly focused his energy to defend against it. A tempest of ferocity swept across the battlefield, transforming a radius of 1,000 meters into a zone of combat no one dared approach. Even the mere hint of their aura instilled despair in the hearts of onlookers, rendering participation out of the question. Observing the overwhelming strength of the two combatants, Katie could not help but compare herself to them, concluding that, barring any miracles, merely enduring for half a minute would be a stroke of fortune. The instantaneous ferocity of their attacks was terrifying. Setting aside Whitebeard's capabilities, Akainu's fruit power was equally formidable. The magma fruit, renowned for its unparalleled explosive force among Logia types, none would dare confront it head-on. Among the three admirals, only Akainu possessed the strength to confront Whitebeard directly. Akiji's power fell short, while Kizaru might have had sufficient explosive force but lacked the resilience to withstand Whitebeard's onslaught. Had Kizaru taken Akainu's place in battle with Whitebeard, Marineford would likely be erased from the map within 10 minutes. In contrast, Katie recognized that her flame fruit still paled in comparison, both in terms of explosive power and intensity. Presently, she merely hoped that upon enhancing her ability level, the flame fruit would unleash greater might. Otherwise, she might as well have exchanged it for the Sand fruit, which offered both offensive and defensive capabilities. She could even develop it in a direction akin to Gaara from Naruto, effectively embodying a tailed beast, and in some aspects, even surpassing it. At least the Shikaku could not elementalize or become immune to physical damage, and as long as her physical prowess kept pace, she would be akin to a fortified version of Shikaku. As Katie returned to her senses and observed Luffy's movements, she was astonished to find that he was now less than a few hundred meters from the execution platform, with countless pirates desperately forging a path for him. Even the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates providing cover for his advance. In this moment, all hopes converged upon Luffy. Even Whitebeard placed everything upon his shoulders. Lightning, it is time to reveal your power. Very well. As Ivankov issued the command, the long-awaited Scissor Man finally sprang into action. His hands transformed into scissors, effortlessly slicing through the incredibly solid ground. Before his abilities, what was once unyieldingly firm became as pliable as fabric in an instant. He then casually tossed it aside, the now malleable ground landing directly upon the execution platform, creating the simplest and most convenient path for Luffy. Go, Luffy. Leave this to us. At this moment, countless eyes were fixed upon Luffy's figure. The pirates fought desperately against the frenzied onslaught of the Navy, while the Navy, in turn, recklessly surged forward against the fearless pirates. Even the three admirals of the Navy were watching Luffy's silhouette. Apart from Akainu, the other two had turned to retreat, declaring a withdrawal. At this moment, neither Gaz nor Marco would allow them to escape. Victory or defeat hinged on this very instant, and they were determined to thwart the two. Without a moment's hesitation, Luffy charged toward Ace, his foot firmly planted on the slide. As he rushed forward, Katie could not help but glance at her companion, Carp, recalling that he would intervene. However, he merely unleashed an endless torrent of water, which was effortlessly dispelled by Luffy's punch. "Curse it, you troublemakers!" Carp exclaimed, rising to confront Luffy. "Grandpa, step aside. Don't block my path." Luffy shouted in frustration at Carp, who had suddenly positioned himself before him. "How could I possibly do that? I'm a Vice Admiral of the Navy. The moment you decided to set sail, you should have been prepared to face me on the battlefield. If you wish to pass, then you must do so over my dead body," Carp declared, raising his iron fist to strike Luffy. His gruff voice echoed across the battlefield, leaving all who heard it in shock. They were acutely aware of the bond between Carp and Luffy, the latter being his own grandson. Who could have anticipated that he would truly take action? Yet, regardless of their thoughts, Carp was indeed resolute. Observing Carp's unwavering expression, thousands of Navy personnel were consumed by a singular thought. This time, it's certain. Even the previously proactive Aokiji and Kizaru have halted their respective actions. Gazing at Luffy with calmness, devoid of any urgency, they are fully aware of the immense power behind Garp's iron fist, and even now, they do not believe they could challenge such might. With him in action, success is assured. "Grandpa, I must pass through here today." Despite his usual fear of Garp, Luffy appears utterly fearless at this moment, instantly shifting into a heightened state, raising his fist to strike at Garp. In an instant, a figure is sent flying away. How is this possible? Tens of thousands of Navy personnel are left in disbelief at the sight before them. It is their trusted Vice Admiral Garp who has been knocked back. Witnessing this scene, Aokiji and Kizaru nearly drop their jaws in astonishment. The portrayal of this situation feels almost too far-fetched, as if a few rounds of combat should have been staged before such an outcome. However, one individual is far angrier than they. It is Sengoku, on the verge of spitting blood. How could that scoundrel Garp perform such a display right before his eyes? The ancestor of fist fighting has been sent flying by a mere rookie. Are you jesting with me? Please, maintain some professionalism. Chapter 38, Whitebeard sustains injury, however. Regardless of Sengoku and others' perspectives, Garp has been sent flying, and as he lands amidst the ruins, he remains indifferent to others' opinions. Breaking through the final barrier, Luffy finally ascends to the long-desired execution platform, clutching the key crafted by Mr. 3, intent on unlocking Ace's shackles. Is it truly acceptable to disregard my presence like this? At this juncture, an overwhelming aura, suffocating in its intensity, suddenly erupts from behind Kizaru, following Garp. The previously silent Sengoku finally makes his move, transforming into a towering golden Buddha standing 10 meters tall, unleashing an all-out assault. What an impact! A massive shadow swiftly envelopes Kizaru and Luffy, leaving no time for Luffy to unlock Kizaru's handcuffs. The enemy's onslaught is already upon them. Reluctantly, Luffy must abandon the act of unlocking the shackles. Rubber, balloon. Taking a deep breath, Luffy's body expands instantaneously, transforming into a colossal rubber balloon, spanning over 10 meters in diameter, to shield Kizaru from Sengoku's strike. In that fleeting moment, Sengoku's attack descends, and the overwhelming force sends Luffy spewing blood. Nevertheless, Luffy grits his teeth resolutely, for if he were to falter, he would lose this form, and Ace would be harmed. He will not permit anyone to injure Ace again. No one. Boom. Just as Luffy is on the brink of collapse, the execution platform beneath Kizaru creaks and then collapses. With the loss of support, both Luffy and Kizaru plummet to the ground, fortuitously evading Sengoku's strike. Amidst the chaos, Luffy hastily aligns the key with the lock. And with a click, the handcuffs restraining Kizaru are finally released. The long-awaited sensation of liberation awakens within him, a truly exquisite feeling. "Luffy, thank you so much for this. I can't believe I had to rely on you, my little brother, to save me. Now, let me protect you as we escape." The Luffy's actions were not for his own benefit. Kizaru, standing on the execution platform, is acutely aware of the multitude of dangers Luffy has faced and the injuries he has sustained. Even though he is not Ace, he is deeply moved by Luffy's unwavering determination. A flame rises quietly amidst the ruins, and as the pirates behold this scene, tears of excitement stream down their faces. At last, they have rescued Ace. All the sacrifices made were worth it. They have given so much in this battle, with countless individuals falling permanently, never to rise again. Yet, those who have fallen, even in their final moments, harbored a singular wish to see someone save Ace. Every pirate who participated in this battle did so willingly. No one was coerced into this endeavor. Everyone was fully aware of the dangers ahead, yet they still came, for none wished to lose the gentle warmth of Ace. Ace. At this moment, countless voices cried out Ace's name, their excitement palpable. The Ice Age. Without a moment's hesitation, Aokiji enlarged himself, disregarding the adversaries before him, and hastened towards the execution platform, leaving even Jozu, who had prepared for this eventuality, encased in ice. "Get away from me." A single punch sent the naval officers blocking his path flying. Liberated from the constraints of Sea Stone, those commanders lacking mastery of Haki were no more formidable than mere weaklings. However, Jinbe, a witness to these extraordinary events, was rendered speechless. What had he just witnessed? Why could that individual also wield flames? Ace was the sole user of the Maramara no Mi. How could there be another? Had he not seen Ace depart from impel down with his own eyes? He would have firmly believed that this person was indeed Ace, yet this figure was unmistakably not Ace, but rather Katia. The reality before him was simply too much to bear. Everything that transpired with Kadia defied all logic. Nevertheless, whether Jinbi could accept it or not, the truth remained. The systems might surpass all comprehension. Inferno Ascendance. A torrent of flames erupted from Kadia, soaring forth to form a searing wall of fire over 10 meters high, decimating half of the enemy forces. At this moment, Luffy and Katie advanced in tandem, although they had never fought side by side before. The perception granted by Kenbunchika Haki allowed Katie to anticipate Luffy's next move effortlessly. Two-pronged spear. As they traversed half the battlefield, a formidable obstacle emerged from the icy mist, a figure flickering in and out of visibility, arriving with an attack before even making its presence known. Flame Pillar. Just as the words left his lips, a column of fire erupted from the ground, melting the ice spears suspended in midair. Simultaneously, Katie's expression turned grave. The only other being capable of unleashing such an assault in the world was the Marine Admiral, Akiji. You shall not escape, Fire Fist Ace. Even at this juncture, Akiji appeared as if he had just awakened, and Katie often found herself curious about how this individual maintained a perpetual state of drowsiness. If you truly possess strength, I shall concede. Superfluous words were futile. In a narrow confrontation, the brave would prevail. Retreat was not an option now that they had arrived at this critical juncture. Action was imperative. Ice Bird. Akiji's right arm instantly transformed into ice, conjuring a colossal bird that froze everything in its path, even the thin vapor of water in the air crystallizing into tiny ice beads. Fire Fist. Scorching flames erupted from Katie's right fist, rapidly forming an inferno. In the next moment, the searing fire clashed with the frigid ice. There was no explosion, no turbulence. Only a silent devouring. The flames consumed and melted the ice, while the ice relentlessly extinguished the flames. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. However, an unforeseen turn of events transpired on the opposite side of the battlefield. Whitebeard, who had been suppressing Akainu, suddenly clutched his chest in agony. Collapsing to one knee, his heart condition had struck at a critical moment. How could Akainu let such an opportunity slip away? As his fist elementalized, he surged towards Whitebeard with alarming speed. Hellhound. He aimed a devastating punch at Whitebeard's abdomen. The terrifying force combined with his dreadful devil fruit power, driving his fist deep into Whitebeard, leaving a gaping hole the size of a bowl in his gut. Whitebeard, you truly are aging. With a swift retreat, Akainu understood that such damage would not kill his opponent. Remaining beside him would not only be unbeneficial but perilous. A cornered beast is the most savage and ferocious. Chapter 39. 2 Ace's Old Man. Countless individuals felt their hearts ache at Whitebeard's injury, unable to accept the grim reality that their proud father figure had been harmed. Akainu, get lost. Suddenly, a figure emerged, boldly launching an attack against Akainu. Although the assault was unexpected, it was not enough to catch Akainu off guard. Confronted with this unknown assailant, Akainu raised his fist to retaliate, confident in his own prowess. No matter who the adversary was, they could not disregard his attack. The clash erupted in an instant, the shockwaves astonishing as the once solid ice beneath them shattered. Yet neither party showed any intention of prolonging the confrontation. They exchanged blows and separated. The newly emerged third party took a defensive stance in front of Whitebeard, vigilantly observing the surrounding Marines, while Akainu cast a dark glare at the cloaked figure who had once again appeared to protect Whitebeard in his time of peril. Who are you? Why do you repeatedly intervene to shield Whitebeard? Do you understand what that entails? In response to Akainu's inquiry, the cloaked figure offered only 7 words. Because he is my father. Upon hearing this declaration, Akainu's expression darkened, signifying that there was no room for negotiation. They were now unequivocal enemies. However, one aspect puzzled him. When did the Whitebeard pirates gain such a formidable ally? Although the previous attack had been executed hastily, Akainu had roughly gauged the cloaked figure's strength, exceeding that of ordinary warriors and bordering on the level of a commander. He should have been aware of such a presence. Return. You are not needed here. After a brief respite, Whitebeard regained his composure and commanded the cloaked figure. Old man, Ace has been rescued. According to our agreement, I can now intervene. However, the cloaked figure resolutely declined Whitebeard's order. Sensing the other's determination, Whitebeard refrained from further protest. Although he consented to the cloaked figure's participation, he positioned him behind his own body, preventing a direct confrontation with Akainu. In the current situation, they overlooked the fact that Ace was also a user of the Maramara no Mi. Observing Whitebeard's protective gesture, Akainu grew increasingly perplexed. Who was this individual that shared such a close bond with Whitebeard, rivaling even the corps captains? Just a coward lurking in the shadows. Unable to deduce the cloaked figure's identity, Akainu's mood soured, resorting to reluctant mockery. Ho ho ho, Akainu, does this even matter? It merely highlights your inadequacy. Suppressing the pain coursing through his body, Whitebeard once again engaged Akainu in battle. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure did not remain idle, assisting Whitebeard in fending off the other advancing Marine commanders. Have you ever been struck by light? Yet, just as the cloaked figure obstructed the swarm of Marines, a somewhat lewd voice whispered in his ear, and his peripheral vision detected a blinding flash. Watch out. Simultaneously, Marco's warning arrived too late. Despite his best efforts to hinder Kizaru, he could not prevent his escape, for if Kizaru truly wished to depart, few could impede him. There was no need for Marco's warning. Upon hearing Kizaru's voice, the cloaked figure felt an immediate chill run down his spine. He was facing an imminent threat. As Kizaru's attack approached, he managed only to cross his arms, enveloped in haki, to shield himself. With a resounding crash, a figure was sent flying, crashing into a pile of rubble. Damn it! The rubble echoed with an enraged roar. Anyone suddenly struck would be in a foul mood. What on earth is happening? However, the entire battlefield fell into silence, all combatants halting their actions, fixated on the figure amidst the debris, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. The astonishment was not confined to the battlefield of Marineford, but resonated throughout the world, as everyone witnessing this scene struggled to reconcile the reality before them, questioning their own sight. Was there truly a second ace? At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon the two faces that were less than a kilometer apart, identical in every aspect, from their features to their physique. Even seasoned sailors, let alone pirates who had shared years of camaraderie, found themselves bewildered, in terms of appearance alone. They could not discern one from the other. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing a sudden chill to their skin. It was only then that the oblivious ace realized that the cloak which had once shrouded his head had been blown away by the remnants of the preceding attack. In an instant, Ace's expression darkened. Who on earth are you? At this moment, Akainu was truly enraged. The battle had progressed to this point, and not only was Ace, who was supposed to be executed, still alive, but he had also been rescued by someone. Let us set aside the previous matters. Yet the sudden emergence of another ace raises perplexing questions. What have their actions amounted to from beginning to end? However, Ace remained silent in response to Akainu's inquiries. He was still uncertain whether Katie's plan had reached fruition. He wondered if revealing his identity at this juncture would bear any consequences. The previously chaotic and brutal conflict had come to a halt due to the appearance of the second ace, as there was no need to continue fighting until their identities were clarified. You are the true ace, aren't you? Despite their identical appearances, the fruit powers could not be deceived. Akiji observed that only the ace before him wielded the power of flames, while the other ace had not demonstrated any abilities, indicating that the one in front of him was indeed the genuine article, whereas the other was merely an imposter. So, you possess the power of flames, do you? It seems I might have that ability as well. Akiji could easily guess Ace's thoughts, as a flame flickered to life in his own hand. He had refrained from using it earlier out of fear of exposing his identity. How could he not possess such a skill? Faced with this situation, Akiji fell into silence, and Akainu followed suit. Even as admirals of the Navy, they found themselves unable to comprehend the reality before them. While outward appearances can be easily altered, the fruit abilities are unique and irreplaceable. They had never heard of a situation where two of the same power coexisted. Thus, they were at a loss for how to explain the current phenomenon. Do you truly wish to know who I am? This unexpected development was indeed outside the scope of his plans, yet it did not impede the forthcoming events. After all, he had already distanced himself from the execution platform, and revealing his true identity was imperative to fulfill the mission assigned by the system. Will you disclose it to me? Upon hearing Katie's words, Akiji felt a stirring within, yet his expression remained one of calm composure. There is nothing preventing me from sharing. If you wish to know, I shall tell you. Chapter 40. My name is Katie. Thus, amidst the gaze of the multitude, Ace beside Akiji vanished, replaced by an entirely new visage. His wild, untamed black hair remained, yet his appearance was surprisingly youthful, leading onlookers to question whether this youth had yet to reach the age of 20. He stood nearly as tall as Ace, but possessed a more slender form, exuding an enigmatic aura. The sensation caused the keen-eyed eagle in the distance to narrow its gaze slightly. As the world's foremost swordsman, he was acutely aware of what it was. Undoubtedly, it belonged to a kindred spirit. This individual, unexpectedly, was also a swordsman, and not one to be underestimated. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Katie. At that moment, the name Katie became indelibly etched in the minds of countless individuals. Everything pertaining to him was instantaneously compiled and dispatched to all those with a vested interest. Katie? Why does that name sound familiar? Unlike the onlookers on the battlefield, Warlord, though not entirely clear about this sudden apparition, felt a flicker of recognition stir within his mind. Suddenly, an idea struck him, prompting him to hastily contact the intelligence personnel nearby. Quick, get in touch with Impel Down and inquire if there is an individual named Katie among them. If so, gather all related information and send it over. Casting an anxious glance at the youth in the distance, Warlord finally recalled where he had encountered that name before. Prior to Ace's execution, Impel Down had sent him a dossier detailing all the prisoners involved in the escape. He had seen Katie's name within that document. However, the annotation merely labeled him as an ordinary prisoner from the first level, and therefore, he had not paid it much heed. Yet now, it was evident that this was no mere ordinary prisoner from the first level. He was far more insidious than those condemned souls languishing in the 6th level below. The inexplicable acquisition of the Mera Mera no Mi ability was one thing, but audaciously impersonating Ace while perched on the execution platform, all under the world's watchful eye. only to be rescued right beneath his nose. This was no mere affront to the Navy. It was an unadulterated humiliation. This meticulously planned public execution, after his interference, has been reduced to an unprecedented farce. From beginning to end, we've merely been dancing to the enemy's tune. Marshal, Impel Down has confirmed the presence of this individual. Here are the documents you requested. Before long, the subordinate returned, arms laden with a thick stack of files. Snatching them all, Sengoku swiftly perused the contents. In an instant, his expression darkened with fury. Apart from the first line appearing somewhat ordinary, every subsequent detail defied his expectations entirely. A lone intruder had breached level 6, defeated Shiridu of the Rain, and liberated the most notorious prisoners, Fire Fist Ace, the Demon Air Barret, and the solitary crimson red-haired Shanks. Moreover, it seemed some alliance had been forged between Barret and Shanks. Even Magellan had been overwhelmed and remained unconscious after a joint assault by the intruders. Additionally, the report mentioned another alarming incident. Marshal D. Teach had also infiltrated level 6 and absconded with several high-profile inmates, his current whereabouts unknown. In short, Impel Down was now in greater chaos than here, prisoners rioting, mass escapes erupting, and without Magellan's iron-fisted suppression, the turmoil would not be quelled anytime soon. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! After finishing the documents, the usually composed Sengoku could no longer restrain his rage, startling his subordinate into silence. They knew their superior's temper well. 1, damn it meant genuine anger. 2 were rare, last heard when Golden Lion's assault had devastated half of Impel Down. But 3? This was the first time. One could only imagine the depths of his fury now. What on earth happened to provoke such fury? At this moment, the only person bold enough to speak so freely was Carp. What is the matter? Are you uncomfortable lingering amidst the ruins, yet willing to emerge? Observing Carp's indifferent demeanor, Sengoku felt a surge of frustration. Had he only taken the situation more seriously and intervened to stop that straw hat brat, perhaps the subsequent events could have been averted. Even if he could not truly execute Ace, it would certainly be preferable to the current predicament. Should I intervene and retrieve that young scoundrel? Carp, aware of his own shortcomings, proactively offered to join the fray. Not just yet. Take a look at this, came the reply as Sengoku declined Carp's suggestion and handed him a document. This? How can this be? Carp exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment upon seeing the familiar faces captured in the photographs on the document. These 2 individuals are all too familiar to him, one of whom he had even apprehended himself. Nothing seems impossible in this situation. The intelligence is indeed accurate, although I am reluctant to believe it. Those 2 have truly emerged and are likely hiding somewhere. Once you take action, they may resist the silence, and if that occurs, the outcome of this conflict could become exceedingly uncertain. So what do you suggest? Clearly, strategic thinking is not Kapu's forte. For now, let us stabilize the situation while I seek reinforcements. With that, Sengoku quietly departed, unnoticed by anyone. Kapu remained behind, his brow furrowed in concern. He harbored doubts about Sengoku's ability to find any substantial reinforcements, as troop deployments had already been determined prior to the onset of hostilities, leaving little room for additional elite forces. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the figure beside his grandson, revealing a complex array of emotions in his eyes. From a standpoint of allegiance, they were adversaries, yet on a personal level, Kapu could not deny the flicker of gratitude within him. After all, no matter how selfless he might strive to be, he would never truly wish to witness Ace facing execution, even though the actions being taken were perilously reckless. This war has been irrevocably altered due to the actions of a single individual, and consequently, the global landscape will also shift because of him. The course of the world will deviate entirely from its initial expectations. Katie, I remember your name. This is not the time for our confrontation. But rest assured that I shall capture you one day. With that, Akiji vanished, racing towards the chaotic battlefield centered around Whitebeard. In Akiji's heart, Ace bore greater significance than Katie. However, this was due to his lack of awareness regarding the intelligence in Sengoku's possession. Otherwise, his judgment might have been different. In an instant, the 3 most formidable admirals of the Navy clashed with the 3 strongest members of the Whitebeard pirates, resulting in a fierce battle among 6 ultimate powerhouses that engulfed half of the bay's battlefield. Watching Akiji depart, Katie had no intention of intervening, for her new adversary had already arrived, who, despite being less formidable than Akiji, was by no means weak. This opponent bore an illustrious title, the world's greatest swordsman. Chapter 41, The Terrifying Hawkeye. Luffy, you should leave. I will handle things here. At this juncture, he found himself devoid of the energy necessary to protect Luffy. Thus, allowing him to depart seemed the wisest course of action. Presently, all elite forces of the Navy had been thwarted by the Whitebeard pirates, and with the protection of formidable allies like Ivankov and Jinbei, Luffy's safety amidst the chaos was assured. Take care of yourself, he advised. Though Luffy was plagued by numerous questions, he recognized the peril of the situation. That man known as Hawkeye had approached once again. Remaining in this tumultuous environment would not only be unhelpful but would render him a burden, leading Luffy to decisively choose to leave. However, a sense of dissatisfaction and unhappiness gnawed at him. Through the trials of this war, he had come to realize the abundance of powerful individuals in this world. The three admirals of the Navy loomed before him like insurmountable mountains, and Whitebeard was as formidable as his own grandfather. Additionally, that young man named Kaido, whom he had initially underestimated during their first encounter, now compelled Luffy to acknowledge that he indeed fell short in comparison, and the disparity between them was far from negligible. At this moment, Luffy resolved that once this matter concludes, he would ardently endeavor to enhance his own strength. The task was completed, and the reward has been issued. The host is advised to check. However, before Katie could truly examine it, a notification chimed in again. Task description: only through combat with genuine powerhouses can one uncover their shortcomings and achieve faster growth. Task requirement: engage in battle with the world's foremost swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, for 10 minutes without defeat. Task reward: 5 million exchange points and 50 skill points. In the past, Katie would have been exhilarated by the prospect of such substantial rewards. Yet now, she felt not a shred of excitement. Only an overwhelming sense of anxiety and repression remained. Dracula Mihawk, globally acknowledged as the greatest swordsman, is known as Hawkeye for his piercing gaze akin to that of a falcon. He wields the supreme blade, Yoru, one of the 12 supreme grade swords, and can almost be regarded as a godlike figure. In Katie's recollections, this individual, from his initial appearance to the very end, employed but a singular attack, the basic strike. Whether slicing through bullets, ships, or even meteors, it was always the simplest of strikes, leaving one to wonder if it was due to his overwhelming strength or the weakness of his adversaries. Each encounter seemed dismissively effortless, as if he had never truly exerted himself. Although the task demanded merely 10 minutes, Katie did not harbor absolute confidence. You must also be a swordsman. Draw your sword. At this moment, I received a duel invitation from the world's foremost swordsman, and it was a contest of swordsmanship. It can be said that even in defeat, no one would deem me weak. Rather, people would regard Katie as formidable, simply because I have garnered the recognition of Hawkeye. After all, not everyone is granted an invitation from him. Countless individuals yearn for the opportunity to face the world's best, yet Hawkeye has little time to engage with each challenger. He only extends his hand in combat when he perceives the opponent's strength to be commendable, and proactive invitations to battle are exceedingly rare, perhaps not even once a year. Quietly drawing the blade, Void Breaker, I found this battle impossible to decline, nor would I wish to. Even if Hawkeye did not seek me out, I would pursue him. I must fulfill the system's task. In a tranquil focus, Katie's spirit reached an unprecedented level of concentration, facing this opponent with no intention of holding back. While I concentrated on Hawkeye, his gaze remained fixed upon my sword. From the moment I unsheathed Void Breaker, his eyes had not wavered. For reasons unknown, he perceived a wave akin to life emanating from it, a discovery he had never encountered before, a sword imbued with vitality. What this signifies, he could not comprehend. The sensation of perplexity was one that Hawkeye had almost forgotten, and even his gaze toward Katie had turned earnest. Perhaps this battle would unveil something extraordinary. The detection of a master-level swordsmanship foundation from Dracula Mihawk prompted the thought, should it be replicated? Affirmative. A warm current surged through him, at last. Katie felt a glimmer of confidence before the battle commenced, having finally filled the void of her most lacking attribute. Thus, all her significant abilities had reached the pinnacle of mastery, although she had yet to break through. Her unique capabilities and the powers of her fruit nearly granted her the strength to rival a vice admiral. Prepare yourself. With Hawkeye's final admonition, the black blade, Yoru, was unsheathed in an instant, unleashing a green slash aimed directly at Katie. Despite being merely a basic attack, she sensed a profound threat, even from several meters away. Her skin prickled with sharp pain. Aurora slash. In response to this strike, Katie refrained from exerting her full force with her boundary-breaking technique, recognizing it as merely a casual blow from Hawkeye. If she needed to employ her strongest skill against such a trivial attack, she might as well surrender without further ado. In a flash of silver light, her blade clashed with Hawkeye's sword energy, her entire being erupting with force. The green sword aura ultimately could not withstand the collision, dissipating into countless specks of green light. It was only upon actual contact that Katie comprehended the true potency of what appeared to be a simple strike. Had her physical attributes not been recently enhanced, she might not have been able to withstand it. In comparison, even Hawkeye's casual blow possessed the power and intensity of sheer useful assault. Having felt Hawkeye's might, Katie no longer dared to remain stationary, foolishly awaiting his attack. She launched herself forward, initiating her own offensive. Otherwise, he could easily wear her down blow by blow. She believed that she could not endure 100 of such attacks. And rather than 10 minutes, lasting even a minute would be a remarkable feat. She doubted many things, but not Hawkeye's speed with the blade. With a resounding crash, the silvery air-splitting strike met the pitch-black night. Despite neither of them appearing to move, the ice beneath their feet shattered instantly, while the surrounding space erupted with numerous fine yet razor-sharp sword energies, slicing through the air and producing a sound akin to a howling wind. At this moment, the long-standing conflict between thousands of naval forces and countless pirates came to an unexpected halt, not due to a lack of desire to fight, but rather an inability to do so. The entire bay had been transformed into a battleground for an 8-person duel, featuring the 3 admirals of the Navy and the legendary swordsman, Hawkeye, facing off against the formidable trio of the White Group and the fugitive, Katie. Their clash had escalated beyond the comprehension of ordinary onlookers. Even those who wished to intervene found themselves helpless, as none dared to intrude upon their fierce confrontation. Among the duels, the battle between Katie and Hawkeye garnered the most attention from the world. As the world's foremost swordsman, Hawkeye had always been a figure of intrigue, while Katie, the disruptor of this order, piqued the curiosity of many who were eager to discern the true strength and intentions of this enigmatic newcomer. Chapter 42. The beginning of the void break. The air crackled with the brilliance of flashing swords and the swirling energy of blade techniques. Though only two individuals wielded their swords, the ferocity of their unleashed power rivaled that of distant combatants with extraordinary abilities. The once solid ice beneath their feet was rendered as fragile as tofu, as the violent collision of their sword energies ravaged the surroundings, transforming the ice, which could withstand the weight of hundreds of thousands, into a landscape of devastation. The arena of their conflict extended far beyond the ice, with the sky becoming the true battlefield. Their figures became mere blurs, their speeds too swift for the naked eye to track, leaving only the perceptive powers of observation to glean their movements. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment as the stalemate unfolded before them. While they were unsurprised by Hawkeye's formidable prowess, the discovery that Katie possessed such strength left them perplexed. Prior to the battle, although they had witnessed him wielding a sword, few truly believed in the extent of his swordsmanship, assuming he would rely on his fruit abilities against Hawkeye, given the inherent advantages of a Logia fruit in combat against swordsmen. However, the reality before them compelled them to acknowledge that they had drastically underestimated this seemingly youthful man, who not only boasted formidable fruit abilities but also exhibited commendable sword skills. They believed that if Katie were to survive this conflict, he would undoubtedly evolve to rival the strength of a Navy admiral. Flash. As the battle progressed, Hawkeye found himself invigorated. Katie was the sole adversary in this war who compelled him to engage with a degree of seriousness and enjoyment, causing him to exert even greater force. With a thunderous crash, a figure descended from the heavens, crashing into the icy ruins below, abruptly shattering the previously balanced confrontation. Observers felt a wave of relief wash over them. Katie had finally been defeated, alleviating their anxiety over the prospect of a youth under 20 challenging the world's greatest swordsman. Coughing violently, Katie felt a heavy burden in his chest, the only relief coming from his desperate coughs, while the pain in his wrist threatened to render him unconscious. As he gazed at Hawkeye hovering in the air, a profound weight settled upon Katie's heart. A mere minute had elapsed since the battle commenced, and if this continued, he would surely not endure for another 10 minutes. His once infallible tearing technique seemed utterly ineffective against Hawkeye, as he found himself repeatedly wounded by the latter's relentless assaults. What's this? Is that all you've got? Such a dismissive remark ignited Katie's competitive spirit. How could a man simply concede defeat? This was merely the beginning. He would not let Hawkeye believe he had triumphed. With a fierce roar, Katie leapt once more into the air to engage Hawkeye in battle. Yet, a minute later, Katie's form crashed back onto the ice, looking even worse than before, blood staining his body. The physical pain brought clarity to his mind, providing a brief moment to contemplate his next course of action. He was far from his peak condition, and if he continued down this path, defeat was imminent within the next minute. System. Deduct 10 skill points to elevate my swordsmanship to extraordinary level 1. As the words left his lips, a torrent of immense information flooded his mind, akin to a divine revelation. The constraints that had shackled his body shattered, and a door slowly opened before him. Katie felt as though he had glimpsed into the true realm of swordsmen. This also corroborates Katie's earlier conjecture. Indeed, the extraordinary level marks the true commencement of entering the realm of the formidable, although she is yet to experience it firsthand. Katie is convinced that the foundational skills of extraordinary swordsmanship have undeniably augmented her abilities. Nevertheless, her exchanges have not ceased. System. Expend 400,000 exchange points to acquire 4 skill points, and utilize 50 skill points to elevate the void-breaking level. In an instant, the skill points in her system account were reduced to 0, and her exchange points, which had recently reached the million mark, plummeted back to 100,000 with a surplus of 95,000, the remaining 300 being selectively overlooked by Katie. Unlike before, as she enhanced her void-breaking level, her body felt no discernible change. However, the sword in her hand underwent a transformation. Though its appearance remained unaltered, an intrinsic connection formed between it and herself, the nature of which eluded her comprehension, yet she was assured of its existence. Apologies for the wait, Hawkeye. In that moment, Katie radiated immense confidence. Her weary body revitalized to its zenith, her gaze toward Hawkeye brimming with fighting spirit. Very well, just do not disappoint me. His tone remained unperturbed. Yet a keen observer would discern a subtle shift. Hawkeye's stance was slightly lower than usual, a minor adjustment that bore significant implications, as he had assumed a defensive posture in the face of Katie's challenge. The cross slash. A cross-shaped strike rapidly took form, hurtling toward Hawkeye. Although Katie refrained from enhancing the level of her cross slash, the potency of this strike was evidently superior to her previous attempts, a remarkable amplification, a testament to the formidable nature of extraordinary swordsmanship, which granted Katie a profound new understanding of her craft. The disparity in power between the same skill before and after was nothing short of astronomical, such as the difference in realms. Even so, Hawkeye effortlessly deflected Katie's assault with a mere flick of his wrist. In the next moment, Katie's figure magnified within Hawkeye's pupils, and under the cover of her sword energy, she successfully closed the distance to confront him. With a void-breaking strike, she attacked from the most unexpected angle, confident that even Hawkeye could not intercept her in time. Indeed, as Katie had surmised, Hawkeye was unable to reposition his blade for defense, yet this did not imply he was without recourse. With a resounding clang, her silver void-breaking slash collided with the hilt of Hawkeye's black blade. However, Katie's offensive was far from concluded. Release. The indifferent voice emerged from Katie's lips. As Hawkeye pondered the implications of those two words, an alarming signal of danger surged forth. And he realized that Katie's left hand bore a blade identical to that in her right. With no time to investigate the phenomenon, Hawkeye hastily retreated to evade the descending strike. With such an advantage, Katie was determined not to squander it. She wielded both blades in tandem, launching a dual assault against Hawkeye, her aura radiating far beyond her previous self. In that moment, the dual-wielding Katie successfully overpowered Hawkeye. Hey, Bista, is that little brat really that strong? In the distance, several captains of the White Regiment, having witnessed the clash between Katie and Hawkeye, questioned Bista, who was also a swordsman. He is indeed formidable, and for reasons unbeknownst to me, his swordsmanship has experienced a significant surge in a mere instant. Otherwise, he would not have forced Hawkeye into this predicament. Yet, this scenario will not endure for long. Once Hawkeye acclimatizes to his style of attack, the initiative will surely revert to Hawkeye, for he is the world's greatest. Chapter 43, Unity of Man and Blade. As Bista uttered this statement, his tone was resolute. Being a swordsman himself allowed him to grasp the disparity more acutely. He and Hawkeye were simply not on the same level. That is still impressive. Considering Hawkeye is the man who dueled with red-haired Shanks, even my father speaks of him in high regard. Despite Bista's remarks, they still perceived Katie as exceptionally strong. A sentiment echoed even by Bista himself, for he recognized that, even in his own capacity, he might not surpass her. Not only the captain of the White Troop, but nearly all who witnessed this scene shared the same sentiment. They had to concede that they had underestimated this suddenly emerging youth. Ah, another restless spirit. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. Behind his sunglasses, Doflamingo fixated his gaze on Katie, seemingly lost in contemplation. With the blade as an extension of his being, Katie found herself enveloped in an unprecedented focus. The world around her faded, leaving only the slicing air and her adversary before her. Unbeknownst to her, she had entered a remarkable state of unity with her sword. Her eyes slightly narrowed, the expression in them shifted once more. The transformation occurring within Katie did not escape the keen observation of Mihawk. He understood all too well what this state signified for a swordsman, prompting him to gradually retract the force he had intended to apply. The unity of man and sword is a coveted spiritual state yearned for by all swordsmen. In this state, one's mind transcends mere concentration, thoughts become more agile, and self-awareness reaches an unprecedented zenith. Within this harmonious state, a swordsman can seamlessly integrate all of their capabilities, rendering previously incomprehensible or insurmountable challenges astonishingly simple, akin to breaking through a mere layer of paper. However, this state is exceedingly rare, often reliant on sheer luck. A lifetime may pass without ever experiencing it. Even I have encountered it only thrice, and each instance has brought monumental growth. At this moment, Hawkeye gazed at Katie with a look of admiration. Initially, his decision to challenge Katie stemmed purely from curiosity. He wished to ascertain the prowess of this young individual who had disrupted the Navy's meticulous arrangements. Upon their first encounter, Hawkeye was taken aback, though his expression remained impassive. Internally, however, he was tumultuous, for this young man had already cultivated his own sword intent. The tearing effect inherent in Katie's attacks was unmistakable to Hawkeye, who found it hard to fathom how someone still in the realm of a swordsman could comprehend such an essence. Indeed, many renowned swordsmen had yet to grasp their own sword intent. Sword intent is not merely a result of diligence. It necessitates a harmonious trifecta of effort, talent, and opportunity. It is an external manifestation of an individual's willpower, a phenomenon that cannot be taught, as each person's determination is uniquely their own, an understanding that transcends verbal expression. Even the prodigy he favored was far from achieving such insight. Soon, however, Hawkeye realized he had underestimated the situation. After witnessing Katie's extraordinary abilities, he felt an irresistible urge to intensify his own efforts and struck him down twice consecutively, just as he believed Katie had reached his limit. The young swordsman's technique surged dramatically, shattering the barrier that had stymied countless swordsmen and propelling him into the realm of the grand swordsman. Yet, the surprises were not over. In their next clash, Hawkeye was stunned to discover that, in addition to his tearing sword intent, Katie possessed a second form of sword intent, spatial fluctuations. The very moment he perceived this, Hawkeye's instinct screamed impossibility. To possess one form of sword intent is already a formidable challenge. To wield two simultaneously is an extraordinary feat, especially one connected to the complexities of space. Sword intents vary in strength, and anything associated with spatial dimensions is inherently potent. The subsequent clashes confirmed Hawkeye's intuition. Indeed, there was a force imbued with the essence of space. In that instant, Hawkeye felt a twinge of envy toward Katie, who had remarkably evolved to such a stage before the age of 20. At that same age, Hawkeye himself had only just attained the status of a grand swordsman, still a considerable distance from comprehending sword intent, leaving him with no advantage in comparison. Nevertheless, he observed that while Katie's formidable sword intent endowed him with immense power, it simultaneously presented a complex conundrum, the discord and conflict between the two forces, which he struggled to harmonize effectively. In that moment, Katie entered a state of unity between man and sword. Although this intuition lacked a solid foundation, Hawkeye sensed that when Katie emerged from this state, he would resolve the issue and master both powers more adeptly. Though merely a premonition, Hawkeye's instincts had always proven remarkably accurate. At this moment, as long as Hawkeye is willing, he could effortlessly interrupt Katie's state, yet he refrains from doing so. It is neither a matter of the so-called dignity of the strong nor a gesture of respect toward his opponent. It is simply a profound disinterest. Ever since the encounter with the red-haired swordsman who lost an arm, he has not faced a worthy adversary. Standing at the pinnacle, Hawkeye has languished in solitude for far too long, yearning for someone who could compel him to fight with all his might, disregarding everything else. The swordsman Zaro, whom he met in the East Blue, presented a glimmer of potential, but whether he could truly evolve into a rival remained uncertain. In contrast, Katie before him harbors even greater promise. Thus Hawkeye not only refrains from interrupting her enlightenment, but instead assumes the role of a sparring partner, feeding her techniques. His unwavering confidence in his own prowess is a testament to his pride as the world's foremost swordsman. Despite the terrifying talent Katie displays, Hawkeye remains convinced that even if she were to reach his level, he would still emerge victorious. With a resounding crash, for reasons unknown, Whitebeard and Akainu unleashed a tremendous attack once more, sending powerful shockwaves across the battlefield. As his gaze shifted, his body reconnected with the external environment, and his consciousness detached from that extraordinary state. He lamented the loss of that moment yet acknowledged the inevitability of it. Fortunately, he at least resolved the issue. Although it lasted merely a brief span of minutes, his strength had significantly increased. While he did not acquire any new skills, he had gained a better mastery over his existing abilities and finally grasped the spatial capabilities offered by the initial release of his Zanpakuto. Grateful for this opportunity, Katie, despite her previous diminished perception of the outside world, recognized Hawkeye's actions. As her opponent, he not only refrained from interrupting her but also acted as her training partner, a gesture that earned her deep respect. There is no need. Now that you are awake, let me see how far you have truly grown. Without hesitation, Katie accepted Hawkeye's invitation, eager to gauge the strength of her swordsmanship. Chapter 44, The Sword Intent of Hawkeye reassessing the Zanpakuto in her hands. Katie realized that its initial release state appeared as such. She could not help but wonder how it would manifest in its final form. Surely it could not transform into three swords, forcing her to wield one with her mouth like Zaro. To fully harness the power of her Zanpakuto, she must gradually unlock its various states, from initial release to final release, culminating in the ultimate form. This progression necessitates a significant allocation of skill points for its elevation. However, Katie was uncertain if she could achieve the final form, as not everyone possesses such an ability within the realm of Soul Reapers. Even the majority of captain-level warriors are unable to attain it. With these thoughts, she halted and redirected her focus toward Hawkeye. At this moment, her sole objective was to engage him in a fierce duel. Everything else was inconsequential. I am coming. Her consciousness enveloped the two Zanpakuto in her hands. In that instant, Katie no longer perceived them merely as weapons. They had become extensions of her own being, integrated into her very essence. Her body surged forward, striking toward Hawkeye with both blades, and as she approached the dark blade knight, she did not dodge but instead cleaved downward without hesitation. With a resounding clash, to everyone's astonishment, Katie's seemingly unremarkable strike actually forced Hawkeye to retreat a step. What is happening? Onlookers were utterly bewildered by the scene. When did Hawkeye become so weak that a mere casual strike could compel him to withdraw? Even the few great swordsmen present, including Vista, struggled to comprehend the situation. Their brows furrowed as they fixated on Katie. Suddenly, a thought flickered through their minds, only to be swiftly dismissed. Impossible. It cannot be. How could someone so young grasp such power? At that moment, the recently thawed Jaws heard Vista's murmuring and could not help but inquire. Thanks to Katie's timely intervention, Skuyard's assault was thwarted by Ace, sparing Whitebeard from injury. During his battle with Akiji, Jaws was not frozen as he had been in the narrative due to distraction. Although he ultimately fell victim to Akiji's Ice Age, he managed to preserve his severed arm. I can only conceive of this one possibility, but Jaws began, his thoughts trailing off. Although Bista refrained from voicing the remainder of his thoughts, Jaws understood his implication well. Undoubtedly, Bista harbored doubts about Katie's mastery of sword intent, as even the great sword master himself had yet to achieve it. Nothing is impossible, Bista. That little brat cannot be judged by ordinary standards. He will inevitably surpass us. Even now, he might not be weaker than us. While I am not a swordsman and lack a thorough understanding of the intricacies of sword intent, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for Katie. As Jaws spoke these words, he was resolute in his conviction. However, unbeknownst to him, there was one individual on the battlefield who was more astonished than anyone else, Buggy the Clown. The moment Katie engaged in combat with Mihawk, he sensed the tearing power within her attacks. In that instant, Buggy's hair stood on end, a multitude of thoughts racing through his mind. His gaze fixed on Katie with an intensity that was almost palpable. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Mr. 3, standing beside him, noticed Buggy's emotional shift and inquired. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just wondering if we could gain fame by taking down that Katie fellow. That brat has completely overshadowed me." "You truly have some nerve to entertain such thoughts. If you wish to pursue that, go ahead, but don't drag me into it." Mr. 3 could no longer tolerate Buggy's antics and stormed off in frustration. "Ah, come on, I was merely joking. Don't take it to heart," Buggy called after Mr. 3. As he hastily followed him, the earlier commotion fading as if it had never occurred. Feeling the distinctly different powers emanating from Katie's dual blades, Mihawk could not help but nod in affirmation, since it was ineffective to wield two forms of sword intent on a single blade. The solution lay in separating them, one form per blade, thus elegantly resolving the dilemma. However, while the concept seemed straightforward, executing it posed numerous challenges. At the very least, one must possess the ability to multitask, otherwise, it would remain unachievable. Furthermore, one must possess exceptional control, or the effectiveness would be significantly compromised. These two requirements alone were daunting, yet for Katie, they appeared to be mere trifles. With a subtle smile, Mihawk realized his initial assumptions were correct. Katie would prove to be a formidable adversary, though she still seemed somewhat lacking at present. As he shifted his gaze, Mihawk adopted a serious demeanor, an aura emanating from him that spread to the black blade, Yoru, in his hand. In an instant, Mihawk's presence transformed in Katie's perception, exuding an air of majesty, akin to that of a sovereign. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Mihawk's attack descended from above. As Katie beheld the blade soaring toward her, an unsettling sensation gripped her, a premonition that this strike could cleave heaven and earth, severing all in its path. An overwhelming dread surged within her, rendering her feeling as insignificant as an ant. No matter her efforts, they would amount to naught. With a muffled grunt, a drop of blood escaped Katie's lips. In a desperate attempt to dispel her fear, she bit her tongue, the searing pain eclipsing her terror, even in the face of a lethal assault. Katie could not help but exclaim how excruciating it was to bite her tongue. Channeling all her strength, she unleashed her tearing and spatial distortion abilities to their utmost, delivering her most potent strike. A resounding boom echoed across the battlefield, drowning out all other sounds, as an immense wave of power radiated outward. Even those far beyond the confines of Marineford could distinctly feel the aftershocks of the attack, while the previously frozen bay ultimately succumbed to collapse. The battlefield became engulfed in a tempest of unleashed sword energy, shattering clouds hundreds of meters above. Even the naval officers who had taken refuge in the trenches were gripped by fear, the sharpness of the atmosphere pricking their skin incessantly. Even the distant battles between the three admirals and the white team were abruptly halted, as all eyes converged upon the two figures locked in conflict at the center of the battlefield. They could never have anticipated such a breathtaking spectacle. The duel between the two swordsmen reached a level of devastation that was nothing short of apocalyptic, successfully reshaping their worldview. After all, encounters between top-tier swordsmen are not easily come by. Indeed, Jaws, your assertion was correct. This time, Vista distinctly sensed the three different sword intents erupting on the battlefield. One of them was unmistakably that of Hawkeye, which meant the remaining two belonged to Katie. Surprisingly, Vista felt no astonishment, for he had been compelled to acclimate to such circumstances. In Chapter 45, Hawkeye's sword technique, Boundary Break, before anyone could witness the final outcome, Katie's voice resonated from the ruins. Truly, it was Hawkeye. Although it was merely a voice, people could easily discern the emotions woven into Katie's tone, a clear indication that she was preparing to unleash her final, desperate strike. Evidently, the victor of the earlier clash was Hawkeye, a result that elicited no surprise. For the title of the world's strongest was not easily attained. A surge of formidable energy erupted, dispelling the remnants of chaos, allowing the onlookers to behold the scene within. The unremarkable Hawkeye remained unchanged, his expression betraying no hint of turmoil, in stark contrast to Katie, who bore the marks of battle. A massive wound, nearly half a meter long, extended from his shoulder to his abdomen, blood gushing forth, saturating his body, and dyeing the ice beneath him a brilliant red. Though his appearance was obscured, the aura emanating from him exuded an intense madness, akin to the final, desperate struggles of a dying beast. Akiji Kizaru. Cover me for a moment. Though unspoken, both understood Akainu's intent. He was preparing to ambush the weakened Katie. Although Akiji held reservations about Akainu's methods, he felt little sympathy for the enemy, especially one who had brought such disgrace upon the Navy. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced to Akainu's plan. Are you not going to intervene? Whitebeard inquired softly, casting a glance toward the shadows nearby. Our relationship is merely that of allies, not comrades, hence there is no imperative to act. Everyone encounters peril at times. failure merely signifies a lack of qualification. You should comprehend the consequences of his actions and how the Navy or the world government will respond to him, perhaps even better than we do, came the indifferent voice. Carried gently by the wind, heard only by Whitebeard. Huh, just as I remembered, the aloof read. Instead of worrying about that young one, you should contemplate your own predicament. In this situation, even you cannot hope to escape unscathed. Do you truly believe the Navy will let you go so easily? Whitebeard remained silent in response to the skepticism directed at him, gazing into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Then, addressing Marco and the others beside him, he asserted, "You all, regardless of the outcome, must support that young one, understood?" Though the two were reluctant to act, Whitebeard would not turn a blind eye. For he owed that young one a significant debt of gratitude. "Understood, old man." No one refused, for they had no reason to. Had it not been for Katie, it would have been Ace standing beside them, battling Hawkeye. Despite their lack of complete understanding regarding the events that transpired, they recognized that the other had aided them, rendering it impossible for them to remain indifferent. On the other side, Katie had completed her charge, her power, spirit, and was converging into a singular point. With the strike, she wagered everything on her final blow, knowing that after this, she would possess no surplus energy. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, Katie moved. Stepping forward with her right foot, her right hand wielded the blade, slicing through the air with remarkable swiftness. The silver blade glinted in the sunlight, dazzling to the eyes. Slash! With the sound of her command, the blade stilled, and a massive sword energy, spanning several dozen meters, formed and shot towards Hawkeye. Its sharpness palpable even from a distance. Yet, Katie's actions did not cease there. She shifted her weight forward, her previously lagging footstep now in sync, and with another step, she swung a second blade. The gleaming edge cleaved through the air, completing a semicircle, just a fraction away from finalizing the second strike. However, at that moment, an anomaly occurred. Katie's figure vanished completely, not merely concealed but utterly absent, her presence and aura undetectable. Even the impending sword energy dissipated alongside her. In an instant, a long-forgotten alarm bell rang within Hawkeye, sensing danger. Before he could locate Katie's form, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. A tearing sensation searing through his skin despite the barrier of his clothing. Though unseen, Hawkeye understood that Katie and the nascent sword energy were poised just behind him. Aware of her intent to launch a dual assault, he had to admit that he had underestimated this young warrior. Although he had recognized Katie's comprehension of sword intent involving spatial manipulation, he had not anticipated her grasp of a deeper layer of ability. Yet, reality compelled him to reassess the extent of Katie's extraordinary talent. Her sword technique intertwined spatial fluctuations with the formidable capability of spatial movement. Faced with this strike, Hawkeye found himself in a precarious situation, for at that moment, two attacks converged simultaneously, leaving him with no option but to absorb the impact. As a mere sword energy assault could not defuse the imminent crisis. Not only Hawkeye was astonished, all present were rendered speechless. For they too could not fathom how Katie had executed such a feat. The distance and suddenness dulled their perception, yet not everyone could achieve such a remarkable feat. Akainu. Perhaps I should step in. Kazuru, usually reticent and uninterested, broke his silence, sensing the danger emanating from Katie's outburst. Although it was but a slight possibility, Kazara could not afford to overlook it. Never mind, I'll handle it. Your haki may not be potent enough. If you fail to strike her down, and she manages to evade, it could spell trouble. Akainu dismissed Kazuru's suggestion, determined to ensure a decisive strike. Very well, but do ensure your aim is accurate. Do not strike wrongly. Reluctantly conceding to Akainu's insistence, Kazuru offered a cautious reminder. Return. At this moment, Hawkeye unleashed a sword technique he had not utilized in a long time. His movements were as fluid and unremarkable as ever. However, just before a frontal assault could reach him, he deftly released a wave of sword energy. Simultaneously, an attack from behind bore down upon him, seemingly destined to strike, leaving even him unable to conjure a second wave of sword energy in time. Katie's gaze was fixed intently on Hawkeye, scrutinizing each of his movements. Despite the precarious situation he appeared to be in, she had unwavering faith that he would prevail. Then, she witnessed a scene that defied belief. The blade he had swung did not retract but merely quivered, releasing another surge of sword energy, effortlessly dispelling her meticulously crafted lethal strike. Chapter 46. Akainu's ambush. The devastating sword energy once again enveloped the battlefield, ravaging the already shattered ice surface. At the epicenter of the explosion, the solid ice was obliterated in an instant, revealing the azure sea beneath. Caught in the chaos, Katie found herself in a dire predicament. Her initial release had lost its potency, leaving her with only a singular blade to shield herself from the relentless sword energy. The recent eruption had thoroughly exhausted her last reserves of strength, particularly the spatial transfer, which her current physical condition could scarcely sustain even under optimal circumstances. This meant that her newly acquired Earth-level physical prowess was insufficient for her combat needs, implying further financial expenditure was inevitable. Yet, the immediate priority was not this, but rather to swiftly recuperate her body. System, exchange for a sense of being. Seizing the moment, Katie expended 500,000 exchange points to procure a senza bean from the system, hailing from the Dragon Ball universe. Gazing at the pea in her palm, she would never have believed, had it not been provided by the system, that it could instantaneously restore her injuries and vitality. Without hesitation, she tossed it into her mouth. The sound was crisp, tinged with a flavor reminiscent of pickled vegetables. Engaging in combat to such an extent with Hawkeye had surpassed her wildest expectations, initially. She had merely contemplated how to endure 10 minutes in his presence to fulfill the task assigned by the system. Little did she anticipate the series of twists and turns that would lead to this climactic moment. Although the duration of the battle was not particularly lengthy, it had extended beyond 20 minutes, with the phase of comprehending sword techniques alone exceeding 10 minutes. The subsequent skirmishes entirely initiated by her challenge to Hawkeye. The moment she swallowed the senza bean, a torrent of warmth surged through her body, akin to being enveloped in a hot spring, as her myriad wounds began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, all her injuries, including the severe half-meter-long gash across her chest, vanished without a trace. Even her pallid complexion, a result of excessive blood loss, regained a rosy hue and a healthy sheen. Had it not been for the remnants of crimson blood still clinging to her, Katie might have doubted her injuries altogether. Having confirmed her body was safely restored, Katie's attention shifted back to Hawkeye. By now, she was acutely aware of the disparity between their abilities. He stood not far away, still pristine and unscathed. Her attacks had failed to leave any mark upon him. If the contest were solely a matter of swordsmanship, she was far from his equal, as he had consistently held back, never employing his full strength. Only during the last 2 attacks did he reveal a glimpse of his formidable prowess, justifying his title as the world's greatest swordsman. However, had this been a genuine life-or-death confrontation, she knew she would not rely solely on sword techniques to match him. With her fruit abilities in play, her predicament would have been far less precarious. Unbeknownst to Katie, the scene she had just witnessed had left a profound impact on certain onlookers. "Captain, if I am not mistaken, did Hawkeye just employ sword techniques?" Someone inquired of their captain from the waters not far from Marineford. "Indeed, I never imagined that little brat could push him to such an extent. It has been years since I have seen him wield his sword techniques, while others may have been oblivious." One who had battled with Hawkeye for years certainly understood the significance of this moment. The reason Hawkeye's sword was regarded as the supreme blade was not merely its sharpness, but the immense advantage it conferred upon its wielder, enhancing the strength of their sword energy. This is precisely why it is rare to witness Hawkeye employing sword techniques. His ordinary attacks suffice. While speaking, he rubbed the hilt of the sword hanging at his waist with his remaining right hand, his eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light. "What? Are you regretting your initial decision?" Observing his superior's contemplative demeanor, those nearby were acutely aware of his thoughts. Though this question had been posed numerous times before, they could not resist bringing it up once more. "It cannot be said that I regret my own choices. Moreover, that young lad is gradually influencing this world, living up to my expectations. What are your thoughts on this young man, Katie?" The conversation veered back to Katie, gazing at the youthful and unfamiliar visage on the screen. Even he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. A remarkably strong newcomer. However, it is premature to draw any conclusions. If he can survive the Navy's retaliation after this incident, we shall see. Today's newcomers are audacious, daring to toy with the Navy. I cannot fathom the current sentiments of Sengoku and Akainu. They are undoubtedly aware of the implications this turn of events holds for the Navy. Katie's interference has rendered all their painstaking preparations futile. No one could easily accept this reality, and revenge is inevitable. "So, Captain, should we alter our plans?" Katie's emergence was never within their original strategy, and it is still possible to make changes. "Never mind. It is too late to change anything now that we have come this far. As you say, they would not question the captain's decision." While all pirates avoided Marineford, one pirate ship boldly approached it, the iconic Red Wolf head unmistakably signifying the presence of the Sea Emperor, on par with the Whitebeard pirates. The events unfolding at the Navy headquarters were destined to astonish the entire world. The raging sword energy gradually subsided, just as the spectators strained their eyes for a resolution. An unexpected turn occurred. Ice Age, Yada no Kagami. The observing admirals, Akiji and Kizuru, suddenly launched a surprise attack on the Whitebeard pirates without any warning, escalating their assault immediately. The ice that had been shattered by the sword energy was instantaneously refrozen. The sky, too, was not neglected. Countless beams of yellow light filled the entire space, each radiating a destructive aura. "Damn it! Fire Fist!" Yet, the response from Whitebeard's side was swift, as each member reacted immediately, including Whitebeard himself, who unleashed his devil fruit powers to clear half the area. However, one individual moved faster than them all, Admiral Akainu. Before anyone could react, he appeared above Katie, his magma fist poised to strike down upon Katie's head, seemingly inevitable. The observers were taken aback by Akainu's decisive action. No one anticipated such resolve, especially in front of the entire world. Chapter 47. Fierce Battle with Akainu. Katie's appearance disrupted the Navy's execution of Ace, leaving them embarrassed before the world. Hence it was no surprise that the Navy sought vengeance. However, no one expected Akainu to act so swiftly and surreptitiously. Ha ha ha, that little brat is in for it now. The individuals present, all formidable in their own right, could discern Katie's physical condition, and few believed that he could elude Akainu's lethal strike in his weakened state. As Hawkeye prepared to intervene, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from Katie, causing his sword to lower slowly as he regarded Katie with contemplation. Boom. A strike comparable to a volcanic eruption obliterated the area where Katie had stood, transforming a radius of 100 meters into a realm of magma. Akainu showed no mercy. It was a full-force assault. Is it over? Despite Akainu's direct involvement, many remained skeptical that Katie had been eliminated so easily. After all, the impact he had previously made was too profound. Akainu, you truly are a dog. Before anyone could ascertain the outcome beneath the magma, that familiar voice reached their ears. I shifted in unison towards the source of the sound, revealing the young and familiar face standing 100 meters away. Could it be that he truly survived? Even though this outcome was anticipated, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. What astounded them further was Katie's condition. Though his body was smeared with blood and appeared utterly tragic, the aura he radiated was undiminished. How did his wounds heal? Some keen observers suddenly realized that the massive wound on Katie's chest had inexplicably vanished, leaving not a single scar behind. Could it be that Katie has some connection to Kaido? At this moment, they could only contemplate this singular possibility. The two names bore a striking resemblance, and the entire world was acutely aware of Kaido's terrifying physical prowess. The idea that he could extricate himself from a severely injured state and achieve complete recovery in such a brief span was simply irresistible to consider. However, it was not plausible. The notoriously poor relationship between Whitebeard and Kaido was common knowledge. Before the outbreak of war, Kaido had even intended to intercept Whitebeard, only to be thwarted by red-haired Shanks, leaving one to wonder what might have transpired otherwise. Clearly, this notion lacked credibility and was readily dismissed by others without the need for validation. Nevertheless, people did not delve too deeply into this matter. Rather than speculating on Kaido's identity, their concern gravitated towards the impending developments between Kaido and Akainu, wondering whether a clash would ensue. What did you say? At this moment, Akainu had already regained his composure, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze upon Katie not far away, with an unmistakable murderous intent in his words. I have never encountered such a demand before, but since you wish to hear it, I shall reiterate. Akainu, you truly are a dog. The last few words were articulated slowly and deliberately, ensuring that everyone could hear them clearly. Although Katie's remark was not entirely comprehensible, it was evident even to the most unimaginative that it was far from complimentary. Consequently, Akainu's fury ignited. Are you seeking death? His molten fist was once again raised high, ready to strike Katie. In the face of Akainu's enraged assault, Katie chose not to evade. Instead, she compressed the flames on her hands to their utmost limit, immediately enveloping them in a cloak of haki, resulting in a striking blend of black and crimson hues on her fists. Katie was eager to discern the extent of the gap between herself and Akainu, as well as to identify the shortcomings of her fruit abilities in comparison to his. Moreover, there was another crucial aspect, the completion of the task assigned by the system. Just as Akainu launched his surprise attack, the corresponding mission had also been updated. Mission brief. As a pirate, reputation is paramount. Only by defeating universally acknowledged strong adversaries can one swiftly gain the recognition of the world. Mission requirement. Defeat Akainu. Mission reward. 15 million exchange points, 100 skill points. Though the mission requirement was succinctly stated in just 4 words, it imposed immeasurable pressure on Katie. Each admiral of the Navy stood as a pinnacle of strength in the world, and the thought of overcoming them was no small feat. Nevertheless, Katie harbored no grievances. Despite Akainu's formidable power, she had always yearned for the opportunity to engage him in combat. In fact, she possessed a premonition that her clashes with Akainu, both now and in the future, would be far from infrequent. As flames and magma collided, the temperature of the entire Bay battlefield soared dramatically. Neither combatant intended for it. Yet the residual force of their attacks rapidly melted the ice, which had been frozen at sub-zero temperatures. Initially, the two engaged in close-quarters combat, but as time progressed, the icy battleground could no longer support their weight, and the sky once again transformed into the arena of battle. At this moment, the two individuals no longer needed to deliberately restrain their powers. The fruit's abilities erupted in full force. The orange flames enveloped Katie, presenting her as a sovereign of fire, reigning over all flames in the world. With the power of the flame fruit, Katie soared freely through the skies. Unlike magma, flames lacked a concrete form. They were merely pure energy, effortlessly liberating themselves from the grasp of gravity. On the other side, Akainu was even more terrifying, his arms having transformed into molten red magma, exuding an intense and terrifying heat that warped the very space around him. Red Dog, come and fight. Despite facing an opponent renowned as the Marine's strongest vice admiral, Katie felt no trace of fear within her heart, only an insatiable desire for battle surged within her. She yearned for a fierce and exhilarating fight to vindicate the flames. Dismissing magma as mere folly in the presence of fire. With a powerful thrust, flames erupted forth, propelling Katie to astonishing speeds, and in the blink of an eye, She stood before Akainu. Divine flame, unknown fire. As the distance closed to mere meters, a colossal spear of flame rapidly formed in Katie's hands and was hurled toward Akainu with great force. Great fire. In response to Katie's assault, Akainu met her head-on, showing no inclination to retreat, even if he had reason to. In the next instant, flames and magma clashed violently. The fiery spear disintegrating while Akainu's magma fist was similarly diminished, losing half of its mass. Katie's strike not only utilized her fruit's abilities, but also concealed a rending technique. Though it paled in comparison to swordsmanship, it was enough to leave a mark on Akainu. As their battle raged, the sky was drenched in a rain of fire, growing ever more intense. The once blue sky had vanished, replaced by a blood-red hue, not a mere sunset glow, but a crimson reminiscent of blood. From afar, Marie Fort appeared as a hellish realm encased in flames and magma. At this juncture, the intricacies of techniques mattered little, only the depth of one's foundation, the development of abilities, and the accumulation of combat experience would determine the victor. Chapter 47. Surge of Power. Father, what should we do? Should we intervene? The sudden clash between Katie and Akainu left Marco and the others, who had prepared for rescue, utterly bewildered. No need. If that little brat truly wished to escape, she wouldn't be fighting Akainu. Let us observe quietly. I sense that what unfolds next will be quite intriguing. At this moment, Whitebeard finally discerned Katie's nature. She was audacious yet possessed a meticulous mind. Each of her seemingly reckless moves yielded successful outcomes. Once or twice, one might attribute it to luck, but after numerous instances, it could no longer be simply explained by fortune. Undoubtedly, this young woman harbored a latent power yet to be revealed, a force that granted her the courage to confront Akainu. Father, you should tend to your injuries. In contrast to the fierce battle between Katie and Akainu, Marco was more concerned for Whitebeard's well-being. Observing the grave wound inflicted by Akainu, Marco could not suppress his worry. He was acutely aware of his father's condition. Though Whitebeard's face betrayed nothing, his body surely suffered. What? Do you truly believe I am old? This injury is far from fatal, foolish son. He rebuffed Marco's concerns. Though unease lingered, there was little he could do. A profound sense of crisis welled up within him. Too many powerful adversaries had emerged in this war. Whitebeard had once proclaimed that the conclusion of this battle would herald a new era. And as the world's foremost pirate crew, they would undoubtedly become the focus of countless challenges, yet Whitebeard's health waned with each passing day. Marco resolved that upon returning, he would dedicate himself to rigorous training to enhance his strength. It was time for them, as sons, to shield their father from the storm. Unlike Marco, Ace found himself captivated by the battle unfolding in the sky. Sharing a similar ability, he understood better than anyone the pressure Katie faced in this confrontation. During his previous clash with Akiji, he had sensed the terrifying might radiating from Akainu. Though he was reluctant to admit it, Ace knew that with his current powers, he would inevitably succumb to Akainu. The world believed that the magma fruit surpassed the flame fruit, a notion Ace had shared until his encounter with Whitebeard. Yet, Whitebeard had imparted wisdom to him. Fire, as the purest and most primal form of energy, represented fundamental rules of the world, possessing unimaginable power. If developed to a certain extent, it could withstand magma, even igniting it. However, Ace had yet to grasp the realm of understanding Whitebeard spoke of. Watching Katie's figure in the sky, he couldn't help but wonder if she could achieve it. Cough, cough. The pain coursing through Katie forced her to gasp for breath, a deep ache reminding her starkly of the chasm between herself and Akainu. Her peak mastery of fruit abilities was insufficient to withstand Akainu's onslaught. Every outburst from him bore the ferocity of a volcanic eruption. Unlike flames, magma possessed a solid form, its strength far exceeding that of fire, compounded by Akainu's superior mastery of hockey. Each collision sent sharp pain coursing through Katie's wrist. Do you dare to appear before me, mere flames? With absolute dominance, Akainu taunted Katie. Not merely to unsettle her emotions, but to incite her competitive spirit and deter her from fleeing. They were not far from Whitebeard, if Katie truly desired to escape. Akainu was uncertain he could intercept her. Undoubtedly, Katie's speed had left a profound impression on Akainu, and he believed provoking her was the only strategy to keep her engaged. Katie dismissed Akainu's mockery with nonchalance. Unbeknownst to him, she harbored no intention of retreating. Having completed her previous task, she now possessed immense wealth, which could elevate her strength to new heights in an instant. System. Expend 10 skill points to enhance my hockey level, 10 skill points to enhance my observation hockey level, and 10 skill points to enhance my physical combat level. After a brief pause, Katie continued, spend 10 skill points to elevate my fruit level. Spend 3 million exchange points to acquire the skill Heavenly Fire Transformation. As her voice faded, the shackles binding her body fell away one by one. In that moment, Katie entered a new realm, the realm of the strong. Mere flames? Akainu, how pitiably ignorant you are. Thus, she declared, allow me to demonstrate how these so-called flames can vanquish your proud and worthless magma. Katie's proclamation resonated across the battlefield. Yet no one mocked her audacity. Instead, gazes turned toward her with contemplative intrigue, as onlookers pondered what impossible feat she might achieve. Great flame ring, centered around Katie. Circles of fire materialized and rapidly expanded, enveloping an area of several hundred meters in an inferno that radiated unimaginable heat. Fire arise! A resounding shout pierced the air. And just as the crowd stood in bewilderment, a sudden gasp of astonishment echoed. Look, what is happening? Following the direction of the gesture, the onlookers beheld an astonishing spectacle. All the flames burning in the ruins of war simultaneously ascended, converging toward Katie in the sky. The scene was not merely magnificent, it was utterly majestic. In the battlefield, where everything was lacking, the one thing abundant was fire. Flames within a radius of several thousand meters surged toward Katie as if on a pilgrimage. All that graced the eyes were flames. In that moment, Katie truly resembled a deity descending from the heavens, uniting all fire. Observing the unfolding events with a cold gaze, Akainu refrained from intervening. Although the spectacle appeared formidable, its true power posed no threat to him. It was merely an empty show. Akainu resolved to deliver a decisive blow when the opponent believed himself to be at his peak strength, for only then could the dignity of the Navy be restored. As the last flicker of flame merged into the spectacle, a second sun emerged in the sky, a colossal fireball exceeding 100 meters in diameter, eclipsing even the true sun above. Steams billowed continuously from the ocean's surface, and the terrifying heat had even begun to vaporize the sea. Was this the Flame Emperor? This scene may appear unfamiliar to others, yet for Marco, it is profoundly familiar, having witnessed Ace executed on multiple occasions. No, it feels different. Though I am uncertain of his intentions, I can sense that this is not the Flame Emperor. Chapter 49, The Changing Flame. What is he planning? Initially, I believed that Katie was gathering all the flames to form a massive fireball as a means to attack Akainu, but the reality before me seems otherwise. The fireball simply remained stationary, showing no signs of action. If it weren't for the lingering essence of Katie within, one might even suspect she had fled. Oh dear. It is so hot. How can it be this hot? Yet, an inadvertent remark suddenly sparked a realization among the formidable beings present. Each one pausing to quietly absorb the situation. Heat. Why is it so hot? Undoubtedly, the source lies with Katie, only the enormous fireball in the sky, exceeding 100 meters in diameter, could evoke such sensations. As the powerful individuals extended their observation to the fireball above, they discerned a startling truth. The temperature at the surface of the fireball was escalating in leaps, surpassing 3,000 degrees Celsius, with the internal heat surely exceeding that. Furthermore, the fireball's volume was gradually diminishing. Upon this revelation, the onlookers felt a sense of relief. In their minds, Katie was compressing energy. Everyone understood that the more refined the energy, the greater the force upon detonation, leading them to naturally assume that Katie harbored such intentions. However, little did they know that Katie's plan diverged entirely from this notion. As this realization dawned upon them, their gazes shifted from Katie to Akainu, who now became the focal point of attention. Clearly, now was the opportune moment to strike. The longer they delayed, the greater the peril. They were curious to see how Akainu would respond. Would he once again launch a surprise attack before the eyes of the world, just as he had before? Feeling the weight of their scrutinizing gazes, Akainu's expression darkened. Were it not for the desire to rectify the humiliation suffered by the Navy, he would have acted long ago. With his temperament, how could he have waited until now? Even if it meant resorting to a sneak attack, what mattered was success. Outcomes were insignificant. The narrative of justice is always pinned by the victor, and the defeated become nothing. Amidst this tension, the war abruptly halted, with all eyes fixed on Katie, awaiting the culmination of her assault. The colossal fireball, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, rapidly shrank, from a diameter of 100 meters to 50, then to 30. All within less than half a minute, and now only 10 meters remained, staring in astonishment at the diminutive fireball. No one had anticipated Katie possessed the capability to compress it to such an extent. Flames are synonymous with ferocity, notoriously difficult to tame. Faced with such a formidable assault, although numerous, few among the strong could guarantee their ability to withstand it, for the energy contained within was immense. Even Akainu felt a tinge of regret. It had escalated to a level he could no longer dismiss. Suddenly, at a particular moment, a peculiar glimmer flitted within the orange fireball. Its speed so swift that many failed to perceive the fleeting shadow, except for Ace aboard the Moby Dick, fixated on the fireball above. Although he could not discern what had flashed past in that instant, his body reacted instinctively. At the moment the shadow appeared, he felt a jolt within, as if something were yearning to erupt, but it was restrained by invisible shackles within. Gazing intently at the fireball, Ace sensed that what he could not achieve, Katie might have already accomplished. What is that? Following the first flash, a second, third, and fourth soon emerged, until the entire fireball underwent a transformation. The outer layer remained a dazzling orange-yellow, yet the core appeared dark and obscure, barely discernible. Akainu acted swiftly, while others speculated about the strange light. Akiji's voice suddenly broke through, urging Akainu to take action. Like the others, Akiji was uncertain of the phenomenon, yet he instinctively felt a looming danger. His ability, being the antithesis of fire, made him particularly sensitive to the extraordinary force concealed within the orange fireball. Almost simultaneously with Akiji's call, Akainu vanished from sight. Setting aside the power hidden within the fireball, the mere fact that it had been compressed to a diameter of 10 meters posed a significant threat to him. He had long contemplated striking. Moreover, Akiji's warning, despite their usual discord, was a truth he could not ignore. Thus, Akainu decisively chose to engage. With a colossal punch of molten rock descending upon the fireball, Akainu's body transformed into elemental form, save for his head, to shield himself from the immense energy within. A thunderous roar reverberated across the battlefield, shocking all present. As they regained their senses, they realized that the once suspended orange fireball had vanished without a trace. The anticipated explosion never materialized. However, the two figures locked in a standoff in the sky rendered the onlookers speechless. Against Akainu's full-force strike, Katie not only received it head-on, but stood her ground, unwavering. This was not the most astonishing aspect. What truly left them in disbelief was Katie's method of resisting Akainu. The hand that deflected Akainu bore no enhancement of haki, it was merely enveloped in a swirling azure flame. This revelation momentarily stunned everyone once again. Just moments before, Katie appeared to be at a severe disadvantage, yet in the blink of an eye, she executed a counterattack that was utterly unforeseen. With a grim and fluctuating expression, Doflamingo gazed at the silhouette surrounded by azure flames in the sky. A rare heaviness etched onto his face. Even when Katie had previously compressed her flames to their utmost limits, he had never displayed such gravity, having awakened his devil fruit abilities. Doflamingo possessed a comprehension of these powers that surpassed that of most present. He understood precisely what Katie's flames signified, either an awakening of her abilities or being on the brink of such an awakening. In any case, she was no longer comparable to the orange-yellow flame she had wielded before. Ace watched every detail intently, cognizant that this was of great importance to him. It was not only Doflamingo who recognized the changes in Katie. Whitebeard was also aware and specifically urged Ace to observe closely. Yes, father. In truth, even without Whitebeard's urging, Ace would have attentively monitored everything unfolding within Katie. The transformation she underwent was precisely the state he had long desired, but had yet to master himself. Now that he encountered it, he would not let the opportunity slip by. His fists clenched tightly, although he was uncertain of the origin of Katie's flame abilities. He was certain they were intrinsically linked to him. The technique she executed mirrored his own, implying she had possessed her powers for merely a day. Yet she had accomplished what he had failed to achieve over years. Ace felt a deep-seated resentment, resenting his own weakness. Lamenting a lack of effort that had led to his defeat by that scoundrel Teach, and causing Whitebeard to suffer because of him. Chapter 50, Suppressing Akainu. Why the silence? Akainu? Don't worry, a greater surprise awaits. Be cautious not to perish. Observing Akainu's expression akin to that of a rat caught in a trap, Katie savored a moment of dark delight. Repeatedly ambushed, he had clearly underestimated her. Even a mud doll has its pride, let alone herself. Having finally obtained an opportunity, she was determined to retaliate. You think a mere change in flame color renders you invincible? You are but a jester. In response to Katie's continuous taunts, Akainu's fury ignited, and he unleashed a punch that forced her back. Very well, let me ensure your demise is unmistakable. Heavenly fire transformation. With a low growl, Katie's aura surged dramatically. The azure flames soaring skyward, their scale reminiscent of a celestial phenomenon, radiating a heat far surpassing anything prior, a level beyond the orange-yellow flames. What? How could this be? Does she have no limits? In but a fleeting moment, Katie's presence escalated to a terrifying degree, surpassing 99% of those present. Approaching the might of an admiral, the onlookers found themselves at a loss for how to respond to Katie's repeatedly escalating power. Initially, she had merely been a promising newcomer, but her duel with Mihawk had elevated her to the ranks of formidable adversaries. Now, confronted by that suffocating aura, it was evident that Katie had transformed into a being they could only look up to, and this metamorphosis had occurred before their very eyes, leaving them speechless. This fellow has concealed his capabilities remarkably well. One wonders if this is truly all he possesses. In contrast to Katie's successive enhancements, they preferred to believe she had always harbored such power. After all, the path of the strong is seldom easily traversed. No one could ascend to such heights in so brief a time without diligent effort. Yet, while this rule might hold true for others, it certainly did not apply to Katie, who possessed a system that transcended such norms. In her case, conventional logic was rendered moot. Akainu, prepare to meet your end. With a fierce roar, Katie launched herself into the fray, her command of fire now transcending mere color modification. The azure flames now burned nearly 2,000 degrees hotter than before, reaching a staggering 5,000 degrees Celsius, with the explosive energy multiplying several-fold. Under the influence of the heavenly fire transformation, both the temperature of the flames and the energy contained within surged once more, leaving Katie with a sense of saturation, as if she were approaching her next limit. Rather than feeling disheartened by this realization, Katie's spirit soared, for it implied that the abilities of her flame fruit still held potential for further development. Presently, her azure flames were impervious to Akainu's magma, suggesting that the next tier of her flames could indeed subdue him. Merely contemplating this prospect filled her with exhilaration. She even entertained the notion of converting all her exchange points into skill points to enhance the level of her flame fruit abilities. However, Katie refrained from acting impulsively, opting instead to conserve her exchange points for future contingencies. I shall see how long you can maintain this state. Akainu, in close proximity. Sensed that Katie's current strength was not her true power, but rather something forcibly augmented by unknown means, surely unsustainable for long. And yet, even if it lasts only a minute, that will suffice to claim your life. Katie did not contest this, for there was no need to. Fire fist. With a furious bellow, azure flames erupted from her fist. Although the technique appeared unchanged, the power it contained was worlds apart. This time, Akainu was unable to respond with his usual composure. Great eruption. The surging magma erupted instantaneously, charging toward Katie's fire fist. Before the gaze of countless onlookers, the extreme temperatures of the flames collided with the violently spewing magma. Impossible. In the next moment, Akainu's incredulous voice echoed, unable to comprehend the scene before him. His once invincible great eruption could not breach Katie's flames. While he might have accepted that, the reality was even more astonishing. The azure flames swiftly engulfed his attack, advancing toward him without hesitation. Dog bite red lotus. His molten arm morphed into the shape of a dog-ass head, lunging at the oncoming azure flames. At last, Katie's fire fist was shattered and dissipated. Yet, Akainu's expression revealed no relief. Rather, it was marked by intense gravity. The opponent's single strike had compelled him to retaliate twice. And during their recent close-range clash, he had felt the azure flames sear him, a reality he struggled to accept. Although his magma fruit did not produce flames, it possessed an exceedingly high temperature, and through years of development, he had elevated its temperature to 4,000 degrees Celsius. Previously, he could have easily immunized himself against her fiery attacks, yet now he found himself unable to do so. Suddenly, Akainu recalled the advice imparted to him by a mentor in his youth. The magma fruit, hailed as the foremost explosive power among Logia-type abilities, thrived on instantaneous output. Everything else paled in comparison. Until this moment, Akainu truly comprehended the meaning behind that esteemed individual's words. Undoubtedly, numerous fruits surpassed him in terms of temperature, and in this regard, he found himself lacking. What he ought to pursue is an unparalleled eruption and an extraordinary output, unleashing the highest damage the world has ever witnessed in an instant. Regrettably, he did not wholly adhere to that individual's guidance. Although he dedicated most of his energy to explosive power, he failed to achieve perfection, resulting in his current subjugation by this damned flame. Cursed be it. It remains uncertain whether he was cursing Katie, himself, or perhaps both. In any case, Akainu now harbored a tinge of regret for disregarding that wise counsel. Katie, on the other hand, was oblivious to Akainu's thoughts and had no inclination to ponder them. Her sole focus was to swiftly triumph over Akainu. Although she spoke lightly, she was acutely aware that Akainu was not easily vanquished. After all, even when being ruthlessly subdued by the enraged Whitebeard, Akainu had not perished. Katie certainly did not consider her attacks to be superior to those of Whitebeard. Furthermore, she was uncertain how long the effects of the Heavenly Fire's transformation would endure. Once the enhancement faded, she would not only lose all advantages but also find herself in a precarious position, as such methods of elevation bore their own repercussions. Chapter 51. The final blow. Surely, the Navy's mind must be waterlogged, for such a formidable individual was offered a mere bounty of 1 million. At this moment, various pieces of information regarding Katie began to emerge, and when individuals laid eyes on the mere 7-digit bounty, they nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. The head of the sword-wielding, eagle-eyed figure, who dared to set fire to Akainu, was valued at a mere 1 million berries. It was undoubtedly the most laughable jest they had heard in a year. Perhaps he had concealed his strength too effectively. Otherwise, the Navy would not have made such a significant blunder. Many chose to believe that Katie was merely hiding his true power. Otherwise, the entire situation would seem far too bizarre and absurd. Meanwhile, on an island within the Sabaody archipelago, stood a figure. Was this the contingency you had arranged? The Dark King. Rayleigh. Despite the fact that the man before them appeared so ordinary that he could be lost in a crowd, Bogart dared not underestimate him. For his name was Silver's Rayleigh, the strongest first mate of the Pirate King, Roger. Having lived through that era, Bogart understood all too well the terrifying power this seemingly harmless elder could unleash when provoked. It was precisely due to this long-standing rivalry that he had been assigned to this location, away from the epic-defining battle. You must be well aware of our arrangements. For have not all our movements been under your watchful gaze over the years? Why then, do you inquire of me? Seemingly anticipating Rayleigh's response, Bogart refrained from pressing further. As Rayleigh pointed out, the former crew members of the Pirate King had always been under the scrutiny of the Navy or CP organizations. Had anything truly amiss occurred, they would have known long ago. There was little they could do. These individuals possessed terrifying strength. Even after the dissolution of the world government, they were not permitted to act freely. Fortunately, they had adhered to a certain decorum, living quietly for decades. However, with the target of this execution being the bloodline of the Pirate King, these individuals became unstable factors outside the battlefield, prompting the dispatch of Bogart and others to monitor them, just in case. Yet, even though they anticipated every possible outcome and surveilled all former crew members of the Pirate King, the developments of the battle exceeded their expectations. This sudden emergence of Katie disrupted all their pre-battle arrangements, leaving Bogart thoroughly perplexed. From whence did this individual emerge? Possessing such formidable power yet managing to conceal it so deeply is nothing short of astonishing. Divine fire, ignorance of fire. Under Katie's command, azure flames swiftly gathered and compressed, manifesting as a multitude of flaming spears suspended in midair. Unlike before, the elevation of her fruit's caliber, coupled with the amplification of the heavenly fire's triad transformation, enabled her to manipulate a greater number of assaults simultaneously. In the next moment, a dozen flaming lances, trailing azure tails of fire, surged towards Akainu, painting the entire sky in shades of cerulean and aquamarine. Although the onlookers understood that this was not aimed at them, an overwhelming chill of fear coursed down their spines. Meteor volcano. Enormous boulders of molten rock blasted skyward, colliding with the flaming lances, resulting in a cacophony of roars and explosions that even destabilized the surrounding space. Sensing the aura of annihilation permeating the heavens, both pirates and navy were grateful that this battle transpired in the sky rather than on solid ground. For the island beneath them was woefully inadequate to support such a confrontation. Should it falter, they would be unable to escape the clutches of death. Old dog Akainu, your fists are truly feeble. It's a pity you hold the rank of admiral with such scant prowess. With a tone of disdain, an expression of contempt, and a gaze of derision, Katie returned all that she had endured back to Akainu, relishing the sight of his impotent fury. As though he wished to tear her apart, yet found himself utterly powerless. The satisfaction of such a striking rebuke was undeniably delightful. You fool. Do not presume I am unaware of your condition. Compared to your initial power, you have significantly weakened. I doubt you can maintain this state for long, Akainu retorted, equally unwilling to yield. Weakened? You are mistaken. Allow me to remind you, do not perish. Berserk. Without granting Akainu an opportunity for rebuttal, Katie once again delivered a reality check. The aura that had previously diminished surged back to its zenith in an instant, surpassing even that pinnacle. How is this possible? In this moment, even Akainu could not help but exclaim in astonishment. He simply could not fathom how a single individual could continuously augment their strength in such a manner. Could it be that one person could challenge the entire world? There is nothing in this world that is impossible. You simply lack the necessary power. Do you not comprehend? Novice. What did you say? The term novice utterly enraged Akainu, who was already teetering on the brink of fury. After battling for decades, his name was known throughout the world. Even Whitebeard had never spoken to him in such a manner. To be mocked by a mere child, not yet 20, was something Akainu could hardly accept. Demon dog. In an instant, Akainu's reason was eclipsed by rage, and disregarding his physical condition, he charged forth. Sunflame. He unleashed a pillar of fire to counter Akainu's molten fist. Do you still not understand? You are no longer my equal. Without question, Akainu had exerted the most effort throughout the entire conflict, having been manipulated by Kizaru and arranged by Akiji, because of his own stratagems. Whitebeard had not been betrayed by his foolish son before the battle commenced. Thus, Akainu faced a Whitebeard in his prime, capable of challenging Kaido of the beasts. The pressure he endured was beyond anyone's imagination, for he confronted a force capable of annihilating the world. Before engaging in combat with himself, Akainu was already not in his peak condition, and after battling for such an extended period, his state had deteriorated significantly. Conversely, he was faced with an opponent whose power had not only remained consistent, but had instead surged to unprecedented heights. Though this enhancement was fleeting, it was remarkably potent. Accompanying Xiao Yan was the profound enhancement of the flames, and the frenzy skill had elevated Katie's physical prowess to an unparalleled level. At this moment, Katie felt an illusion that perhaps she could challenge anyone. Scoundrels! Were it not for your reckless abuse of power, I would not have suffered this fate. You are but parasites in this world. In the face of Akainu's roar, Katie fell into silence, then replied, ultimately, who the true parasite is cannot be determined by you. The Navy is not necessarily just, nor are pirates inherently wicked. At the very least, the region with the most slaves in the world is what you refer to as the Holy Land of Mariawa, rather than the base of any pirate. With that, Katie ceased her idle chatter, gathering her strength as azure flames whirled around her incessantly. Akainu, I will forewarn you that this is my final strike. I shall see if you can withstand it. Chapter 52. Akainu's defeat. In an instant, her aura ascended to its zenith, with flames converging behind her, condensing into her right fist. Akainu gazed uneasily at the flames enveloping Katie's fist, sensing an overwhelming danger. Even at his peak, he would struggle to withstand such a blow, let alone in his current diminished state. He was at a loss as to how to confront this impending strike. However, one thing was certain to Akainu: he could not retreat from this attack. This duel is being broadcasted live before the entire world. Should I, as an admiral, flee without engaging in combat, the dignity of the Navy would be significantly undermined. This would also serve as a blow to the morale of the soldiers on the battlefield, undoubtedly affecting their resolve and making the outcome of the ensuing conflict increasingly unpredictable. Bring it on. I shall face it all. In that moment, Akainu exerted every ounce of his remaining strength, concentrating it in his right hand, as magma surged forth like an impending volcanic eruption. Hero Spear. Cerberus. The two figures flashed by with such speed that onlookers could scarcely comprehend their presence. In the next instant, an explosion of brilliance erupted at the point of their collision. casting an incandescent light so profound that the distant sun appeared as a mere firefly in comparison. Retreat. Evacuate the entire bay battlefield. Seek shelter. While others gazed upwards. Awaiting the outcome of the aerial clash, Karp, standing on the execution platform in the rear, suddenly issued a command, his expression marked by profound alarm. Withdraw, quickly retreat. In that moment, despite the confusion among numerous soldiers, they obediently chose to retreat upon witnessing the generals in the forefront, under the command of Karp. Vacate the area without a glance back. With the generals abandoning their positions, the remaining soldiers naturally lacked the courage to stay. And tens of thousands of Navy personnel surged towards the secure battle lines like a receding tide. A similar scenario unfolded for the Whitebeard pirates. Retreat, retreat. Everyone aboard the ship, leave this place swiftly. With the clash between Kitty and Akainu, the once impenetrable ice sealing the sea had vanished, allowing the vessels to navigate freely. In an instant, the battlefield, which had once been teeming with over 100,000 combatants, was rendered desolate, the evacuation occurring at an astonishing pace. Mr. Karp, do not worry, I am coming. Akiji, arriving alongside, was addressed by Karp in a solemn tone. Mr. Karp, are you? Akiji's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Karp. Recalling how long it had been since he had witnessed Karp in action, even the perpetually nonchalant Kizaru couldn't help but glance over, as he too had felt the sting of Karp's fists in years past. In any case, I leave this to you. However, Karp did not directly respond to Akiji's query. It was not out of secrecy but rather his own indecision regarding whether to intervene. As a Navy officer, he inherently bore the duty to act. Yet the adversary was the savior of Ace, making it challenging for Karp to betray that kindness. Moreover, the two individuals they awaited had yet to reveal themselves. And he was uncertain if a hasty action might provoke a second war, especially with Sengoku still absent, leaving them at a disadvantage. With a thunderous roar that echoed like the dawn of creation, a scene emerged that would be eternally etched in memory. The sky transformed beyond recognition. The familiar blue and white had vanished, replaced by a stark dichotomy of colors. A tranquil azure contrasted with the tumultuous crimson. Although a closer inspection revealed that the blue dominated the expanse. Yet, no one had the heart to appreciate this rare sight. It resembled a hellscape more than a beautiful vista. Flames descended from the heavens, consuming everything in their path, the inferno's heat unyielding even against the vast ocean below. The crashing lava hitting the sea created a tumultuous uproar akin to boiling water. Witnessing this, an inescapable phrase surfaced in the minds of the onlookers: heavenly incineration and ocean boiling. The Ice Age, a colossal shockwave. At this juncture, even Akiji and Whitebeard were compelled to act, as the Navy's positions could not withstand the residual force of the explosive onslaught. The pirate ships adrift on the ocean were pushed far back, nearly capsized. As the four formidable powers unleashed their might, the entire bay was irrevocably altered, with everything that once was vanishing without a trace. Get out of my way. A thunderous roar pierced the skies, and the world before them shifted once more. As a streak of azure surged into the molten crimson, the sudden emergence of the azure flame seemed to herald the commencement of a transformation. The previously balanced situation shifted in an instant, as the azure flame surged forth, compelling the crimson lava to retreat gradually. As the saying goes, a single step back leads to a cascade of retreats. The breach had already been created, and the azure flames relentlessly advanced, eroding the crimson lava with increasing velocity. In mere moments, the area covered by the lava had diminished by half. Get lost. With Katie's furious shout, the last remnants of lava were shattered in an instant, and a figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the ruins. The raging flames swiftly receded, and when all was said and done, only one figure remained against the backdrop of the sky. With an excessively youthful visage and untamed black hair, there was no doubt that this individual was Katie. The ultimate victor was indeed Katie. At this moment, Katie's visage was transmitted to every corner of the globe in myriad ways. Even decades later, anyone who recalls this scene cannot help but feel a profound sense of emotion. They are grateful to have witnessed the emergence of an unparalleled powerhouse. No one anticipated this outcome prior to the conflict, especially when facing the formidable Admiral Akainu, renowned for his unparalleled naval strength. Countless pirates have trembled in fear at the mere mention of his name. The number of pirates he has personally vanquished is not in the hundreds of thousands but in the tens of thousands. His formidable reputation has already permeated every corner of the world. Yet, this extraordinary individual was ultimately defeated, and by a youth who had not yet reached the age of 20. In this moment, countless individuals fell into silence, uncertain of how to react to the outcome. Regrettably, Akainu has long ceased to be at his peak. Observing this, Rayleigh shook his head and sighed, feeling a sense of pity for Akainu. How is it that you've learned to speak with such disdain? Deep down, you must be quite pleased, he mused. Bogart, of course, was not naive enough to believe that Rayleigh genuinely lamented Akainu's plight. Although Akainu was indeed no longer in his prime, the age difference between the two was significant. Had they been of the same age, Akainu would likely have suffered an even more resounding defeat. Once this matter concludes, the Navy will undoubtedly find themselves in a precarious position. No longer concealing his true emotions, Rayleigh laughed outright, yet when he turned to glance at Katie, His eyes sparkled with an inscrutable glimmer. Chapter 53. Karp takes action. Fixated on the spot where Akainu had fallen, Katie realized that despite having defeated him, she lacked the strength to pursue and finish him off immediately. The previous strike had drained her energy, and it took a considerable amount of time to recover from the aftermath. Even so, the side effects of forcefully enhancing her power began to set in. Her muscles ached unbearably, and her mind felt clouded and heavy. System, exchange for a Senzabine. The reward for defeating Akainu had already been credited, and seeing the substantial amount of exchange points excited Katie. With these points, she could further augment her strength. She was uncertain just how much she might grow. Subsequently, she decided to exchange for a bean just in case. Divine Fire, Shiranui. The flame spear coalesced once more in Katie's grasp. There was no need for mercy towards Akainu, as they were fundamentally adversaries. To show leniency to an enemy would be an act of cruelty towards oneself, despite having decisively defeated him. Akainu had not been in his prime. Had he been, the outcome would have been far less certain. Moreover, she had employed two abilities that could be deemed as cheating: the Heavenly Fire Transformation and Fury. Without them, victory would have eluded her. The flaming spear swiftly took shape, hurtling towards the location where Akainu had descended. Admiral Akainu. Upon witnessing Katie's actions, the distant Navy personnel frantically called out Akainu's name, hoping to rouse him from his slumber. Although Akainu was not particularly beloved, he was still an admiral, and many supported him, unwilling to see him fall to a pirate's hand. At this critical moment, a figure shot forth, lacking any flashy devil fruit abilities or remarkable agility, relying solely on pure physical strength. With a thunderous boom, he surpassed the speed of sound, traversing the distance in an instant, and delivered a crushing blow that shattered Katie's flame spear. Through the flames, Katie caught sight of the newcomer, silver-gray hair and a weathered visage. Although this individual had entered his twilight years, the aura he emanated was no less formidable than that of anyone present, perhaps even surpassing it. You shall not be permitted to take lives before my very eyes. His deep voice bore no trace of warmth, yet it resonated with an authority that brooked no defiance. Katie felt an unprecedented weight bearing down upon her. Merely meeting his gaze sent instinctive alarms ringing through her body. She instinctively grasped a Senzabine from her system's inventory, prepared to consume it at the slightest hint of danger. Undoubtedly, the newcomer was Vice Admiral Karp, a naval hero. Although his rank was merely Vice Admiral, he enjoyed privileges beyond those of even a fleet admiral: flexible working hours, self-determined leave, and a dedicated flagship with hundreds accompanying him. Even a fleet admiral would not command such an entourage. Yet, no one in the Navy dared to voice dissent. Not even with the knowledge that his son was the leader of the Revolutionary Army. All these privileges stem from his unparalleled combat prowess and indelible achievements. Is it worth it? You have contributed so much to the Navy, yet has the Navy ever considered your feelings? They have shown no intention of sparing Ace. His lineage as the son of the Pirate King was the sole reason for the Navy's relentless pursuit of Ace. But whoever pondered whether Ace truly wished to inherit Roger's legacy? When had he ever been afforded the chance to choose? And why was he named Port Asti? Ace rather than Gold? Ace? Surely, you understand this better than anyone else. Furthermore, the person you are protecting now once harbored intentions of killing Luffy. Is this the kind of individual you would save? Faced with Katie's relentless inquiries, Karp fell silent. Not only did he remain mute, but even his once clear eyes became clouded. His gaze drifted to the distant figure of Ace, who stood beside Whitebeard. It would be disingenuous to claim that Karp felt no disappointment in the Navy. Yet, the weight of his responsibilities prevented him from acting on personal emotions. All along, Karp had felt a profound sense of guilt towards Ace. There can be no such thing as absolute perfection in this world. I do not regret joining the Navy. In my eyes, it is the most just organization. Clearly, Karp would not abandon decades of conviction simply due to Katie's words. Most just? I beg to differ. The Navy is subordinate to the world government, which was established by the Celestial Dragons. This implies that your so-called justice serves primarily to uphold the interests of the Celestial Dragons. The actions of the Celestial Dragons are known to everyone in the world. Do you truly have the audacity to claim that you were just while wiping their mess? Katie harbored an intense loathing for the Celestial Dragons, believing their existence to be less valuable than that of a pig. You presumptuous fool. Do you think I am afraid to act? Karp's steadfast beliefs, rendered contemptible by Katie, ignited his fury, and his gaze turned dangerously towards her. No. It's not that you are afraid to act, but that you cannot. Despite Karp's threat, Katie wore an enigmatic smile. In the next moment, a similarly potent aura suddenly emerged and then gradually faded. Though it was brief, its presence rendered countless individuals, particularly the Navy, speechless. They recognized that this aura originated from the Moby Dick, signifying that an immensely powerful entity still resided within the enemy ranks. In stark contrast, their own side suffered a severe shortage of high-level combatants. The three admirals reduced to just two capable of fighting, leaving Karp as their sole remaining hope. The situation was exceedingly dire. At the moment that aura appeared, Karp's gaze shifted from Katie to the distant Moby Dick, though the figure remained hidden. Karp knew precisely who it was, the lone and proud Redfield. You wretched fool, this is all you're doing. With this thought, Karp's anger intensified, and he directed it squarely at Katie. Thank you for your kind words. In return, I shall leave Akainu's life to you." With that, Katie began to withdraw. Since Karp had resolved to save Akainu, she knew she could not claim his life. Although it was regrettable, it was a matter beyond her control. Nevertheless, Katie remained confident that when next they crossed paths, she would emerge victorious. Watching Katie depart until his figure completely vanished, Karp refrained from intervening. He was acutely aware that the current naval strength was insufficient. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged that the situation had escalated beyond his control. Turning back to excavate Akainu from the rubble, Karp furrowed his brow upon witnessing the extensive burns covering his body. It was no trivial feat to inflict such injuries on Akainu, and Karp felt a twinge of regret for having let Katie slip away so easily. Chapter 54. The appearance of Teach. Katie, may I now inquire about your intentions? It was only at this moment that Katie stood in close proximity to Edward Newgate, a man universally acknowledged as the strongest in the world. Even in his severely injured state, Newgate exuded an immense pressure. It was not merely the conqueror's hockey, but a raw, regal aura. My intentions are quite straightforward. I wish for neither you nor Ace to perish. At this moment, Katie harbored no intention of concealing her true motives, whether it pertained to her ultimate mission or the emotions of a devoted fan. This had always been her aim. "Oh, do you truly believe I will meet my demise here?" Despite the slight offense in Katie's words, Whitebeard remained unperturbed. "Isn't the wound on your chest the most compelling evidence?" "Well, thank you for that." This time, Whitebeard did not refute her. "There is no need to. Saving you benefits me as well. At least when I advance into the new world, I will have one of the 4 emperors not as my enemy." His calm demeanor belied the unsettling nature of his words, even surrounded by formidable foes. The mere mention of Katie's intentions left others astonished. He was contemplating an assault on one of the 4 emperors. "You are quite audacious," Whitebeard expressed what everyone was thinking. This young man, not yet 20, displayed a boldness that was nothing short of reckless, already setting his sights on the 4 sovereigns of the sea before the current matter had even concluded. Nonetheless, no one dared to voice further objections. His past accomplishments spoke volumes. "Old man, it's time to retreat. Ace has been rescued, and there is no need for further conflict," Marco interjected. The battle had progressed to this point, and their objectives had been achieved. Even now, the Navy had yet to recover from the repercussions of the confrontation between Katie and Akainu. Retreating now would be remarkably simple, without the looming threat of a Navy pursuit. More importantly, Marco sensed an oddity in the air. He too felt the surge of power from Ryder. He had been unaware of the presence of such a formidable ally aboard their ship. Fortunately, they were not foes. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Nevertheless, a lingering wariness remained regarding this unseen powerhouse. Although not an enemy, they could hardly be considered a friend. Otherwise, why had they not acted sooner? Indeed, it is time to depart. Relay the order for a full retreat. Just as he uttered the word retreat, it caught in his throat. For Whitebeard had spotted a familiar, yet foreign visage. "Haha, old man, why are you so eager to leave? I've only just arrived. Isn't it worth a proper chat after such a long separation? My dear old man, Teach, how dare you appear before me? Are you tired of living?" The instant Teach made his entrance, Whitebeard's demeanor shifted dramatically, exuding a menacing aura, his veins bulging. This was no mere anger, but sheer fury. Not only he, but the entirety of the Whitebeard pirates, numbering in the thousands, were engulfed in this state of wrath. If looks could kill, Teach would have perished 1,000,000 times over in that moment. "Haha, old man, do you think I am still the same Teach from back then? Are you still the same you? You are mistaken. From this day forward, I am Marshal D. Teach, the Blackbeard." Teach's voice echoed across the battlefield and reverberated throughout the world via the transponder snail. People stood frozen, unable to comprehend the shift. What had seemed on the verge of conclusion was now transformed by the arrival of the self-proclaimed Blackbeard, undeniably challenging Whitebeard and his crew. Concurrently, his followers revealed themselves to the world. What is happening here? Why are there so many fugitives? What transpired in Impel Down? Where is Magellan? The likes of Katarina Devon, San Juan Wolf, Bartolomeo Pizarro, and Barks Jot joined the fray, bewildered by the escape of these notorious criminals, who were meant to remain imprisoned forever. It was understandable that the masses were unaware of the truth, as Sengoku had long issued orders to suppress all information regarding Impel Down to avert unnecessary panic. Thus, the world remained oblivious to the monumental upheaval that had transpired. Teach, you remain as arrogant as ever, truly believing that one fruit's power can render you invincible? Haha, you have no idea of the true power of this fruit. In response to Whitebeard's skepticism, Teach erupted into a maniacal laughter, shadows of black energy swirling ominously about his hands. At this moment, Teach's gaze shifted abruptly to Katie, his carefree grin slightly subdued. "Katie, is it? How about considering joining us? You must realize we are cut from the same cloth," Teach insinuated. After casting a glance at Shiryu, Katie's voice resonated with calm conviction. "I'm afraid I do not wish to associate with treacherous betrayers. I find it repugnant." Without a trace of hesitation, Katie outright rejected the proposition. "Indeed, mister, Katie speaks the truth. Teach, you ungrateful traitor. How could the old man have treated you with such kindness? Unprincipled traitor. Unprincipled traitor. In an instant, Katie garnered the unanimous support of all members of the Whitebeard pirates, voicing their long-suppressed sentiments, and the satisfaction derived from this condemnation was immeasurable. Observing the darkening expression on Blackbeard's face, Katie understood he had likely marked her as a target, yet she did not regret her stance. If one were to encapsulate Teach's essence with a single phrase, it would undoubtedly be that of a cunning villain. He was not a trustworthy ally. Once betrayal had occurred, a second would surely follow. To be in his company, even in slumber, one would need to keep an eye open, lest they meet a fate unimagined. Moreover, she had no need to collaborate with him. With the system at her disposal, what could she possibly lack? Let alone serving as his subordinate, it was an absurd delusion. No. It was best not to even entertain the thought. Gazing intently at Katie, Teach's right hand clenched and unclenched, upon hearing from Shirita that this person could replicate others' abilities. Not limited to devil fruits, his initial reaction was disbelief. How could someone achieve what even he, with the power of the Yami Yami no Mi, could not? However, upon learning of the occurrences at Marineford, he ceased to doubt Shiryu's claims. At that moment, he resolved that this individual must either be claimed as his own or utterly annihilated. Now, it seemed that the former was no longer an option. Only obliteration remained. Chapter 55. Your father is still your father. Narrowing his eyes, Teach's murderous intent was palpable, yet Katie remained untroubled. Ace's defeat had stemmed primarily from a lack of intelligence. His inferior strength was secondary. The Yami Yami no Mi's advantage over other devil fruit users was glaringly evident. Encountering it unawares would spell disaster for anyone. However, as a traverser, she would not fall victim to such a fate. Furthermore, the conditions for activating the Yami Yami no Mi had numerous restrictions. For an enemy's powers to temporarily cease, direct contact was necessary. Although the Yami Yami no Mi belonged to the Logia class, it did not confer immunity to physical harm. Rather, it absorbed damage, effectively doubling the pain experienced. With her current swordsmanship, she could employ her Shurikai's ability to counter him, bolstered by Haki. She possessed the capacity to engage him without fear. Teach, you seek death. Whitebeard bellowed, charging towards Teach. He could not ignore the challenge posed by Teach. In truth, even without Teach's provocation, he would have acted. A father must enforce discipline when a son strays from the path. Haha, come on, old man. Let me show you just how strong your son has become. The gaze directed at Whitebeard was filled with fervor. To outsiders, it appeared to be Teach's thirst and anticipation for battle. However, Katie held a different perspective. While such emotions might indeed exist, they were far outweighed by an insatiable desire, or perhaps even greed, for Whitebeard's devil fruit abilities. Having accompanied Whitebeard for over a decade, he was acutely aware of the formidable powers possessed by the Tremor fruit. And thus, his envy was palpable. Even in the absence of absolute certainty, he could not restrain himself from making a move. Old man, eliminate him. Eliminate this traitor. The Whitebeard crew naturally roared in support as they witnessed their captain take action. Yet, two members bore expressions of concern. One was Marco, and the other was Ace, who had engaged Teach in combat personally. Marco was not worried about Whitebeard's ability to win. Rather, he was apprehensive about the old man's injuries. Although they were not life-threatening, they could not be ignored. In contrast, Ace's concern stemmed from his first-hand experience of the troublesome nature of Teach's powers. Marco, I advise you to follow him. Even if you don't engage, it would be wise to stay close just in case. Upon hearing Katie's words, Marco paused momentarily before coming to his senses. All captains, follow me. At Marco's command, the remaining 11 captains surged toward the battlefield, each harbored a burning resolve. Even if they could not personally vanquish the traitor, they were determined to protect their father and eliminate the scoundrels allied with Teach. The situation had shifted abruptly. What began as a confrontation between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy had transformed into a duel between two pirate crews. The Navy, now relegated to the role of a mere backdrop, showed no inclination to intervene, for either outcome would favor them. Had Blackbeard not invaded and Impel Down, they might have joined forces against Whitebeard, but now the Navy merely hoped for mutual destruction between the two factions. A great tremor, with the power of his devil fruit, Whitebeard unleashed a fist toward Teach, causing the surrounding space to quiver ominously. Dark water. To everyone's astonishment, Teach showed no intention of evading Whitebeard's onslaught. Instead, he swung his right fist forward, enveloped in eerie black currents. The resulting spectacle left all in disbelief, unable to reconcile what they witnessed. The anticipated, thunderous explosion failed to materialize. Before their incredulous eyes, the powers of Whitebeard's punch vanished without a trace in an instant. What is happening? They struggled to fathom the reality unfolding before them, wondering how Whitebeard's abilities could simply dissipate. Nevertheless, Whitebeard's assault did not cease. He launched another punch at Teach, who responded with the same stance, his right hand clenched into a fist. The clash of black and white occurred once more. This time, countless individuals watched with keen eyes as the entire assault unfolded, eager to discern the method by which Teach achieved such a feat, or to comprehend the workings of his fruit ability. However, the ultimate outcome left everyone disheartened. They could not fathom why Whitebeard's powers had vanished. It appeared that the moment Whitebeard made contact with Teach's fist, his abilities simply dissipated, leaving them to attribute the phenomenon solely to the enigmatic nature of Teach's fruit ability. At that moment, the gaze of all the fruit users present turned towards Teach, transformed by an unmistakable sense of threat. Undoubtedly, they perceived that his ability posed a formidable restraint on all abilities, and while they believed that such power must have its limitations, they remained unaware of what those might be. Thus, they observed the battle with increasing seriousness, eager to witness how this man, reputed as the strongest in the world, would resolve the situation. Old man, don't you find this rather humiliating? You are truly getting old. It is time for you to step aside. Teach felt a surge of arrogance as he continuously thwarted Whitebeard's assaults, momentarily forgetting that Whitebeard was not merely renowned as the strongest man in the world for his formidable fruit abilities, but also for his masterful swordsmanship. After numerous failed attempts to penetrate Teach's defenses, Whitebeard's method of attack suddenly changed. That Songyun cut, which had been firmly gripped in his hands, was tossed high into the air, followed by a powerful punch aimed directly at Teach. Futile. Futile. Do you not understand? No matter how many times you try, it is all in vain. At this moment, Teach was still lost in the exhilaration of believing he could rival Whitebeard, completely unaware that the opponent's method of attack had shifted. As yet another assault was thwarted, the swirling clouds above descended upon him. Grasping the hilt of the descending blade, Whitebeard swiftly altered its trajectory in front of him, rendering its path increasingly elusive. In an instant, Teach finally reacted, but it was far too late. The blade flashed ominously. Whitebeard showed no mercy, bringing down his weapon with a ferocious strike directly to Teach's chest, causing a geyser of blood to erupt. The pain was excruciating. This strike from Whitebeard was infused with haki. The damage was unimaginable. Nevertheless, Whitebeard's assault showed no signs of abating. This strike not only inflicted a wound upon Teach, but also disrupted his offensive, revealing his vulnerabilities. With a resounding thud, the blade executed a decisive movement that pinned one of Teach's hands down, while the other foot forcefully pressed upon his remaining hand. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. The seemingly feeble Whitebeard once again demonstrated his overwhelming prowess to all present. Ah, truly, he is the legendary behemoth. His strength is undeniable, and his combat instinct is remarkably acute. Doflamingo articulated the collective sentiment, as everyone pondered how they might escape Teach's abilities. Yet, Whitebeard not only discovered a solution but also swiftly subdued him, highlighting the evident disparity in their capabilities. Chapter 56. Whitebeard's Severed Arm. Teach, do you have any final words? At this moment, Whitebeard's voice was hoarse and deep. In an instant, cold sweat poured down Teach's forehead. After all, he had followed Whitebeard for over 20 years and was intimately familiar with his temperament. At this juncture, Teach was undoubtedly consumed by rage. Father, I was wrong. I am truly sorry. Please forgive me. Forgive my moment of folly. Under the looming threat of death, Teach completely relinquished his dignity, pleading for Whitebeard's forgiveness, utterly devoid of his earlier arrogance and bravado. However, Whitebeard remained unmoved, his enormous hand gripping Teach's head as his devil fruit powers began to accumulate. Witnessing this scene, Teach's entire body trembled, a manifestation of sheer terror. At such a close range, an attack would leave him with no chance of survival, his head obliterated beyond recognition. Father, I am your son. Just before the impending attack, Teach's words caused Whitebeard to freeze momentarily, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Father, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. Please, for the sake of our 20 years together, forgive me this one error. Did you not also forgive Squard's offense? Teach was acutely aware of the hesitation in Whitebeard's gaze, and thus he addressed him as father with utmost familiarity. Had it not been for the witnesses present throughout the ordeal, one might have been deceived by Teach's facade, calling him a good son. Father, you cannot let him go. Not far away, Marco, recognizing the shift in atmosphere, urgently reminded them. Although Blackbeard had indeed been a son to Whitebeard for over 20 years, his initial intentions were far from pure, especially considering he had murdered the captain of the 4th Division, who was also a son to Whitebeard. Such actions were utterly unforgivable. Marco's words jolted Whitebeard from his hesitation, his eyes suddenly sharp and piercing. The attack that had come to a halt was reignited. A palpable killing intent evident in the air. Bastard attack. Eliminate this old fool. Knowing that pleading for mercy was futile, Teach decided to gamble everything, commanding his subordinates to launch an assault on Whitebeard. Onward. Stop them. Marco, unwilling to stand idly by, led the captains in a rush to intercept all of Teach's men. Sword punishment shatter. Yet, just as Katie believed that Blackbeard was on the brink of demise, events took another unexpected turn. A dazzling beam of sword light descended in an instant, its speed surpassing even her perception. The sword energy that had once seemed infinitely distant now appeared right before Whitebeard. At that moment, none could react. They were suddenly blinded by a dazzling light, followed by a piercing crimson hue that stained the world before them. Father! A heart-wrenching roar echoed in his ears, and as Ace gazed up at the severed arm floating in the sky, his heart bled. This was the right hand of his father. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward Whitebeard, only to be restrained by a hand pressing down on his shoulder. Katie, release me. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Ace, with bloodshot eyes, teetered on the brink of fury, yet Katie showed no mercy. Consider for whom Whitebeard has done all this. If you rush in and fall under the enemy's control again, all your father's efforts will be rendered futile. Little nephew, we are here for all of this. Before Ace could comprehend the words, another voice resonated, leaving him astonished at the sudden appearance of an uncle. Turning around, he beheld two figures, one a remarkably robust man, smiling warmly at him. As Ace scrutinized the stranger, Barrett was equally assessing Ace, his gaze momentarily lost in thought. He looked so much like someone he knew, rendering him momentarily spellbound. Hey, Barrett, there will be time for that later. Let us focus on the pressing matters first. Another voice interjected, breaking the gaze shared between the two, and he promptly dashed ahead. Wait for me, Barrett called out, following suit. After giving Ace a reassuring pat on the shoulder, Katie leaped away, leaving Ace in a daze. Sengoku possesses remarkable prowess to have summoned such a figure. Although the newcomer's presence remained concealed, Rayleigh was well aware of his identity. The only one capable of delivering such a formidable strike, apart from the one beside him, was that bald mastermind orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. This time, Bogart remained silent. The appearance of this individual was beyond his expectations, and the manner of arrival further caused him to furrow his brow. He could hardly fathom that someone of such stature would resort to ambush. Bogart suddenly felt grateful for his earlier decision. Fortunately, he had chosen to follow Admiral Karp, allowing him the leisure to pursue his own desires now. Old bald dog, you still delight in ambushes as you did in the past. Why not summon those 4 ancient relics of men to join you? The voice of Barrett echoed before he even arrived, showing no mercy as he hurled insults. If one emerges, they ought to understand the value of freedom. Otherwise, they may find themselves captured and imprisoned at any moment. His tone was commanding. However, Barrett was not one to be intimidated, promptly retorting, if you have the guts, try it, you hairless buffoon. It was only at that moment that the figures of the newcomers became visible, revealing not one, but 3 individuals. Who were those 2? The question lingered in the minds of nearly everyone present. Upon recognizing the newcomers, they realized they only knew one of them, Sengoku. To their astonishment, the fleet Admiral Sengoku was trailing behind. Among the crowd, those who could identify the other 2 nearly fainted from shock. The one more robust than Sengoku was named Steelbone Kong, the former fleet admiral and current commander-in-chief of the world government's armed forces. As for the other individual wielding a sword, let me inform you that he ranks among the few possessing the highest authority in the world, holding the fates of countless lives in his hands. Nevertheless, their astonishment was far from over as the man continued to introduce. Do you see those 2 standing beside Katie? The elder is named Barrelick Lanefield. He once fought against Steelbone Kong during his tenure and emerged victorious. The other is Douglas Barrett, a former member of the pirate King Roger's crew, and indeed the 3rd strongest aboard Roger's ship. The Navy even issued a demon hunt order to capture him. After hearing these introductions, the onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, never anticipating that the clash between Whitebeard and the Navy would escalate to such a level. With so many formidable figures simultaneously taking the stage, little did they know, another prominent figure was soon to appear. Chapter 57. The mightiest face fruit. Thanks to the ambush from the newcomers, Titch, who had been suppressed by Whitebeard, was now free from the threat of death. Retreating to a distance to quietly observe, he had yet to emerge from the shadow of Whitebeard. Observing the bald swordsman standing next to Sengoku, Katie wore a grave expression. It was impossible not to feel the weight of the situation. The sheer power of this individual was daunting enough, but his status alone could instill fear in anyone. As a member of the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world, who wielded commands that altered the fates of countless individuals and nations, Katie never envisioned that her mere butterfly effect would lead to such a transformation in the Marineford War, even drawing the 5 elders into the fray. Simultaneously, Marine officers of commendable strength, led by Akiji and Kizaru, hastily arrived. All captains and pirates under Whitebeard, each with bounties exceeding 100 million, also gathered. The distance separating the 2 factions was merely 100 meters, a trivial span for them. The air felt as if it were laden with lead, making it difficult to breathe. The once dreaded vice admirals seemed abundant yet insignificant in this gathering of peak-level powerhouses. Everyone, heed the command, the entire force shall advance. At this moment, countless gazes converged upon Sengoku, although he might not be the strongest among those present. The issuance of this command signified the impending eruption of the largest battle in 50 years. If the confrontation between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy headquarters had a profound impact on the course of history, then the forthcoming battle held the potential to decisively shape the future. Should the pirates emerge victorious, the Navy would be left reeling, and the world government's hold over the seas would plummet to a frosty nadir, allowing the oceans to fall entirely under the sway of pirates. Conversely, if the Navy were to triumph, the situation would be entirely reversed. Their prestige would soar to unprecedented heights, ushering in a period of unimaginable development. Subsequently, both the governance of the seas and the pursuit of pirates would become markedly easier, just as war was on the verge of breaking out. A sudden surge of sword energy sliced through the air, striking the ground between the two factions, accompanied by the emergence of a dozen formidable presences. In an instant, the impending conflict came to an abrupt halt. Might I kindly request your consideration to end this war here? It was Shanks, the red-haired pirate. The onlookers were once again taken aback. They could hardly fathom that the situation could escalate to this extent. What was to unfold? A world war. With two of the four emperors present, could they not gather all at once? Their hearts could scarcely endure such turmoil. Shanks, what brings you here? Sengoku was far from welcoming toward the sudden appearance of the red-haired pirate. After all, Whitebeard had already been grievously wounded by Akainu, losing even his right arm. Sengoku's current power was diminished to less than half of his usual strength. Although Akainu had also lost his combat capability, Sengoku had summoned two formidable allies, and alongside Garb, Akiji, and Kazuru, they still held the upper hand in terms of high-level combatants. This was why he had ordered the attack, yet all advantages dissipated with Shanks' arrival. I have come to put an end to this battle. Both sides have sacrificed too much at this point. How many lives have been lost? Should we not cease hostilities? At that moment, as Shanks uttered these words, the gravity of their losses in this war struck the observers with profound clarity. Comrades, companions, dear friends, on the azure seas lingered a heavy, indelible scent of blood. As Shanks finished speaking, Sengoku instinctively sensed the dire implications. He could feel the morale of the thousands of Marines behind him plummet dramatically. It could be said that if he were to forcefully continue the fight, his original confidence of 80% had now dwindled to 70 or even 60. As the saying goes, in a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. Morale, though intangible, could significantly sway the outcome of a battle, oftentimes serving as a decisive factor. Damn it! Sengoku cursed in frustration once more. If that is the case, then we shall retreat. Just as Sengoku grappled with uncertainty, someone stepped forward to issue commands, then sheathed their sword and departed, leaving behind only a fleeting silhouette. Entirely indifferent to Sengoku's sentiments, for he was one of the elders. The only gesture before leaving was a fleeting glance at Shanks. With an unusual glimmer in his eyes, Sengoku, we must retreat. The situation had evidently spiraled beyond their control. Steelbone Kong approached Sengoku, attempting to offer solace. He understood Sengoku's reluctance, but the matter had long surpassed the influence of any single individual. Withdraw, retreat. Sengoku himself was astonished at the utterance of these words. He knew not how he had spoken them, only that these two syllables drained him of all his strength. As the architect and commander of this conflict, he yearned for victory more than anyone else. This is not merely a personal glory, but a foundation laid for the Navy's advance into the New World. And it also serves to conclude one's retirement on a triumphant note. Yet now, all of this has vanished into thin air. The lineage of the Pirate King remains unbroken. And Whitebeard still lives, rendering the achievements utterly insubstantial. Moreover, the emergence of Katakuri has subjected the Navy to immense humiliation. I have failed. I have truly failed. At this moment, Sengoku realized his failure. Not only had he not managed to conclude the situation satisfactorily, but he had instead left behind a significant blemish. Contemplating this, Sengoku's gaze inevitably drifted towards Katie, as he was genuinely curious about the extraordinary powers possessed by this suddenly emerging youth, who had managed to achieve the seemingly impossible with such grace. Yet, in that fleeting glance, he witnessed an astonishing scene. Katie was shoving something into Whitebeard's mouth. Then, a miracle unfolded. The grievously wounded Whitebeard's breath stabilized in an instant. Remarkably, the horrific injury inflicted by Akainu began to heal at a visible pace. Fresh tissue rapidly filling the previously gaping wound, while the severed right arm's injury swiftly ceased bleeding and formed a scab. In the blink of an eye, Whitebeard's condition had returned to its zenith. Had it not been for the absence of his right arm, he would have appeared no different from when he first arrived. What on earth is happening? Not only Sengoku, but even Whitebeard himself was momentarily bewildered, hastily inspecting his body, for certain medicines could exact a toll on one's life. After a meticulous examination, Whitebeard felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, devoid of any signs of depletion. In fact, the dull aches that had long plagued him had significantly subsided. Aside from the unfamiliarity of lacking his right arm, everything else felt remarkably well. Chapter 58, A Retreat for All Old Man. How do you feel? Like Whitebeard, Marco was equally concerned about any potential adverse effects of what Katie had provided, despite knowing there was no reason for such apprehension. The circumstances before him were simply too surreal. Ordinarily, such severe injuries would necessitate months of recuperation, yet the transformation had occurred in the blink of an eye, naturally causing him to worry. Do not fret. I feel splendid. In fact, I haven't felt this good in ages. Whitebeard reassured Marco with a comforting look, signaling him to relax. Witnessing the remarkable changes in Whitebeard, Sengoku suddenly felt fortunate that the war had not erupted. Otherwise, Whitebeard's instantaneous recovery alone would have posed a significant surprise. Moreover, the nature of the substance Katie had administered remained unknown. How many such items existed? If there were only one, it would be manageable, but if there were 3 or more, merely exhausting their supply could lead to the downfall of his forces. Realizing this, Sengoku's gaze towards Katie grew increasingly profound, as thoughts of the Navy's next strategic plan formed in his mind. an all-out effort to capture Katie. Mr. Katie, I cannot thank you enough. If you do not mind, could you stay aboard the Moby Dick for a couple of days? After confirming that the old man was in good health, Marco extended the invitation to Katie, his eyes filled with gratitude. His foremost concern had been Whitebeard's well-being. And now that it was resolved, he naturally felt appreciative towards Katie. Of course, the invitation was not limited to Katie alone. Nearby, Barrett and Tread also received invitations and graciously accepted without hesitation. Then it shall be my honor to comply. For Katie, aside from following Whitebeard, he truly had no other direction. He was unfamiliar with the pathways of this world, and wandering aimlessly could lead him straight into a trap at Mary Geos. The other two, perhaps similarly lost, had been imprisoned and impelled down for decades and were in dire need of a place to reacquaint themselves with the world. As one of the four emperors, Whitebeard could undoubtedly provide them with everything they required, leaving no reason for refusal. At that moment, the crew of the red-haired pirate approached. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shanks. Katie, taken aback by the outstretched hand, was surprised to find that he was the first to seek her out. However, she quickly regained her composure and grasped Shanks's hand. Hello, I am Katie. The instant their hands met, Katie felt an overwhelming and unimaginable aura pressing down upon her, akin to carrying a mountain on her back, while Shanks remained utterly still. Humph. A light scoff escaped Katie's lips as she unleashed her own powerful presence, standing firm against the pressure exerted by Shanks. Haha, not bad, not bad. Indeed, you are a talented youth, with such promising individuals like you. The older generation can finally retire. Shanks's hearty laughter dissipated the intense atmosphere, rendering the previous tension a mere illusion. You are going to bring me to my knees, Katie remarked, astonished by Shanks's high regard for her. Though she shared the same sentiment, she felt the need to remain humble. Then it is time to depart, she said, directing her words towards Whitebeard. Indeed, it is time to leave, he affirmed. Thus, under the watchful gaze of thousands of Navy personnel and the world at large, the members of the Whitebeard pirates gradually withdrew from the Marine headquarters, exuding the demeanor of victors. Throughout the process, no one dared to intervene. As they watched the ships fade into the distance on the screen, the Marine headquarters may have regained its calm, but the onlookers were left in a state of unrest. The outcome was unexpected. Prior to the conflict, most had anticipated a Navy victory. Despite Whitebeard's title as the strongest man, age had diminished his prowess, and aside from Marco, the other commanders were no match for the Navy's three admirals, highlighting a significant disparity in their high-end combat capabilities. Yet, under such circumstances, the triumph of the Whitebeard pirates was astonishing. What repercussions will the Navy impose on Katie for this? The spectators, glancing at the bounty poster in their hands, unanimously pondered this question, as the Navy's defeat could largely be attributed to her. If they were in Sengoku's position, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate her. For her personal strength and the impact she had on the Navy were sufficient to warrant such a drastic decision. As for Katie, she was unaware of others' thoughts, lost in a state of confusion. The moment the Moby Dick sailed beyond the confines of Marine headquarters, the system delivered both good and bad news. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest, assisting Whitebeard in securing victory in the Marineford War. Task evaluation: successfully rescued Port Gasti. Ace saved Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, but lost an arm in the process, and defeated the Navy's top combatant, Admiral Aquino. Task completion level: S-. Task rewards: 50 million exchange points, 150 skill points, and 1 A-level dimensional task summoning card. Just as Katie opened her mouth to inquire about the last reward, the system's notification chimed again. Due to a significant increase in host strength, the system requires an update to provide better service. The estimated update time is 24 hours. Please be patient. System? Despite Katie's calls, there was no response. Had she not experienced it firsthand, she might have doubted the reality of it all. Finally I can rest. Realizing that the system was unresponsive, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over her. Despite her immense strength, she could not resist the weight of her drooping eyelids. And within seconds, Katie succumbed to a deep slumber. She was utterly exhausted, although she had taken breaks over the past 30 hours. Her mind had been tense the entire time, never daring to relax. While her physical fatigue could be alleviated with magical beans, the mental strain was insurmountable, and she could only endure until she could no longer hold on. Fortunately, the situation had concluded satisfactorily. It was as if she had been dancing on a tightrope. Any misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Mr. Katie, may I inquire about your flame fruit? Ace began, but upon noticing Katie sprawled in a corner, fast asleep, he could not finish his sentence. He cautioned others not to disturb her and turned to leave. Though he was eager to learn everything about the flame fruit, he understood that this was not the right moment. Despite being younger than Katie, Ace held her in high regard, recognizing that his father had endured far worse injuries, allowing him to depart so easily. Chapter 59. Whitebeard's invitation. What a refreshing sleep. When Katie opened her eyes once more, she felt invigorated, her spirit revitalized. Katie, you're awake. Before she could even grasp how long she had slept, someone approached to greet her. Yes, how long have I been asleep? You must have been utterly exhausted. You slept for over 10 hours, from yesterday afternoon until noon today. I must hurry to inform Dad that the banquet can commence. With that, an unidentified member of the Whitebeard crew hurried away, leaving Katie behind. However, she was not alone. Other members of the crew gathered around her. Katie, you have no idea. Dad postponed the banquet for you, saying it would be held when you woke up. But none of us complained. It was the least we could do. If it weren't for you, we might have been trapped in Marine headquarters forever. Thank you, Katie. Thank you. Cheers erupted, reverberating throughout the Moby Dick. Haha, now that our friend Katie has awakened, let the banquet begin. A booming voice resonated, igniting an atmosphere of celebration among the Whitebeard pirates and their numerous affiliated ships, making the surrounding sea come alive with excitement. The prepared food and drinks were served at an astonishing speed, leaving Katie in awe, for it seemed that feasting was a universal passion among pirates, with no one willing to decline. At this moment, Katie finally navigated through the throngs of people to behold Whitebeard. She found him at the head of a grand table, surrounded by dozens of individuals, all of whom were either captains or figures whose bounties surpassed 100 million. Even the long-unseen Luffy was present, appearing somewhat displeased, though the reason remained a mystery. Notably, Barrett and Tread were seated closely beside Whitebeard. Katie, my dear friend, take a seat here. Before she could locate her own place, Ace waved her over from a short distance away, indicating an empty seat next to him, with only Barrett separating them from Whitebeard. While Katie was not entirely familiar with the circumstances surrounding her, she could discern Whitebeard's regard for her, and thus approached without hesitation. Here as to you, Katie. Your efforts have been invaluable. I shall not elaborate further, for it is all encompassed within this drink. With that, Whitebeard lifted his specially crafted 3-meter-high bottle and downed its contents in a single gulp. To Katie, before Katie could even utter a word. The surrounding crowd raised their glasses in unison, their gazes brimming with heartfelt gratitude, overwhelmed by the warmth of their appreciation. The customary words of thanks that had been on her lips eluded her. Instead, she raised her own bowl of drink in a gesture of camaraderie and downed it. Excellent. This simple act garnered unanimous approval, for among these boisterous pirates, a shared drink spoke volumes more than lengthy expressions of gratitude. Katie's toast seemed to herald the official commencement of the feast, as cheers, drinking contests, and boasts erupted in a cacophony of revelry. As the festivities continued, Whitebeard suddenly shifted the conversation towards Katie, prompting a wave of interest from those present. Katie, what are your plans going forward? Well, Katie replied, I don't have any specific plans at the moment. I merely intend to wander and explore. She spoke candidly, for she truly had no idea what to do next. The abrupt transition into this world left her still grappling with acceptance, and she had yet to formulate a plan. However, upon hearing her response, Whitebeard's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. In that case, why not consider joining us? The atmosphere fell silent, as the entire table turned their attention towards Katie, clearly eager for her acceptance. I appreciate the offer, but I still wish to explore before making any commitments. I'm not ready to join anything just yet. Despite the unexpected invitation from Whitebeard, Katie declined. It was not that she held any disdain for the Whitebeard pirates. On the contrary, she admired them greatly. Otherwise, she would not have gone to such lengths to rescue others. Her refusal stemmed from her uncertainty regarding how she wished to integrate into this world. Until she reached a decision, she was resolute in her choice to neither join nor establish a pirate crew. No worries at all. You are free to carry my name as you roam the seas. The Whitebeard pirates shall not be a constraint upon you. It was evident that Whitebeard was not one to relinquish hope easily. This recent experience has made Whitebeard acutely aware of the looming crisis. He must concede that he has indeed aged. Amir Akainu was able to thwart him, and now he has lost his right arm, significantly diminishing his power. Among his sons, only Marco possesses the capability to stand on his own, while the others, including Ace, still fall short. The dawn of a new era is imminent, and Whitebeard finds himself genuinely concerned. Consequently, Kitty has naturally become the target of Whitebeard's recruitment efforts, leading to the unfolding scene before us. Captain Kitty, should you wish to join our crew, I would be more than willing to entrust you with the position of 1st Division Commander. Marco's unexpected proclamation stunned those present, leaving them bewildered and glancing around in confusion. While welcoming Kitty's potential addition, the notion of him usurping Marco's long-held position was a bit difficult for them to accept, as they had grown accustomed to Marco occupying that role. Even Kitty himself was taken aback by Marco's words. The position of 1st Division Commander within the Whitebeard Pirates is undeniably exalted, a status that even Ace cannot rival, and at times, it surpasses the prestige of the warlords of the sea. Marco, your words are truly flattering, yet even if you are willing, the brothers may not concur. This position rightfully belongs to you. I hold a deep fondness for the Whitebeard Pirates. Before I arrived, we were strangers, but now we are family. My reluctance to accept is not out of a desire for status. I simply do not yet know what I wish to pursue or accomplish. Therefore, I must apologize. Until I find my own path, I will not join any pirate crew nor establish my own. Upon hearing Kitty's heartfelt declaration, Marco discerned the underlying message and abandoned his efforts to persuade him further. However, although I cannot join, I wouldn't mind having more uncles. Kitty's sudden remark left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. What could he possibly mean by desiring more uncles? Surely he didn't intend for father to take on that role. Wait, why not? It is entirely plausible, especially since Kitty himself has brought it up, which clearly indicates a desire to foster closer ties. Haha, how about I become your uncle? Whitebeard, ever perceptive, quickly grasped the situation. Then it is settled. I shall call you Uncle Newgate. Kitty replied with a slight smile, acquiescing to the jest. Excellent. A resounding cheer captured everyone's attention, and Whitebeard slowly continued. Let us raise our cups to welcome Kitty into our family. Although it is an uncle-nephew relationship, it signifies a sense of belonging, indicating that Whitebeard does not regard Kitty as an outsider. Cheers erupted. The previously subdued atmosphere surged to new heights with this news. Although Kitty did not formally agree to join, this was anticipated. Given his prowess, he had no need to affiliate with anyone. He could easily establish his own pirate crew, and, one could imagine, it would be formidable enough to potentially become the strongest crew beneath the four emperors. Yet now, by acknowledging Whitebeard as his uncle, Kitty has forged a bond akin to an alliance, with mutual support and care. Having such a powerful ally is undoubtedly advantageous. Captain Kitty, I toast to you. In an instant, Kitty became the focal point of everyone's attention. Watching the long line of individuals eager to share a drink with him, Kitty felt a twinge of apprehension. They were intent on drinking him under the table. However, he did not retreat. With Whitebeard as a steadfast ally, the benefits were manifold, and he welcomed each drink with open arms. After a round, Kitty felt the world spinning before his eyes. Haha, Captain Kitty, your tolerance is lacking. How can that be? I am perfectly capable. Despite slurring his words, Kitty refused to concede his capacity. Fire, ignite. In the next moment, Kitty ignited. Azure flames swirling around him relentlessly. Subsequently, streams of alcohol-scented vapor slowly rose. Once the flames dissipated, Kitty's complexion returned to normal, revealing no trace of inebriation. What do you think? Are you afraid? Utilizing the flame's intense heat, Kitty swiftly metabolized the residual alcohol in his system. Faced with his challenge, the proud members of the Whitebeard pirates would never yield. While they may lack his strength, they would not be outdone in drinking. 2 to 3 hours later, as Kitty expelled the last remnants of alcohol from his system with fire, every individual who had sought to drink with him lay sprawled on the ground, sound asleep. Ace, if there is anything you wish to ask, feel free. Noticing Ace, who had attempted to speak several times yet hesitated, Kitty addressed him, having already surmised his inquiry. I am certain I consumed the Marimara no Mi. But why do you possess the same abilities as I do? Kitty inwardly acknowledged that Ace's question was entirely predictable. If he were in Ace's shoes, he would undoubtedly inquire about the sudden emergence of a power he believed to be unique to himself. Kitty also observed that not only Ace, but all those still conscious were staring at him with curiosity, eager to understand his capabilities. Even Whitebeard, Ryder, and Barrett cast inquisitive glances. Despite having outgrown the age of gossip, the extraordinary events surrounding Kitty were beyond their comprehension, igniting their curiosity regarding how this young man achieved such feats. Fortunately, Kitty had already prepared an answer, remaining calm. I am a user of the replica fruit, which allows me to replicate the abilities of others at a certain cost. As for the nature of that cost, I must refrain from disclosing it. The existence of the system and his identity as a traveler were matters he could not reveal. So Kitty attributed everything to the wondrous devil fruit. The most extraordinary phenomenon in this world is undoubtedly the devil fruit, a category so enigmatic that even now, no one comprehensively understands all its varieties. Even the encyclopedia of devil fruits fails to encompass the complete range of their abilities, making Katie's assertion entirely valid. The replication fruit? That is indeed a peculiar and formidable capability. After listening to Katie's explanation, others, regardless of their belief in its veracity, chose not to pursue the matter further. Yet they acknowledged the potency of such an ability. The randomness of devil fruits is immense, leaving many lamenting their inability to possess the fruits they desire or deem suitable. This replication ability perfectly addresses that longing. Some even pondered how many abilities could be replicated simultaneously. If more than one, it would be utterly extraordinary. However, instinctively, they felt such a notion was improbable, as it must leave some opportunities for others. What is that azure flame of yours about? Is it an awakening of the fruit or something else? Ace inquired, not delving into the matter of the replication fruit, but rather voicing another curiosity that weighed on his mind. Having personally experienced the war at Marineford, Ace was acutely aware of the sacrifices the Whitebeard pirates would have endured without Katie's assistance, and thus he bore no resentment towards her for possessing a power akin to his own. I cannot definitively say whether it is an awakening of the ability, however. It is certainly a more profound development. The two primary factors influencing the power of flames are temperature and range, Katie explained, pausing for a moment before continuing. You should already be aware that temperature is the essence of fire. Only by mastering higher temperatures can the explosion and strength of flame significantly increase. In comparison, while Akainu can control temperature with his magma fruit, his range is limited, peaking at around 5 to 6,000 degrees. In contrast, flames, if developed to their utmost potential, could exceed 10,000 degrees. I sense your flames have also reached a breakthrough threshold. Reflect deeply on this, for it is a challenge you can surely overcome. As for range, it pertains to how much fire you can command. If one day you could control all the flames in the world, even at average temperatures, you could annihilate everything, though such mastery requires an extraordinarily powerful body, something even Kaido lacks. After absorbing Katie's insights, Ace fell into contemplation. As if a window had been partially opened before him, with the other half merely a gentle push away from full revelation. He sensed that it would not be long before he achieved his breakthrough. Thank you. I believe I now understand what I must do. Do not mention it. We are all family here. No need for formality. Very well, let the feast continue. We shall discuss everything else after the banquet. Seeing Ace's newfound clarity, Whitebeard felt elated. Once Ace completed his breakthrough, he would become a formidable force in his own right, rendering any potential threats to him negligible. Even if Whitebeard himself were unable to wield a sword one day. Chapter 61. A drunken Luffy stopped rambling. I know many of you aspire to be Pirate King. But let me tell you, the one who will ultimately claim that title will be me. A sudden, youthful shout rang out, imbued with an unwavering certainty. Emanating from the depths of his heart, the air fell silent, the distant birds ceased their calls, and the nearby sea lay still. The entire Moby Dick was enveloped in absolute quietude. Even the previously slumbering crew members paused in unison. Luffy, what nonsense are you spouting? Sit down. Ace, sitting beside Luffy, was nearly petrified by the outburst and quickly rose to pull his inebriated brother back. Ace, do not stop me. I must tell everyone that even though I cannot defeat you right now, one day I will surpass you all and become the freest pirate king on the seas. In his drunken state, Luffy disregarded Ace's pleas and further proclaimed his belief, leaving Ace flustered and at a loss. The desire to become pirate king was universal. And among those seated at the table were several formidable individuals. Luffy's words could easily offend them, especially since they were no small players in the grand scheme of things. If I recall correctly, he is the grandson of that carp fellow, Ryder, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke. What? Are you still holding a grudge about Carp imprisoning you and Impel Down? Surely you would take your resentment out on such a young lad. Ryder was well aware of the animosity between Carp and himself. Years ago, Ryder had sought to prove his strength by single-handedly challenging Admiral Sengoku at Marine headquarters. That legendary battle drew considerable attention, culminating in Ryder narrowly defeating Sengoku but ultimately exhausting himself to the point where he was easily subdued by Carp and sentenced to decades and Impel Down. It was only due to Katie's intervention that he regained his freedom. You underestimate me. My feud with Carp is our own matter. I would not direct my ire towards a mere child. However, I am curious, what kind of misdeeds has that rascal Carp committed that both his son and grandson have shunned the Navy and even become its adversaries? Haha, Ryder chuckled, finding this revelation more gratifying than defeating Carp himself. Meanwhile, Luffy's drunken ramblings resumed. That's right. Just because I'm not strong enough yet. I haven't become a pirate worthy of Shanks' recognition, so I don't even have the right to meet him. At this revelation, those present were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Ace's brother possessed such an impressive lineage. His grandfather was the legendary marine hero Carp. He had an intricate relationship with the Yonko Shanks. And Ace was his brother, while their father was the enigmatic leader of the Revolutionary Army. Upon reflection, it seemed that the most powerful factions in the world were all intricately linked to him, making him a figure of immense significance. No wonder he had managed to assault a celestial dragon and still remain unscathed, even prompting an admiral to intervene. However, what intrigued Katie more than Luffy's background, of which she was already well aware, was his mindset. She had long been familiar with the Monkey family's connections. But Luffy's awareness left her astonished. During their encounter at Marine headquarters with Shanks, she had been so focused on Shanks that she had overlooked Luffy's absence, only now realizing that he felt unworthy of facing Shanks and had chosen to hide instead. Reflecting on this, Katie pondered whether she could ever possess such resolute conviction if she were in his position. In light of these reflections, it becomes evident that Luffy's ascension to the title of the Fifth Emperor of the Sea is not solely attributable to his protagonist's aura. Rather, his relentless efforts play a crucial role. I am destined to become the king of the pirates. With this final declaration, Luffy succumbed to a deep slumber. The assembled company displayed no signs of annoyance towards the inebriated junior. Instead, they regarded him with a sense of admiration. During the first half of the Grand Line, one might encounter mockery and derision. Yet in the latter half, known as the New World, survival is impossible without the unwavering belief in becoming the Pirate King. As Barrett aptly stated, this sea is a battlefield. All who navigate its waters must possess formidable strength. Otherwise, not only is survival unattainable, but even the mere right to perish is denied. Herein lies the singular law. The weak are devoured by the strong, and only the fittest endure. Compassion holds no value in this realm. Not long after, the banquet concluded. Despite the victory in war, it was not yet time for complete relaxation. The Navy's retaliatory strikes could occur at any moment, and the threat of pirate ambushes loomed large. Thus, it was imperative to maintain a vigilant and robust fighting force. As Katie ambled aimlessly, intoxicated, the long-forgotten voice of the system echoed in her mind. The system announced its update. presenting the host with the changes. Firstly, when the host replicates another's abilities, the original master level limitation may be transcended, with corresponding exchange points deducted based on the skill's rank. Secondly, the price of the miraculous beans has been adjusted from 500,000 exchange points to a staggering 10 million. The system delivered this news in a calm tone, nearly inciting Katie's wrath. System, do you have a sister? If so, please extend my regards. Upon reviewing the update, Katie felt an overwhelming urge to vent her frustrations. The first change held some utility, facilitating her progress, as master-level skills had become insufficient for her current needs. The removal of limitations on ability replication spared her the hassle of later expending skill points for enhancement. However, the second alteration was utterly absurd. The price of the miraculous beans had soared 20-fold. Was this a personal affront? I apologize, but I do not have a sister. Furthermore, I hope the host understands that my actions are dictated by rules. Otherwise, I could elevate you to the strongest individual in the entire pirate world in the blink of an eye. This world is fundamentally fair. Your acquisition of power from me is contingent upon your completion of my tasks, during which I also attain what I desire. The price increase for the miraculous beans is a necessity due to your rapid growth in strength, which requires regulation. Chapter 62. Whitebeard's advice confronted with the system's rationale. Katie fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, she had anticipated that the system's update would yield changes targeting her, even foreseeing an increase in the price of the beans, though not to such an extent. However, upon hearing the system's explanation, her focus shifted from the bean's price to the concept of rules. The true nature of the system remains undefined. It appears as a deity existing beyond the confines of rules, possessing unfathomable capabilities, seemingly capable of anything. Yet, it seems that it too is bound by certain regulations, leaving Katie puzzled as to who could possibly impose restrictions upon it. I accept the price of the miraculous beans. But could you enlighten me on what you gain from my existence? Or what benefits do I confer upon you by completing your tasks? Unable to alter the system's decree, Katie sought to negotiate. The system hesitated before responding. The world you inhabit is known as the pirate world, operating on its own trajectory. However, since your arrival, this world has undergone transformation, and as you fulfill my tasks, these changes become increasingly evident. What I require is this transformation. For now, I can only divulge this much. When your strength is sufficient, I will reveal further truths about this world and its genuine rules. In essence, I need your power, and within the bounds of regulation. I will endeavor to enhance your abilities, for it is through you that I may attain my desires. With that, the system's voice faded, leaving Katie standing in stunned silence. Though the explanation was vague, it ignited a whirlwind of thoughts within her, as if unveiling an entirely new world that dismantled her previous worldview. Enough of this. I must focus on strengthening my abilities, for knowledge without power is futile. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she prioritized her strength. System, what are my current exchange points and skill points? After several battles, she had lost track of her wealth. The host currently possesses 67,450,000 exchange points, along with 260 skill points. Listening to this string of figures, Katie felt a surge of validation. Her previous efforts and adventures had not been in vain. These resources were more than sufficient to elevate her strength to unprecedented heights. By the way, what is the A-rank dimensional character summoning card? At this moment, Katie recalled the task reward associated with the main storyline. Yet she remained unaware of its potential uses. As its name implies, it serves to summon powerful beings from other dimensions. Dimensions, like individuals, vary in strength. Titles such as Attain Kill, One Punch Man, and My Hero Academia all belong to A-rank dimensions. This summoning card can call forth powerful figures from these animated realms. However, two caveats must be heeded. First, the summoned character is random. They may possess great strength, yet could also be weak. Second, summoned characters retain their independent personalities and are not guaranteed to comply with the host's directives. Use with caution. Having absorbed the system's explanation, Katie could only describe this item in 2 words: superfluous, lacking substance yet too valuable to discard. This endeavor is heavily reliant on fortune, if luck is unfavorable. One might summon a mere novice, rendering the effort utterly futile. Conversely, even if one is fortunate enough to summon a character of formidable strength, there remains no guarantee they will heed your command. Imagine summoning Saitama, only to be met with disdain and a single punch that leaves one in despair. Gazing into the depths, I find myself more inclined towards tangible power that can be firmly grasped. As fate would have it, I have yet to replicate Whitebeard's abilities. So I shall tempt fate once more. Why has Captain Katie returned again? The festivities have only just concluded, and Marco remains by Whitebeard's side, unaware of Katie's swift return. He regards Katie with curiosity. I encountered some difficulties and was unsure of how to proceed, so I thought to seek my uncle's counsel, Katie replies, maintaining an air of composure while presenting her premeditated excuse. In truth, she genuinely seeks Whitebeard's wisdom. Oh, what is the matter? Whitebeard, intrigued, listens intently. Katie has consistently displayed extraordinary prowess, leading many to believe she is invincible. It piques his interest to learn that she, too, grapples with uncertainty. Given my mastery of various abilities, swordsmanship, hockey, and fruit powers among others, I am at a crossroads. Should I focus on perfecting one skill? Or should I elevate all my abilities simultaneously? Witnessing Katie's troubled expression, Marco could not suppress his irritation. He had never encountered someone so ungrateful, lamenting the abundance of their talents while those with singular abilities persevere against the odds. In contrast to Marco, Whitebeard contemplated seriously, his gaze penetrating and meaningful. Under his scrutiny, Katie felt as though her thoughts were laid bare. Indeed, this is a dilemma. Allow me to ponder for a moment. My recommendation is the latter: enhance all your abilities concurrently. Though this approach may decelerate your overall growth, once you elevate each skill to its zenith, you shall possess no weaknesses. However, this is merely my perspective. Without keeping Katie waiting long, Whitebeard offered his insight. Thank you, Uncle. I now know how to proceed. Please take care. I shall not intrude further. Marco watched Katie's silhouette until it vanished completely before retracting his gaze. Do you understand, Marco? Encountering someone like Katie is both a blessing and a curse for you. The blessing is that you will witness the dawn of a new era. The curse is that you may find yourselves relegated to mere background figures in this epic, or, more precisely, in Katie's narrative, as she outshines all like the singular sun in the sky. Surely, father, you jest. Once Ace fully develops his fruit, won't he be on par with Katie? It cannot be as exaggerated as you claim. Marco struggled to comprehend Whitebeard's high regard for Katie, equating it to declaring her the future Pirate King. Just wait. Soon you will witness the world transform because of her. Chapter 63. System Proposal System. Do not deceive me. Even though the die is cast and regrets are futile, I cannot help but feel apprehensive, for we are speaking of tens of millions of exchange points. A sum I am reluctant to expend so recklessly. Rest assured, host. As I have stated, I will endeavor to enhance your power within the confines of permissible rules. The combination of spatial fluctuations, rending, and vibrations can undoubtedly evolve into the formidable skill of annihilation. However, this necessitates that the other two abilities also reach an extraordinary level. Otherwise, the disparity in power will hinder control during practice. It is worth noting that the cost of annihilation exceeds that of the other three by over tenfold. Once the host comprehends the nuances of this evolution, it will surely yield a guaranteed profit. How I wish for a direct synthesis. Yet, here I am, tasked with practicing alone, uncertain of when I shall grasp it. Although the system speaks the truth, suddenly being told to practice is somewhat troublesome for one accustomed to acquiring abilities directly. This predicament arises entirely from Katie's venture to seek her luck with Whitebeard. This time, Katie's fortune was indeed extraordinary, even excessively so. Not only did she select the power of the Tremor fruit, but she also happened to acquire the Bird fruit from Marco standing nearby. In that moment, Katie was led to believe she had been favored by the heavens. However, the harsh reality struck her the very next instant. Merely eliminating the conflict between the two devil fruit powers consumed a staggering 10 million exchange points. The silver lining was that she would no longer have to worry about the threats of seawater and sea prism stone. Yet, since both powers surpassed the master level, acquiring either one required the payment of additional exchange points. Based on this calculation, merely selecting one ability would require an expenditure of 20 million. And this is under the condition of diminishing the capability level of the Tremor fruit. After all, Whitebeard's mastery over fruit abilities is exceptionally formidable, with his capability level surpassing the realm of the extraordinary. However, if it were merely this, it might still be tolerable. Combining the two would amount to 40 million. A cost I could still bear. The crux of the issue lies in the system's revelation that to merge a third fruit's ability, one must first eliminate the conflicts between the abilities, which would demand an additional 30 million. As for the rationale behind this, I am too indifferent to inquire. It is undoubtedly a limitation imposed by the rules. The mere act of replicating two fruit abilities would deplete Katie's 50 million exchange points, a reality she found quite hard to accept. Ultimately, she resolved to merge only one of them. However, as she made this decision, a new dilemma arose. She was uncertain which fruit to choose. The formidable power of the Tremor fruit is indisputable, yet Marco's Bird fruit is equally impressive, granting its possessor near immunity to all forms of damage, even rendering the Marine Admiral Kazari's attacks completely ineffective. In her moment of indecision, the system provided a suggestion. She should exchange for Whitebeard's Tremor fruit ability. The rationale was previously discussed. The unique combination of tremors, rifts, and spatial fluctuations could forge an entirely new capability, annihilation. While both rifts and tremors merely disrupt the surface structure of objects, even the more advanced spatial fluctuations only slightly affect their internal composition. Annihilation, however, diverges entirely. It fundamentally erases all material existence. System, I wish to enhance my physical prowess. Do you have any recommendations? Having chosen to trust the system, she decided to entrust all her inquiries to it. Her current Earth-level physicality was evidently lagging behind her escalating power. An enhancement was imperative, or else she would possess abilities she could not wield. Although she could allocate skill points for improvement, Katie sought a superior alternative. I recommend the exchange of a drop of Ancestor Dragon's blood. It will elevate your physical attributes to the pinnacle of the king level. While it may be somewhat more costly than upgrading with skill points, the advantages are manifold. Although it is merely a single drop, It allows you to awaken the dragon bloodline. Though not pure, it represents a qualitative transformation. As the progenitor of dragons, the ancestor dragon wields enough physical strength to traverse the dimensions of the universe. Its power is truly cataclysmic. How does the ancestor dragon compare to Kaido? Despite the system's formidable description of the ancestor dragon, Katie still lacked a clear understanding. Kaido is hardly worthy of comparison to the ancestor dragon. He is but a mere caterpillar, inferior even to the fleas upon the ancestor dragon's back. Do you comprehend? Katie's first reaction to the system's assertion was disbelief. While the ancestor dragon might indeed be formidable, Kaido was no slouch either. He had survived a free fall from a 10,000-meter-high sky island, showcasing extraordinary physical resilience. Gazing at the 30 million exchange points required for the ancestor dragon's blood, Katie nearly ground her teeth in frustration. This was not just a minor expense. The Earth-level physique was equivalent to a master level, while the king level equated to an extraordinary level. Enhancing to the extraordinary level required only 20 skill points per tier, totaling less than 20 million, effectively making the ancestor dragon's blood twice as expensive. Nevertheless, she ultimately decided to purchase it, adhering to the adage, trust those you employ. Do not doubt those you trust. However, she resolved not to utilize it just yet, as she was still aboard Whitebeard's pirate ship, and any disturbance would be difficult to explain later. System, I shall spend 150 skill points to elevate the ripping skill to extraordinary level 1. And expend 4 million exchange points to acquire 40 skill points, subsequently upgrading spatial fluctuation to extraordinary level 1 as well. Her 260 skill points dwindled to 0, while her exchange points, originally over 60 million, were reduced to 13,445,000. Yet Katie felt no regret. Resources were meant to enhance one's strength. After all, with the spatial fluctuations acquired through the initial release now elevated to the same level as ripping, both attained master level 1 after the expenditure of 150 skill points, advancing to extraordinary level 1. With all desired enhancements achieved, Katie was confident that upon merging with the ancestor dragon's blood, even if she were to confront Akainu at his peak, she would be capable of defeating him head-on. Gazing at the expanse of ocean in the distance, a wave of elation washed over her. Tomorrow, she would depart from the Whitebeard pirates and embark on her own adventure. Despite never having sailed alone on the open sea, her heart was not filled with anxiety. Rather, it brimmed with excitement for the adventures and uncertainties that lay ahead. She wondered whom she might encounter and what events might unfold. Perhaps this was simply the inherent nature of a boy who relishes adventure. Chapter 64. The Marine Temporary Conference. Observing the numerous vacant seats around the table, Sengoku felt a pang of sorrow. Their navy had suffered tremendous losses in this battle. The casualties among officers ranked commander and above numbered in the dozens, with thousands more below that rank. What of Akiji and Akainu? Sengoku inquired, glancing at the empty seat beside Akiji. Don't worry, Admiral. His injuries are not severe. He is mainly fatigued and physically drained. He should recover in no time. Hearing that Akainu's condition was not dire, Sengoku felt a slight relief. At least this was a piece of good news amidst the many unfavorable tidings. If Akainu were incapacitated for a month or two, the Navy's situation would likely deteriorate significantly. The objectives of this temporary meeting were twofold. First, to devise a plan to capture Katie. Second, to outline the broad strategic direction moving forward. With each statement, Sengoku's tone grew increasingly emphatic, culminating in a resolute declaration that left no room for doubt. Observers noted that the initiative to capture Katie was placed at the forefront of the discussion. This is not merely a simple ranking. It signifies that Katie's issues are far more grave than the Navy's forthcoming deployment concerns. It can be asserted that from this moment onward, the name Katie has been inscribed on the list of enemies to be eliminated by Sengoku. However, all present comprehend Sengoku's sentiments, as this war, which initially boasted a victory probability exceeding 80%, crumbled into a disastrous defeat solely due to the emergence of Katie, bringing immense shame upon the Navy. Under any circumstances, even the most laid-back among them, such as Kazan, would not be in a good mood. Raccoon, release the video footage from Impel Down, Sengoku commanded. Yes. The screen, long prepared, gradually illuminated. Although the purpose was unclear to the attendees, they patiently awaited developments, knowing that Fleet Admiral Sengoku would not waste time frivolously in such a critical situation. Moreover, they noted that the footage originated from Impel Down, the very site where Katie's actions began, leading them to suspect that it harbored some undisclosed secrets. As the playback commenced, the chilling and grim ambience of Impel Down filled the screen. Yet, in the next moment, the image shifted to reveal a blonde beauty unknown to those present, flanked by 3 prison guards, with a deep, foreboding corridor looming behind them. Though no introduction was provided, the attendees could surmise that it led to the lower levels of the prison. However, more pressing was their desire to locate Katie. Just as this thought crossed their minds, a familiar visage appeared on the large screen. It was Katie, clad in the prison guard's uniform of Impel Down. At this sight, despite the knowledge that events had already transpired, the assembly could not suppress their anxiety. This Katie, so cunning, was deceiving the guards while possessing formidable strength. The ensuing footage unfolded as they had anticipated. Katie adeptly manipulated her identity to deceive the 3 prison guards. However, The revelation of Katie's identity by the blonde beauty exceeded their expectations. Yet, in their view, this mattered little, for aside from Magellan, no one in Impel Down could impede Katie's advance. What transpired in the following minutes, however, completely shattered their preconceptions. The formidable Katie, who could contend with the likes of Mihawk and Akainu, was momentarily stalled by an unknown blonde beauty, while the outcome remained unchanged. The intricacies of the encounter were far more significant than the result itself. What is happening? They struggled to believe the unfolding reality, for if this were true, what had they witnessed mere moments ago? Yet, no one would answer their inquiries. The conference hall was enveloped in silence, with all eyes fixated on the screen. Moments later, the scene shifted to an even darker backdrop, and despite merely watching a recorded video, the chilling atmosphere was palpable. Yet, this was merely the setting. The focus remained on the two figures within the frame, particularly on Katie. An intense battle was imminent, and compared to the previous encounters, this conflict was evidently on a higher plane. Fortunately, those present were formidable individuals, capable of withstanding the tension. Even so, they could not help but furrow their brows. They recognized the combatant facing Katie, Shiryu, the former chief warden of Impel Down, whose strength was indeed commendable, perhaps surpassing many in the room. However, even this did not instill confidence that he could subdue Katie, who had withstood over 20 minutes against the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, even managing to cause him considerable trouble. Shiryu's swordsmanship, while impressive, paled in comparison to Mihawk's. The two were not on the same level. Moments later, as Katie unleashed her final strike, the video came to an abrupt end. Yet, the vast conference room remained shrouded in silence, with expressions of gravity, confusion, and bewilderment etched on every face. They could not fathom what had transpired within those 30 hours, nor why the disparities were so pronounced. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have doubted that it was the same individual. Admiral, you must possess some insights. Please enlighten us. We cannot comprehend the situation at hand, a restless Vice Admiral implored, aware that Sengoku must have information beyond their grasp, or he would not have shown them this footage. Let me affirm one point. The Katie in the video is indeed the same individual you have encountered, Sengoku replied. We have formulated some hypotheses and received critical intelligence from Blackbeard. While we cannot ascertain the veracity of this information, its credibility is substantial. Considering various factors, we have concluded two possibilities. First, Katie has consistently concealed her true strength. Second, Katie possesses a terrifying ability to replicate the powers of others. An ability that could extend beyond mere devil fruit powers to encompass swordsmanship and hockey as well. How is this possible? This time, the populace found it impossible to maintain their composure, for the words of Zhangguo were astonishing and utterly inconceivable. The ability to replicate, such a phenomenon exists solely within the realms of fiction. How could it be plausible in the fabric of reality? Yet, they discerned not a hint of jest upon Zhangguo's countenance, and it was only at this moment that they grasped the gravity of his seriousness. How could this be? Even so, they remained incredulous that such an ability could exist in the world. It was simply too bizarre. Chapter 65, The Awakening of Akainu. There is nothing impossible, otherwise. How do you think Katie acquired the power of the burn fruit? This time, it was not Sengoku who spoke, but Crane, whose words struck with piercing clarity, leaving others without a chance to refute. The incredible events surrounding Katie were so numerous that they had overlooked the inexplicable fact that she possessed the same fruit abilities as Ace. With Crane's reminder, they suddenly realized that the assertions made by Admiral Sengoku were not entirely implausible. In fact, they seemed quite probable. Even his motives for appearing gained a reasonable explanation. Merely to acquire the abilities of others. In this fierce battle, numerous formidable warriors participated, and had he truly possessed such capabilities, he would undoubtedly have seized this opportunity. However, as they grappled with this reality, new questions arose. If Katie could indeed replicate the abilities of others, to what extent had he copied different powers? And what level of strength had he attained? Reflecting on the abilities displayed in this battle, the naval commanders felt a chill run down their spines, their imaginations faltered. For they could not fathom how to contend with him. The situation was not as dire as they imagined. Although the means by which Katie acquired the powers of others remained a mystery, it was certain that there were limitations. Otherwise, Marineford would have long ceased to exist. Sensing the anxiety among his subordinates, Sengoku sought to reassure them, emphasizing that military morale must not waver at this juncture. Commodore, what should we do? Akiji, who had been alongside Sengoku for over a decade, understood his superior's intentions and promptly diverted the topic. With a subtle nod of approval towards Akiji, Sengoku continued. The best way to eliminate a threat is to eradicate it at its inception. A chilling aura radiated from Sengoku, a palpable expression of his murderous intent directed at Katie. Despite their expectations, the command left everyone astonished. Had it been Akainu issuing the order, no one would have been surprised. But it was Sengoku, known for his restraint, who now commanded such ruthlessness. Under normal circumstances, he would not resort to such severity, even when Barrett had slaughtered countless individuals. Sengoku had refrained from immediate execution. They could hardly recall a time when he had given such an order. However, Katie's displayed talents and abilities warranted such a response. This operation will not solely involve our Navy. The CP organization will also cooperate. They will be responsible for tracking Katie's movements while we arrange for combat personnel, Sengoku declared. Capturing the attention of all present, the subsequent events promised to be anything but straightforward. Akainu served as a cautionary example, still bedridden, and with uncertainty surrounding Katie's true power. Deploying inadequate forces would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. Admiral Kizaru, upon discovering Katie's whereabouts, cease all current activities and proceed to the battlefield at full speed to eliminate Katie. Capture is unnecessary. Understood. Kizaru had anticipated this outcome and was mentally prepared. Observing Kizaru's unusually serious demeanor, many were taken aback. They could hardly comprehend why the typically laid-back admiral was so fervent today, even omitting his usual casual remarks. However, just as they thought the matter had concluded, Sengoku's voice rang out once more. Admiral Akiji, your task mirrors Kizaru's. Upon receiving news of Katie, mobilize immediately and ensure you collaborate with Kizaru to apprehend him. Akiji, initially believing he was sidelined, quickly recognized the gravity of the situation and rose to comply. Wait, I request to join the battle. The doors to the conference room swung open abruptly, interrupting Akiji. Akainu, what brings you here? Have your injuries healed? Akiji was surprised to see Akainu appear at such a moment. It was merely a superficial wound, nothing to fret about. Admiral, I request to take Akiji's place in the battle. Sengoku hesitated, fully aware of Akainu's motivations. He sought to prove his superiority over Katie, to demonstrate that his magma fruit was superior to the flame fruit. Being publicly defeated by Katie was a humiliation for the proud Akainu. And the best way to vindicate himself was undoubtedly through victory, washing away his disgrace in the blood of his enemy. Akainu, your condition is not suitable. The objective of this operation is to eliminate Katie, not to seek vengeance. I cannot approve your request. Admiral, I will not act impulsively. And I am absolutely confident in my ability to defeat Katie. As he spoke, Akainu emanated an overwhelming aura, his body partially transforming into molten elements. As if a monstrous force capable of devastating the world surged within him. If earlier Akainu resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, now he felt like a volcano that had already erupted, radiating an aura of annihilation. Akainu, are you implying that I am inadequate? Akiji, initially indifferent, felt a surge of competitive spirit upon hearing Akainu's words, and an icy aura enveloped him as he chose to confront Akainu head-on. Feeling the tumultuous energies emanating from the two, even the rear admirals present felt a wave of apprehension. Enough. Control yourselves. Do you think this is a duel arena? If anyone is itching for a fight, let me know. I will gladly spar with them. The voice of Garp thundered, accompanied by an overwhelming presence. Sensing Garp's fury, Akiji was the first to relent, followed closely by Akainu, who regained his composure, though his gaze remained resolute, unwilling to yield. Just because you awakened your abilities, you think yourself invincible? If you had listened to Zephyr sooner, I wouldn't have had to rescue you. While others might tread carefully around Akainu's position, Garp showed no restraint, deliberately striking at Akainu's vulnerabilities. Faced with Garp's reprimand, Akainu's face flushed with anger, yet he refrained from retorting, for Garp's words rang true. He regretted not heeding Zephyr's counsel. The confrontation with Katie had clarified the true nature of the magma fruit, and with the newfound powers awakening within him, Akainu's first thought was to seek vengeance against Katie. Chapter 66. Bounty of 1 billion. Thus, when news reached him that Sengoku was convening an emergency meeting, Akainu rushed in recklessly. Though he did not participate directly, he surmised that the meeting aimed to strategize against Katie, leading to the current scene. Sengoku, given Akainu's unusual eagerness, let him replace Akiji in the battle. However, as he spoke, he suddenly paused, fixing a sharp gaze upon Akainu. The upcoming recruitment mission will be entrusted to Akiji. Akainu, do you have any objections? With a jolt, Akainu's previously resolute demeanor faltered at Garp's words, his eyes betraying uncertainty. The Navy's imminent recruitment initiative had been planned well in advance of the impending conflict. With arrangements already in place, the only remaining detail was the assignment of leadership. With only Akainu and Akiji vying for the role, if Akainu insisted on battling Katie, the recruitment duties would naturally fall to Akiji. Initially surprised that Garp would speak on Akainu's behalf, both Sengoku and Akiji now understood Garp's intentions. Choosing to remain silent and await Akainu's decision, perhaps it would be best to let Akiji handle it. Your hesitation is unacceptable. Observing the indecisive Akainu, Garp could no longer afford to wait and made the decision on his behalf. Indeed, Akainu, you shall take charge of the upcoming grand conscription. It is an opportune moment for you to recuperate in peace, while Akiji will exact vengeance on your behalf. Sengoku, standing nearby, exacerbated the situation with his remark. No. I shall go. I must personally defeat Kaido. The grand conscription can be entrusted to Akiji. Sengoku's words sent Akainu into a frenzy. This command was a kill order, implying that, barring unforeseen circumstances, this battle would likely be Kaido's last. Should he miss this opportunity, he might never encounter him again. And how could Akainu not feel anxious? Without a moment's hesitation, he relinquished the role of leader to Akiji. Are you certain? This is a military order, and there is no room for reversal. Noticing Akainu's evident loss of composure, Sengoku quickly added, once you agree, even if you later wish to retract, it will be too late. Military orders are no trifling matter. I am certain. Akainu responded with unwavering determination. He was well aware of Sengoku and Garp's intentions, but this time he had to act according to their wishes. Kaido had become a tormenting specter in his mind. If he could not vanquish him personally, he would easily encounter a bottleneck in his strength. He would rather concede in some matters than allow any vulnerabilities in his capabilities. Akainu, Kizaru, heed my orders. At that moment, Sengoku's expression was one of utmost seriousness. At your service. Faced with the military command, the two men dared not be careless. From this day forth, the task of eliminating Kaido is entrusted to you both. Once we receive news from CP, you must act immediately without delay. Do you understand? Understood. Commander, should we not issue a bounty for Kaido? Just as everyone thought the matter concerning Kaido was settled, a nearby vice admiral suddenly broached the subject of the bounty, plunging the room back into silence. It is necessary. And it must be expedited. Only then can we lower their guard. After a brief moment, Sengoku provided his answer, then turned at Tsuru. Tsuru, what do you think is an appropriate bounty for Kaido? In this regard, Admiral Tsuru is an authority among the multitude present. None possess a deeper understanding of pirates than she does, regardless of her gender. 1 billion, perhaps a tad modest, yet considering his status as a newcomer. This figure seems quite appropriate. When Tsuru casually mentioned the sum of 1 billion, a palpable tension gripped the assembly, causing them to overlook the slightly understated nature of her remark. They were acutely aware of the significance behind the bounty. It transcends mere numbers, embodying both the level of danger in individual poses and their personal strength. Within the naval ranks exists an unspoken rule regarding bounties. 1 billion serves as the dividing line between the strong and the weak, with any criminal exceeding this threshold warranting the attention of an admiral. Across the vast world, the number of criminals with bounties surpassing 1 billion is scarcely 20, each of whom is a figure of considerable renown. However, from this day forth, among these illustrious individuals stands a new name, Katie, a young man who, despite the uncertainty of his survival in the forthcoming manhunt, has earned the right to stand tall before the world at this very moment. Very well. Let us proceed as Tsuru has suggested and establish the bounty at 1 billion without delay. Yes, Admiral. The response came from the same Rear Admiral as before. With matters concerning Katie settled for now, the discussion shifted to the future strategic direction of the Navy. Thus, the primary objective of this impromptu meeting was achieved, and the collective gaze momentarily shifted away from Katie. The recent defeat in the war lies primarily on my shoulders. It was my failure to coordinate effectively. Once the grand conscription concludes, I shall resign in accountability. Nevertheless, until that time arrives, I remain the fleet admiral, and I expect no one to slacken their efforts during these final moments. A piercing glance swept across every individual present. Anyone who met Sengoku's gaze felt a tremor within, compelled by his imposing presence. He was aware that his impending departure was already common knowledge among them. Yet he wished for no one to become complacent or negligent in their duties. Except for Garp, of course. That man, even during his tenure, showed no deference, conducting himself entirely according to his whims, resembling a rogue soldier. Yet his accolades and strength are undeniable. Rest assured, Admiral, we are not ready to let you go. We would never allow you to lose face at this crucial juncture. Someone promptly expressed this sentiment, which was not mere flattery, but a sincere statement. Sengoku had dedicated decades to the Navy, witnessing most of those present rise through the ranks under his watchful eye. They held a unique and profound regard for him. Both personally and professionally, none would wish to embarrass Sengoku at this moment. Instead, they would double their efforts to ensure he navigated this period with ease. Feeling the warmth of their support, Sengoku's heart swelled, although he did not show it outwardly. Ahem, let us return to business. The forthcoming arrangements consist of 2 primary points. The first pertains to the upcoming grand conscription. A new era is on the horizon, and our Navy's strength must be bolstered. This conscription will encompass the entire globe, and all departments must ensure their preparedness. No room for error. The second matter addresses the escapees from Impel Down and the potential uprisings at sea. The failure against the Whitebeard pirates will undoubtedly lead to a surge in the number of pirates, compounded by the escape of veteran criminals. The chaos at sea can only be imagined. At this juncture, as guardians of justice, we must step forward to maintain peace upon the waves. Specific tasks will be communicated later. Suffice it to say, we shall be quite busy during this time. Chapter 67. Farewells. Well then, let us conclude this temporary meeting. If there are no further matters, you may all disperse. Moments later, only 4 individuals remained in the vast conference room. Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, and Admiral Akiji. Thank you for your support, Akiji sincerely expressed, gazing at the trio before him. He understood that assuming the mantle of responsibility for this conscription would grant him early access to a myriad of talents entering the Navy, though merely a step ahead. If managed correctly, it could yield tremendous rewards in terms of loyalty. Furthermore, given his existing prestige surpasses that of Akainu, he would likely garner more support within the Navy, making his bid for the position of Fleet Admiral more assured. In response to Akiji's gratitude, Sengoku waved his hand dismissively. He was well aware of Akiji's intentions. Akiji, understand that I am not assisting you per se, but rather aiding the Navy. Your approach is more prudent and composed compared to Akainu's. The Navy is currently at a pivotal moment of rapid development where mistakes cannot be afforded. Thus, you are the more suitable candidate for the task. However, do not overlook Akainu's merits. He is decisively resolute, and in certain respects, his contributions may eclipse yours. Sengoku emphasized particular words, ensuring Akiji took heed. Though you have our backing, Akainu has the support of higher authorities. Until the final outcome is revealed, no one can predict the result. Now more than ever, one must remain vigilant. Do you comprehend? I understand, Admiral. Akiji took Sengoku's admonition to heart, not allowing his impending departure to diminish the weight of his words. Admiral, I have a question that I'm uncertain whether I should pose. Speak freely. I wish to inquire about the current stance of the Navy, or rather the world government, towards Blackbeard and the Blackbeard pirates. While others may have overlooked it, Akiji had noted that during Sengoku's speculation regarding Katie's abilities, the name Blackbeard had escaped his lips. This is quite unusual. One must understand that although Sengoku is merciful, he does not tolerate criminals. Hence, Akiji is perplexed about what transpired in this situation. In response to Akiji's inquiry, Sengoku's expression noticeably shifted, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. The Gorosei issued a decree to retain Blackbeard's status as a warlord of the sea, so he remains on our side for now. But why? He has violated regulations by initiating an attack on Impel Down, and we have every justification to revoke his warlord status. Akiji never anticipated that the higher-ups would make such a decision regarding Blackbeard. He found it exceedingly difficult to accept this outcome. There are two reasons for this. First, the Gorosei believes they can utilize Blackbeard to restrain Whitebeard. Second, due to the presence of Shiryu under Blackbeard's command, we are able to accurately assess what abilities Kitty possesses. However, just as Akiji was preparing to further contest this, Sengoku raised a hand to interrupt him. Akiji, I can explain this to you this time. And I can do so again in the future. But ultimately, there will be times when I am not present. What will you do then? Will you seek an explanation from the Gorosei? Sengoku's two questions left Akiji in silence. He found himself at a loss for words. This is where you fall short compared to Akainu. You are not a scholar but a soldier, and you should inquire less and act more. To uphold justice, there are times when we must tolerate evil. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Your time is limited, and I hope you are psychologically prepared for what lies ahead. If there is nothing further, you may return. There are still many unresolved issues regarding the Grand Conscription. Yes, Admiral. Despite having more to say, Akiji had no choice but to leave, as Sengoku had issued a clear dismissal. Sengoku, isn't your stance a bit excessive? Akiji is merely concerned about the Navy. He has done nothing wrong. Observing his favored disciple being dismissed, Garp felt compelled to stand up for Akiji. You rascal! How dare you speak? Do you have any idea how many times I have been scolded by the Gorosei because of you? Akiji's demeanor is merely a reflection of what he learned from you. If you have the capability, train him to be as strong as you are, and naturally, the position of Admiral will belong to him. Kukaha, Akiji is not like me. He is simply his own person, and besides, he is already a Marine Admiral. What more do you want? That step is not easily surpassed, yet here you are, still stuck. Ignoring Sengoku's remarks, Garp even ended with a taunt. Watching the two bicker, Saru shook her head in resignation. They had been quarreling for decades without feeling tired of it. Yet she hadn't realized that despite listening to their arguments for all these years, she had never grown weary. Kitty, are you really leaving so soon? With your strength, you could undoubtedly venture into the new world alongside us. The first half of the Grand Line poses no challenge for you. As Kitty prepared to depart, Ace made one final plea. The past couple of days had seen them clash several times, though each encounter ended in defeat for Ace. He felt the barrier before him thinning, as if he were on the verge of a breakthrough. Additionally, they had become good drinking companions, sharing a bond that felt like a long-lost friendship. Thus, Ace was reluctant to see Kitty leave. Kitty, I am leaving too. Why don't you try to stop me? However, before Kitty could say anything further, Luffy, who was also departing with Kitty, interjected. Who would want to stop you? All you do is cause trouble. Ace, I'm angry. Just wait until we meet again. I will definitely surpass you. In response to Ace's provocation, Luffy turned away, feigning anger and ignoring him. Although the new world is exciting, the first half has its share of intriguing experiences, and not completing it would surely be a regret. Wait for me. I will join you in the new world in no more than 2 years, and then I'll treat you all to drinks. Despite his reluctance, Kitty resolved to leave. Remaining with the Whitebeard pirates would hinder his growth. His departure today was merely a prelude to a better reunion tomorrow, so Kitty did not feel sorrowful. Little brat, remember to be cautious of the Navy's retaliation. You are my only nephew, and you must not die. Whitebeard did not prevent Kitty's departure. He understood that even if he tried, it would be futile. However, the glimmer of tears in his eyes revealed that his heart was not as calm as it appeared. Haha, old man, don't worry. No one capable of taking my life has been born yet. Farewell, everyone. Waving goodbye to the Whitebeard pirates, Kitty's small boat gradually drifted away. Luffy, goodbye. Remember to take care of yourself. When the moment of parting truly arrived, the stubborn Ace could not help but remind Luffy to be cautious. Yet, Luffy continued to turn his back, appearing genuinely upset and ignoring Ace. However, standing beside Luffy, Kitty clearly noticed the tremors in his shoulders, an involuntary shiver. Kitty understood that Luffy was crying. He was reluctant to leave Ace, yet he had to go. He longed to turn back and bid Ace farewell, but he did not want Ace to witness his vulnerable side. He was afraid that seeing Ace would rob him of the courage to depart. Chapter 68. The Name Kitty. Hey Luffy, Ace and the others can no longer see us. Are you really not going to say goodbye? Almost as Kitty's voice fell, Luffy turned around to face him. Ace, I will take care of myself. You also remember to take care of yourself. His voice, tinged with tears, echoed in the distance. Even though Kitty was several nautical miles away from the Moby Dick, Luffy's voice still reached Ace's ears clearly. Farewell, Luffy. Hurry up and strengthen yourself. I will be waiting for you in the new world. Ace could easily discern the quiver in Luffy's voice, but he knew he could not say much more or urge him to stop, for this was a pact between men. All they could do was silently support each other from behind. All right, Ace, your brother clearly isn't the type to have a short life. Shanks has already acknowledged him. So you need not worry. Huh, why? The suddenness of Whitebeard's words left Ace momentarily bewildered. This time, your capture was partly my fault. I had been too lenient with you all, thinking I had ample time for your growth. It seems I was mistaken. I cannot afford to relax my standards any longer. Once we return, I will train each of you rigorously. A smile appeared on Whitebeard's face. To Ace and the others, his once warm smile now seemed menacing, causing their bodies to tremble. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Dad, I'm going to buy a newspaper. Unable to withstand Whitebeard's gaze, Ace seized upon the opportunity of a flock of newsbirds flying overhead as an excuse to escape. Whitebeard did not stop him. He too was curious about how the news would portray the war between himself and the Navy. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 1 billion. 1 billion. Kitty's bounty has astonishingly reached 1 billion. The next moment, Ace's exclamation reverberated throughout the Moby Dick, instantly attracting everyone's attention as they gathered around him to verify the claim. Dad, see, it truly is 1 billion, neither more nor less. Marco, standing nearby, handed a bounty notice to Whitebeard. Huh, has the Navy fallen so low? They only offer this meager amount, Whitebeard scoffed, glancing at Katie's new bounty. Indeed, the Navy had been stingy this time. In my opinion, it should have been at least 15 billion. Marco shared the sentiment, for Katie had decisively defeated Akainu. Even if Akainu was not at his peak, such a feat was not achievable by just anyone. If you doubt it, come and try to survive. That would prove you a true man. Old man, train me now. I yearn to grow stronger. However, Ace, who had previously shunned training, now eagerly sought Whitebeard's rigorous instruction. The initial shock of Katie's exorbitant bounty had faded, replaced by a sense of resentment. A substantial portion of the thick stack of newspapers in his hands was dedicated to Katie's exploits. The notorious escapee from Impel Down, the young man who altered the course of the Marineford War, the man who vanquished a Marine admiral. These were some of Katie's titles. Moreover, one article even bestowed upon Katie the title of God of Fire, mentioning Ace in a comparative context, albeit in a derogatory manner. The author seemed intent on belittling Ace to elevate Katie, even suggesting that only Katie was worthy of the Pirate King's bloodline. Despite Ace's awareness of the malign intent behind these words, he could not shake off the discomfort within. He was indifferent to whether he possessed the bloodline of the Pirate King. Yet, stubbornness ignited within him. How could he be outdone by another? Given that he shared the same fruit ability as Katie, he resolutely assured himself that he could achieve whatever Katie could. However, preparation was crucial. My special training could be deadly. Observing the indomitable spirit igniting in Ace's eyes, Whitebeard remained silent, internally nodding in approval. It was beneficial for him to recognize the disparity and face some setbacks. Come what may, I fear nothing. Katerina, have you seen today's news? There's an intriguing fellow mentioned. Even Mother has taken notice, contemplating whether to marry that sister off to him. Long before Brule arrived, Katakuri had sensed her presence but chose to remain indifferent. Yet, upon hearing Brule's final remark, a flicker of emotion crossed his composed gaze, quickly masked before Brule could perceive it. I know, it's this person named Katie, right? He said, lifting the newspaper. As expected of brother Katakuri, you know everything, she admired, gazing at the man whose mouth was concealed by a scarf. Deep within her eyes lay an unspoken sorrow. He had sacrificed so much for their siblings, perhaps even more than their mother had over the years. However, his bounty is not as high as yours, brother. I still believe you are more formidable. Although she had heard of Katie's incredible deeds, Brule naturally regarded Katakuri as the mightiest. Katakuri did not respond to her praise. His sharp gaze was fixed far beyond. Ever since Ace's capture, he had been attentively monitoring the unfolding situation. One could say he was the most knowledgeable about Katie within the Big Mom pirates. It was precisely this understanding that made him acutely aware of Katie's terrifying potential. He was uncertain whether he could defeat him in a direct confrontation. But for now, there was no need for concern. The Navy would not simply stand by. Brule, you should head back. I will conduct another patrol, he declared before departing. Katakuri understood that a new era was on the horizon, and as a member of a Yonko crew, he and his companions were undoubtedly targets for various factions. He was eager to see who among them would dare to reach into this territory. Bastard! How dare he intervene to save that scoundrel Whitebeard? Bring me that brat named Katie. I must see if he truly possesses such strength. The powerful aura surged recklessly, yet none dared to breathe freely. For that name was Kaido. Boss, the Navy will surely take action regarding Katie. If we proceed now, it could lead to a conflict with them. Perhaps we should reconsider. After all, that person is destined to meet his end. Bastard, are you implying that I fear the Navy? At that moment, the speaker felt as though he had one foot firmly planted in hell, wishing desperately to slap himself twice across the face. Boss, I didn't mean it that way. However, instead of forgiveness, he was met with an overwhelmingly heavy iron hammer, and in the next instant, his figure vanished into the horizon, leaving the atmosphere even more oppressive. Let us spare him this time. Chapter 69. A first encounter with Rayleigh. Hey, why have you been following me? Luffy inquired, his eyes betraying a hint of wariness as he regarded Katie, who had been trailing behind him. Don't be so heartless, Luffy. After all, we are comrades who broke out of prison together. Besides, I know you are seeking Rayleigh, and coincidentally, I have matters to discuss with Rayleigh's wife as well. So why not join forces? Luffy was taken aback. How did you know I was looking for Rayleigh? And since when did Rayleigh get married? If you wish to know, why not just ask Rayleigh yourself? Katie offered, leaving Luffy's questions unanswered, for the 13th island where Shaki resided was now within sight. Here lies the first stop of my journey, the Shambody Archipelago. The reason I departed from the Whitebeard pirates alongside Luffy was to seek out Shaki. Although I have yet to determine the identity I wish to assume in the world of pirates, this does not hinder my quest for companions. After all, drifting alone across the vast seas can be quite solitary, and solitude is not something I cherish. With a creak, the door to the tavern titled Shaki's bar slowly swung open, revealing a bright and spacious room that housed only two individuals, a striking young woman with short black hair and an elderly man draped in a white cloak. His hair is white as snow. A glass of beer, please. Thank you. Originally not much of a drinker, Katie had developed a taste for alcohol after spending a few days with the Whitebeard crew. Since she was in a bar, she felt compelled to indulge. You might want to reconsider drinking the beer here, young man, the elderly man warned cryptically. Why? Is it poisoned? Katie inquired, downing her drink in one swift motion. Another round, please. Observing Katie's enthusiastic drinking, Luffy opened his mouth to speak but fell silent, his expression betraying a sense of schadenfreude. The beer here came at an exorbitant price, and should she be unable to pay, an unfavorable fate awaited her. Did you not notice the sign on the door? This is a notorious establishment, the elderly man reiterated, evidently concerned for Katie's well-being. However, the young woman pouring drinks seemed oblivious to the warning, continuing her business as if the old man's words had not reached her ears. Haha, I understand, but it matters little. I have no money, so I wouldn't be able to pay anywhere, Katie replied candidly. This time, the elderly man found himself at a loss for words, caught off guard by Katie's unexpected honesty. You do realize that if you drink without paying, you might be forced to work here, right? You should think carefully, he cautioned. Hearing Katie's admission of being broke, the young woman merely smiled, unfazed by how much she had consumed. Haha, I would love to join you, sister, but it appears there isn't any space left. Your drinks may have all been consumed by this old gentleman. She cast a glance at the elderly man. If nothing unforeseen occurs, he might be stuck with you for life. I wouldn't want to be an unwelcome third wheel. Coughing violently, the elderly man nearly expelled the drink he had just swallowed. What nonsense are you spouting? He quickly retorted. Sister, look at him. He enjoys a free ride every day yet refuses to admit it. You ought to enforce some discipline on him. Unable to hold back her laughter, Shaki found herself amused by Katie's audacity. She could hardly believe he would dare to speak so boldly, given that the elderly man was Silver's Rayleigh, the former vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. Known as the Dark King, Shaki was certain Katie recognized his identity. Their banter had merely been a game of charades. 10 billion? Me? Do I truly have 10 billion? Katie was taken aback by Rayleigh's revelation, astonished that such news had escaped her attention. Coincidentally, the bounty notice had just been released, but she had already departed the Whitebeard crew and missed it. You didn't know? Shaki was impressed by Katie's lack of awareness. It seems the newcomers are all rather oblivious yet continue to thrive. Here, this is the newly released bounty notice. By the way, Luffy, your bounty has also changed. It has increased from 300 million to 400 million. She handed Luffy a copy as well. As Katie's bounty, which surpassed his by an additional 0, came into view, Luffy fell silent. While an increase in his bounty should have been a cause for celebration, witnessing Katie's astonishing figure left him feeling anything but delighted. This peer, only a year his senior, had left him far behind. For the first time, Luffy felt pressure from a fellow youth. The photograph is quite well taken, he remarked nonchalantly. What? You're only concerned about the photo? You do realize that many are currently keeping an eye on your head? Shaki was surprised by Katie's priorities, as 10 billion berries seemed less significant to him than a pleasing photograph. Haha, whether they value my head is beyond my control. There is nothing I can do about it. The only thing I can decide is that no one can take my head away from me against my will. His calm demeanor belied a steadfast confidence, the unintentional display of dominance prompting both Rayleigh and Shaki to regard him with newfound interest. You didn't come here merely to exchange frivolous remarks, did you? Shaki's expression turned serious. She found it hard to believe someone like Katie would be so mundane. Indeed, I have a request I hope you can assist me with, Katie stated directly, avoiding any circumlocution. What is it? I'm curious to hear what this suddenly rising young man desires, Shaki replied, intrigued. I am in need of crew members and would like to hear your thoughts on whether there are any potential partners in the first half of the Grand Line. Shaki regarded Katie seriously. Why not directly seek partners in the New World? Few in the first half can match your level of strength. Few, but not none. Katie noted with a slight smile, picking up on Shaki's inadvertent revelation. Taken aback, Shaki had not expected Katie to be so perceptive, but she refrained from divulging further information. She wondered why he did not venture into the New World. Was he concerned about something? Or, I will go to the New World, but not just yet. As for my reasons for seeking partners in the first half, it is simply a personal preference without any particular motive. Is that so? Shaki mulled over Katie's response before finally saying, well, I do have a few suitable candidates in mind, but what will you offer in exchange for this information? Gathering such intel is not a simple task. You are aware of my situation. Aside from my head, I possess little else in terms of currency. However, I cannot part with this head just yet. Therefore, if you have anyone you wish to eliminate or any inconvenient matters to address, I can assist you in exchange for my fee. How does that sound? Katie began to grasp the adage that even the most heroic of souls can find themselves stymied by financial constraints, and it was quite vexing. That won't be necessary. I have a more convenient approach, though I wonder if you would be amenable. As she spoke, Shaki's eyes roamed over Katie, as if appraising a piece of art. What approach? If it is indeed better, I am open to it. Information exchange. As an information broker, I prefer engaging in valuable intel over mere currency. It is essential to recognize that the entire world is currently fixated upon you. All information pertaining to you is akin to currency. So, what do you think? Shall we exchange information? I will provide you with the answers you seek, and in return, I would appreciate a response to one of my inquiries. Xiachi subtly coaxed Katie into acquiescence, her demeanor reminiscent of an intelligence broker. I have no objections, feel free to ask. After a moment's hesitation, Katie agreed. Believing that while she might reveal certain details, as long as the system remained undisclosed, there was no significant issue. Her audacity was commendable. Reports from within the Navy suggest that your ability is duplication, capable of replicating both devil fruit powers and non-fruit abilities. I wish to ascertain the veracity of this information. Faced with Xiachi's query, Katie was momentarily taken aback, not due to the shock of the Navy's intelligence, as she had anticipated this. Her performance in Impel Down would undoubtedly be scrutinized. Once noted by Sengoku or Tsuru, they would easily deduce her potential ability to duplicate. Rather, it was Xiachi's attitude that left her astonished. This is not merely a self-interrogation. It is evidently a self-reminder. Xiachi, originally known as Xiakyuku, was once a pirate. However, she renounced her piratical ways over 4 decades ago, having been relentlessly pursued across the globe by Luffy's grandfather, Garp. The author, Eiichiro Oda, has not divulged the intricacies of her background, yet the inquisitive fandom has proposed a relatively plausible theory. In their estimation, Xiachi was initially a member of the Rocks Pirates. Following the downfall of Rocks, the pirate crew, which included 3 of the 4 emperors, disbanded, prompting Xiachi to depart from the world of piracy and transition into the underground realm of information trading. This is not a mere speculation, as there are at least 2 compelling reasons. Firstly, both Shuki's departure from the pirate world and the downfall of Rocks occurred 40 years ago, at the same juncture in time. Secondly, not everyone is worthy of receiving Garp's intervention, thus indicating that Shuki's identity is undoubtedly extraordinary. If this holds true, then setting aside the question of Shuki's personal strength, the sheer magnitude of the intelligence she possesses is beyond imagination. This also implies that Xiachi need not acknowledge it herself. She can be entirely certain of her capacity for replication. In this scenario, her inquiry clearly serves as a reminder to herself that the Navy has discerned your abilities, urging caution. This is not merely a question but a cautionary note. Thank you. It appears that Mr. Rayleigh has indeed married a remarkable wife. Puffed. Just as he took a sip of his drink, Rayleigh erupted once more. Kid, I suspect you are up to something, and I already possess the evidence. How do you propose we resolve this? With a fierce glare directed at the smirking Katie, Rayleigh felt immense frustration. He simply wished to enjoy his drink in peace, yet he was continuously provoked by Katie. Who did he offend? Oh. It turns out Aunt Shaki is Mr. Rayleigh's wife. Master, you could have informed me, sparing me the embarrassment of calling her by the wrong name. Luffy, realizing this, inadvertently ignited Rayleigh's ire. Hiki, let us go. Luffy, it seems you require rigorous training. Oh, splendid. Finally, we can commence the special training. I can hardly wait. Luffy had long anticipated this training, yearning to enhance his strength. Luffy, I shall call you the bravest of men, though Luffy might not have noticed. Katie clearly saw the unmistakable cold smirk adorning Rayleigh's face as he departed. Ah, as expected, mere moments after stepping out, agonizing cries echoed, reminiscent of unspeakable torture. Hee, mister. Rayleigh remains as formidable as ever, Katie mused, acutely aware of the suffering Luffy was enduring. It's all your fault. Shaki retorted with a roll of her eyes towards Katie. Tell me your requirements for a companion, and I shall see if I can find someone suitable. Jokingly, Katie responded before attending to serious matters. Requirements? My expectations are modest. First, strength must not be too feeble. Second, the individual must not be a killer. And lastly, there should be no history of betrayal. However, Katie found herself at a loss for a fourth requirement. Interesting criteria. You do not seem to be selecting a pirate. Observing Katie with curiosity, Shaki remained silent, turning to rummage through the nearby liquor cabinet. Here, these are the 3 individuals you seek. Curiously, Katie examined the information Shaki provided, only to discover she was unfamiliar with any of them. They were entirely new faces, never before revealed in the narrative. At this point, Katie furrowed her brow slightly. It appeared that the world of pirates was far more complex than she had presumed. Thank you very much. If any matters arise in the future, please inform me. And I shall be there. With that, she left a din mushy. There's no need for such formality. This is Rayleigh's gratitude towards you. He felt guilty for being unable to rush to Ace's side during his peril, and this is his way of atoning for his inner remorse. In truth, this was not entirely his fault, as those who had once followed Roger were now under constant surveillance by the world government. They had no privacy in their daily lives, making it implausible for him to intervene. At this juncture, Shaki's voice took on a somber tone. She was well aware of Rayleigh's distress after Ace was captured. He had attempted to charge out on several occasions, even risking a duel with the Navy, demonstrating his earnest efforts. He truly is a stubborn old man, charmingly so. Katie remarked, a sentiment Shaki did not dispute, acknowledging Rayleigh's obstinacy. Chapter 71, The Initial Skirmish with Rayleigh. I shall take my leave. If I linger here too long, trouble is bound to find me. Having acquired the information she desired, Katie prepared to depart, recalling Whitebeard's warning that the Navy was ever watchful. Well, I want to keep you. Do take care. Shaki understood the predicament Katie faced and would not foolishly attempt to detain her at this moment. Luffy, it seems I must bid you farewell as well. Remember to take care of yourself. As she glanced at Luffy, who had slumped to the ground, Katie raised her hand in farewell and prepared to leave. However, she was halted by Rayleigh's voice, who suggested, care for a spar? Surprised by his sudden challenge, Katie felt her heart race. She could not deny her intrigue. Hey, Rayleigh, are you unaware of his circumstances? He cannot afford to stay here for too long. Before Katie could respond, Shaki interjected, unwilling to let the matter slide. It won't take long. We'll merely exchange a few moves. The Navy 1T arrived that swiftly. Ignoring Shaki's warning, Rayleigh gazed intently at Katie. If that is the case, I shall comply. Likewise disregarding Shaki's caution, Katie accepted Rayleigh's challenge. She was eager to discover just how formidable the first mate of the Pirate King truly was, and how far she stood from his prowess. With a gentle rustle, a leaf floated down as the two, once standing still, vanished without a trace. Where did they go? Luffy exclaimed, astonished as he looked at the spot they had occupied. Up in the sky, Shaki remarked, unable to suppress her observation. Hearing this, Luffy looked up, but before he could catch a glimpse of the two, the turbulent air pressure forced him to stagger backward. They are incredibly strong, unlike the Marineford War. This was Luffy's first close encounter with Katie's power, leaving him profoundly shaken. The mere aftermath of their battle was overwhelming, and he clenched his fists, never before feeling such a desperate yearning for strength. As he felt the power coursing through the blade, it was evident that Rayleigh, the right hand of the Pirate King, retained his formidable prowess despite the passage of time. What? Do you look down upon this old man so? You need not employ any fruit abilities to contend with me. With a swift strike, Rayleigh pushed Katie back, his voice dripping with provocation. If that is the case, I shall oblige. Instantly, azure flames enveloped Katie, encasing her hands and radiating an overwhelming aura that shattered previous limits. Unlike Mihawk, Rayleigh showed no mercy, or perhaps he simply did not hold back as Mihawk did. Despite his swordsmanship having improved since the Marineford War, he was still being pressed by Rayleigh. Though he did not utilize sword intent, neither did Rayleigh. Despite having never witnessed Rayleigh wield it, it was unquestionable that he, standing at the pinnacle, possessed such mastery. With both parties deliberately restraining themselves to avoid drawing too much attention. Regarding sword intent, it was something that Vista, the 5th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, had once explained to her. After hearing his explanation, she realized she had misunderstood, yet she found it too tedious to clarify, opting instead to merge the misconceptions of tearing and spatial fluctuations into one. The searing heat and sharp sword energy were relentlessly hurled towards Rayleigh by Katie. Even the Pirate King himself found it challenging to react in the moment. Katie had successfully reversed her earlier disadvantage. Fire Fist, the roaring flames, laden with a sense of destruction, surged towards Rayleigh, yet before they could reach him, he unleashed a towering slash, cleaving the flames in twain. Enough. If you do not depart soon, you shall find it impossible to leave. As the two prepared to launch their next assault, Siachi below finally spoke up. The sound reached Katie's ears, and at that moment, she realized the magnitude of the commotion they had caused. Nearly half of Island No. 13 had been reduced to a war-ravaged wasteland, and the distance was filled with onlookers pointing and whispering. Undoubtedly, her whereabouts had been exposed. Rayleigh, let us resume our battle when we meet again. With that, Katie sheathed her sword and departed. The speed of Kizaru was not to be underestimated. He could return at any moment, and she could not afford to delay any longer. Watching Katie's retreating figure, Rayleigh did not pursue her nor respond. What? Must we fight to the bitter end? Xiaoqi asked, her irritation palpable. It's inconsequential. It seems we won't have the chance to meet again for years. Before I leave, I must confirm something, Rayleigh replied, his gaze unusually profound as he watched the direction Katie had taken. And what was the outcome of your confirmation? I have no idea, Rayleigh feigned ignorance, much to Xiaoqi's annoyance. If you don't know, then be gone, she retorted, tossing a bundle at him to prompt his departure. Farewell, Xiaoqi, he said, leaving behind the fallen Luffy as he slowly moved away. Although the Navy was not targeting them, being discovered would indeed pose a problem, especially considering Kizaru's previous rampage at Sabaody Archipelago. Half a minute later, it was evident that a terrible battle had unfolded. Is there anyone who can tell me where Katie has fled? A golden-clad figure with a white cloak and a rather lewd voice stood out. It was none other than Admiral Borsellino, Kizaru. Admiral, Katie left just half a minute ago. A Navy soldier reported hastily. Half a minute? Do you know which direction she went? That way, the soldier pointed, but before he could finish, Kizaru had already vanished. His speed so extraordinary that onlookers could hardly register his movement. Truly, Kizaru was the fastest man in the world. Little did they know that should Kizaru overhear such a remark, he would surely grant them a lightspeed kick. 5 minutes later, a small red dot suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Before the crowd could discern what it was, the dot descended rapidly, the surrounding temperature soaring. Where is Katie? Without preamble, the figure that emerged bellowed in search of her. Admiral Akainu. Recognition of his identity sent the atmosphere plummeting. Admiral Akainu, Katie headed in that direction, and Admiral Kizaru has already pursued her. The soldier spoke in a stammer, startled by the presence of two admirals and overwhelmed by Akainu's imposing aura. Just as Akainu prepared to give chase, a flash of yellow light coalesced beside him, transforming into Kizaru. There's no need. I've already pursued her for nearly 100 nautical miles in that direction, and there's no sign of her. She clearly knows we are after her. Chapter 72. The Movements of Blackbeard Fools. What are you doing? You couldn't even keep track of one person. Akainu roared at the soldiers beside him, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Calm down, Sakazuki. If that person truly wished to escape, these ordinary soldiers couldn't possibly keep him contained. Next time, make sure to assign some officers to take charge, Kizaru remarked before vanishing in a flash of light, coming and going in an instant. Fools. Fools. Even now? Faint blue flames flickered in the surroundings, glaringly apparent to Akainu, as if mocking his ineptitude. With a thunderous crash, akin to a thunderclap, an earthquake suddenly rocked Island No. 13. The violent tremors came swiftly and receded just as fast. When calm returned, the crowd was shocked to find that Akainu had vanished, leaving the area around where he had stood a molten hellscape. Gulping, they could hardly fathom the devastation that Akainu had inadvertently wrought. It was unimaginable what might occur should he unleash his full fury. Would it not spell the end of the world? Just how powerful must Katie be to have defeated someone as formidable as Akainu? Yet, more than that, they pondered the strength of Katie, the one who had triumphed over Akainu. One could only imagine Akainu's fury upon hearing such conjectures. While the gathered crowd speculated, another figure descended silently, having quietly positioned themselves amidst the ruins of the battlefield. What a bother, it appears he has truly left. I must make another round, Kizaru murmured. His dulled eyes scanned the scene, only to depart in disappointment. Clearly, this was Kizaru's return visit. Had Katie shown herself at that moment, she would have certainly been spotted. Moments later, a figure leaped down from the canopy of a lush tree. Fortunately, I've read enough spy novels, or I might have been detected by you, Kizaru. The person was none other than Katie. After concluding her duel with Rayleigh, she initially intended to leave. However, at the last moment, an irresistible thought surged forth in her mind. Why not take this opportunity to observe who the Navy would send to capture her? Thus, instead of departing, Katie returned to her previous location, seeking refuge behind a tree, where she witnessed the arrivals of both Kizaru and Akainu in succession. While Katie was not surprised by Kizaru's appearance, she was genuinely astonished to see Akainu as well. After all, the Navy was currently under immense pressure. The defeat in the Marineford War had severely diminished their prestige, and the rise of new pirates had reached unprecedented heights, with uprisings erupting everywhere. In such circumstances, even 10 formidable generals would prove insufficient. The fact that the warring states could dispatch 2 renowned commanders to confront her certainly indicates a degree of respect. Observing the lava-ridden terrain left in the wake of Akainu, Katie's brow furrowed slightly. What transpired in that fleeting moment may elude the perception of others. Yet Katie was acutely aware. Before departing, in a fit of rage, Akainu had unleashed a fraction of his devil fruit powers, akin to a mere twitch of a finger, transforming the surrounding area into the chaotic scene before her. Had his powers awakened? It was no wonder he had pursued her with such fervor. Having battled Akainu previously, Katie was well aware that he had not possessed such strength before, though the specifics of his transformation remained unknown. It was evident that he had surpassed his former self and grown more potent. It appeared that I too must elevate my own abilities. Casting one last glance in the direction Akainu and Kizuru had departed, Katie's figure gradually faded into the throng of people. The simultaneous appearance of Kizuru and Akainu instilled a sense of pressure within her. Dealing with a fully realized admiral was already a considerable challenge. And now she faced the prospect of a 2-for-1 encounter, an overwhelming scenario indeed. Here lies the palace of Dressrosa. Aha! Welcome to my domain, Teach. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. The boisterous voice reverberated throughout the grand hall, yet none dared to respond. For the speaker was none other than the king of this realm, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Haha, I must extend my gratitude for this occasion, Doflamingo. I never anticipated your multifaceted identity. Truly remarkable. The retention of Blackbeard's warlord status was not solely his own doing. Doflamingo had also lent his support from the shadows. For his fallen celestial dragon status proved advantageous at times. Who would have imagined that, as the dawn of a new era approached, Blackbeard Teach would meet with the night demon Doflamingo, an identity that should have been forsaken, yet it held no significance. The smile that once adorned Doflamingo's face began to fade, indicating his discomfort with the mention of his identity. So what is your answer? Do you accept or refuse? The light-hearted atmosphere evaporated, replaced by a palpable tension, with the faint sound of drawn blades echoing ominously. Haha, there is no need to be anxious. I have not expressed any dissent. A raised eyebrow signaled Doflamingo's reluctant smile. In that case, I shall take your acquiescence as a given, my ally. Blackbeard did not contest this title. Unbeknownst to anyone, the Underground Emperor, the Night Demon, had forged an alliance with Blackbeard, two warlords uniting for the first time in history. Little did they know, similar events were unfolding across the globe. Those with even a modicum of intelligence understood that the world's dynamics were on the verge of transformation. Perhaps today, or perhaps tomorrow, a catalyst would incite the change. For those endowed with power and ambition, this was an unparalleled opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance to soar to new heights. Yet for the mediocre, this would herald the darkest, most chaotic, and tumultuous of times, a world vast, yet void of refuge. Young master, why ally with this failure instead of Katie? One of Doflamingo's subordinates inquired after Blackbeard's departure. After all, Katie's power was evidently superior, and they felt an unsettling sensation of being watched during their dealings with Blackbeard. Upon the mention of Katie, Doflamingo's expression shifted noticeably. Memories of his battle with Akainu flooding his mind. That man's survival was uncertain, and he was not easily swayed. Chapter 73. Ingesting the blood of the ancestor dragon on an unnamed desolate island. Host, are you prepared? Consuming the blood of the ancestor dragon may be somewhat painful. Come now. I am the man who defeated Akainu. How could I be vanquished by a mere twinge of pain? Preposterous. Unfazed by the system's well-meaning warning, Katie scoffed. Surely, he would not be bested by a single drop of blood. Then please, open your mouth. Anticipating Katie's reaction, the system refrained from further explanation. Following the system's directive, Katie opened his mouth, and without warning, a drop of golden blood appeared, plummeting into his mouth before he could fully comprehend. Not bad, a bit sweet, he remarked, relaying the sensation on his palate. Surprised by Katie's reaction, the system fell silent, offering no response. The next moment, still savoring the taste of the source blood, Katie suddenly emitted a series of agonized cries, collapsing to the ground and rolling in torment, the sudden onslaught of pain rendering him powerless to control his body. System. You wretched thing. Is this what you call a bit of pain? This is what your bit of pain looks like. I despise you. Before he could utter another coherent thought, Katie's speech devolved into incoherence. Fear not, host. While this process may be somewhat painful, it poses no threat to your life. This discomfort arises solely from your inadequate physical constitution, as the source blood must entirely reconstruct your body, shattering the old and reforming anew. This transformation will inevitably involve some pain, but it is a qualitative change. Once this ordeal concludes, you shall attain a half-dragon physique, truly worth the cost. After hearing the system's explanation, Katie wished to strangle it. Should such information not have been disclosed beforehand? What good was it to know now? This was nothing short of consumer deception. Give me your contact. I shall report you. As the blood of the ancestor dragon entered his mouth, Katie felt as though he had swallowed a bomb rather than blood. It detonated within him with a resounding bang. In that instant, Katie felt as if his body had shattered into countless fragments, even believing he was on the brink of death. Yet the ensuing agony made it abundantly clear that he was indeed alive, albeit in excruciating discomfort. However, Katie did not consider this a cause for celebration, as the pain was unfathomable, bordering on unbearable. The energy released from a single drop of ancestor dragon blood was catastrophic. Although Katie could not see his physical state, he sensed that in that fleeting moment, he had ballooned into a sphere. Yet this was merely the beginning. The omnipresent energy rampaged through his body, attacking every part and aspect of him. Muscles and skin were torn asunder, blood gushed forth like an unrestrained faucet, and within a mere second, Katie was surrounded by a pool of his own blood, which coalesced into a crimson stream flowing into the distance. Bones too were not spared. The tumultuous energy spread through his skeletal structure, launching an assault that spared neither bone nor marrow, delivering a sensation akin to countless ants voraciously gnawing. An itch that was insufferable. Katie began to question why humans possessed only 2 arms. They were woefully inadequate for such a predicament. With his entire body aflame with discomfort, he lamented, "Where shall I scratch?" However, in comparison to the assaults endured by her internal organs, these tribulations were trivial. Although she was incapable of introspection, unable to discern the chaos occurring within her, Katie could distinctly perceive the presence of visceral fragments mingling with the blood that flowed from her mouth. At that moment, Katie genuinely questioned whether the system was aiding her or conspiring against her. The expulsion of her own insides was undeniably surreal, prompting her to ponder whether it might be simpler to perish and be revived, a process that would not only be expedient, but also less cumbersome. The sole reason Katie continued to exist amidst such torment was the influence of the ancestral dragon's blood. While the rampant energy wreaked havoc on her body, it simultaneously worked to repair and enhance it. The cells, undergoing division and reorganization, emerged more robust and vibrant. The regrown bones became denser and stronger, and the muscles, though seemingly unchanged in size, now harbored several times the strength they once possessed, with skin that appeared unaltered yet grew increasingly taut and elastic. Nevertheless, Katie's condition showed no signs of improvement. The newly formed cells and muscles were swiftly torn apart by the raging energy, plunging her into an endless cycle of suffering. Katie had always believed that death represented the pinnacle of pain and fear, yet her perspective had radically shifted. The most excruciating ordeal was not death itself, nor the gradual torment leading to it. Rather, it was the relentless cycle of suffering interspersed with recovery, keeping one perpetually teetering on the brink of death. Amidst her agony, Katie failed to notice the extraordinary transformations occurring within her body, as scintillating golden scales began to erupt from her form. Initially, these scales were merely the size of sesame seeds, but they rapidly expanded to encompass a significant portion of her palm, the diamond-shaped scales interlocking to envelop her entirely. Simultaneously, despite having long surpassed her developmental years, Katie's body commenced a second phase of growth. Her height, originally standing at 1.80 meters, abruptly surged beyond 2 meters, continuing its ascent until it finally plateaued at 3 meters. Time became a vague concept as Katie suddenly perceived the world through a newfound clarity. Her previously dispersed vision coalesced slowly, and her control over her body gradually returned, the pain beginning to wane until, at last, she regained complete mastery over herself. With a primal roar, Katie involuntarily vocalized her emergence, only to realize that her voice had transformed into a beastly growl. An ominous premonition washed over her as she cast her gaze upon her hands. The sight that met her eyes nearly sent her into a frenzy. The golden scales adorning her hands were utterly bewildering. When she caught sight of the golden tail swaying rhythmically behind her, she was on the verge of madness. What is happening? System, reveal yourself. Fear not, host. This is the half-dragon form I mentioned, but you did not inform me it would manifest in this manner. How am I to seek out my sister or pursue romantic endeavors in this state? At that moment, Katie had arrived at the seaside, beholding her current visage, her entire face, save for her irises, was entirely cloaked in scales, rendering her appearance utterly unrecognizable as human. The host took a moment to introspect. Realizing that this was merely a transient state, she could revert to her original form. Chapter 74, The Might of a Single Punch. Upon hearing the system's words, Katie's spirits began to lift slightly, and she endeavored to calm her mind and silently reflect. As Katie embraced tranquility, the golden scales gradually began to retract until they vanished completely. Her towering figure of 3 meters progressively diminished, ultimately stabilizing at a height of 2 meters. Though it did not return to her original height of 1.80 meters, Katie found nothing particularly remarkable about her height of 2 meters. While it might have been considered unusual on Earth, in the world of pirates, such stature was merely average. System, might you provide me with an explanation? Although her appearance had returned to normal, Katie could not shake off the painful memories of her recent ordeal, which she felt would haunt her for a lifetime. The agony she endured was far beyond description. It was simply excruciating. I did not intend to withhold information from you, but I feared you might abandon hope upon hearing it. However, it has concluded, has it not? Just look around you. Taken aback by the system's words, Katie was puzzled but turned her gaze away from herself to survey her surroundings, only to be met with a shocking sight. At some point, she found herself surrounded by a myriad of wild creatures, including fierce carnivores and docile herbivores alike. Strangely, these natural adversaries were cohabitating peacefully, and even more astonishingly, they bowed their heads in her direction. Are they worshipping me? Katie wondered aloud, uncertainty lacing her voice. Indeed. Such is the power of the blood of the ancestor dragon. The ancestor dragon reigns supreme atop the biological hierarchy, with no being in this realm able to rival its existence. Though these creatures may not comprehend the essence of your lineage, they instinctively sense the dominance of your bloodline, compelling them to pay homage. Moreover, your physical prowess has ascended to the level of a king at level 10, yet not just any king, but one endowed with the blood of the ancestor dragon. Your strength, speed, and resilience surpass that of any peer. Furthermore, upon entering the semi-draconic state, your physical capabilities will ascend to the next echelon, the Emperor level. Very well, I forgive you. However, do inform me in advance next time. After all, we are partners. Are we not? Katie was acutely aware of the magnitude of her transformation, which, as the system had previously indicated, was a fundamental shift. Unexpectedly, the system remained silent. And Katie attributed this to its apparent disinterest in her musings. Unbeknownst to her, her casual remark had plunged the system into deep reflection. Katie was not the first individual it had encountered, yet never before had anyone regarded it as a partner. Most had merely seen it as a useful tool. And the notion of companionship was entirely novel, leaving the system momentarily flustered. Suddenly, the silence shattered with the thunderous roar of cannon fire. An unidentified pirate ship inexplicably launched an assault against Katie. Her eyes narrowed. Having just endured unimaginable torment, her forgiveness of the system did not equate to complete tranquility, if anything. She was seething with rage. Come forth. With a powerful thrust of her legs, Katie propelled herself into the air, her body transforming into a human cannonball that soared with astonishing speed, so swift that even she was taken aback. She had exerted merely half of her strength, yet had achieved a velocity once thought to be her full capacity. This was solely through her physical might, and she believed that with the addition of her fruit abilities, her speed could triple. Ironically, she had intended to leap twice to reach the enemy's deck, but ended up landing directly at the bow of the ship, nearly toppling over. Just as she prepared to alter her course, a voice rang out, compelling her to abandon that thought, and instead charge toward the pirate vessel with even greater fervor. Charge! Let me crush that naked man. How dare he flirt with my woman, oblivious to his impending doom. At that moment, Katie realized she was entirely unclothed. Her garments had vanished during her tumultuous ordeal. While she accepted being referred to as the naked man, she could not abide the accusation of having pursued his woman. Her reputation was at stake. Gathering her strength, Katie sought to ascertain the extent of her enhanced physical capabilities. A deafening explosion erupted, sending a towering water column spiraling into the air, the sea boiling in its wake as the previously floating pirate ship vanished without a trace. The tumult raged for a full 10 minutes before calm returned to the ocean. When tranquility was restored, the pirate ship that had attacked Katie appeared, yet it bore no resemblance to its former self. Only the rear half remained, the front half entirely obliterated. Had it not been for the debris floating on the surface, one might have mistaken it for a derelict hulk. Who is he? How can he be so powerful? The sunken pirates floated in disbelief, still unable to comprehend the force they had provoked. Is he merely a male model? How can he possess such strength? A voice suddenly broke the silence, drawing everyone's attention to a heavily made-up woman beside the captain. What? Do you know him? The captain was taken aback by the unexpected knowledge displayed by the seemingly inept woman beside him regarding the origins of their adversary. Yet, she was the only one who had previously glimpsed the enemy through a telescope, which perhaps lent credence to her assertion. Captain, you recognize him too, don't you? It's that individual who has been making waves in the newspapers lately. No wonder he is always in the headlines. His physique is quite remarkable, the woman remarked with a hint of admiration. However, a sense of foreboding flickered within the captain's mind, prompting him to hastily retrieve the bounty notice for the notorious Katie, which he kept on his person, and presented it to the woman. Is this the person? He inquired. Yes, that's him. But what does the billion-berry bounty signify? Is that the price for a single night? That's exorbitant. I'd never earned such an amount in a lifetime, the woman exclaimed enviously. By all that's holy. This is Katie, a criminal with a bounty soaring to a staggering 1 billion. Have you never seen a pig run if you haven't eaten one? Chapter 75. Summoning Esther's Katie remained oblivious to the events that transpired after her departure, nor did she harbor any interest in uncovering them. They were merely a swarm of ants, and investing any time in them was a futile endeavor. As she gazed at the now vanished solitary isle, the coolness beneath her reminded her incessantly of her current state of undress. System, do you possess any attire that can be adjusted at will? I require a set. Exchange successful. 50,000 points deducted. Please check your inventory, the system responded. Yet, before she could select, the points had already been deducted. What sort of clothing warrants a deduction of 50,000 points? Have you lost your senses, system? She grumbled, noting that her remaining points had dwindled to 1,340,000. Despite her complaints, her hands moved swiftly as the system's voice faded. The clothing materialized in her grasp. She tried it on with haste. The material is quite remarkable, she mused. Unlike ordinary garments, this outfit, crafted from nanomaterials, offered no sense of constraint. Wearing it felt as though she were clad in nothing at all, exceedingly comfortable. This attire is made from a nanograde material that not only has the ability to resize, but is also heat resistant. I sold it to you at a bargain for 50,000. If you find it lacking, feel free to return it, the system remarked. Ah, that won't do. It is mine now, Katie replied with a smirk. After a few trials, she quickly recognized the benefits of the attire. While its various features seemed trivial, The critical aspect was how perfectly it accentuated her figure. With the enhancements from the ancestral dragon's blood, Katie's physique was nothing short of exquisite. Her body proportions achieved a flawless golden ratio. Although her overall appearance appeared slightly lean, the subtly visible muscular definition at her neckline commanded respect. The body reflects the inner self, while clothing represents the external. Katie found it challenging to categorize her outfit. It possessed the ceremonial elegance of a suit, while also embodying the casual ease of leisure wear. She felt she could don this attire for any occasion, rendering it utterly versatile. Nonetheless, Katie did not linger on her attire for long, as her gaze shifted towards a unique card within her storage space. System, utilize the A-level immunity task summoning card. Are you certain? The system inquired, taken aback by her sudden decision. I am certain, Katie affirmed. This decision was not made impulsively, but rather after considerable contemplation. The simultaneous appearance of Akainu and Kizuru instilled a profound sense of pressure within Katie, who was acutely aware that she currently lacked the strength to confront the two highest powers of the Navy. She recognized the necessity of allies. Although Shaki had provided her with 3 potential candidates, she could not guarantee her ability to persuade them. Thus, despite the inherent risks of exposure, Katie resolutely decided to utilize the summoning card. After all, there was at least a 50% chance of success. Furthermore, should fortune favor her and she not only summoned a top-tier powerhouse but also successfully persuaded them to join her cause, she would find herself immensely fortunate, gaining a companion while simultaneously accomplishing a new mission. Long before she joined the Whitebeard Pirates, the system had already issued a new main quest. Task 1. Remain with the Whitebeard Pirates and assist Whitebeard in becoming the Pirate King. Task 2. Why should a strong individual bow to others? Instead, why not establish one's own power to conquer the world? Faced with this choice, Katie did not hesitate long and decisively opted for Task 2. She was indeed averse to subservience. Given her opportunity and strength, why not seize the moment and carve out her own dominion? Additionally, there was another reason. Whitebeard had no intention of becoming the Pirate King. Just as one cannot awaken a person who feigns sleep, Katie did not believe she could persuade Whitebeard, who had no desire for the title, to ascend to the throne of the Pirate King. It is noteworthy that for decades following Roger's demise, Whitebeard was universally acknowledged as the strongest in the world. During that period, he possessed both the capability and the resources to claim the title of Pirate King, yet he chose not to do so. Thus, Katie naturally dismissed Task 1. Simultaneously, upon accepting Task 1, the system presented her with another mission. Task Introduction. To establish a force, one must have manpower. Please recruit talents promptly. Task Requirements. Find a companion whose strength rivals that of a Navy admiral. Task Reward. 20 million exchange points and 100 skill points. Clearly, the system was focused not on the outcome but on the process. Otherwise, simply proclaiming her name would suffice to gather followers, rendering the task excessively simple, essentially a mere gift. The A-rank dimensional character summoning card has been utilized, and the dimensional portal is now opening, with the summoning task being randomly selected. At this moment, Katie's mind was in a state of constant tension, pondering the unpredictable nature of the summon. Heaven forbid it be that bald-headed Saitama. She would undoubtedly flee at the first opportunity. The summoning target was determined. The identity of the figure was the renowned general of the Empire, Isteth. The portal had been constructed, and the character descended. The instant the system's voice faded, a black hole materialized before Katie, and moments later, a silhouette fully emerged. Clad in impeccably tailored white military attire that accentuated her figure, Isteth's azure hair danced in the breeze, glimmering under the sunlight, rendering it difficult for Katie to gaze directly upon her. A chilling aura suddenly enveloped Katie, snapping her back to reality as she realized her inappropriate behavior. Her eyes had not strayed from Isteth's form, which was undeniably a bit intrusive. However, there was little she could do, for her admiration for Isteth as a character was profound. Were it possible, Katie would even wish to traverse into the world of Attain Kill. If that were the case, she would not hesitate to draw her blade against that scoundrel named Tatsumi, who dared to pursue her goddess. Truly, he was courting death. My apologies. Truly, it is your beauty that renders me unable to look away, Katie quickly expressed, eager to leave a favorable impression on her goddess. Isteth momentarily paused, taken aback by the audacity of Katie's response. Her reputation had spread throughout the Empire, and no one had ever dared to compliment her so openly. The unexpected praise left Isteth momentarily speechless as she regarded this young person anew, noticing a hint of attractiveness in him. Despite being male, he possessed a complexion that stirred a tinge of envy within her, devoid of any effeminacy. Moreover, the battle-hardened Isteth could discern the latent power within Katie's seemingly frail body. It harbored unimaginable strength, akin to a slumbering dragon poised to astonish the world upon awakening. I am the one you summoned, am I not? Where's this place? And who are you? Chapter 76. Isteth's Conditions. I am Katie, and I regret to inform you that this is the world of pirates, not the empire you are familiar with. In fact, you have departed from your original world. What did you say? Isteth clearly did not believe Katie's words, wearing an expression that suggested she thought it was all a jest. Observing Isteth's disbelief, Katie felt a pang of helplessness. Who could accept such a fantastical notion in an instant? Even she had struggled to comprehend it upon her arrival. I am not deceiving you. If you doubt me, feel free to attack. With that, she spread her arms wide in a gesture of complete defenselessness. Interesting. Just don't blame me if you die, Isteth remarked, her confidence in Katie already beginning to waver. It was known that while the Empire's imperial tools were formidable and peculiar, they could not disregard her attacks. However, despite her newfound belief in Katie's words, Isteth had no intention of refraining from her assault. She was eager to see what abilities this individual possessed. With a swift motion, her longsword was drawn, and an ice blade materialized with astonishing speed, catching Katie off guard. Even her exceptional perception had failed to detect the ice blade's emergence. Nevertheless, she remained rooted in place, refusing to evade. The razor-sharp ice blade sliced through Katie's form, yet not a single drop of blood was shed. How can this be? Isteth was utterly incredulous, staring in disbelief at the bisected Katie. The figure before her had transformed into flames. Her attack had proven utterly futile. Tell me, if memory serves. The Empire's imperial tools may be powerful, but they lack such capabilities, do they not? To further convince Isteth, Katie's body, save for her head, became elemental, swirling into tendrils of fire that danced around Isteth. Given this, why have you summoned me? Isteth accepted the reality of her transference, but struggled to fathom the purpose behind Katie's call. I need you. Upon uttering those words, Katie anxiously gazed at Isteth, intending to convey that she required her strength, yet for reasons unknown, the words morphed into a plea for her presence alone. The omission of those two words altered the entire meaning, transforming it into an implicit confession. Isteth stood frozen, her flawless complexion blushing with a sudden warmth. She was at a loss for how to react. Though she had earned the reputation of an undefeated legend on the battlefield, she had never experienced love nor received a confession. In the face of Katie's unexpected declaration, Isteth recalled her father's words from her childhood. Isteth, remember, when seeking a man, ensure he is stronger than you. Otherwise, what worth does he hold as your partner? This phrase had become one of the few memories of her father that lingered in her mind. She once believed it would never come to fruition. Until this moment when she encountered Katie, and Esther's recalled the words, "To conquer me, you must first defeat me. Otherwise, on what grounds?" With a sweeping motion of her longsword, Esther's radiated an overwhelming aura, her blade aimed directly at Katie. Thus, I shall give my utmost effort. Rest assured, in the name of fairness, I shall wield flames, yet my form shall remain unaltered by fire. At this moment, Katie was filled with an indomitable fighting spirit. Never before had she yearned for victory as intensely as she did now. This battle was one she must win, no matter the cost. In the 77th chapter of the Song of Ice and Fire, azure flames surged skyward, and at that instant, Katie embodied the very essence of the fire deity. However, if Katie was the goddess of fire, then Isteth was undoubtedly the goddess of ice and snow from the far north. Ice spikes materialized out of thin air, their sharpness perceptible even from 100 meters away, sending shivers across Katie's skin. In the next moment, the innocent island chosen by Katie erupted with two terrifying auras. Towering flames ascended, seemingly striving to break free from the bonds of earth and sky, incinerating everything beneath this realm of fire, where nothing could withstand the extreme heat. Yet, even as Katie unleashed her full power, the azure flames could only envelop half of the island, while the other half lay under the dominion of a cerulean ice, as unyielding as granite, repelling the encroaching flames. Observing the equal division of fire and ice, Katie nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, she was the youngest and most formidable general in the Empire's history. Her mastery over ice was not inferior to that of Admiral Akiji. Unlike Akiji, Isteth's control over ice was more focused on its structural integrity. Her ice was harder, though slightly less formidable in terms of temperature. The advantage lay in her heightened explosive power and stronger offensive capabilities, while the drawback was a limited area of effect. Fire Fist. At that moment, Katie entirely cast aside her tender sentiments as boundless flames coalesced within her right fist. A fiery sphere, measuring several dozen meters in diameter, materialized instantaneously, bearing an overwhelming force that surged towards Isteth, impervious even to the infinite realm of ice. Initial release. With a dazzling flash, two blades of the void were grasped in an instant, as flames entwined to form a colossal sword of fire. Her body surged forward, trailing the fiery fist towards Isteth. In this moment, Katie exerted her utmost effort. The ice god sighed. As the sound fell, the ground suddenly erupted with ice spikes reaching hundreds of meters, while flames several meters high were effortlessly pierced through, neutralizing Katie's attack and simultaneously turning against her. The boundary was breached. Her figure flashed without any sign of retreat, the blade striking directly against the oncoming ice spikes. The gathered force erupted in an instant. The sword light, more radiant than the sun, flashed by, shattering the steel-like ice spikes into two pieces. A flicker of realization crossed her eyes as she regarded Katie with a newfound gravity. She had initially believed this man merely possessed the ability to embody flames, yet he exhibited remarkable swordsmanship as well. The long-dormant heart, stirred by Katie's overwhelming power, began to boil once more. Come, let us engage in a true battle. The blade at her waist was drawn, and with a swift motion, a flurry of ice blades shot forth, launching an indiscriminate assault upon Katie like a torrential hailstorm. Then, let it be so. With a thought, a fiery shield manifested before her, and her body surged forward, crossing 100 meters in an instant to appear above Esteth. Her hand wielding the force of the air as she struck downward. With a clang, their blades met, the impact echoing through the air. Behold, relying on her formidable physique, Katie unreasonably pressed down with her sword, bending Esteth's form and forcing her to kneel. A sharp intake of breath, retreating, she observed the slightly panting Esteth. Lamenting her missed opportunity, just when victory seemed within grasp, a few chilling ice needles emerged before her, small as strands of hair yet sharp enough to pierce through flesh, compelling her to relinquish victory that had been so tantalizingly close. Onward. Without hesitation, Katie launched another assault, her swordsmanship reaching its zenith, combining tearing, shockwaves, spatial distortions, and various powers to maintain maximum output. Faced with Katie's multifaceted offensive, Esteth could only summon all her strength to conjure ice to counteract Katie's attacks. Despite her singular ability, Esteth's astonishing combat experience and innate talent allowed her to not only hold her ground, but also to trade blows with Katie. Under her command, the ice transformed into myriad shapes and attacks, consistently deflecting Katie's strikes at minimal cost. The battle shifted into a stalemate, with flames in Katie's hands exhibiting their feral ferocity, waves of fire blades crashing down upon Esteth, akin to a sea of fire. Unlike at the outset, Esteth no longer opted for direct confrontation. Instead, she created a gently sloping rise, sending the majority of the flames skyward, leaving only a meager remnant that posed no threat to her. Under Katie's relentless onslaught, the situation began to shift. The flames gradually advanced, albeit at a slow pace initially, yet a breakthrough was evident, and the speed of advancement quickened, signaling Katie's emerging advantage in the duel. Sensing the boundless power surging within her, Katie marveled at the efficacy of the ancient dragon's blood, valued at 30 million exchange points. Previously, she could never have sustained such intense prolonged exertion. Indeed, the body is the foundation of revolution. This adage holds true in any context. With her current physical prowess, she could endure the formidable power of the heavenly fire in the war, even in a frenzied state, without having resorted to her half-dragon form. Once fully unleashed, Katie believed she could even contend with the likes of Akainu, should his powers awaken. Half an hour later, the battlefield bore clear witness to the unfolding scenario. Esteth's realm of ice was entirely enveloped by flames, leaving only a final 100 meters of territory. Observing the unwavering and resolute gaze of Esteth amidst the encroaching flames, Katie relinquished her intent to persuade her to surrender. To battle alongside her until the very end was the utmost respect she could offer. Caution. With a final warning, Katie began to gather her ultimate attack. Flames that nearly enveloped the entire island rapidly coalesced into a sphere. Once complete, a cerulean sun emerged behind Katie, its temperatures soaring to 5,000 or 6,000 degrees, turning the ground into molten lava. In that moment, the island, save for Katie and Esteth, bore no trace of life. Truly a purgatory of flames. Emperor of Flames. Katie resolved to conclude this confrontation with her most formidable skill. At this moment, even the battle-hardened Esteth, who had never tasted defeat, was left in awe by the scene before her. The blazing fireball, with a diameter exceeding 1,000 meters, was something she doubted she could withstand even at her peak. She could not fathom how this man named Katie had achieved such a feat, seemingly oblivious to exhaustion as he fought with unbridled fervor. Despite this, she sensed no diminishment in his strength. He was nothing short of a freak of nature. Nevertheless, Esteth had no intention of conceding. She still held one last card, though uncertain of its efficacy. However, she would not surrender without making an attempt. She would absolutely not give up. With a commanding shout, the artificial sun, under Katie's control, began to descend towards Esteth. As she felt the searing heat approach, her body trembled involuntarily, a manifestation of her heightened tension. This attack would not be easy to withstand, yet more than anything, she felt exhilaration and thrill in the face of such a formidable adversary. As a battle aficionado, Esteth never feared an opponent's strength. Rather, she worried about encountering a foe too weak to offer her a proper warm-up. If she had to choose a way to die, she would hope to one day engage in a full-throttle battle and perish like a warrior on the battlefield. As the sun-like fireball drew near, Esteth stood rooted in place, seemingly oblivious to the impending doom, neither dodging nor defending herself, as if she was prepared to surrender. A flicker of realization crossed her mind. Had she not seen the series Attain Kill, she might have believed she was indeed giving up. However, knowing the terrifying superpowers Esteth possessed, her heart raced in anticipation. Always prepared for what was to come, the flames descended, and the remaining 100 meters of ice swiftly vanished, leaving Esteth herself partially scorched, her garments bearing various degrees of burn marks. Just as she was about to be consumed by the flames, the once silent Esteth finally moved, her previously subdued aura surging to its zenith. A tempest erupted around her, spreading rapidly across the battlefield. In the next moment, the world fell silent. The air ceased to flow, and even the Ember Emperor's attack halted in its tracks, including Katie himself. It was as if the universe had pressed the pause button, freezing everything in place. Yet, in this stillness, Esteth suddenly expelled a crimson torrent of blood, the price of her frozen domain. She was no longer at her peak. And attempting to freeze Katie and the Ember Emperor's assault was no trivial endeavor. Her body could no longer withstand the backlash. However, all was well. It was over. Gazing at the ensnared Katie, a faint smile graced Esteth's pale visage. She had won this battle. With a gentle lift of her hand, she positioned her sword against Katie's neck. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the smile vanished from her face as the empty sensation of the blade shocked her. The figure before her was merely an afterimage. The real Katie had vanished. Her attack had proven ineffective. At that moment, the frozen world resumed its course, and Katie's figure disappeared in an instant, the relentless heat descending once more. Faced with the imminent flames, Esteth relinquished her sword. Her previous assault had drained her remaining stamina, leaving her powerless to resist the forthcoming onslaught. Suddenly, warmth enveloped her from behind, an arm encircling her waist, accompanied by a familiar voice. "I'm sorry. It's my fault for insisting on a decisive victory and causing you to be injured like this." Esteth turned to see Katie's face, the one that had seemingly vanished. A blush crept onto her cheeks. For reasons unknown, she found Katie exceptionally handsome at that moment. Being held by him invoked no feelings of aversion. Instead, she unexpectedly cherished the sensation, reminiscent of her youth when cradled in her father's embrace, yet somehow more stirring. "Go," Katie commanded, and the massive fireball that had loomed before Esteth surged upward, hurtling towards the distant sea at an astonishing speed. With a resounding explosion, the Ember Emperor erupted, a mushroom cloud ascending as the ocean boiled, waves towering higher and higher. A hurricane swept through, engulfing several thousand meters of the ocean, including the deserted island where Katie and Esteth stood. Yet, within Katie's embrace, Esteth felt no turbulence or turmoil. Everything, be it tempest or deluge, was barred from entering the 5-meter radius surrounding Katie. He was her haven, a sanctuary that belonged solely to Esteth. In Katie's arms, Esteth sensed an extraordinary magic. Even as all chaos dissipated, she found it hard to part from him. This sensation was one that Esteth had not experienced in what felt like an eternity. It seemed that only the embrace of her father during her childhood had evoked such feelings. Yet, it was not entirely the same, for this feeling brought her both comfort and a sense of unease. Esteth had once believed she was strong enough to face everything alone, requiring no reliance on others. But it now appeared that this conviction was misguided. There simply lacked an object to lean upon. Feeling the warmth radiating from Katie, Esteth instinctively snuggled closer, seeking a more comfortable position. Unbeknownst to her, Katie found herself in an even more awkward predicament due to their height difference. Esteth had to look up to meet Katie's gaze, while Katie had to look down, making her acutely aware of Esteth's breath. To complicate matters further, Esteth's face bore a slight pallor due to her significant exertion, yet her indomitable spirit lent her a stubborn defiance, creating a juxtaposition that left Katie restless with anticipation. However, in comparison to this last point, everything else was mere trifles. The intense heat from the previous attack had rendered half of Esteth's clothing non-existent, and the sight before Katie was overwhelming. Consequently, she decided to yield. Gradually lowering her head, she cautiously pressed her lips against Esteth's crimson ones. Katie's movements were slow and deliberate, uncertain of Esteth's feelings. She would cease at the slightest sign of resistance. To her astonishment, Esteth did not reject her. As Katie felt the warmth and texture of Esteth's lips, she ignited with an unprecedented ecstasy. A cool sensation mingled with sweetness, and the softness enveloped her, ensnaring her entirely. With her blood racing, Katie could no longer contain the tumult within her. Her eyes turned a striking crimson, transforming her into a wild beast. "I will take responsibility for you," was the only coherent thought that remained in her mind. Once again, the battle erupted, fiercer and more spectacular than before. Chapter 79. Arrival at the City of Seven Waters. Apologies, but without an appointment, you cannot meet Mr. Iceberg. Is there truly no room for negotiation? A faint pressure emanated from Katie, so subtle, yet so overwhelming that the ordinary gatekeeper could hardly withstand it, leaving him trembling in uncertainty. "Park, allow them entry. Mr. Barry." The gatekeeper turned in surprise at the sudden appearance of a man behind him. With his presence, it was unlikely these individuals would dare to act recklessly. Little did he know that Barry, regarded as their pillar of strength, was inwardly quaking with anxiety. Having survived the battle at Judicial Island, he had seen his fair share of formidable opponents, but the aura radiating from the man in the cap before him filled him with an inexpressible dread, placing him in a completely different realm of existence. Even Luffy, who had triumphed over Lucci, seemed insignificant in comparison. Thus, he promptly instructed the gatekeeper to let Katie through. Such a person was beyond their capacity to stop, even if they amassed the entire armed forces of the island. An astute choice. As Katie approached Barry, she gently lifted her cap, allowing only him to glimpse her visage. With a snap, it was as if thunder had struck. In that instant, an overwhelming chill enveloped Barry, leaving him stunned. What had he just witnessed? How could this person have arrived here? Mr. Barry? The gatekeeper, observing Barry's sudden stupor, could not help but voice his curiosity about the unusual pair entering. Keep everything about these two tightly sealed. Not a word shall escape your lips, understood? Suddenly recalling something, Barry turned to admonish the gatekeeper. Why yes. The gatekeeper, startled by Barry's sudden seriousness, understood the gravity of the situation, realizing what he could and could not say, as it directly impacted his livelihood. However, he genuinely had no information about the two, only noting their remarkably similar and unique attire, which had cost Katie a staggering 40,000 exchange points. For reasons unknown, after Katie and his death had exchanged heartfelt words, the system began to complicate matters for her, particularly regarding the outfit his death wore. It had taken 7 attempts to finally receive the correct ensemble, leading to an unnecessary expenditure of 35,000 exchange points. Having warned his subordinates, Barry dared not linger any longer and hurriedly followed Katie, guiding her ahead. Sir, this way please. President, we have esteemed guests. Although they had arrived at Iceberg's office, Barry first knocked and announced their presence before ushering Katie inside. Katie chose to ignore Barry's subtle maneuvers. It seemed the CP9 experience had taught them caution, yet how effective could such tactics be in the presence of true strength? May I inquire as to the purpose of this esteemed guest visit? Perhaps prompted by Barry's words, Iceberg's expression grew somber, prompting Barry to stand quietly beside him. Greetings, Mayor Iceberg. As she spoke, Katie removed her cap. Gasping, despite having prepared himself mentally, Iceberg could not suppress his astonishment upon seeing Katie's face. His mind went blank. He had never anticipated that she would grace him with her presence. Merely contemplating her past actions sent waves of panic coursing through him. The prison break at Eni's lobby, the uproar at the Navy headquarters, the defeat of Admiral Akainu, each of these events was enough to shock the world. Yet all had transpired at the hands of this exceedingly youthful individual, a truly extraordinary feat. You need not worry, Mayor Iceberg. After all, I am a friend of Luffy's. And I assure you, I bear no ill intentions. My purpose is quite simple. I merely wish to inquire about a certain individual. Upon hearing Katie claim friendship with Luffy, Iceberg felt a slight easing of tension. He held a profound impression of Luffy, especially since his apprentice Frankie was now one of his crew members. However, Katie's next words plunged Iceberg back into dread, an ominous premonition rising within him. Is there some misunderstanding, Miss Katie? How could I possibly know your friend? Observing Iceberg's hasty denial, Katie smiled. Was this not a classic case of revealing one's own guilt? She had yet to pose a question, and he was already eager to refute her, his demeanor speaking volumes. Does Mayor Iceberg not wish to hear whom I seek? Without waiting for a reply, Katie provided a name. Fisher Tiger, you must be aware of this individual. In an instant, Iceberg's expression shifted dramatically, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he anxiously regarded Katie. Witnessing this transformation, Barry stepped forward to shield Iceberg. Though he did not comprehend the significance of the name Katie had mentioned, it was evident, however, that Iceberg's tension was palpable, and he could not stand idly by while his superior faced such unease, regardless of the overwhelming power of the opponent. I truly have no knowledge of the person you mentioned, Mr. Katie. I beg your forgiveness. At this moment, the Iceberg confronted the pressure brought by Katie, its body trembling in honesty, yet its lips remained obstinately silent. Observing the Iceberg's defiance in the face of imminent death, Katie felt a pang of frustration. All she wished was to meet with Fisher alone, yet here she was, embroiled in trouble. Sensing Katie's impatience, the ever-quietest Death suddenly stirred. The temperature in the room plummeted to a chilling -10 degrees, and before the Iceberg and Barry could react, they found themselves ensnared by countless icicles, some piercing through their skin. Speak quickly of that person's whereabouts, or you shall wish for a fate worse than death. Isteth's patience with enemies had always been scant. Those who fell into her grasp either surrendered outright or were subjected to brutal interrogations in the dungeon before capitulating. Feeling the bone-chilling cold and the raw intent to kill, the Iceberg descended into despair, neglecting to ponder how the opponent wielded such control over ice. Yet even in the face of death's threat, the Iceberg remained resolute in its silence. Enough, Isteth, let us withdraw. Since Mr. Iceberg refuses to assist us, we shall devise our own means. I believe that if we were to slaughter half the inhabitants of this island, that person would come forth to meet us, Katie declared, turning to leave. However, the Iceberg grew anxious. He had no doubt that Katie could indeed carry out such a grim task. If she desired, not a single soul would remain alive on the island. My lady Katie, how can you be so cruel? They are innocent civilians. Because of you, they are no longer innocent, Katie retorted, leaving her final words before departing. Yet, before she could open the door, it swung open of its own accord. Ah, what's the big deal? That this esteemed lady is concerned for him is a matter of honor for young Talon. Iceberg, arrange for them to meet, came a voice from behind. Chapter 80. The Abandoned Dock. Coco, what brings you here? Iceberg exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Coco enter. Despite his words, he hesitated. The matter concerning Frankie compelled him to protect his junior disciple at all costs. You fool, How can you be so foolish? Do you truly believe that if you do not inform this esteemed lady, she would be unable to find young Talon? Besides, you surely remember what young Talon has always desired. Though I am old, my eyes are still sharp. If anyone in this world can help him fulfill his wish, it would be her. Do you wish to see your youngest disciple remain forever in that dark place, guarding a ship that cannot set sail? Coco's words struck Iceberg like a hammer, plunging him into silence. I apologize, I was foolish. My lady Katie, please follow me. I shall take you to Talon. Seeing Iceberg regain his composure, Katie's eyes flickered with intrigue. Coco's words seemed to have sparked a revelation within him, for he appeared markedly different from his earlier state. Katie was not surprised to learn of Fisher Talon's identity as Iceberg's disciple. All but his current whereabouts had been disclosed in the intelligence provided by Shaki. According to Shaki's reports, Talon's last known appearance was in Water City, which was precisely why Katie had come here. Fisher Talon, a male of the Fishman tribe, was the youngest disciple of the legendary shipwright Tom. Due to his unique status, his existence had been carefully concealed from outsiders. His identity was special solely because of his remarkable brother, Fisher Tiger, the fierce warrior who single-handedly ascended the Red Land 13 years ago to rescue countless slaves. This was also the reason Fisher Talon had to shroud his movements in secrecy. Unlike Tiger, Talon, while inheriting formidable combat skills, preferred shipbuilding, thus seeking Tom's tutelage with the hope of crafting the world's strongest battleship for his brother. Little did he know that before he could realize his dream, news of Tiger's death would arrive first. Years later, when Tom departed once more, Talon's aspirations transformed. Boss, I'll head back now. Barry, sensing the situation was not suitable for his involvement, prepared to leave without waiting for Iceberg's reminder. Wait, Iceberg called out. You should come with us. There will be matters that require your assistance. All right, Barry replied after a brief pause, nodding in agreement. Thus, the five of them quietly departed from Carla Company, heading toward dock number 1 on the island, the finest dock managed by Carla, where countless ships set sail toward distant seas every moment. Barry, lead us to the abandoned site. Upon reaching dock number 1, Iceberg issued his command, knowing no one was better suited to guide them than Barry, the foreman. Understood. Despite his confusion, Barry wisely opted for action over inquiry. After a series of twists and turns, they arrived at the entrance of the so-called abandoned site. Iceberg stepped forward, producing a key known only to him. Curiously eyeing the door before him, Barry, who had worked here for nearly a decade, found it odd that he lacked such a key. Typically, he would leave and used items outside, and by the next day, someone would organize them. Chapter 81. Talon's aspiration. What lay before them was not the chaotic scene he had anticipated. Rather, it was unexpectedly orderly and tidy. With various parts and equipment meticulously categorized, everything from nuts and bolts to motors and ship frames. Even more astonishing was the sheer size of the abandoned site, where the distant roar of waves crashing against the shore could be faintly heard. Clang, clang. The rhythmic sound of metal striking metal resonated through the air. Drawn by the sound, Katie felt a surge of curiosity about the individual they were about to meet. The Fishman tribe boasted an illustrious history, once reigning supreme over both land and sea a millennium ago, when Fishman Island still floated above the waves as an undisputed sovereign. Yet, inexplicably one day, Fishman Island sank beneath the sea, and the entire tribe faded from public view, allowing humanity to ascend as the new dominant force. Interestingly, adult fishmen possessed 10 times the strength of adult humans, granting them a natural advantage. However, the troubling reality was that for nearly 1,000 years, there had been no reports of any remarkable individuals arising from the Fishman tribe. Even the former warlord of the sea, Jinbi, whom she had encountered, despite his capabilities, fell far short of the pinnacle of power. The legendary Tiger's fate was equally unexpected. He had been gravely injured by a naval captain and a few men, leaving Katie bewildered as to how he had once scaled the Red Land to rescue so many slaves from the celestial dragons. They appeared to possess strength 10 times greater than humans, yet they seemed 10 times weaker instead. Nevertheless, there was one detail in Shaki's intelligence that captured Katie's attention. It stated that Fisher Talon had exhibited a unique power, one that enabled him to defeat a bounty-hunting pirate worth over 100 million before he reached adulthood. This deeply concerned Katie, as perhaps the secrets of the Fishman tribe could be uncovered through Talon. After rounding the final bend, the five finally beheld the source of the knocking sounds. The imposing figure was astonishing, towering nearly 2 meters even while seated, and his crimson skin testified to his non-human identity. Little Talon, stop fiddling with your things and come here. I have a friend to introduce you to. Coco's voice rang out. Coco, Ice Mountain, you have come. Upon hearing Coco's voice, Talon decisively set aside his tasks, his gaze sweeping over the 3 individuals behind Ice Mountain. When his eyes landed on Katie, they noticeably widened. Talon, I trust you've seen the newspaper I sent you a few days ago. This is the person featured on the front page, the ever-changing Katie. The outcome of the war atop the roof of the world had left countless people astonished, and Katie, who had performed exceptionally, was etched in the memories of many. The moniker ever-changing had inexplicably gained popularity, swiftly becoming synonymous with her. Talon did not deny this. From the moment he laid eyes on Katie, he recognized her identity. His gaze never straying from her. He was eager to learn how this young individual had accomplished such feats. Likewise, as Talon regarded him, Katie's eyes remained fixed on Talon. For reasons unknown, he felt an odd sensation about him. Outwardly, he appeared unremarkable. Yet his instincts warned that he was far from simple. There seemed to be a terrifying beast slumbering within him. Katie chose to trust this instinct. Ever since his body had been enhanced by the blood of the ancestral dragon, his sixth sense had grown remarkably accurate, sometimes even surpassing his observation abilities. Hello, I am Katie, and I wish to invite you to join me at sea as my crew. Katie wasted no time in declaring his intentions. The directness of his invitation left the onlookers momentarily stunned. While they had anticipated Katie's purpose was to approach Talon, hearing it articulated was still a surprise. It should be noted that this was an invitation from Katie, who many believed would become the fifth emperor of the seas, potentially replacing one of the current four emperors. If Katie were to publicly recruit crew members, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the world, as countless individuals aspired to serve under her. Oh? What makes you think I would leave with you? Talon inquired, intrigued by Katie's confidence. Because of strength. I heard from Coco that you seem to have a wish you wish to fulfill, and she mentioned that perhaps only I could assist you. Although I am unaware of your desire, I firmly believe Coco's words are true. I can help you achieve it. As Katie spoke, his conviction was palpable, and his formidable confidence resonated with those around him, transforming his figure into something monumental in their eyes, as if nothing were beyond his reach. Haha. If I were to say my wish is to overthrow the celestial dragon's dominion over the world government, would you still believe you could assist me? Talon posed the most challenging question, his eyes fixed on Katie, eager to observe his reaction. Overthrowing the celestial dragons? What did I expect? That wish is rather commonplace. As for myself, while I have yet to determine my future path, I harbor no objections to toppling the celestial dragons, nor do I doubt my ability to do so. A suffocating silence enveloped the abandoned site. Talon's wish alone was terrifying enough, and expressing it in public could be a death sentence. However, compared to Katie's words, Talon's aspirations seemed insignificant. To challenge the celestial dragon's rule, how many in the world would dare utter such bold proclamations? Even the four emperors reigning over the New World might not possess the audacity to voice such sentiments. What astonished Talon even more was that when Katie spoke, there was no hint of hesitation in his gaze. He genuinely believed he could achieve it. The onlookers, particularly Ice Mountain and Coco, were left in awe. Although they acknowledged Katie's strength, they had only considered it a slim possibility. They never anticipated Katie's unwavering confidence in his own capabilities. Ice Mountain and Coco were somewhat unfazed, merely surprised by Katie's assurance. But for Barry, the impact was monumental. The world government, under the rule of the celestial dragons, boasted over 170 allied nations. With countless subordinate departments, its vast influence was formidable. Even the Revolutionary Army operated discreetly, striving to avoid open conflict. Katie's declaration was indeed a heavy blow to them. Heh, you don't seriously believe that defeating a Kainu makes you invincible, do you? I detest those who boast. The previously relaxed and amiable demeanor of Talon instantly vanished. A terrifying pressure rising from him, and the atmosphere shifted to one of tension and unease. How about a little spar? Chapter 82, Is Death Takes Action. A trial it shall be. Talon, naturally, would not refuse Katie's challenge. Rather, it was precisely his intention to ignite Katie's desire for battle. This doesn't seem like an appropriate battleground. Observing the neatly arranged tools and parts around them, Katie inquired. Of course, our battlefield lies upon the sea. With that, Talon took the lead, stepping forward. However, he had scarcely moved 2 paces when a voice from behind interrupted him. I want to fight. In an instant, all eyes gravitated toward Esteth, who had been silently standing beside Katie. It was only at this moment that they truly acknowledged her presence. Although she had demonstrated her power in Ice Mountain's office, the suddenness of that incident had not drawn much attention from Ice Mountain or Barry. Yet now, Esteth's declaration plunged them into contemplation. They could not fathom why she possessed the ability to manipulate ice, a power associated with the Marine Admiral Akiji. Nevertheless, thanks to Katie's precedent, they begrudgingly accepted her unusual abilities, despite their confusion. I do not fight women. However, having never witnessed Esteth's strength, Talon decisively declined. The implication of disdain unmistakable. In his view, Esteth might possess some strength, but she was certainly not his match. After all, in today's world, strength equated to reputation. And he had never heard of her, leading him to underestimate her capabilities. Yet, upon hearing Talon's remark, Ice Mountain felt a tightening in his chest. Katie's companion had a notoriously volatile temperament, prone to violence at the slightest provocation. He still bore lingering injuries from their last encounter. Talon, this lady. Before Ice Mountain could finish his warning, Esteth had already made her move. Haha. Esteth laughed, yet her expression was laced with lethal intent. No way. In the next moment, Talon sensed something was amiss. He gasped and attempted to evade, but it was too late. Countless sharp ice spikes encircled him in an instant. Boom. The close-range assault erupted violently, shaking the very ground beneath them. while the surrounding space filled with icy mist. Talon. Ice Mountain watched anxiously, his concern palpable. Do not worry. Little Talon is not so easily defeated by such attacks. The elderly Kokoro observed everything with clarity, standing still without a trace of panic. How intriguing, truly intriguing. That one possesses abilities akin to those of Akiji. This is your doing, Katie, isn't it? Tyron instinctively attributed everything to Katie. Who knows? Katie neither confirmed nor denied this. Let me handle this battle, said Estef. This is a task that falls to the captain. Otherwise, how can I command respect? Very well, Katie replied, and Estef had no choice but to acquiesce, stepping aside in silence. Follow me, Katie said, leading the way. He understood her implication well enough, but chose to say nothing further. Power is something that reveals itself only in action. Let us see who truly possesses it. As they traversed the abandoned grounds, the briny sea breeze wafted gently, and the roar of the ocean crescendoed to a deafening clamor. In mere moments, the vast expanse of the sea came into view. Gazing up at the pitch-black night sky, Katie felt a sense of satisfaction. This way, his movements would not be easily detected. Hurry up, let us make this quick. I cannot linger here for too long. He chuckled. I hope your strength matches your bravado. Chapter 83. The fishmen who cannot enter the water ripples began to spread across the surface, and the once peaceful sea under the moonlight was now replaced by turbulence and unrest. Come on, show me what the victor over Akainu is truly capable of. In that moment, Tyron was brimming with fighting spirit. He could hardly recall the last time he fought with full intensity. After years of calm, his blood surged anew, and he eagerly awaited the impending battle. As you wish. Katie acknowledged, sensing Tyron's fervor. From the very start, this confrontation was inevitable. If he wanted Tyron to willingly join him, he must defeat him first. Otherwise, how could he claim leadership? With a swift motion, Katie vanished, covering 100 meters in an instant, his dark fist raised high to strike down. The next moment, the ocean erupted in chaos. The tumultuous waters centered around the two combatants, sending shockwaves felt even by those thousands of meters away. Unbelievable, he is incredibly strong. Apart from his death, the other three were taken aback by the spectacle before them, fully aware that this was merely the beginning. They could hardly fathom the scale of devastation should both unleash their full power. Iceberg, alert the island's residents. The sea gods are coming again. Kokoro, with a grave expression, urged. The sea gods? Surely not, Kokoro, Barry replied incredulously. Didn't they just come a few months ago when Luffy was here? How could they appear again so soon? Although Kokoro had a wealth of sailing experience, Barry found it hard to believe that the annual sea gods would defy logic and resurface unexpectedly. However, Iceberg wore a solemn expression, contemplating the turmoil at the center of the battlefield. Barry, let us return. I have a premonition that this time, the sea gods will arrive with unprecedented ferocity. Without a hint of hesitation, Iceberg turned and walked away. Understood. Though Barry was still somewhat puzzled, he said no more. He had always supported Iceberg's decisions unconditionally, for this man had transformed his previously dismal life. Otherwise, he might still be aimlessly gambling away his days. Casting a glance at the departing duo, Estef said nothing. Although she was unaware of what the sea gods were, she remained unconvinced. She had never believed in divine beings. If they existed, they were merely individuals or entities of unparalleled strength. In any realm, power remained the singular, unchanging truth. Her gaze burned with intensity as she watched Katie, whose strength captivated her. Estef sensed that Katie had not yet revealed his full capabilities during their previous encounter. Even so, he had already proven beyond her reach. She could hardly imagine the spectacle should he unleash his true power. Her eyes fixated on Katie amidst the fray. Estef had come to understand his circumstances and the broader context of their world. Thus, she realized that Katie could not employ the so-called fruit abilities. Consequently, he must rely on the latent strength he had not displayed during their battle. This would allow her to discern the true extent of his power. Come on. Show me just how formidable you are. As the impact of the punch resonated through him, Tyron furrowed his brow slightly, begrudgingly acknowledging that this person indeed possessed considerable strength, surpassing his own in raw physicality. Is that all you've got? Yet, to Katie, Tyron's displayed prowess was somewhat disappointing. If this was his full capability, he was merely on par with Jinbei, roughly equivalent to a bounty of 200 to 300 million. Although impressive, it fell short of Katie's expectations. Patience, my friend. That was merely a warm-up. The real battle begins now. The moment his words fell, Tyron's aura surged dramatically. I forgot to mention, I am a strengthened human who has consumed a power-enhancing fruit. With a thunderous boom, the air shattered, and Tyron took the initiative, launching a fierce assault on Katie. Receiving Tyron's powerful blow head-on, Katie was momentarily stunned by the overwhelming force, which compelled him to retreat significantly. How about that? Impressive strength, wouldn't you agree? Tyron beamed with a hint of pride, reveling in the effectiveness of his attack. Your strength is commendable, but the price you pay is steep. As a fisherman, you cannot enter the water. Is it truly worth it? His words shattered Tyron's buoyant mood. Mind your own business. Tyron erupted in anger. Those who consume devil fruits can never swim again. As a human, one might endure such a fate, but for a fishman, it was the utmost torment. Thus, Katie had never encountered another fishman aside from Tyrin, who had consumed a devil fruit. Enough chatter, it's time to die. Tyrin resolved to cease any further conversation with Katie, recognizing that engaging him had been the gravest error of his past year. Ha ha ha, bring it on. This time, I will give it my all. With that, the clash reverberated through the air, echoing far and wide, awakening countless residents of Water 7 from their slumber. Through the glass, they witnessed the chaos unfold, instantly snapping them to attention. The sea gods are coming. In an instant, the entire Water 7 was engulfed in pandemonium, with cries and shouts merging into a cacophony. Is this still humanity? The tumultuous sea, stirred by the battle of two individuals, left Barry in awe, questioning whether he and Katie truly belonged to the same species. In this moment, Barry finally comprehended why Mr. Iceberg and Grandma Kokoro were resolutely convinced that the sea gods would inevitably arrive. The sheer force generated by their confrontation was already comparable to that of the sea gods, and such aftershocks could very well summon them. Even more troubling was the thought that if the sea gods merged with the remnants of their battle, the scale of destruction would be unimaginable. What shall we do, Mr. Iceberg? Faced with the impending catastrophe, Barry found himself at a loss for words, glancing towards Mr. Iceberg, the only man capable of making a decisive choice in this dire situation. Barry, notify everyone to retreat as far from the coast as possible. Then wake Lulu and the others. If it comes to it, we may have to activate that. Mr. Iceberg's brow furrowed deeply, uncertain if they could weather this crisis. However, initiating that plan prematurely could lead to complications. There was no other choice. It was preferable to annihilation. Hurry. Chapter 84. Instant Step understood. Recognizing the urgency, Barry turned and swiftly departed to execute Mr. Iceberg's orders. Left behind, Mr. Iceberg remained, anxiously watching the towering waves of the sea. Grandma, aren't you leaving? Estes inquired, observing Kokoro still at the shore, watching intently. Ah, I can still hold out for a few more days, but you, young lady, should be cautious not to catch a cold from this sea breeze. No need for you to worry, Grandma. Ignoring Kokoro's taunt, Estes understood that the current situation was not favorable for Katie. What's wrong? Weren't you quite arrogant before? Taunted Talon, dodging Katie's attack with ease, relishing her helplessness. Silently observing Talon, Katie had not anticipated that this battle would expose her own shortcomings. Her aerial combat techniques were overly simplistic. Only at this moment did she realize that her agility stemmed solely from the master-level Navy 6 technique known as shave, which had developed through continuous combat. As her initial replication from Luffy was merely at the master level. How about I go easy on you and let you have a few moves? With Katie's silence, Talon grew increasingly excited, eager to repay the humiliation he had suffered at her hands. Unbeknownst to him, Katie's focus was elsewhere, completely disregarding his words. As she recognized her own flaws, Katie pondered how to rectify them. Two paths lay before her. One was to replicate Talon's extraordinary shave technique, while the other was to acquire the extraordinary level instant step skill from the exchange system shop. This was a highly advanced movement technique akin to that seen in the anime Death God. The reason for her hesitation lay in the fact that the instant step skill required 10 million more exchange points than the former, totaling 20 million. I shall exchange for the extraordinary level instant step skill. After a moment of contemplation, Katie resolved to proceed. When Estes confirmed her decision to follow, the task reward was already credited to her account. After deducting the expenses for selecting attire for Estes, she still had 33 million exchange points at her disposal. Even after spending 20 million, she could manage it comfortably. Moreover, the sixth technique shave had become inadequate in true battles against formidable opponents. Since she was destined to enhance her skills, why not aim for something superior? After a long interval, a familiar surge of warmth enveloped her, and a torrent of information flooded her mind. In the blink of an eye, she had mastered the instant step skill. Had she not experienced it firsthand, Katie would have found it hard to believe such an occurrence, as it defied scientific logic. Why the silence? Have you been awestruck by my prowess? Haha. The more Katie remained silent, the more exhilarated Talon became. What were you just saying? Are we still fighting? You bastard. Talon seethed, seeing Katie's expression as if she had heard nothing. It felt akin to striking air with a punch, utterly ineffectual. Shave. Once again, Talon charged at Katie, determined not to utter another word until he had bested her. Watching Talon rush towards her, Katie felt no panic. It was only when his fist was about to descend upon her that she made her move. Instant step. Her body vanished from sight. How is this possible? Talon was astonished to see the space where Katie had just stood empty. He had never anticipated such a sudden increase in her speed. Chapter 85, Talon's transformation. What's wrong? Can't you handle this? I was just warming up. Katie's nonchalant voice echoed once more. Upon hearing her words, a fiery rage ignited within Talon. Just moments ago, those very words had escaped his lips. Katie's repetition felt like a slap to his face, leaving him utterly humiliated. Katie, I won't let this go. With a furious roar, Talon charged at Katie, his eyes ablaze. He was on the verge of exploding with anger, and all he wished for was to sew Katie's mouth shut. If Katie had inflicted 100 points of damage upon him, 99 of those points stemmed from her incessant chatter. Are you turning your anger into shame? Observing Talon's near madness, Katie's lips curled into a smirk. This was the only way to compel him to unleash his full potential. Though her methods were somewhat underhanded, it was the only option she had. Talon's fruit ability had indeed exceeded her expectations, but it still fell short. The enhancement of his abilities could not possibly allow him to defeat a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million while still in his youth. Enhancing his fruit abilities merely doubled his physical capabilities. This strength was certainly not as formidable as the intelligence reports indicated. Thus, Katie was convinced that Talon was still holding back. Instant step, instant step, instant step. Feeling the rush of wind as Talon's fist missed her by mere inches, Katie felt grateful for her earlier decision. Had she chosen to replicate Talon's shave, she would not have achieved such extraordinary results. Indeed, the ancients were right. One gets what one pays for. I'm right here. Where are you aiming your punches? Once more, Katie evaded Talon's assault, seizing the opportunity to land a punch on his face. Though the force was minimal, the effect on his pride was immense. As the saying goes, do not speak of one's weaknesses when insulting, and do not strike the face when fighting. Yet Katie did the opposite, not only verbally humiliating Talon, but also physically. The dual torment of body and spirit compelled Talon to unleash his full potential. Bastard, just you wait. Standing nearly 4 meters tall, his stature surged dramatically as muscles bulged forth, appearing as a veritable mountain of flesh. In the next moment, mysterious golden patterns suddenly emerged upon his crimson skin, spreading until they covered nearly 1/3 of his body. At this moment, Tyrone exuded an aura more potent than ever before, sensing the ferocious and rampant energy emanating from him. Katie furrowed her brows tightly, realizing without engaging that Tyrone was indeed terrifying at this juncture. Since his transformation began, her instinctual danger signals had been incessantly alert. Furthermore, Katie noticed that, for reasons unknown, the sea beneath the battlefield seemed to be stirred by some unseen force, becoming extraordinarily tumultuous. Surrounding them was a congregation of sea creatures, numbering nearly 100, and the count was still rising. Clearly, all these changes were instigated by Tyrone. Katie, you have successfully enraged me. I hope you can accompany me in battle until the end, otherwise, I shall not set foot on your ship. With formidable power backing his words, Tyrone spoke with confidence. So, if I defeat you in your current state, you will join us, correct? Just try and defeat me, and we'll see. Having already ignited his true fire in battle, Tyrone felt assured despite recognizing Katie's strength. He did not believe he would be vanquished. In a flash, Katie surged towards Tyrone without hesitation, despite his fearsome appearance. She was undeterred. No one had instilled fear in her thus far. However, the astonishing force behind his punch made Katie acutely aware of Tyrone's current strength. It felt as if she were striking not flesh, but the world's most unyielding metal. Just one blow, and her arm felt as if it had shattered, sending waves of pain throughout her being. There was no time for lamentation, as Tyrone's next assault was already upon her. She pivoted her body to evade a frontal strike, but a searing pain in her abdomen nearly plunged her into unconsciousness, her body flung like a leaf caught in a tempest. Yet, the onslaught was far from over. Seizing the advantage, Tyrone closed in for a second strike, his immense power granting him unparalleled speed, appearing directly above Katie in an instant. Though her eyes could not see, her observation hockey clearly indicated the source of danger, yet she had only just regained her footing. There was no time to resist, let alone evade. Armament. With her arms crossed above her head, the dark hue of her hockey enveloped her limbs, as deep as the night itself. A resounding crash echoed, reminiscent of a planet's explosion, sweeping toward them. The deities of the ocean had arrived. However, for the residents of Water 7, this signified the arrival of the sea gods. Towering waves, exceeding 100 meters, approached with the might to obliterate all in their path, inundating the shoreline for dozens of meters. Mr. Iceberg, everything is prepared. Gazing at the boundless, colossal waves, Barry could scarcely believe that the chaos unfolding was merely the result of Katie and Tyrone's clash. Previously, he could never have fathomed that one individual could wield such immense power, truly a walking calamity. Stay vigilant, activate at the first sign of danger, understood? At that moment, Iceberg felt immense pressure. Instinct warned him that the waves had not yet reached their peak. However, the current scale already surpassed the typical manifestations of the sea gods, and if they grew any larger, he doubted whether the island beneath him could endure. Sensing the volatile energy in the air, Iceberg regretted allowing their encounter, for it had led to this perilous situation. Yet, he understood that halting an ongoing confrontation would be disrespectful to both combatants, despite his lack of combat prowess. Your little man seems on the verge of collapse. Aren't you the least bit worried? Surprisingly, even at this juncture, Kokoro stood beside his death, closely observing the battle. He doesn't require my concern. While not outright denying Kokoro's statement, Isdeath remained confident that Katie would prevail. Although his current predicament appeared dire, she noted that throughout, there was not a trace of panic in Katie's eyes. Despite being unaware of his hidden cards, Isdeath firmly believed that victory would ultimately belong to Katie. Chapter 86. The half-dragon's form revealed. Katie, is this all you've got? Is a bounty of 1 billion merely matched by such paltry strength? Draw your sword, or you shall have no chance. With crimson blood staining his fists, Tyrone could not suppress another round of mockery. Since entering this state, Katie had ceased to be his equal. Yet, he was aware that for various reasons, she could not unleash her full potential, such as her ability to control flames. However, Tyrone had also heard whispers of Katie's exquisite swordsmanship, hence his provocations aimed at drawing forth her greater power, only to defeat her thereafter. Apologies, but as a swordsman, I shall never draw my blade against an unarmed opponent. It is my principle. Even drenched in blood, Katie stood tall and resolute as she spoke. Upon hearing Katie's response, Tyrone's gaze shifted. He had not anticipated this side of her, suddenly finding her less detestable. However, before this shift could linger, Katie's next words shattered that notion entirely. Moreover, I see no necessity for you to compel me to draw my sword. Seeing Katie's perpetually nonchalant demeanor, Tyrone was filled with rage. Damn it, can't you refrain from boasting? After all I've done to you, you still have the audacity to say such things. It's merely a superficial wound. Now it's my turn to transform. With that declaration, his aura shifted dramatically, the surrounding air growing dense and oppressive. Observing Katie's sudden silence, Tyrone felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest, as if something terrifying were approaching, causing his heart to skip a beat. The next moment, a flash of golden light raced past, shining brilliantly against the pitch-black night. Tyrone rubbed his eyes repeatedly, confirming he was not hallucinating, yet he remained skeptical. Before him, Katie had been replaced by a creature adorned in golden scales, complete with a tail, leaving no trace of her former self. What perplexed Tyrone further was the unshakable sense of uncontrollable dread that surged within him as he sensed Katie's presence, a feeling he desperately tried to suppress to no avail. In the next instant, an impossible thought struck him. This was an instinctual fear, a suppression stemming from a bloodline's power. Impossible. How could there be a bloodline more formidable than that of the sea god? The moment this notion arose, Tyrone vehemently dismissed it. He could not fathom that there existed a bloodline stronger than that of the sea god, which once ruled the entire world. Who are you? No. What race do you belong to? Faced with this unforeseen circumstance, Tyrone was at a loss. He could scarcely believe his own conjectures, yet he could conceive of no alternative. I am Katie. How could you not recognize me? Is my handsome appearance too much for you? After speaking, he struck a pose he believed to be quite dashing, yet failed to fully address Tyrone's inquiry. Katie was acutely aware that Tyrone's astonishment stemmed entirely from the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, a true testament to the formidable prowess of beings perched atop the pyramid of power. Although the source of Tyrone's transformation remained a mystery, the strength he wielded was undeniably formidable. However, it paled in comparison to the might of a single drop of ancestral dragon's blood. Chapter 87. 1 against 2. No matter who you are, the victor shall undoubtedly be me. In that moment, Tyrone unleashed a roar akin to that of a wild beast. It was a declaration of war against Katie, a self-encouragement meant to suppress the fear swelling within him. Otherwise, he would be unable to meet Katie's gaze, let alone engage him in combat. To prove his superiority over Katie, Tyrone took the initiative to attack. A surge of ferocious power erupted, accompanied by a series of sonic booms as Tyrone transformed into a meteor, hurtling toward Katie. In the vertical slit of his eyes, Tyrone's form was reflected. From this moment on, every movement of Tyrone was no longer beyond his perception. In his half-dragon state, his awareness of the external world had reached an astonishing level, surpassing even the perception granted by observation hockey. The world before him appeared as if it were a slow-motion film, allowing him to see everything with crystal clarity. In the face of Tyrone's onslaught, Katie exhibited no inclination to evade, standing still until the very last moment when he barely raised his left hand to shield himself. Catching Tyrone's massive fist, which was nearly the size of a basin, Tyrone's imposing stature offered him no advantage. He was simply too slow. As he spoke, the power in Katie's left hand surged, pulling Tyrone into his embrace. Immediately thereafter, he bent back and, with a clenched fist, struck directly at Tyrone's abdomen, aiming for his core. In the next instant, Tyrone shot away at a speed surpassing sound, once again transforming into a meteor streaking across the inky night sky, disappearing into the void. Gulp, gulp. Gazing at the radiant figure under the night sky, Kokoro could not suppress her desire to swallow. What is this? Kokoro understood all too well the strength Tyrone possessed after awakening his bloodline. He would dare to confront even a marine admiral. Yet, before Katie, he appeared utterly feeble, akin to an infant sent flying by a single blow, as if they did not belong to the same dimension. What perplexed Kokoro even further was her inability to comprehend how Katie possessed bloodline power far surpassing that of the sea god. Despite being situated several kilometers away from the battlefield, she still felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Katie, an uncomfortable sensation that almost evoked reverence. Kokoro also observed that the Sea Kings, once drawn to Tyrone, were now displaying expressions of sheer terror, frozen in place as they dared not move. Clearly, Katie's unknown bloodline power had completely suppressed Tyrone's sea god bloodline, leaving the Sea Kings at a loss. Unlike Kokoro, Isteth displayed no surprise upon witnessing Katie's transformation. Although she had been unaware of Katie's capabilities beforehand, she was unconcerned. All she knew was that Katie had grown stronger. Sensing the volatile energy in the air, Isteth's eyes sparkled with an unusual light, her body trembling slightly, a manifestation of her extreme excitement. As a battle enthusiast, Isteth would never relinquish her desire to challenge Katie simply because she had been defeated once. On the contrary, it only intensified her thirst for combat and the desire to triumph over him. Since her arrival in this world, a fortnight had elapsed, during which Isteth had gleaned insights into the local power dynamics from Katie. Having already manifested the demon goddess essence, she momentarily set aside the powers of the devil fruit. However, she was highly intrigued by the concept of hockey as described by Katie. Under Katie's personal tutelage, Isteth had quickly mastered the art of armament hockey within this brief span, prompting her to seek yet another challenge against Katie. Count me in for this battle. In the next moment, Isteth's figure materialized at the center of the battlefield, her radiant eyes reflecting Katie's form, her blade aimed directly at him. Taken aback by Isteth's unexpected arrival, Tyron was bewildered. Wasn't she one of Katie's allies? Why would she assist him? However, before Tyron could comprehend the situation, Katie's voice resonated once more. Come on, let me fight to my heart's content. Isteth's entry into the fray, while unexpected, was not entirely surprising. Ever since she had mastered armament hockey, she had been planning to engage him in combat. As a battle fanatic, she could hardly bear to remain a mere spectator. Nonetheless, Katie was unfazed by the prospect of facing two opponents. Once he entered his half-dragon state, Tyron alone was destined to pose no threat to him. To ascertain the limits of his half-dragon form, Katie refrained from ending the battle prematurely. After all, if he could not master his abilities, it would be as though he possessed none. Isteth's participation provided him with the perfect opportunity to test his full potential. Perhaps only by simultaneously confronting both Tyron and Isteth could he fully unlock his capabilities. Ice Blade Storm. Without hesitation, Isteth launched her assault, conjuring countless icy blades that instantly filled the sky, coalescing into a multitude of lethal projectiles. Go, she commanded, and all the blades surged forth toward Katie. With an exasperated shake of his head, Katie could only acknowledge Isteth's acumen. She had astutely discerned his current predicament. It was evident that she understood he neither could nor wished to employ his other abilities at this moment. Thus, his vulnerability to ranged attacks became glaringly apparent, and Isteth had effectively exploited this weakness to counterattack. Meanwhile, Tyron recognized the significance of Isteth's strike, grinning as he circumvented the icy barrage and charged toward Katie, intent on flanking him and forcing him into a corner. Take this punch. At this moment, Tyron and Isteth's assaults converged simultaneously, each icy blade possessing the power to rend stone and shatter gold. The might within Tyron's fist was beyond question. Not even a mountain could withstand it. With his gaze firmly fixed on Katie, Tyron leaned forward, eager to witness how she would respond this time. A commendable strategy. However, against overwhelming force, all efforts are in vain. His will surged along his spine, and the thick, golden tail behind him lashed out in an instant, striking before Tyron's fist could land. Concurrently, his right arm swelled with explosive muscle, harboring a power potent enough to obliterate worlds. Hero Spear. Boom. A colossal mushroom cloud slowly ascended. The entire world succumbed to an absolute silence. Even Coco, who had remained calm as an observer, found it impossible to maintain her composure in the face of such a strike. She turned and fled, daring not to linger. Barry, activate Tom Carrera. At this moment, the iceberg's palms were slick with cold sweat as it gazed upwards at the boundless waves rapidly approaching in the distance, fervently hoping they would arrive just a little later. The scale of this phenomenon was several times greater than that of the gods of the sea. The iceberg harbored no doubt that it possessed the power to annihilate the entire city of Seven Waters. Chapter 88. Katie emerges. Help. Help. Faced with towering waves reaching hundreds of meters in height, the residents of the city of Seven Waters could no longer maintain their composure. The sight of the entire sky obscured by the waves instilled an overwhelming sense of despair. At this moment, some individuals choose to flee desperately, while others opt for silence, quietly remaining in place to light a cigarette for themselves. They are neither calm nor fearless. They have simply chosen to surrender, awaiting the arrival of death. Clang, clang. Suddenly, a violent tremor resonates, its reach encompassing the entire island. What is happening? The abrupt turn of events leaves them bewildered. The overwhelming waves have already plunged them into despair. Why must there be further intrusions upon this island, destined for oblivion? To all residents of the city of Seven Waters, I am Mayor Iceberg. I wish to convey to you that we possess a means to liberate everyone from the threat of the deities of the sea. Time is too short for a detailed explanation, but I implore you all to firmly grasp the objects around you to maintain your stability. At this moment, the voice of the iceberg brings hope to countless souls ensnared in despair, akin to the first ray of sunlight piercing through the ominous clouds. Naturally, the people adhere to the iceberg's guidance, discarding their cigarette butts and clutching tightly to the fixed objects around them. Soon, the tremors that had just receded return with an even greater intensity, persisting with no intention of abating. Astonishingly, the island is in motion. Observant individuals are stunned to realize that the very island beneath their feet is shifting. Mary, what is the situation? At this moment, The iceberg intently observed the myriad situations unfolding on the island. Although this plan had been in motion for several decades, initiated by Master Tom and continuing to the present day, its purpose was to withstand the onslaught of the sea deities, transforming the entire island into a vessel to depart before the arrival of these divine entities. While most tasks had been nearly completed, the iceberg remained apprehensive, for this was the first test of its kind. The vessel was aptly named Tom Carrera in homage to Tom, who had made countless contributions to the Seven Waters, as well as to the diligent employees of Carrera Company. Everything appeared to be progressing smoothly. The Tom Carrera surpassed our expectations. However, at this juncture, Barry's voice abruptly ceased, causing a sudden pang of anxiety within the iceberg. Despite the Tom Carrera operating normally, it seemed increasingly difficult to evacuate before the sea deities arrived. At the current pace, it was feared that half of the Seven Waters would be unable to evade the impending threat of the sea gods. Confronted with this dire news, the iceberg fell into silence, grappling with a loss far too immense to comprehend. Yet, he found himself powerless, faced with a calamity of such magnitude. He truly did not know what to do. Just as despair enveloped the iceberg, a voice resonated, piercing through the silence and reaching the ears of all present. A formidable figure emerged before the colossal sea deities, radiating with a golden light. In this moment, all eyes were inexplicably drawn towards the diminutive figure. They were oblivious to the reasons behind this individual's ability to hover in the sky, nor did they comprehend the purpose of their presence. Yet a palpable tension gripped their hearts, as if something extraordinary was about to transpire. Under the gaze of the multitude, Katie plunged her hands into the surging waves, unleashing an immense surge of strength from her arms in an instant. Then, the spectators witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. A solitary being altered the trajectory of the boundless ocean waves, redirecting them far from the city of Seven Waters, as though a celestial deity had descended. Chapter 89. The decision of the iceberg. Only at this moment did the iceberg finally grasp the profound meaning behind the Master's final instructions before his departure. Iceberg, you must take good care of Talon. One day, you will understand why I have asked this of you. As time rewound, Tom once again stood before him. Master, it has been 13 years, and I now comprehend your intentions. I once believed that your concern for Talon stemmed from his identity as a merman. Now, it seems that was not the case. You were reminding me never to underestimate the individual strength of the formidable, allowing me to perceive the gulf between machinery and personal prowess. Fixated on the tumultuous sea in the distance, the iceberg fell into a contemplative silence, before continuing. Yet, this cannot encompass your entire meaning. Otherwise, the architects of 800 years ago would not have exhausted themselves in the creation of the underworld battleship. Furthermore, when you held the design of the underworld, your role was not merely custodial. Despite my shortcomings, I can still recognize your handwriting. Moreover, I have observed that not only you, but also each successive custodian of the underworld design has infused their own insights into it, progressively enhancing the battleship's capabilities. Each of them was among the finest designers of their time. Over the span of 8 centuries, the design has passed through the hands of thousands of elite designers. And the present underworld is far from the version known 800 years ago. Coincidentally, you resolved the final dilemma within the design, addressing the conflicting viewpoints of countless designers. It can be said that whoever masters this blueprint will possess the ability to forge an unparalleled underworld battleship. At this juncture, the iceberg paused, turning his gaze to Tom, eager to hear the Master's perspective. And what do you believe I intend to do? Or rather, what do you think I expect of you? Tom did not respond to the iceberg's inquiry. Instead, he countered with a question of his own. Anticipating that Tom would not divulge his intentions, the iceberg continued. If I am not mistaken, you wish for me to construct it. You have long recognized Talon's combat prowess. His existence serves to illuminate the formidable nature of the top-tier warriors to me, thus enabling the creation of the underworld battleship. In response to the iceberg's assertion, Tom fell silent, his weathered eyes gazing into the distance as if lost in reminiscence. The creation of the underworld battleship is a duty incumbent upon every designer. Its mere existence symbolizes profound significance. What it represents is a journey for you to explore. Even I do not know, for you must chart your own course. I lack the authority and the rationale to compel you to act in any particular manner. The echoes of the Master's familiar words reverberated in the iceberg's mind, accompanied by a tone that stirred his emotions. Tears shimmered in the corners of his eyes. Master, you have remained unchanged all these years. Do you recall your earlier words? To lend a hand to a man like Roger fills me with immense honor. You were truly magnificent back then. The fragile contours of his eyes could no longer contain the flood of tears which streamed down his cheeks incessantly. As your first disciple, if I cannot forge the underworld battleship with this design before me, how shall I ever face you in the future? 3 years ago, the design I entrusted to Frankie was but a mere fragment of the entire blueprint, and I have diligently safeguarded the authentic original. Rest assured, Master, I shall indeed construct the underworld battleship. When the time comes, I shall ensure that the world government witnesses the outcome. Although you have consistently opposed our vengeance against them, how can we find solace without confronting the anguish of your absence? The wheels of time have begun to turn, and this time, I shall witness whether the foolish celestial dragons can still maintain their thrones. The tears have ceased, and the iceberg's eyes gleamed with a piercing sharpness akin to that of an eagle. This battle I have lost. Once all was said and done, Talon acknowledged his defeat. Though the fight had not reached its conclusion, there was little necessity to continue. From the very outset, he had been rendered passive, enduring blow after blow, especially considering that Katie had yet to unleash her full potential. Otherwise, he would have surely succumbed long before. The only reason for his reluctance to concede was a remnant of competitive spirit. Yet after witnessing Katie's final maneuver to dissipate the vast ocean waves, Talon truly yielded. Indeed, I recognize your strength. Do the words I spoke earlier still hold weight? Talon gazed expectantly at Katie, showing no sign of underestimating his opponent despite his defeat. Through this encounter, Katie gained a clear understanding of Talon's capabilities. In his full eruption of power, his physical attributes equated to that of a half-step emperor-level warrior. Even against an awakened Akainu, he could hold his ground for a time. Such prowess can indeed be classified as that of a vice-emperor, and not just any vice-emperor, but one whose strength surpasses even that of Jack, the calamity from Kaido's trio of disasters. Naturally, this is an undeniable fact. Despite a slight evasion in his gaze, Talon ultimately nodded in affirmation of his promise. Is there an issue? Katie, perceptive as ever, noticed Talon's hesitation and instinctively inquired. I. After much stammering, he could not articulate a reason. In the next moment, the voice of the ice mountain suddenly resonated. Are you reluctant to leave this place? Hurry and set sail. You have occupied my warehouse for a decade. Do you intend to keep it? No one wanted you before. But now that you have found someone willing to take you in, you should leave with your ship and them to avoid becoming a nuisance here. Gazing at the visibly impatient ice mountain, Talon found himself momentarily stunned. Is this really the gentle senior brother he knew? Had he read Journey to the West, he would surely exclaim, Monster, return my senior brother. You. The hapless Talon found himself at a loss for words, his finger trembling as he pointed at Ice Mountain, clearly infuriated. You what? In the absence of our master, my senior brother's words are commands. Quickly gather your belongings and depart. However, Ice Mountain's tone showed no sign of softening. Instead, it grew increasingly fierce. Leave if you must. I have no desire to linger in this wretched place. Talon, angry, turned and strode away towards another location. Watching Talon's figure fade into the distance, Katie addressed Ice Mountain beside her. He is gone. There is no need for you to put on a brave face. Upon hearing of Talon's departure, Ice Mountain finally turned to face the direction Talon had left, his eyes betraying an undeniable reluctance. Why must it come to this? With a gentle sigh, Katie recognized that Talon might not grasp the implications of what was happening, but she was well aware of the underlying meaning. Chapter 90. Talon's ship. Talon is unlike others. For over a decade, he has rarely ventured out, spending most of his time in that desolate and darkened arena, developing a profound dependency on this place. If I do not adopt a stern demeanor, I fear he may lack the courage to leave. His tone was somewhat somber. Talon's reluctant departure evoked a similar sentiment in Ice Mountain. As the eldest brother, Ice Mountain constantly looked after his two younger disciples, and with Talon being the youngest, he regarded him almost as a son. How could he not feel sorrow at the prospect of parting? In being harsh with Talon, he was, in essence, being harsh with himself. He feared that he might be unable to allow Talon to leave, yet reason told him that he could not act on such impulses. The Seven Water City could not provide Talon with the stage necessary for his growth. To bind him to his side would only bring harm, not benefit. Thus, even amid reluctance, he could not impede Talon's departure. Lady Katie, I entrust my junior brother to you henceforth, he said, bowing deeply. Katie did not refuse the bow. Accepting it implied her commitment to do her utmost. To shy away would signify her inability to fulfill this promise. And how could Ice Mountain feel at ease then? Rest assured, I will take good care of Talon. Stepping forward, Katie hastily helped Ice Mountain to his feet as captain. This was the only assurance she could offer him. Katie held a deep admiration for Ice Mountain. Their brief interaction revealed him to be a responsible and capable mayor. She had witnessed the commotion in Seven Water City, which seemed to shift like a vessel upon the sea. Such matters, even in a past life on Earth, were never accomplished. The capabilities of the iceberg are evident. In order to accommodate Talon, the iceberg humbly bent its noble spine. Katie was acutely aware that Talon would never bow down due to her status. As they spoke, Talon's previously vanished figure reappeared, this time accompanied by a significant object, a vessel measuring 100 meters in length. The moment it emerged, Katie's gaze was irrevocably captivated. Thanks to the crew under Blackbeard's command, Katie possessed a masterful understanding of mechanical technology. Though she had yet to step aboard or hear Talon's introduction, she could immediately discern that the ship was unlike any ordinary vessel. Unlike most ships, the framework of this vessel was predominantly metallic, exuding a unique silvery luminescence. However, it was not devoid of timber. Katie also observed large swathes of dark red hardwood. Though she could not identify the species, it was evident that it was of considerable value. Yet these external features were trivial. What truly piqued Katie's interest were the sounds emanating from within, akin to those of a generator. In this peculiar world, where nearly anything could serve as a source of energy, Luffy's pirate ship, the Thousand Sunny, even ran on cola. Electricity was a rarity. Thus, the discovery of a generator aboard Talon's ship astonished Katie. Does Mr. Katie also comprehend the ship's structure? Noticing the fluctuations in Katie's demeanor, the iceberg inquired, intrigued. He had never anticipated that this battle-hungry individual was also a scholar, which was somewhat unsettling. I possess a modicum of understanding, Katie replied. The ship's streamlined design significantly reduced water resistance, and the majority of its framework was metallic, indicating that it housed powerful machinery requiring high-strength metal for support. However, the absence of any visible cannons on either side led me to infer the presence of one or more unique and formidable weapons within, eliminating the need for external artillery. Chapter 91. The Emperor's No. Unlike a conventional three-masted sailing vessel, Talon's ship boasted enlarged fore and aft sails, allowing for greater speed when sailing against the wind, though this implied a slight reduction in speed when sailing with it. At this point, Katie paused, her brow furrowed as if grappling with a dilemma. Is there something amiss with this ship, Lord Katie? Although the title remained unchanged, the tone of the iceberg was now imbued with genuine respect. Katie's observations were indisputable. To glean so much from a mere glance clearly indicated her mastery of mechanical knowledge, which was deserving of the iceberg's admiration. Indeed, there is a concern. Most vessels navigate primarily with the wind at their backs. Thus, merely enlarging the area of the fore and aft sails to enhance performance against the wind is not, on the whole, a wise choice. I trust Mr. Tom's apprentice is aware of this. Knowing full well yet still designing it this way suggests there must be an underlying issue. Clap, clap, clap. Mr. Katie, what can we say? Not only do you possess unparalleled strength, but your unexpected reservoir of knowledge leaves me at a loss. Talon, I believe you should introduce your ship. Long before Katie had finished her elaborate discourse, Talon had already disembarked from the vessel, equally astonished by Katie's insights. In truth, this ship was completed and launched a decade ago. However, due to my circumstances, it has never set sail. Talon's gaze toward the ship was tinged with remorse and self-reproach. For the greatest regret of a completed vessel was its inability to venture into the sea. Strictly speaking, this ship represented the culmination of my master's work. Although the design was a collaborative effort between my master and myself, the critical power system was solely his creation. Even now, I could not replicate such a device. It is no exaggeration to assert that its existence transcends this era by decades, if not centuries. An extraordinary vessel, it operates on electricity. It can be powered manually or harness lightning during storms. When fully charged, it can sustain high-speed navigation for at least 2 weeks, achieving speeds twice that of standard naval warships, and in times of necessity, it can even unleash bursts of speed several times greater. As you mentioned, this ship indeed possesses unique offensive capabilities. As for what they entail, allow me to keep you in suspense. You shall discover the details once you board the vessel. This time, it was Katie who was astonished. Upon discovering the generator aboard the vessel, she instinctively sensed that this ship was extraordinary, yet she never anticipated its remarkable capabilities. That's splendid. Does it have a name? Katie eagerly inquired about the vessel's designation, believing such an impressive ship must possess a name of formidable grandeur. It does not yet have a name. I am waiting, just as it is, for the person who will take us away. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed intently upon Katie. Let us call it Emperorless. How does the world without an emperor sound? When it came to naming, Katie was not particularly adept, however. For some inexplicable reason, the term Emperorless slipped from her lips the moment Talon entrusted her with the task. Emperorless, the world without an emperor. Repeating the name in her mind, Katie noticed a shift in the icy demeanor of the figure beside her. The significance of those 4 words was immeasurable, for nothing in existence could quantify their weight. Once again, everyone present turned their gaze toward Katie, having anticipated that her choice of name would be powerful. Yet they were taken aback by its sheer magnitude. This name could be seen as a declaration of war against the strongest forces in this world, a challenge to the aristocracy, and a confrontation with the celestial dragons of the world government. Should this name be adopted, it would irrevocably position them against the world government, leading to an inevitable clash. Katie, are you serious? The gravity of the situation compelled the icy figure to seek confirmation once more. He did not doubt Katie's strength, yet he understood that this endeavor was not solely hers. Even the mightiest individual could encounter insurmountable obstacles. I am certain, and I do not believe my companions would disagree. With a gentle smile, Katie glanced at Esther's beside her and Talon not far away. I unconditionally support all of Katie's decisions. The moment Katie's words fell, Esther's declared her stance. She had never cared for the aristocracy. Before her arrival in this world, her only desire was for war and battle. Indifferent even to the prospect of the world's destruction, let alone the matters of royalty. Like the others, Esther's gaze lingered on Katie, but unlike the rest, her eyes reflected an elusive tenderness. As a former general of the Empire, Esther's understood the power of royalty better than anyone present and could envision the challenges and setbacks Katie would face. Nevertheless, she chose to support Katie, for he was her man. I have no objections either. Following Esther's, Talon also expressed his agreement. Forgive my recklessness, brother. I cannot overlook the vengeance owed to my master and brother. I have waited 10 long years for someone brave enough to challenge the celestial dragons, and I cannot let this opportunity slip away." As he spoke, his eyes brimmed with tears. The world government had taken the two most significant individuals from his life, a grievance Talon could never relinquish. "Captain Katie, if possible, I hope to secure a place aboard your ship. May I?" At this moment, Tyron, disregarding all else, formally requested Katie to invite him. His desire was fervent. With a broad smile, Katie stepped forward and patted Tyron's arm. Decades later, when the Ice Mountain reminisced about this event, he felt grateful for Tyron's insistence. Of course, those were mere afterthoughts. "Oh, at last, I have a name. I adore the name Emperor Wu." Just as everyone was still enveloped in the astonishment brought by Katie, a voice suddenly emerged. Its youthful tone sounding no more than 7 or 8 years old. Staring in shock at the ship that Tyron had brought, Katie could hardly believe it continued to surprise her one after another. "Tyron, you didn't tell me this ship has given birth to a ship spirit." Gazing with delight at the Emperor Wu, bathed in moonlight, Katie faintly sensed a pulse of life, different from the carbon-based life forms of humanity. It represented an entirely distinct form of existence. The difference between a ship with a ship spirit and one without was monumental. To illustrate simply, had there been no ship spirit, Luffy would have perished under the onslaught of the Navy's demon-slaying decree long ago. During the battle at CP9's headquarters, the Straw Hat Pirates survived precisely because the ship spirit of the Mary had sacrificed everything to rescue them from the clutches of the Navy's decree during its final voyage. Chapter 92. Departure. I had intended to explain later, but this little creature couldn't help but emerge on its own. With a gentle gaze at the Emperor Wu, Tyron's eyes radiated warmth akin to the sun of spring, capable of melting the ice that had frozen the entire winter. "You've had a hard time taking care of the Emperor Wu alone for 10 years. From now on, I will share this responsibility with you." Across the world, there were certainly more than 100,000 ships, yet the existence of ship spirits was exceedingly rare. To give birth to a ship spirit, the love of all crew members must be poured into it. No wonder Tyron's gaze towards it was so peculiar, resembling that of a friend. "Tyron, gather your things. We must set sail." At that moment, the distant sky began to lighten, and circumstances did not permit further delay. The residents of Water 7 had undoubtedly noticed the events of the previous night. Although no one could see his face, the commotion had been rather significant. Should it attract the attention of a Navy admiral, he would surely be exposed. Although he had acquired the strength to confront 2 admirals of the Navy headquarters head-on, now was not the time for direct conflict. At present, what he needed most was time, as long as he was afforded ample time. Katie was confident she could summon a force that would astonish the entire world. Despite being prepared for this moment, Tyron still felt a pang of reluctance. After the adjustments of earlier, he had seen through his elder brother's poor acting, and the thought of this only deepened his reluctance. "Tyron, go. As a man, you must take responsibility for your words. Since you have resolved to overthrow the world government, you must possess the effort and determination worthy of that resolve. Otherwise, you are nothing but a coward. In my life, I have the utmost disdain for cowards. Tyron, do not make me look down on you." Even facing Tyron, the Ice Mountain showed no mercy, his fierce gaze unwavering and filled with strictness and urgency. "Elder brother, Tyron's voice became choked. Even with the Ice Mountain's words, he found himself unable to make the decision. He had lived here for nearly 20 years. All his memories were tied to this place, and the sudden thought of leaving was difficult for him to accept. Noticing the hesitation and reluctance in Tyron's eyes, the Ice Mountain's stance grew increasingly firm. "Leave, or I will no longer recognize you as my junior." His eyes widened with fury, veins popping at his temples. A roar caused Tyron to shudder. With a thud, Tyron knelt before the Ice Mountain. "Thank you. I truly appreciate your care over the years, elder brother. Today, I will depart. I will fulfill my promise and will not bring shame to you or our master." After uttering these final words, Tyron turned and walked away without the slightest hesitation. He nodded back at the Ice Mountain, while Katie took Ace and boarded the Emperor Wu. Moments later, the roar of the ship suddenly broke the silence of the early morning as the Emperor Wu slowly departed the harbor under the watchful eyes of all. It was only when the vessel disappeared from sight that the Ice Mountain finally moved. "Let us go. We have our own tasks ahead. The Navy will likely come looking for us, so everyone must remember not to let anything slip. Bari, remember to gather all the senior executives tomorrow. I need to hold a meeting." Chapter 93. Destination Sky Island. "Captain, where are we heading next?" After a few days of adjustment, Tyron had moved past the pain of leaving home, beginning to earnestly work as a shipwright and part-time navigator. "Tyron, have you heard of the legends of the Golden Homeland and Brand?" In response to Tyron's question, Katie did not provide an answer but posed another question instead. "If the captain refers to the swindler Brand, then I know that legend." Without hesitation, Tyron responded almost instantly. "Indeed, I am speaking of him. However, you are mistaken about one thing. Brand is not a swindler. Everything he said is true. The Golden Homeland does exist, only he arrived a step too late." With a sigh, Katie expressed sympathy for Brand's plight, this unfortunate soul toyed with by fate. "Is that possible, Captain?" The legendary Golden Homeland is none other than Koya Island in the Koya Sea. Countless people have ventured there, yet none have ever encountered a hint of gold. Surely, you cannot genuinely believe this absurd tale? Even as Katie expressed her skepticism, Tyran remained unconvinced. The legend of Brand had persisted for 400 years. During this span, countless individuals had sought the Golden Homeland, only to invariably meet with failure, leading to the swindler Brand's infamy spreading across the world, forever etched in the annals of history. Then, let me ask you, have you heard of the Sky Current in the Koya Sea? Katie posed yet another question to Tyran. I have heard of it. It is known as a perilous route of life and death. Are you implying? Suddenly, Tyran had an epiphany, looking at Katie in disbelief. Are you suggesting that the Sky Current destroyed the true Golden Homeland? But what does that have to do with us? From the outset, Tyran had failed to grasp the meaning behind Katie's words. Whether the Golden Homeland truly existed or if Brand was indeed a swindler seemed irrelevant to him, prompting him to ask directly. The Golden Homeland was indeed struck by the Sky Current, yet it was not destroyed. Rather, it was transported to a height of 10,000 meters above sea level, becoming a place where another group of people now resides. It is now known as Sky Island. And that is precisely where we are headed next. Katie's words struck Tyran like a thunderclap in his mind. He could hardly fathom that his first destination after leaving Water 7 would be a place straight out of a story. What's wrong? Do you lack faith in the Emperor, Will? Katie could see right through Tyran's thoughts. This voyage was not originally part of Katie's plans. Her sudden decision to venture to the Sky Island was driven by the desire to seek out a particular individual, Enel, the god of thunder and a user of the rumble fruit. The moment she first heard that the Moby Dick could harness the lightning from stormy weather, Enel's visage immediately appeared in her mind. With him aboard the Moby Dick, concerns over propulsion would be rendered obsolete. Subsequently, upon witnessing the internal power system of the Moby Dick, Katie resolved to attempt this endeavor, even if Enel resided on the distant moon. She discovered that the vessel's power system was astonishingly potent, capable of achieving a rapid acceleration speed nearing 300 kilometers per hour, an impressive feat at sea, where ordinary ships barely reach speeds of tens of kilometers per hour. Imagining the spectacle of sailing at such velocity across the ocean, bolstered by Enel as an inexhaustible power source, was nothing short of exhilarating. How could it be that a mere surging current could intimidate the Moby Dick? With this in mind, she began her preparations to showcase the might of the Moby Dick. After declaring this, Talon hurriedly departed towards the ship's interior. What, pray tell, draws you to the Sky Island at such a perilous time? Esther's could no longer restrain her curiosity. She understood all too well how critical time was for Katie. The repercussions of the Summit War were gradually manifesting. Every day, thousands of pirates flooded into the Grand Line, pouring into the New World and launching a vigorous assault on the established order, signaling the dawn of a transformative era. At this moment, enhancing one's strength is undoubtedly what Katie should prioritize. As a result, Esteth found herself perplexed, unable to comprehend Katie's insistence on venturing to the Sky Island at such a time. The newspapers had already begun to voice skepticism, branding Katie as a cowardly wretch fearful of naval retribution. To speak frankly, the Sky Island is not my true destination. The moon is. There resides an arrogant yet highly promising individual whose abilities are on par with those of the admirals of the Navy. As he spoke, he pointed his finger skyward. How do you intend to ascend? Although internally astounded, Esteth understood well that Katie was not one to jest. Come, let us return to our quarters for a more detailed discussion. Grabbing Esteth's hand, he dashed towards the room. When everything was prepared, Esteth's single utterance extinguished all of Katie's aspirations. No, I cannot. My relatives are visiting these days. Gazing at Esteth, who wore a mischievous smile, Katie nearly spat blood in exasperation. Mayor Iceberg, do you truly have nothing to say? The commotion from last night was far from trivial. As the person in charge here, you cannot possibly be unaware of the circumstances. 7 hours later, the Iceberg office of the Carrera Company was graced by two uninvited guests, Admiral Sakazuki and Borsellino, known as Akainu and Kizaru, respectively. Furthermore, the entire Carrera Company was besieged by thousands of naval officers, creating an atmosphere of unease that loomed over Water 7 like ominous clouds. I sincerely apologize. I have shared everything I know with both of you. As you rightly pointed out, many events transpired last night. The sudden eruption of the sea gods plunged Water 7 into peril. At that moment, my duty was to protect Water 7, not to investigate the source of the uprising. I trust the island's residents can attest to my actions. Like you, I too wish to uncover the identity of the radiant individual, for he is the hero who saved millions of residents. As usual, Iceberg spoke calmly, reciting the carefully prepared statement. His expression revealed nothing, leaving his true state of mind a mystery. You must understand that harboring a government fugitive is a capital offense. If you truly possess any knowledge, I advise you to disclose it promptly, for our patience is waning. With piercing, icy eyes fixed intently on Iceberg, Akainu's aura grew increasingly agitated, causing the temperature within the room to soar, and some papers spontaneously ignited, turning to ash. My lords, I genuinely know nothing. I implore you to investigate thoroughly. Chapter 94. Kizaru's discovery. In light of this, we shall take our leave. Kizaru interjected, restraining Akainu, who was poised to escalate the interrogation. I will see you out, Iceberg replied, rising to escort them. I can manage on my own. Akainu's low growl expressed his fury, unleashing a formidable force that pressed Iceberg backward, causing him to collapse against the wall. Mr. Iceberg, are you alright? Once Akainu and Kizaru departed, Barry hurried to assist Iceberg. Go inform everyone that the company is closed today. I want the meeting I assigned you to be postponed until tomorrow. I need to rest. With those final words, Iceberg slumped over the table, drenched in cold sweat, resembling a drowning victim just pulled from the water. Hey, are you alright? Barry's concern grew as he observed Iceberg's condition. Rest assured, I am fine. I merely need a moment to recuperate. You must carry out my instructions. The company must not descend into chaos at this time. He waved Barry away, signaling that he was not seriously harmed. Then, please take care of yourself. Rest assured, I will handle matters outside. Realizing his presence was futile, Barry obeyed and departed, for the commotion caused by the sudden arrival of the admirals required his attention. You scoundrel, just you wait. He glared menacingly at the spot where Akainu had recently sat. At this moment, all the concerns and worries that had arisen from the decision to create the Pluto battleship dissipated in an instant. Akainu's brazen demeanor made Aokiji acutely aware of the nature of this world, the survival of the fittest, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Without sufficient status or identity, one is rendered utterly powerless, even unable to dictate the manner of their own demise. It is power, only power, that earns respect, that secures fair treatment, and enables survival in this predatory realm. Why leave? I haven't finished asking yet. Just as he departed from the Carrera Company, the furious Akainu directed his ire at Kizaru. Have you forgotten the words of Admiral Sengoku before we left? Though Aokiji appears merely as the owner of Carrera, he is closely connected to no fewer than 10 nations. We, the Navy, have many matters to entrust to him. Did CP9 not hesitate to act decisively when investigating the designs of Pluto? We cannot afford to antagonize him now. Are you suggesting we made this trip for nothing? Reluctantly accepting Kizaru's explanation, Akainu remained dissatisfied. He had relinquished his position as the head of the massive conscription not to meander aimlessly. Each sortie had yielded worse results than the last. The first at least confirmed Katie's whereabouts, but now they were left clueless about the identity of their target. At this rate, who knows when they might capture Katie? Let us first scout the seas. Perhaps we can uncover something, he declared, launching himself toward the ocean. Akainu was not the only one feeling the pressure. Kizaru too sensed that if Katie was not apprehended swiftly, his own life could soon be at stake, an instinctive feeling of being adversaries. What can we possibly find at this juncture? However, despite his words, his body responded honestly, following suit, offering a modicum of solace even if hope was scarce. Sakazuki, come quickly. As they reached the shoreline, Kizaru's slightly urgent voice echoed. A jolt of realization surged through Akainu, who hurried over to find the sea littered with countless shards of ice. Could this be Aokiji's ability? The moment he saw the ice, the words slipped from his lips. Had it been before Katie's appearance, Akainu might not have drawn such a decisive conclusion. But her presence had shifted the odds in favor of this seemingly impossible scenario. Capturing Katie was their foremost mission. However, in the course of accomplishing this ultimate task, they were also tasked with uncovering the nature of Katie's abilities and how many fruit powers she could replicate simultaneously. Kizaru, take a piece back to Aokiji and let him assess it. At this moment, Akainu regained his composure. Since they sought to determine whether these ice fragments stemmed from Aokiji's powers, it was best for Aokiji himself to make that judgment rather than engaging in baseless speculation. Understood. In an instant, Kizaru vanished into the horizon, fully aware of the gravity of the situation and unwilling to delay. Meanwhile, Akainu returned to Water 7, commanding the navy stationed on the island to withdraw swiftly. Admiral Akainu, the fleet admiral has instructed me to tell you that upon your return, you must immediately proceed to the fleet admiral's office. Upon returning to Marineford's port, Sengoku's dedicated messenger approached him. In contrast to the messenger, Akainu acted with swiftness. Upon hearing the words fleet admiral, he took flight, disregarding everything else. Come in. At this moment, Sengoku's voice was notably somber. Fleet admiral, is there news? As he stepped into the room, Akainu posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. However, the response did not come from any of the seated individuals. Oh, is that not Admiral Sakazuki? What brings you here in such haste? The voice emanated from a screen nearby. Marshal D. Teach, what are you implying? In an instant, Akainu's aura erupted, a thick cloud of smoke billowing forth. Teach, are you planning to relinquish your position as a warlord? Sengoku's voice followed, emphasizing the latter part, clearly reminding Teach of his previous attack on Marineford, a warning unmistakably conveyed. There's no need to be so serious. We are, after all, on the same side now. The clouds of tension dissipated from Teach's face. While others might regard the title of warlord with esteem, Teach held no such reverence. Had he not failed to acquire Whitebeard's powers during the Marineford War, he would have already ascended to the New World as one of the 4 emperors. Teach, you have been informed about Katie. What are your thoughts? Without further ado, Sengoku cut to the chase. having summoned Teach to discuss the discovery of ice fragments by Kizaru and Akainu at sea. I cannot ascertain if Katie has indeed replicated Admiral Akiji's fruit powers without direct contact. However, one thing is certain. I believe Katie can possess at least 2 fruit powers simultaneously. As he addressed the matter at hand, Teach's expression turned grave. Why? My sixth sense. Although he spoke lightly, his face bore a serious demeanor. Chapter 95. Akiji's analysis. Teach, you were truly courting disaster. The irate Akainu could no longer contain himself, his forehead creasing with frustration. The reliability of one's sixth sense is notoriously dubious, often failing to yield accurate results, particularly when it originates from a pirate. Haha. What does it matter? You all have likely arrived at your conclusions already. You just refuse to acknowledge them. There is no need to continue this discussion. With that, he abruptly terminated the video call. Akiji, was that truly your power? Eager for an answer, Akainu overlooked Teach's provocation and turned his attention to Akiji, who was fixated on the ice. For him, the situation regarding Katie eclipsed all else. The others, too, directed their gazes toward Akiji, awaiting his response. After Kizaru returned with the ice, Sengoku immediately summoned Akiji, instructing him to notify Garp and Tsuru, and soon after, Akainu arrived, gathering the 6 highest authorities of the Navy once more due to the matter concerning Katie. Truth be told, I do not believe Katie has replicated my powers. Akiji did not keep them waiting long, offering his perspective. Ice. As he spoke, he conjured an additional piece of ice in his hand. Though both were ice, there existed a significant difference between the two. He handed the 2 pieces to Garp and the others, allowing them to feel the differences. You should be able to discern that, compared to the ice Kizaru brought back, the ice I create is colder, while the other piece possesses a denser and sturdier structure. These are 2 entirely different manifestations. While I can achieve similar results, it requires considerable effort. I would not do so unless absolutely necessary. Listening to Akiji's explanation, Sengoku and the others nodded, acknowledging Akiji's assertions. Initially, they had not noticed the discrepancy due to the suddenness of the situation, but with calmness returning, they quickly recognized the distinctions. Thus, if Katie truly replicated my powers, the ice produced by her hand should not exhibit such a significant difference from mine. This is the basis for my conclusion that she has not copied my abilities. Upon hearing Akiji's words, Sengoku and the others exhaled in relief. The weight on their hearts finally lifted. However, the gravity etched on Akiji's face remained unchanged. Akiji, do you have anything else to say? The observant Crane was the first to notice the seriousness and tension on Akiji's countenance. To be frank, I harbor a rather ominous premonition. Based on our previous assessments, someone of Katie's renown should be announcing his intention to gather allies and make strides towards the New World. Yet, what is the reality? The first appearance of Katie was at Sabaody Archipelago, and now he has manifested in Water 7, with his identity still uncertain. Moreover, there are numerous peculiar and unknown forces at play, including the Icy Dominion and Golden Figures. Frankly speaking, his control over ice is no less formidable than my own, and in brief bursts, he might even surpass me. Akiji spoke without a hint of jest. Each peculiar occurrence weighed heavily, leading to but one possible conclusion. Pausing, Akiji allowed time for contemplation among his peers. After a brief interval, his voice resumed. Evidently, Katie is in the process of recruiting crew members to amass strength. His avoidance of large-scale recruitment is likely an attempt to evade our notice, and perhaps he has little regard for those devoid of power. His appearance at Sabaody was not to challenge Rayleigh, but rather to seek out that woman who exited the pirate world 4 decades ago, Shaki, a figure who is now revealed to be an information broker within the underworld, possessing intelligence from across the globe. Synthesizing this information, I boldly conjecture that Katie's journey to Sabaody was to acquire data on powerful individuals worldwide, intending to win them over one by one, thus disappearing from the public eye. If the individual who surfaced in Water 7 last night is indeed Katie, then it is highly probable that he has successfully summoned 2 formidable allies. Individuals who must possess at least Vice Admiral caliber strength. Should he manage to gather all his targets, I shudder to think of the magnitude of the power he would wield. The vast office of the Commander-in-Chief fell into a profound silence following Akiji's remarks. Even the notoriously unreliable Garp wore a grave expression, his donut losing its appeal. Despite the fact that this was merely Akiji's speculation without a shred of evidence, the likelihood of its accuracy was alarmingly high. More disconcerting was the realization that Katie had already accomplished half of his objective, while the Navy remained blissfully ignorant of the number of individuals Katie had summoned, their strengths. Or his next move. Akiji, is Shaki still at Sabaody? Sengoku finally inquired after a prolonged silence, pinpointing the crux of the matter. Aside from Katie, Shaki was undoubtedly the second pivotal figure. Capturing her could unravel all remaining mysteries. I regret to inform you that by the time I realized I needed to personally apprehend her at Sabaody, she had already departed, presumably alongside Katie. Nodding, Sengoku had anticipated this outcome. Shaki was well aware of her elusiveness. Capturing her was an arduous task, as even Garp had spent years fruitlessly pursuing her, ultimately leading to a dead end. Yet, despite this, disappointment crept in. A hard-won lead had been severed. making the search for a deliberately hidden individual amidst the vast ocean a daunting endeavor. In that moment, the 6 individuals commanding the most formidable maritime power fell into collective silence, genuinely unsure how to proceed regarding Katie. Ahem. I wouldn't say there's no course of action. Garp, who had been silently observing, suddenly interjected. What do you propose? Though Garp's unreliability was a well-known trait, it was undeniable that he occasionally offered sound advice. From Sabaody to Water 7, have you noticed that this journey goes against the flow of the Grand Line? This implies that Katie has no immediate intentions of advancing into the New World. While the rationale is unclear, it is certainly an advantage we can exploit. The first half of the Grand Line is sparsely populated with powerful individuals, and those who have caught Katie's eye are exceedingly rare, excluding those unlikely to join him. Our remaining targets are quite apparent. Thus, we might very well adopt a strategy of waiting for Katie to walk right into our trap. Of course, this assumes we must acquire comprehensive intelligence on all formidable individuals, leaving no one unaccounted for, or else the strategy would be rendered meaningless. Just like the individuals who appeared in Water 7 last night, we are still unaware of their identities. Garp's tone grew serious, although he had stepped back from active duty. The inefficacy of the intelligence department incensed him. Chapter 96. Katie's Strategy. Tyrone, your navigational skills leave much to be desired. A journey that should have taken merely 2 weeks stretched into over 20 days under your command. This is truly astonishing. After nearly half a month, land finally emerged within sight, Koya Island. Well then, why don't you take the helm? Tyrone retorted, I'm merely a carpenter. My role as a navigator is merely a side endeavor. While he regretted the misdirection, he refused to shoulder the blame entirely. As there was no official navigator aboard, he was merely a part-timer. This presents a conundrum. It's unlikely we'll find a competent navigator for the journey to Sky Island. Resigned, he decided to land first. There was no way to sail to Navy headquarters. With the immediate issue unresolved, Katie chose to set aside his worries for now and address the matters at hand. Who could be arriving this time? Gazing at the approaching vessel, Kurikai pondered idly. Looking back at the modest dwelling he had inhabited for decades, a peculiar light flickered in his eyes. Thanks to that young lad named Luffy, his dream was finally within reach. He could now depart and begin anew. However, the ruckus that Luffy had recently stirred was indeed monumental. He had dared to infiltrate Impel Down and wreak havoc at Navy headquarters, demonstrating his audacity as always. Reflecting on their farewell, Kurikai couldn't help but smile. Yet, that smile faded swiftly, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread and disbelief. For he beheld the man with a bounty of 1 billion. Kurikai's mind went blank. He was at a loss as to whether to flee or kneel in supplication. His body frozen as if turned to ice until Katie and his companions anchored. Katie. Straining to utter a greeting, his tongue faltered, incapable of forming a coherent sentence. No need to be anxious. I am a friend of Luffy's. You must be Kurikai, Katie remarked, fully cognizant of Kurikai's trepidation. Such was the burden of a prominent figure. Is there something you seek from me? Upon hearing Katie refer to himself as Luffy's friend, Kurikai's anxiety lessened slightly. I wish to reach Sky Island. Do you have any suggestions? There was no need for pretense. Katie got straight to the point. Slightly taken aback, Kurikai never anticipated that Katie sought him for this purpose. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that if it were for anything else, he would have been of no assistance. Yes, there is a way. Luffy and the others ascended through the sky current. And as long as we await the next eruption of the sky current, we too shall ascend. If it were any other matter, Kurikai might have hesitated. But when it came to the Sky Island, he was confident that no one understood it better than he did. When is the next eruption of the sky current? Given that the human conditions are met, it now hinges on the weather. The sky current erupts 5 times a month. Just 2 days ago, it erupted once. So if all goes according to plan, the next eruption should occur in 5 days. With a slight furrow in his brow, it was evident that luck was not on his side this time, as the weather seemed unfavorable. Are there any alternative methods? 5 days is certainly not a long time. And under normal circumstances, he would wait, but at present, that was not an option. After all, the Navy had taken an interest in him, and lingering at one spot for a day was already too long, let alone 5. I'm afraid the only option I know of is the sky current. Faced with Kurikai's response, Katie could not help but feel somewhat disheartened. This predicament was indeed troublesome. The Emperor's ship, while formidable, lacked the ability to fly, making it challenging to ascend without the aid of the sky current. What if we lift the ship up? Talon, confident in his strength, promptly suggested. That fellow nearly frightened Kurikai to death. His gaze instinctively shifted towards the ship behind Katie and her companions. Though not large, it must weigh several tons. How could anyone possibly lift it? Forget it. The Sky Island resides at an altitude of 10,000 meters. And relying solely on human strength to lift it is no trivial task. If one were to tire midway, it would spell disaster. Unless absolutely necessary, Katie would not resort to brute force. They were far from being at their wits' end. Let us rest for now. I have my own methods. After more than 20 days of continuous sailing, physical exhaustion was secondary. The greater toll was on their mental state. Just as Katie and her companions turned to return to the ship, Kurikai spoke up. Lord Katie, if possible, Might I ask you to take me along? I wish to see what Sky Island is like. He knelt before Katie as he spoke. As a descendant of Brant, Kalikai's greatest desire was to find the legendary Golden Homeland and prove that his ancestors had not lied. Missing the opportunity to join Luffy was his greatest regret. This time, he did not want to leave with any regrets. Katie might be his last chance in this lifetime, and no matter what, he had to try. It is possible. But our means of ascent may be rather unconventional. Are you certain you wish to accompany us? Once you embark on this path, there will be no turning back. I am certain. Please take me along, my lord. At that moment, Kalikai was resolute. Even if it meant risking his life, he would give it a shot. Very well. Remember to board the ship promptly at 7 tomorrow morning. With those words, Katie left with her companions. Time passed to the evening. So is this your plan? As she spoke, Isteth pointed at the peculiar fruit left behind by Katie on the deck. The fruit, the size of a soccer ball, was adorned with purple spiral patterns. It was undoubtedly a devil fruit. Indeed, this is my plan. That fruit is a paramecia-type door fruit, possessing the ability to traverse through alternate dimensions. I acquired it by chance. With it, even without the sky current, we can reach Sky Island. While she spoke thus, she secretly felt a twinge of guilt. Although the fruit was indeed the door fruit, it was not a mere chance acquisition but rather a purchase from the system's shop for 3 million exchange points. After this expense, she was left with exactly 10 million, the price of a miracle bean. I see, but can the ship's spirit truly consume a devil fruit? Of course. After all, the ship's spirit is alive and can certainly do so. Also, just as Isteth was about to inquire further, Katie decisively sealed her cherry lips with her own, realizing that such a splendid moment should not be squandered on mere explanations. Chapter 97. The door fruit under the moonlight. The Emperor's ship, docked at the shores of Koya Island, emanated a faint, ethereal glow. The light coalesced into a petite figure clad in a raincoat. Obscuring whether it was male or female, this figure was none other than the ship's spirit, Emperor. Is this the devil fruit prepared for me by the captain? Emperor. Cradling the door fruit left by Katie, surveyed it with curiosity. It looks exquisite. It must taste delightful. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and took a bite. Ugh, how can it be so dreadful? In the next instant, Emperor tossed the fruit aside and knelt on the ground, retching uncontrollably. Once the ordeal concluded, Emperor felt an unusual power surging within him, as if it had always been there, activated by mere thought. Open. With a thought, a grand door suddenly materialized before Emperor. The curious ship's spirit eagerly leaped inside. As it departed, the door behind it swung shut. In the following second, another door appeared 5 meters above the Emperor's ship, and the raincoat-clad figure plummeted from it, crashing onto the deck. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Emperor, who had vanished moments ago. Ouch! My backside hurts terribly. In a moment of carelessness, I forgot that I cannot stray too far from the ship. Rubbing his rear, he began a self-reflection. However, now we should be able to carry the captain and the others to Sky Island. After a brief monologue, Emperor's form transformed into shimmering light, vanishing into the night as if nothing had occurred. The following morning, Katie was the first to awaken, reluctantly releasing Isteth from her embrace. She left the room and stepped onto the deck. Observing the empty deck, a faint smile graced Katie's face. Emperor, how did the devil fruit taste? Was it not delectable? Katie maliciously speculated. Shortly after, the entire ship swayed slightly, as if to refute Katie's words. Haha, don't be upset. I was merely jesting. She gently stroked the hull of the Emperor's ship. From here on, I will rely on you, Emperor. It was clear that after Emperor consumed the door fruit, the primary task of reaching Sky Island had been entrusted to him. The moment her words fell, the ship swayed once more, seemingly responding to Katie's statement. So what exactly is your plan? By 7 in the morning, Kalikai had already boarded the ship, and Talon could not contain his curiosity, once again asking. He truly could not fathom what method Katie could possibly devise under these circumstances. The solution lies within the Emperor's ship itself. Let Emperor demonstrate. As Katie's voice faded, a surge of energy erupted from the ship's hull. With a creaking sound, an unexpected door appeared at the bow of the Emperor's ship. The ship, seemingly uninhabited, suddenly sprang into action, charging straight toward the door. The world before them transformed instantaneously. The blue sky and white clouds vanished, replaced by a somber, dark green hue. What is happening? In the face of the unfolding scene, aside from Katie and Isteth, the other two were truly perplexed. Before Katie could elucidate, another door materialized in front of them. As the Emperor quietly traversed through it once more, the emerald world dissipated and reality returned to its normal state. Chapter 98. The Great Change of Sky Island. Look back. At Katie's urging, Talon and the others finally recognized the issue. Unbeknownst to them, the Emperor had already departed from Kaya Island, now floating 100 meters above the sea. What on earth had transpired? Kulike racked his brain, striving to comprehend the events unfolding before him, yet the disparity in their realms rendered him incapable of conceiving any plausible explanation. Was it the power of the devil fruit? Unlike Kulike, the now calm Talon swiftly grasped the situation. The bizarre experience from moments ago seemed only achievable through the capabilities of a devil fruit. Indeed, that was the superhuman door fruit. With it, the No Emperor could navigate through alternate dimensions, where distinctions of up and down ceased to exist. The No Emperor could harness the powers of the devil fruit to propel them toward the Sky Island. Upon hearing Katie's explanation, Kolike found himself both enlightened and bewildered. He finally understood how Katie intended to ascend to the Sky Island, by employing the miraculous powers of the devil fruit. Yet, he pondered, when did a ship become a wielder of such abilities? In that moment, Kolike began to question whether he and the others truly inhabited the same world. Why did every word they uttered seem familiar, yet when woven together, rendered him utterly confounded? Ultimately, he refrained from voicing his doubts, fearing that troubling Katie might lead to answers that would only ensnare him in further confusion. Sometimes, naivety might not be entirely detrimental. At least it allowed for a more carefree existence. I shall check on the energy reserves, he declared. Ordinary humans required physical stamina to wield the powers of the fruits. Thus it stood to reason that the No Emperor's usage would deplete its energy. No need to reserve it. Use as much as necessary. Preparing such resources is a futile endeavor. Instead of stagnating, we should risk everything for a chance at triumph. No Emperor, set sail. Destination, Sky Island. After listening to Katie's declaration, Talon stood in a daze, his mind filled with unanswered questions. He sensed that there was something profoundly amiss in Katie's words, but could not pinpoint the flaw. While Talon remained lost in contemplation, the No Emperor had already embarked on its journey. A door identical to the previous one suddenly appeared, and once again, the No Emperor glided forward. As the entire ship entered, the door creaked shut behind it. In the visible world, not a trace of the No Emperor remained, as if it had never existed. Originally, he thought that having experienced it once, the second encounter would be less disconcerting. However, gazing at the verdant expanse, Kolike found himself in awe. He had never imagined that one day he would approach the Sky Island in such a manner. Though their journey had just begun and the challenges ahead remained uncertain, Kolike believed they would surely reach the Sky Island. For Katie herself was a living legend. Truly, he mused, a man with a bounty of 1 billion. Meanwhile, high above the sea level, the Sky Island, after a brief period of tranquility, was once again engulfed in chaos. The man who once proclaimed himself a god had returned. Yaha, Gonfall, have you given my proposition any thought? My patience is wearing thin. His eyes and tone exuded an overwhelming aura of menace. After months of absence, he had returned to this place, and the memories of his recent past were too painful to recall. You need not speak further. 6 years ago, I rejected your offer, and today I shall do the same. The Sky Island has only just achieved peace. No one shall disrupt it, even if it costs me my life. As he uttered these words, Gonfall's eyes held no hint of hesitation. He was acutely aware of the chasm between himself and his adversary. Despite his advanced age and diminished physical prowess, he gripped his spear firmly, like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. What a stubborn old fool you are. You know all too well the outcome of challenging me, merely a trail of corpses. What else can you possibly alter? This island will ultimately bow to me. Once again spurned by Gonfall, Enel seethed with rage. He could not fathom why this old man would choose death over submission, especially after 2 rejections. Perhaps the Sky Island may fall under your rule again, but mark my words, one day, someone like Luffy will emerge and defeat you. Your reign shall never endure. The air fell eerily silent, as Gonfall's words evoked the most painful memories in Enel's mind, the unfathomable battle. His expression twisted into a mask of terror and rage. How dare you invoke Luffy's name in my presence? You seek death. With a thunderous crack, Enel's figure vanished. In that instant, Gonfall's body tensed. The moment Luffy's name escaped his lips, he had braced himself for Enel's assault, positioning his spear before him in anticipation. Do you think I am still the same as before? You are sorely mistaken. A furious voice erupted from the side. And as Gonfall sensed Enel's movement to defend himself, he found the latter's fist already upon him. With a resounding crash, Gonfall was sent flying, leaving only a blur in his wake. Yet, instead of pursuing, Enel glared darkly at Gonfall, who lay amid the debris. Damn that rubber. Cursed rubber. After his defeat at the hands of Luffy, Enel had spent considerable time pondering the root of his failure. A chance discovery revealed that rubber was non-conductive, explaining why no amount of voltage had any effect on that insufferable fool. Now, as he struck Gonfall, he could distinctly feel the rubber texture on his adversary. There was no doubt, Gonfall had come prepared. Although the outcome remained unchanged, Enel was thoroughly displeased. You truly deserve to die, Gonfall. Bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, transforming the vicinity into a storm-laden expanse, the commotion echoing throughout the Sky Island. Sensing the chaos in the air, Weepa could no longer remain an indifferent observer. Patchy, fetch me a set of rubber protection gear. I must assist Gonfall. As a warrior of Shandia, Weepa could not stand idly by, clinging to life. The reason he had not joined Gonfall earlier was due to the latter's request. As 2 pivotal figures on the Sky Island, one must survive. Chapter 99, Towards the Sky Island. While the events on the Sky Island unfolded, Katie and her companions remained unaware, and even if they were, they lacked the heart to pay attention, for they too faced perilous circumstances. The remaining power could sustain them for no more than half a minute, and with over 3,000 meters still to the Sky Island. It was impossible to reach their destination before the power ran out. Now what shall we do? Upon realizing the inadequacy of power, Talon was filled with exasperation, lamenting his own foolishness and heeding Katie's advice. Now, the energy stored within the Emperor's vessel was on the brink of depletion, while the Sky Island remained a distant dream. It was evidently impossible to ascend in this manner. Do not fret, he recalled Katie's earlier words. If need be, we can lift it ourselves. Now is the moment for him to fulfill that promise. I have faith in you. Go forth, Pikachu, he exclaimed, even waving his tiny fist in encouragement. However, after heeding Katie's counsel, Talon barely suppressed the urge to spew forth 3 liters of fresh blood, internally questioning why he had consented to become Katie's crew member. He seriously doubted whether he would ultimately perish alongside Katie or fall victim to his schemes. Why must it be me? Your strength surpasses mine. It would be far more fitting for you to take the lead. Having been deceived by Katie once, Talon was evidently perturbed. After all, I am the captain. I cannot be expected to handle every task personally, especially in the presence of others. I must maintain some semblance of dignity, he remarked, casting a pointed glance at the nearby Kulkai, his meaning abundantly clear. This situation has left Kurikai utterly embarrassed. From the very beginning, he has been acutely aware of his position. The only reason he remains aboard this vessel is due to Katie's benevolence. He has consistently endeavored to diminish his presence, even wishing to be as inconspicuous as the air itself. Hence, at this moment, he feels an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Fortunately, neither he nor Katie lingered on the matter for too long, and ultimately, Talon conceded. After all, this ship is a product of his own craftsmanship, and he would naturally wish to avoid any damage. Emperor Wu, disengage from the alternate dimension. Let us proceed. At the command, the long-forgotten door creaked open once more. Even before stepping outside, they could already sense the powerful currents in the thin air at high altitude. In the next moment, the Emperor Wu re-emerged into the realm of reality. Simultaneously, an intense sensation of weightlessness enveloped them. Without anything to anchor it, the Emperor Wu struggled to maintain balance. However, this disorienting state was but fleeting, as everything soon returned to normal. Buckle up. A furious shout emanated from the ship's base as the stationary Emperor Wu began its ascent. Gaining speed with each passing moment, feeling the clouds rush past him, Kurikai silently repeated, "Heaven, please grant us safety." The momentary freefall nearly terrified him. After all, they were at an altitude of 7,000 meters. As an ordinary person, Kurikai had no doubt that should he plummet, death would be his only fate. There was no other possibility. Even when the vessel stabilized, he remained on edge, finally grasping why Katie had mentioned that the journey to Sky Island would be unique. This experience was far beyond simply unique. It was nothing short of breathtaking. Had he known it would unfold in such a manner, he would have refused to join. This was truly alarming, enough to induce a heart attack. In stark contrast to Kurikai, neither Katie nor Esteth displayed a hint of anxiety, although they had never ventured to such heights before. Their formidable strength instilled them with confidence to confront any challenges that might arise. 7,000 meters may sound terrifying, but in reality, it was hardly daunting. "Captain, I can't continue. I request a replacement." After ascending approximately 1,000 meters, Talon's voice conveyed a hint of urgency. Raising an eyebrow, Katie leapt down, executing a swift movement to appear beside Talon, effortlessly tossing him into the cabin before taking his place. "Is Talon all right?" Katie inquired, having only managed to switch places with Talon without the opportunity to assess his condition. "I'm fine, Captain. It's just, I'm out of strength now. The next part is up to you," replied Talon, panting, clearly reassuring Katie. "Ready? Here I go." With Talon's well-being confirmed, Katie prepared to exert herself. Moonwalk. Clearly, in their current state, the instantaneous movement technique was impractical, so Katie opted for the flight technique from the Navy's 6 styles, moonwalk. She began to step onto the air, each footfall producing a thunderous blast, akin to a barrage of cannons firing in unison. Initially, her speed was moderate, but she maintained a steady ascent, eventually reaching a velocity that allowed for uniform flight. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters, in under a minute. The Emperor Wu had successfully ascended over 1,000 meters. At that moment, Katie's body was enduring immense pressure. She found herself at an altitude of 9,000 meters above sea level, where the thin air reached an astonishingly suffocating degree. Even her peak royal physique could scarcely withstand it, and her nostrils were filled with a faint metallic scent of blood. Dragon transformation. With a fierce roar, Katie's form began to change, golden dragon scales emerging in succession, enveloping her entire being in an instant, and a formidable aura radiated outward. The echoes of her dragon roars reverberated like thunder, scattering the clouds within a 100-meter radius. At this moment, all discomforts of the body vanished entirely. Moreover, Katie experienced an unparalleled sense of ease, as if this place were truly where she was meant to reside. Truly, the ancestral dragon lives up to its reputation. As the saying goes, dragons soar with the clouds, tigers ride the winds. The sky is indeed the domain of dragons. Even the desolate heights of 9,000 meters cannot diminish the dragon's essence. What do you think? Now you realize I was not deceiving you, right? The long-forgotten voice of the system echoed in her ears. Ever since she triumphed over his death, this was the first time the system had chosen to speak to her. Haha, I never claimed that you were deceiving me. Rather, it seems you are finally willing to converse with me. Don't overthink it. I merely came to remind you not to forget your mission. Farewell. With that, the system's voice faded away, leaving Katie calling out without receiving any response. Shaking her head, she acknowledged that there was little she could do if the system chose to ignore her. As for the mission, she certainly had not forgotten. But it was not a task that could be accomplished merely through urgency and effort. Upon her victory over his death and successfully recruiting her, the system had already issued a new task. Task overview. Merely sailing the vast ocean as a single member is far from sufficient. The host must strive to gather more companions. Task requirements. Recruit at least 5 additional members, excluding his death, each possessing strength at least equivalent to that of a vice-emperor. Task rewards. 50 million skill points and 400 skill points. Despite her immense envy of the task rewards, the challenge was undeniably formidable. Although she had a rough goal in mind, gathering such individuals would not be an easy endeavor. Thus far, she had only managed to find Talon. Chapter 100. An unexpected stir. With this thought, Katie paused her contemplation, as the current dilemma remained unresolved, and all else was of lesser concern. With a fierce roar, Katie propelled the ship, the Empress, into a surge of speed, doubling its previous velocity and maintaining a steady ascent. Sensing the wild aura emanating from Katie and the ship's rapid state, Talon fell into silence. Having experienced the battle at the City of Water, Talon knew all too well that his power and bloodline were inferior to hers. However, he had always been willing to acknowledge only half of that truth, accepting that Katie surpassed him in strength, yet reluctant to concede that her bloodline prowess was superior. Now, he had no choice but to admit that Katie's bloodline indeed surpassed his own. What sort of bloodline could possess such strength? Countless possibilities flashed through his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Every bloodline he could conceive could not possibly be so formidable. Surely, it could not be of extraterrestrial origin. Impossible, impossible. Shaking his head, Talon dismissed this notion outright, deeming the idea of an otherworldly realm far too fantastical, and he did not truly believe such a world existed. Little did he know that the answer he had dismissed was, in fact, the truth. Both Katie and the system, as well as the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, were not originally part of the pirate world. Calling them extraterrestrial would not be inaccurate. However, one could hardly blame Talon. After all, who would believe in such a cliché detail of transmigration? Half a minute passed swiftly, and they finally crossed the last 1,000 meters. Brace yourselves, she urged one last time, as Katie exerted herself to propel the massive Empress forward like an arrow piercing through the final barrier, the unfathomably deep sea of clouds. Thus, the world before them was entirely shrouded in a white expanse of clouds, leaving nothing in sight but an endless sea of white. Such a fantastical sight was unprecedented for anyone present, rendering them momentarily entranced. How does it look? Beautiful, isn't it? At this moment, Katie had returned to the ship. The inertia of the Emperor's number 1 was sufficient to break through the sea of clouds. Naturally, he would not foolishly remain at the bottom of the vessel. He reached out, wrapping his arms around Esthetha's waist and drawing her into his embrace, softly whispering in her ear, You look exquisite. Leaning her head against Katie's shoulder, Esteth felt a wave of happiness wash over her. Although she was a battle enthusiast, she was still a woman who cherished such romantic moments. In the midst of this scene, everyone experienced their own emotions. Talon, resembling a child, reached out to playfully scoop up the clouds, thoroughly enjoying himself. However, the one most affected was the usually silent Kalikai. As he observed everything unfolding before him, he was suddenly overwhelmed with a desire to weep. Finally, he had arrived at the place he had long dreamed of reaching. He could now confirm that the legends of his golden homeland were indeed true and prove that his ancestor, Brand, was not a fraud. Finally, with a sudden pop, a sound far louder than a mere bubble burst erupted as the Emperor's number 1 broke through the nearly 100-meter deep sea of clouds, successfully floating above it. Thank you, truly, thank you, Mr. Katie. From now on, whenever you require my assistance, I shall plunge into fire and water without hesitation. This life is yours. With that, Kalikai knelt before Katie once more. Seeing Kalikai's sincere demeanor, Katie forgave him for interrupting his intimate moment with his death. Enough. I am not a king. There is no need for constant kneeling. While the feeling of being revered is pleasant, I do not appreciate men who kneel so casually. I shall heed your words. Kalikai stood up obediently, clearly having surrendered entirely to Katie. By the way, Captain, where exactly is the Sky Island? At this moment, Talon, having scanned the surroundings without any findings, could not help but voice his question. Despite having ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters, they had yet to catch sight of the elusive Sky Island. Wait a moment, let me take a look. Katie's eyes swept the area, attempting to discern the path to the Sky Island. After several futile attempts, he chose to abandon the effort. All he could see was an expanse of clouds. It was indeed strange if he could perceive anything at all. After all, his method of reaching the Sky Island was different from Luffy's. Relying on the soaring currents could only elevate the ship to 7,000 meters above the White Sea, and then they would enter the Sky Island through the Gate of Heaven. Now, having arrived directly at an altitude of 10,000 meters without passing through the gate, Katie found himself somewhat perplexed, unsure of where to go next. Wait a moment, let me try to sense it. Rising into the air, he transformed into his half-dragon form. Hovering 100 meters above the ground, he closed his eyes and began to quietly attune his senses. Since his eyes could not discern anything, he decided to rely on his other faculties. In that moment, Katie's observation and innate perception of the external world reached their zenith. Streams of information began to flow into his mind, and vivid images slowly unfolded before him. To his disappointment, the world he sensed was no different from what his eyes could see, calm and unperturbed. Suddenly, as Katie was on the brink of giving up, he detected an unusual movement within his perception. Immediately, he concentrated his focus in that direction. Moments later, a faint smile graced his lips. He had finally found it. Over there. He pointed towards the area he had sensed earlier, where something intriguing awaited. Chapter 101. Katie takes action. The foolish resistors widened their eyes, witnessing the consequences of defying me and the divine. Pointing towards the suspended Gonfort and Vipa, a triumphant expression adorned his face. Even with preparations, how could they withstand such a blow? When others caught sight of Vipa and Gonfort's condition, they nearly rushed to engage Enel in a desperate fight. Had they not recognized the distinct attire of the two, they might not have believed it was truly them. Their bodies were riddled with wounds. Scarcely a patch of intact skin remained, and in some areas, their flesh was mangled, their injuries perilously close to death. Lightning strike. Despite their grievous injuries, Enel had no intention of sparing them. With a command, thunder descended, striking the suspended duo. Their numb nerves, jolted by the overwhelming stimulus, were reignited, nearly shattering the last vestiges of their will. Their already life-threatening injuries worsened. Crimson blood dripped from their bodies, pooling into a stream on the ground. Damn you, Enel. I'll fight you to the end. Among the onlookers, someone could no longer bear the torment. They raised their weapon, shouting as they charged at Enel. With the first act of rebellion, others followed suit, collectively resisting. They were all too aware of the brutality of Enel's rule. After finally achieving a semblance of peace, how could they willingly return to their previous suffering? Faced with the uprising of hundreds, Enel displayed not a hint of anxiety. Divine retribution. His arm transformed into lightning. Crackling with fury, at a certain moment, the compressed lightning surged skyward, striking the thunderclouds above the crowd. Sensing the palpable tension in the air, the advancing steps of the hundreds faltered, their forgotten fears resurfacing. No, please. The courage to resist evaporated in an instant. Each individual fleeing in a frenzied attempt to escape the looming thundercloud. Yahaha. Look at this. This is what happens to those who sacrifice their lives for you. And now you choose to abandon them for your own sake. How laughable, truly laughable. The anticipated attack did not descend. Instead, Enel's boisterous laughter echoed across the battlefield. The absence of an attack was deliberate, as he relished witnessing others in a state of panic, which only intensified his godly demeanor. In the face of Enel's ridicule, although the crowd clutched their weapons tightly, none possessed the courage to speak, heads bowed in fear, unable to meet Enel's gaze or that of Vipa and Gonfort. Just as Enel's excitement peaked, an arrow whizzed through the air, piercing cleanly through his head. However, it inflicted no harm, merely passing through and landing on the ground behind him. Enough of your rambling. A figure emerged from the crowd, standing before all, drawing back the bow once more. The arrow aimed squarely at Enel. The cascading hair of the archer pierced the hearts of everyone present. At this moment, all eyes were drawn to Alice. No one expected that the one to step forward at this time was the girl who had just celebrated her 18th birthday yesterday. How dare you claim to be a deity of the Sky Island? Such delusion. You merely resort to force and intimidation to compel others to submit to your will. A being like you is unworthy of divinity. You can hear the anguish and pain within others' hearts, yet you remain indifferent, wielding immense power without the slightest sense of responsibility. You are unworthy. You, who only know how to feign grandeur and deceive with empty rhetoric, clad in the guise of a divine being while committing acts befitting a demon. What? Pray tell, do you truly represent? Each word pierced the heart, each sentence severed the soul. Alice's voice was not loud, perhaps even somewhat soft. Yet it possessed an astonishing enchantment, resonating clearly across the battlefield and penetrating the depths of every individual's soul. At this moment, an indescribable emotion surged forth from the depths of the crowd, akin to bamboo shoots breaking through the earth after a spring rain, and then it grew uncontrollably, filling their chests in an instant. Enel, leave our homeland. We do not need you, nor do we welcome you. Just go. Alice's words ignited the spirits of those who had previously been intimidated by Enel's terrifying power, prompting them to once again raise their weapons. In that moment, they were unafraid of danger or death. They were willing to sacrifice everything, including their own lives, to drive Enel away. Simultaneously, Alice's voice reached Enel's ears, causing him to momentarily freeze. In the 6 years of his reign over Skypiea, countless individuals had cursed him, yet no one had ever spoken to him as she did. Each word, each phrase, was etched into the deepest recesses of his mind like a fiery brand. Undeniably, a strange feeling arose within him. But what surged forth more was unbridled rage, boundless fury. Damn it! You all deserve to die. I am a god, and everything a god does is right. Just a bunch of lowly peasants daring to defy the will of a deity. Then let them all perish. With a swift motion of his right hand, the dark clouds above erupted, and a colossal pillar of lightning, over 100 meters in diameter, descended from the heavens. Even before it struck, the ground beneath began to crumble. Enel, they are merely unarmed, ordinary people. Must you eradicate them all? Gonfall, witnessing the scene, shouted desperately, knowing that if the lightning were to fall, the hundreds below would not survive. Do you really think that is possible? Yet, the only response to Gonfall was a sinister smile. No, don't. Flee, don't worry about us. Having dealt with Enel for 6 or 7 years, Gonfall knew all too well what that smile meant. There was no doubt that Enel had no intention of sparing them, urging everyone to escape. However, the speed of the lightning was relentless. They were merely ordinary people. Despite their frantic efforts to flee, it was futile. As the lightning pillar loomed closer, they resigned themselves to despair and shut their eyes. Flash. Just when everyone thought it was all over, a strange voice suddenly rang out, followed by a dazzling sword light far brighter than the lightning, striking the pillar first. A thunderous roar echoed throughout Skypiea, and the blinding brilliance temporarily blinded the hundreds below. After what felt like an eternity, calm returned. When the people reopened their eyes to the world, they were astonished to find themselves unscathed, and even more unexpectedly, 3 unfamiliar figures had appeared at the forefront of the crowd. Among them, the majority's gaze was fixed upon the young man in the center, sword in hand. Clearly, he was the one who had averted the crisis. Chapter 102. Talon takes the field. Who are you? Where did you come from? Enel's expression turned serious as he regarded the suddenly appeared trio, particularly wary of the previous sword strike that had posed a real threat to him. I'm your father. Call me Dad and let me hear it. Thud, thud. The hundreds saved by Katie immediately knelt in shock at Talon's audacious response. They could hardly believe the boldness of this red-clad stranger. They were equally curious about the identities of Katie and her companions. After all, Skypiea was a small place, and everyone was well aware of who the powerful individuals were. They could be certain that these newcomers were not natives of Skypiea. However, such questions became irrelevant. For with that single statement from the red-clad figure, they had forged a deadly rivalry with Enel, and it was now a matter of life and death. Be cautious. Enel possesses the power to control lightning. Ordinary attacks cannot harm him, and he can use a mind network to discern what others are thinking, allowing him to anticipate their moves. As the battle was on the verge of igniting, Alice hurriedly divulged everything she knew about Enel. Clearly, she hoped that Katie and her companions would emerge victorious. Although Alice was unaware of their origins or intentions, she understood that these 3 had become their only hope, especially since they had just saved her and the others from Enel's brutality. Don't worry, your brothers and sisters will help you chase away the bad guys. Unable to resist, Katie affectionately ruffled Alice's hair, admiring the courage of this brave girl. When she sensed the unusual commotion with her half-dragon form, Katie had decisively made her way over, using her observation hockey to understand everything that had transpired. Thus, she was fully aware of Alice's actions. Go ahead, Talon, don't hold back. With a glint of coldness in her eyes directed at Enel, Katie intended to take him in, but that did not mean she would tolerate his wanton behavior. Before that could happen, he needed to learn the meaning of rules and pain. However, this time, Katie did not plan to intervene, as Talon had already requested to face Enel himself. Seeing Talon's furious expression at that moment, Katie understood his eagerness. It likely stemmed from memories of the tragic circumstances on Fishman Island. In the eyes of the world, fishmen represented wealth and treasure. They were the favored commodities of slavers. Before the protection of the Whitebeard pirates, the situation on Fishman Island had been perilous, where the underwater realm could not escape the clutches of greedy humans, and countless fishmen had been captured. Now, with the protection of the Whitebeard pirates, the situation had improved significantly. Few dared to capture fishmen on Fishman Island. However, if they ventured outside, they would still fall victim to capture. Therefore, Katie believed Talon was moved by compassion, and she had no reason to refuse him. Additionally, there was another reason. Talon lacked combat experience. For years, he had concealed his identity in Water 7, avoiding battles. Although he might have found ways to train, he was still somewhat lacking. So even if Talon did not request it, Katie would suggest he take the field. Chapter 103. Talon versus Enel. You little thief, come here. Let your grandfather Talon teach you how to behave. It was unclear whether Talon was being deliberate or not, but he relentlessly provoked Enel. Moreover, it was not only in words. His demeanor was equally on point. His eyes held extreme disdain, his expression was one of utter contempt, and his body appeared limp and lethargic, even yawning, as if he deemed Enel unworthy of his serious attention, like a trivial matter he could dismiss with a wave of his hand. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. Enel had finally moved. He could no longer tolerate Talon living for even a second longer. Since consuming the Rumble Rumble fruit 6 years ago, No one had dared to treat him this way. Dozens of lightning bolts coalesced around Enel, transforming into a colossal thunder beast that roared as it charged toward Talon. Despite realizing that these three newcomers might possess formidable strength, Enel remained undeterred, confident in his own power. No matter how strong the attacks were, as long as they did not strike him, everything else was utterly futile. Little did he know, today was destined to be the darkest and most agonizing day of his life. Watching the thunderous beast rapidly approaching, Tyrone smiled with delight. Only at this moment did Tyrone finally comprehend why Kitty had been so insistent on coming here. Undoubtedly, her purpose was for the man before them. Without a doubt, this arrogant and ruthless individual possessed the power of the Rumble fruit, hailed as the strongest among the Logia-type devil fruits. Even Admiral Akainu of the Marines, despite wielding the devastating magma fruit, was merely renowned for his overwhelming offensive prowess, still falling short of claiming the title of absolute strongest. In other words, this scoundrel named Enel, even without mastering any additional abilities, already possessed strength comparable to that of a seasoned Marine Vice Admiral. With even a modicum of effort, he could effortlessly reach the level of a Yonko commander, and attaining the rank of Marine Admiral was not beyond possibility. Setting aside his despicable character, this man possessed nearly unrivaled talent. Securing his allegiance early would undoubtedly mean gaining a formidable ally in the future. However, what Tyrone valued most was not Enel's combat prowess, but his ability to control lightning. After all, the power source of the Devo was electricity. With Enel's assistance, they would never again have to worry about power shortages. Combined with the power of the Dordor fruit, there would truly be no place in the world beyond the reach of the Devo. As the creator of the Devo, nothing could be more exhilarating. 10,000-volt fist. Facing Enel's attack, Tyrone made no move to evade. Instead, his fist, clad in the blackened might of armament hockey, struck forth with deliberate slowness, yet the unleashed force was enough to stagger all who witnessed it. The roaring beast of lightning was obliterated in an instant. No, this can't be. Even those who wished for Tyrone's victory, like Alice and the others, couldn't help but doubt their own eyes, wondering if they were dreaming. In their understanding, no one should have been capable of neutralizing Enel's attack in such a manner. At this moment, they were at a loss as to how to articulate the overwhelming emotions swelling within them. They yearned to shout and scream. Yet the words lingered on the tip of their tongues, restrained by the fear that their voices might shatter this exquisite dream. Indeed, they questioned whether they were ensnared in a fantasy. How else could such an extraordinary event transpire? Talon was unfazed by the opinions of others, his form exploding towards Enel in an instant. After all, how could he feel intimidated by a mere novice who had yet to fully grasp the essence of hockey? Come on. Grasping his golden staff, Enel quickly assumed a defensive stance, his pupils reflecting Talon's silhouette. For others, Talon's speed might have appeared astonishing, even surpassing the limits of the naked eye, but not for Enel, who possessed the ability to sense through his mantra. In certain aspects, this perception surpassed even observation hockey, allowing him to easily discern Talon's position. Lightning metal. A potent surge of electricity enveloped the tip of the golden staff. In the next moment, a sharp spearhead manifested as the long staff transformed into a lance. Sharkwave fist. A mere 0.1 seconds later, Talon's figure converged with Enel's. After 0.15 seconds, a scene unfolded that defied all preconceived notions. Enel was sent soaring, propelled by Talon's punch. What was happening? How could his attack connect with Enel? In the face of this spectacle, the hearts of the Sky Island residents could no longer contain their excitement. For 6 long years, they had exhausted every possibility, sacrificing countless lives in their quest for a solution, yet they had never discovered even a single effective method until they encountered Luffy, realizing that rubber could insulate against electricity. Today, through Talon, they witnessed an entirely new approach, though they remained oblivious to the specifics of this method. Impossible. How could you possibly strike me? In that moment, none were more astonished than Enel himself. He had discerned before the battle that Talon bore no rubber materials, leading him to abandon defense and confront the attack head-on. Yet, the outcome was utterly unexpected. His golden spear failed to inflict any harm, and his own body was not immune to Talon's assault. 60 million volts. Enel could scarcely accept the unfolding reality, once more unleashing a torrent of ferocious lightning upon Talon. This time, the magnitude and intensity of the tempest far exceeded the previous assault, as a colossal lightning column, broad as a bowl, wreaked havoc upon everything in its path. While a 100-meter-long blue dragon surged forth, charging at Talon, 20,000 wave fists, with his legs spread shoulder-width apart and his body slightly crouched. Talon did not alter his strategy in response to Enel's formidable onslaught. He chose to stand firm. The swelling of his right arm signified an unparalleled display of strength. This was Talon's mightiest strike without the aid of his devil fruit or bloodline abilities. It was worth noting that even the former warlord Jinbei, at full power, could only reach 70 million wave fists, whereas Talon was now nearly thrice as powerful. Under the influence of such immense force, the air erupted, forming an air cannon with a diameter exceeding 100 meters, which hurtled towards Enel's lightning dragon. Boom! The entire Sky Island trembled. In the next instant, An unimaginable wave of residual energy descended, unleashing rampant lightning and colossal shockwaves that wreaked havoc upon all visible matter. For the onlooking Sky Island residents, this was undoubtedly a catastrophe. Even the mere aftershocks of the explosion were far beyond their capacity to withstand. Chapter 104. The Tyranny of Enel Fire Screen. As panic engulfed the crowd, a voice suddenly resonated. Though it comprised merely 2 ordinary words, they bore a soothing magic that calmed the frenzied multitude, who instinctively turned to the young man standing at the forefront. Under their gaze, he gently raised his palm, and a circle of azure flames burst forth, quickly enveloping everyone. Akin to an inverted bowl. In an instant, all turmoil and unease vanished, as if they had never existed. That is fire. Do not touch it, Katie cautioned. Observing several eager souls attempting to reach for the flames, she knew well that the temperature of her fire soared to 5,000 or 6,000 degrees. A mere brush with it would incinerate a normal person's fingers. If she intended to save them, she could not allow them to be harmed due to her actions. Upon hearing Katie's warning, the crowd hastily retreated from the flames. Though curiosity lingered, they were not foolish enough to place themselves in danger. It was only then that they truly began to scrutinize Katie, for Talon's earlier display had been so astonishing that it overshadowed everything else. Thank you, good sir, for your timely rescue. An older, authoritative-looking Sky Island resident stepped forward to express his gratitude to Katie with a bow. Not at all. It was a simple gesture. Katie had her own intentions regarding the Sky Island. While her primary aim was to confront Enel, it did not imply that the floating island itself was insignificant. Rather, it was of utmost importance, merely awaiting the right person to unlock its potential. Observing Katie with newfound clarity, the older resident exhaled deeply. They had witnessed Talon's extraordinary strength. Yet they were equally astonished to discover that the other 2 accompanying him were equally formidable, possessing powers akin to Enel's. They were grateful for Katie and her companion's arrival, which had shielded them from Enel's onslaught. Yet, a sense of dread lingered. One Enel had already proven insurmountable, and now 3 individuals of similar strength appeared. Should Enel be driven away, what would prevent these newcomers from enacting their will upon them? Fortunately, this Sky Island resident considered himself a good judge of character. Katie did not strike him as someone consumed by a desire for dominance or a bloodthirsty killer, offering a modicum of reassurance. As they spoke, Katie waved her hand to dissipate the fire screen, revealing the outside world once more. What lay before them was a scene of utter devastation. Crumbling ruins and hundreds of meters of chasms marred the landscape, stretching into the distance. The sight was so shocking that the Sky Island residents could hardly comprehend it, swallowing hard as they beheld the remnants of battle scattered across the ground. Thankfully, this was not a place where the Sky Island residents dwelled. Otherwise, even if they triumphed over Enel, the consequences would have been dire. Look over there. A shout suddenly pierced the air, capturing everyone's attention. They turned to follow the direction of the finger, only to behold the unimaginable. The once invincible Enel was now being lifted by the neck, his feet dangling above the ground. His face a ghastly shade of purple. Was there still a question as to why? Talon's lips curled slightly, a clear indication of mockery. At that moment, Enel found himself unable to utter a word. However, he finally comprehended why his opponent's attacks were able to strike him. It was the layer of darkness enveloping Talon, which was not merely a color but an external manifestation of a certain power. Enel distinctly sensed that in the presence of this power, he could not achieve elementalization. Moreover, it possessed formidable defensive capabilities. In the first round, despite his golden spear landing a hit, Talon remained unaffected, as if Enel was wielding nothing more than a wooden toothpick. Regrettably, it was only now that Enel grasped the situation. Had he realized earlier, he would have evaded Talon's fist and spared himself from this predicament. How dare you remain silent when I, Talon, am addressing you? Is this how you show me respect? With that, Talon delivered another punch to Enel's abdomen. A muffled groan escaped Enel's lips as he coughed up blood. Fortunately, Talon had released his grip on Enel's throat. Otherwise, this blow might have proven fatal. Talon understood that Katie's orders were to teach Enel a lesson, not to take his life. Thus, while his blows were fierce, he still held back. Especially since Talon had no intention of truly killing him. After all, Enel's abilities were quite enticing. Nonetheless, Talon was not inclined to let this man slip away easily. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, alternating his hands to pummel Enel relentlessly, yet he maintained a firm grip on him to prevent escape. Thud, thud, thud. Though he was not exerting his full strength, each blow carried enough force to leave Enel writhing in pain. Observing Enel being mercilessly battered, it was evident that even Vipa and Gonfol, who were suspended nearby, winced at the bone-crunching sounds. Yet, none of them felt pity for him. He had inflicted untold suffering upon countless souls during his 6-year reign over Skypiea. The assault on Enel persisted for a full minute, and when Talon finally ceased, it was impossible to discern Enel's original form. Captain, how shall we deal with this man? Talon's inquiry captured everyone's attention, for none expected the seemingly youngest among them to be the leader. If Talon had already attained such formidable strength, one could only imagine the prowess of Captain Katie. Chapter 105. Enel challenges. Enel, do you yield or not? Katie unexpectedly posed this question while locking eyes with Enel. Yet, for Enel, his entire focus was consumed by the gaze of Katie. What a gaze it was. Merely being observed by those eyes instilled a feeling of being utterly exposed, as if even the deepest secrets of his soul were laid bare. I do not yield. If you have the ability. Stop, stop, stop. No need to say more. Talon, release him. You two shall fight again. Before Enel could finish his sentence, Katie interrupted him with startling words. Master. We cannot let him go. It would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Following a brief silence, a cacophony erupted. The residents of Skypiea fervently urged Katie to reconsider his decision. Silence. A sudden surge of energy erupted, enveloping the battlefield around Katie. Thud, thud. One by one. Figures collapsed to their knees, offering no resistance. Conqueror's Haki? Feeling Katie's unique aura, Talon was taken aback. The Navy's reports had not indicated that Katie possessed Conqueror's Haki. However, upon reflection, Talon found it understandable. Compared to Katie's other abilities, Conqueror's Haki seemed rather ordinary. Do not presume to instruct me on what to do. With a single phrase, Katie quelled any further thoughts among the crowd, his eyes exuding an otherworldly chill that pierced the soul. Those who met his gaze staggered backward. Lacking the courage to maintain eye contact, hundreds were rendered speechless. At this moment, their fear of Katie surpassed even that of Enel. These were two entirely different sensations. Their dread of Enel stemmed from past experiences, having been intimidated by his formidable power. However, their apprehension towards Katie was instinctual, emerging from the depths of their souls, leaving them puzzled as to why their companion had collapsed. All they could recall was that fleeting instant when Katie's figure seemed to expand infinitely, her gaze upon them reminiscent of an ancient deity surveying its subjects. Their bodies and souls were utterly incapable of withstanding the oppressive aura radiating from Katie, causing their minds to falter. Meanwhile, Tyrone had released Enel, who had been previously grasped tightly. What do you intend to do with me? The now freed Enel did not rush to escape but rather questioned Katie's decision. In that brief moment, Enel too felt the weight of Katie's presence. Though he did not crumble like the others, a tremor of unease coursed through him, despite his reluctance to admit it. Enel understood clearly that he could not defeat this seemingly younger adversary. It is simple. I wish for you to join us and become my ally from this day forth. With this declaration, Katie fixed her gaze intently on Enel, eager to observe his reaction. However, she was met with a sudden darkening of Enel's countenance. Allies? What a jest. I am a god. Gods have no need for allies. In an instant, Enel's demeanor shifted to one of extreme agitation, his eyes glaring fiercely at Katie. Showing no signs of restraint despite his current predicament, Tyrone intervened, halting his advance, unfazed by Enel's response. What if I insist? Once more locking eyes with Katie. Enel felt another jolt within, as memories from his childhood surged forth. He recalled a lonely boy, always alone, homeless, and without direction. Whenever he reached out to his peers, he was met with cold stares and mockery. No one ever held that trembling hand. Repeated disappointments had caused the boy to seal his heart away. Then one day, the boy erupted. He poured all his effort into infiltrating a heavily guarded temple, stealing and consuming the fruit grown there. From that moment onward, he transformed into the god of thunder. Feeling the boundless power coursing through him, the boy smiled, a wicked grin reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. That day, his hometown of Baika vanished forever. You want me to join you? You must defeat me first. Simultaneously, Enel's aura surged exponentially, quickly reaching and then surpassing its zenith. The clear sky turned ominous, dark clouds enveloping the world, while blue, violent currents of electricity flickered within the gloom, filling the air with a foul, burnt scent. From within one of the ominous clouds came a terrifying signal of danger, as if a dreadful beast lurked within. Arc Maxim. As Enel's voice echoed, a colossal vessel, even grander than the Maxim, descended from the heavens, creating a seismic spectacle. In that instant, Enel's form became ethereal, distancing himself from Katie. Are you prepared to fight? His roar reverberated for miles, marking the moment Enel officially declared war on Katie. All eyes turned to Katie, waiting for her response. If you seek battle, I shall oblige. Her voice resonated clearly in every ear. The azure flames re-emerged, this time exhibiting a surprising obedience that belied their typically volatile nature. Tyrone led the others away. With that, Katie's figure vanished entirely, moving so swiftly that mere mortals could not perceive it. Following Katie's lead, Tyrone swiftly rescued Weepa and his companion, then turned to the still-stunned crowd, shouting, Enough! This place is no longer safe for you to linger. If you wish to survive, depart quickly or face the consequences. Yet, hundreds of Sky Island residents hesitated, unwilling to leave immediately. They were drawn to the impending battle, eager to witness the outcome, as the stakes of victory or defeat would directly affect their fates. Though Enel had been bested by Tyrone previously, they understood that Enel had not revealed his full power at that time, and Tyrone had unexpectedly wielded abilities that countered Enel's. These factors combined had led to Enel's premature defeat before he could fully unleash his potential. Just as Tyrone was about to speak again, the battle erupted in the distant sky. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, a cataclysmic spectacle shocked all present, the thunderous noise leaving them bewildered. The sky seemed to split in two, one side a tempest of raging thunder, the other a blaze of searing flames. The once tranquil air could no longer be sustained, as it was swept away in an instant by overwhelming forces, obliterating everything in sight. Run for your lives. In an instant, the residents of the Sky Island, who had initially intended to witness the battle, fled in a frenzy, escaping as swiftly and as far as they could. Chapter 106. Katie's intentions. What? Is that all you can muster? I stand here, and you cannot even touch me. How feeble a god you are. At this moment, Katie countered Enel with the same tactics, maintaining her elemental form, allowing his relentless attacks to strike her without inflicting the slightest harm. However, before Enel could retort, the system's voice interrupted her thoughts. Detection of extraordinary level 7 heart network skill. Would you like to spend 7 million exchange points to fully replicate it? Faced with the system's inquiry, Katie hesitated to provide an immediate response. She had only 10 million exchange points, which she had reserved for emergencies, particularly for acquiring Senza beans. And she was uncertain of the heart network's utility for her. System, how does the heart network skill differ from Kinbunchaku? Is it truly necessary for me to exchange for it? Since she lacked clarity, she sought understanding from the omniscient system, which was undoubtedly the best source of answers. Indeed, it is necessary. One must understand that Kinbunchaku encompasses various types. For example, Katakuri from the Big Mom Pirates possesses a Kinbunchaku that can foresee the future, while Fujitora, soon to be promoted to Admiral, can sense a person's emotions. Enel's heart network skill is essentially an evolved form of Kinbunchaku. But what is the heart network's unique function? Is it to predict the future or to sense emotions? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Katie's interest was piqued. While the broader applications of Fujitora's Kinbunchaku remained uncertain, Katakuri's ability to foresee the future was akin to possessing a cheat code, allowing him to dominate Luffy 2 years later. Neither. The heart network's characteristic is mind reading. Enel awakened the heart network skill due to the nature of the rumble fruit. Human beings can manipulate their bodies so precisely thanks to the assistance and coordination of electrical signals. As the supreme commander of all thunder and lightning, Enel can also perceive the electrical signals within the human body, thus intercepting the true thoughts of others. However, to achieve this, one must elevate the heart network to the saintly level. Below that, while it cannot accomplish mind reading, it can assist Kinbunchaku in perceiving the external world. But I lack sufficient exchange points. After listening to the system's elaborate introduction, Katie felt a stirring in her heart, yet she remained unable to make a decisive choice. Her current situation was precarious. She needed to retain 10 million to ensure she could exchange for divine beans at any moment. Host, you are rather foolish. Why not simply lower the skill level requirements? The system's voice carried a hint of exasperation, seemingly affected by Katie's lack of insight. Alright then, I shall replicate the master level LV-10 mind network skill. To avoid further awkwardness, Katie decisively opted to reduce the skill level for replication. Although this would result in a slight waste of exchange points when she later sought to enhance her abilities, it was a necessary compromise, preferable to possessing nothing at all. A familiar warm current coursed through her body once more, and in that instant, Katie felt as if 30 million pores across her being had opened, granting her an unprecedented level of perception of the external world, surpassing even her dragon transformation state. Moreover, the system's words suddenly reminded Katie of the Navy's Grand Conscription, an element that had been briefly mentioned in the storyline, thus initially eluding her awareness. However, upon the mention of Fujitora, she recalled this event, images of Fujitora and Green Bull flashing through her mind. Before Katie could ponder further, she was interrupted by Enel's voice. Damn it, if I can't hit you, you shouldn't expect to hit me either. Unlike Katie's joy at her newfound power, Enel was utterly frustrated. A minute had passed since their encounter began, and he had lost count of how many punches and kicks he had thrown, all rendered utterly ineffective. In that moment, he finally understood the agony of being on the receiving end of an attack. It was a feeling of profound despair. Never did I think you had such demands. If that is the case, I shall oblige you. With a raised brow, he concentrated the black armament hockey into his fist and aimed a powerful strike at Enel's head. The moment he caught sight of that familiar black hue from the corner of his eye, Enel felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Was it truly impossible for them to play nice? With a resounding thud, Enel was sent flying once again, vanishing into the rubble. However, in the next instant, he reappeared, his gaze dark and fixated on the black energy in Katie's hands. What exactly is that? Why can you and that other guy both strike me? Enel had initially believed such an ability was unique to the peculiar individual he had encountered earlier, but was dismayed to discover that Katie possessed it as well. Having suffered twice for the same reason, he could no longer contain his curiosity. This is Haki, a latent power within the human body that anyone can master, specifically designed to counter those with the abilities of nature-type devil fruits. Katie revealed this without reservation, as Enel was destined to become her ally in her eyes, rendering secrecy unnecessary. Are you convinced, or not? She inquired again, pressing the matter. What am I to be convinced of? It was only because I was unaware that you took advantage of me. You won't hit me again. With that, he charged at Katie once more. However, this time, Enel was clearly more cautious. The earnestness in his gaze had deepened, and he abandoned his plans for close combat, opting instead to leverage his superior speed to engage from a distance. Fire Fist. The blazing flames surged forth, breaking through the thunderous assault aimed at him. Katie was well aware of Enel's intentions, yet she was in no rush to conclude the battle. History had shown that Zhuge Liang, in his efforts to pacify the South, had captured Meng Huo 7 times, releasing him each time. Though the process was intricate, the outcome was remarkably effective. Thereafter, Meng Huo never invaded Shu again. Katie's current objective was to emulate Zhuge Liang, ensuring that Enel would genuinely submit to her. To achieve this, she needed to triumph over him in every conceivable way. Since he sought to outlast her, she would indulge him. Having reached the pinnacle of her physical prowess, she had never experienced exhaustion. The battle had suddenly reached a stalemate. The clash of electricity and fire, while fierce, was not as perilous as it appeared. My lord, will that esteemed individual be able to overcome Enel? Observing the tempestuous atmosphere from afar, the onlookers could not help but direct their concerns toward Talon, fearing that Katie might falter, which would plunge their lives into darkness. My captain is Katie, and I am Talon. Please refrain from incessantly referring to me as my lord. It is quite bothersome. He is merely a newcomer who has yet to master hockey. If the captain so desires, she could dispatch him with ease. The unfamiliar terms, Katie, Talon. Hockey left the crowd with an abundance of questions. My lord, oh no, Talon, are you also from Qinghai? One resident of the Sky Island stepped forward to voice the query that had been on everyone's mind since the beginning. Indeed, what of it? Talon replied without hesitation, feeling no need to conceal the truth. Forgive me, I did not mean any offense. It's just that your names resemble those of individuals from Qinghai that visited previously, which piqued my curiosity. You are referring to someone named Monkey D. Luffy, am I correct? Talon was well aware of whom they spoke, having heard the name from both the newspapers and Katie herself. You know Luffy? The Sky Island residents were taken aback by this unexpected revelation, never anticipating such a coincidence, that this individual might actually know Luffy. No, you're mistaken. I do not know any Luffy, but it seems my captain does. Talon clarified, his first statement causing disappointment, yet the latter brought a glimmer of hope. Although Talon did not know Luffy, it was reassuring to think that Katie might be lenient toward them, and they held greater faith that she could indeed vanquish Enel. What? Is that not sufficient? If that is the case, am I not more formidable than a god? In the span of merely 20 minutes, Katie could already perceive Enel's attack speed diminishing, clearly indicative of his considerable energy depletion, leaving him with insufficient stamina to maintain a high-frequency output. Enough of your prattle. I have been the one attacking all along. You have merely been on the defensive. Of course, your consumption will be less. If you possess any skill, take the initiative and attack. Regardless of Katie's assertions, Enel would never concede. As a god, he was resolute in his belief of invincibility. Failure was an impossibility for him. Oh, you said it. Do not regret it later. With someone voluntarily inviting punishment, Katie had no reason to refuse. She would certainly oblige. Come at me. If you can hit me, then you are impressive. In terms of strength and physical attributes, she might not match him, but in speed, Enel held unwavering confidence, convinced that no one in the world could surpass him. With a slight smile, Katie refrained from further argument. As the saying goes, the higher one stands, the harder one falls. Enel's confidence would only make his eventual defeat all the more admirable. Void break. Release. A flash of silver light signaled the arrival of the silver-hued blade, now firmly in Katie's grasp. At this moment, Katie's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. The previously rampant and arrogant aura dissipated in an instant, replaced by an endless sharpness that vowed to shatter everything in its path. Observing Katie, who wielded the sword of the void, Enel's expression turned grave. He recalled the radiant sword light that accompanied Katie and her companions upon their initial appearance. The majestic sword energy, spanning 100 meters, had effortlessly torn apart his own attack. The sheer sharpness of that moment still sent shivers down his spine upon reflection. Now, standing face to face, Enel was acutely aware of the formidable nature of Katie's swordsmanship. Merely being in her presence made his skin prickle with goosebumps. Lightning gold. The slender golden spear melted away in an instant, giving rise to a colossal golden shield. Faced with Katie's onslaught, Enel entirely forsook his offensive intentions, focusing solely on how to withstand her assault. Observing Enel's actions, Katie smiled. Perhaps Enel had inadvertently acknowledged, in certain respects, his inferiority to her. Undoubtedly, this was a promising sign, and it seemed that before long, he would genuinely submit to her prowess. However, for the residents of the Sky Island, who could not discern the situation from afar, anxiety etched their brows. As Katie unsheathed the sword of the void, she had already retracted her fruit abilities, thus enveloping the battlefield entirely in thunder. What is happening? A panicked voice arose, for the scene was unlike anything they had imagined. How had Katie suddenly been subdued by Enel? Before Talon could voice a rebuttal, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Two towering sword energies erupted forth, their dazzling brilliance slicing through the entire battlefield, tearing the ominous clouds asunder, creating two gaping rifts. Where the sword light passed, the thunder dissipated into nothingness. Dumbfounded, they beheld the unfolding spectacle. If the previous torrent of flames had remained within the realm of their comprehension, this scene was unequivocally astonishing. The Sky Island was not devoid of swordsmen, yet none possessed the divine prowess of Katie. In their previous understanding, no matter how strong a swordsman might be, They were still merely ordinary humans, incapable of rivaling firearms. Yet at this moment, when they truly witnessed the might of a swordsman, they realized just how misguided their perceptions had been. It was not that swordsmen were lacking in strength. Rather, it was their own inadequacies that were glaringly apparent. Lord Talon, could you kindly enlighten us on how we might strike Enel effectively? At this moment, the battered Weepa finally found the strength to speak. He had believed himself to be formidable, only to be harshly confronted by the grim reality of his own inadequacies. His current prowess rendered him unqualified even to observe the battlefield, as the residual shockwaves from the unleashed attacks could obliterate him in an instant. It was a manifestation of overwhelming power. The indifferent Talon began to enlighten Weepa about this formidable force. Meanwhile, Enel, with a grim expression, discarded the golden shield that lay severed in two. He could not deny that he had been taken aback by the two sword energies from earlier. Had it not been for his elemental transformation granting him immunity, he would have met a fate akin to that of the shattered shield. Yet, it was not the most shocking aspect for Enel. It was the speed that Katie had exhibited which left him bewildered, and he had barely managed to evade it. To your right, the urgency of impending danger surged through Enel's mind, prompting him to swiftly evade. Almost simultaneously, Katie's figure materialized where Enel had just stood. Damn it. How can that enhancement be applied to the blade? This is against the rules. Enel couldn't help but express his irritation at Katie's now darkened weapon, feeling as though no mercy was afforded to him. Why not? I won't hold it against you. If you're unconvinced, then show me. Katie realized she was on a path that would only infuriate Enel further. Observing his vexed expression brought her a peculiar sense of satisfaction, one that she rated at 99 points, fearing that an extra point might inflate her pride. Shuanpa. After mocking him, she did not linger to await a retort. Doing so would diminish the thrill of their exchange. You. Enel began to curse, but was cut short as Katie's onslaught resumed, leaving him with no choice but to evade once more. Chapter 108. The agreement of two strikes. The battlefield remained ensnared in chaos, with scattered sword energies shredding everything in their path, as if intent on tearing the very fabric of reality asunder. The grand spectacle astonished all observers, even Talon, who was well aware of Katie's might, was rendered speechless. Though he had heard tales of Katie standing firm against the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, he had not anticipated how exaggerated her prowess would be when she wielded a blade. Haha, is this all you can do? After all this time attacking, you still can't land a blow on me? Having successfully evaded Katie's strikes, Enel's confidence surged. His anxious heart finally settled. He had expected Katie to possess some unique countermeasure against him, but it seemed he had overthought it. Though Katie's speed was relentless, always shadowing him without room for error, it still lacked that slight edge necessary to truly threaten him. Upon realizing this, Enel could not resist taunting Katie. He had been mocked by her countless times already. And though he was furious, he found himself unable to retort or retaliate, nearly driven to the brink of a heart attack. Seizing the opportunity, Enel eagerly shot back. Raising an eyebrow, Katie observed Enel's arrogant demeanor, a dangerous smirk gracing her lips. She hadn't expected that by indulging him, he would genuinely believe he stood a chance. Her reluctance to swiftly dispatch him stemmed from a desire to compare the speeds of Enel and Kizuru, and now, having reached a conclusion, it was time for Enel to grasp the vast gulf between them. Let me give you a warning. Be cautious moving forward. Katie's words echoed clearly in Enel's ears. Initially, he dismissed them, viewing them as mere bravado from Katie unwilling to concede her inferiority. However, when he met her unwavering gaze, an unexplainable chill gripped his heart. It felt as if she held his very fate in her hands and could extinguish his life at will. In an instant, Enel fell silent. His senses heightened to perceive Katie's movements. Then, without warning, Katie's form vanished entirely, not through stealth or concealment, but as if she had simply ceased to exist, leaving no trace behind, rendering his efforts futile. The next moment, a voice, sinister as that of a specter, whispered in his ear, "What's wrong? Are you searching for me? I'm right behind you, can't you see?" Before Enel could react, a cold blade was pressed against his neck. A chilling reminder to abandon any foolish thoughts. Faced with the threat of death, Enel had no choice but to comply, remaining frozen in place. "So, do you yield now?" Katie repeated her inquiry for the third time, and this time, Enel hesitated, no longer dismissing her words outright. "How did you do it? Even now?" Enel struggled to comprehend how Katie had achieved such speed. Lightning was already considered the swiftest force on Earth, and though he had yet to master it fully, it was sufficient to maintain dominance over Katie just moments before. Yet here he was, bewildered by her unparalleled velocity. Instantaneous movement, do you comprehend? And shouldn't you answer my question first? However, Enel remained mute, his mind a chaotic whirl. The miraculous abilities he thought only existed in fairy tales had manifested before him, and he found it hard to accept. Moreover, whether to submit or not, he was uncertain. Unlike his previous defeats, this time he faltered in his strongest domain, all while under Katie's admonishment. In terms of stamina, offensive techniques, and speed, he found himself outmatched. A flicker of respect began to grow within him, yet his lingering pride forbade him from uttering those two words. "Feel free to unleash any final techniques you possess." Rather than pressuring Enel further, Katie withdrew the blade from his neck, taking a step back to demonstrate her sincerity. Once again, all present were astonished by Katie's actions. They were left bewildered as to her intentions. The same question repeated time and again, capturing and releasing, only to ensnare him once more. What was she truly after? Only Gonfuer, who had remained composed throughout, displayed a glimmer of insight, as if he had grasped the underlying truth. I have 2 final strikes. If you can withstand them, I will concede. After being captured and released multiple times, Enel's pride could no longer endure such indignity. It was a profound humiliation, compelling him to present Katie with this ultimatum, while simultaneously admonishing himself. This was his last chance to prove himself. Bring it on. I will take them all. A faint smile graced her lips. Although she could not provide herself with a definitive answer, there was no doubt that Enel's demeanor had shifted from its previous conviction. Katie had a premonition that if she could withstand Enel's final 2 attacks, her efforts to win him over would be significantly advanced. Her gaze was fixed intently on the ascendant Enel. Though she had yet to witness his full display of power, her familiarity with the narrative left her unfazed. She tightened her grip on the air-slicing sword. Chapter 109. The Endless Fire Domain. The Ark's Proclamation. With a final determination to gamble everything, Enel unleashed his assault. The Ark, suspended in the heavens under his command, began to spew forth ominous clouds of thunder, its speed astonishing as it enveloped the sky within a 100-meter radius, darkening the light. In the next moment, 3 figures emerged from the Ark, forming a triangle of protection around Enel. That was. The trio flanking Enel caused Katie's brow to furrow. Although they were at a distance, she could clearly discern their forms. Their bodies, not quite human, reflected a unique silvery sheen of metal. At that moment, Katie recalled a question she had overlooked. Why was Enel, who should have been on the moon, suddenly appearing on Sky Island, accompanied by 3 seemingly non-human entities? Before Katie could ponder further, Enel's long-anticipated eruption occurred. Thunder. With a furious roar, Enel's true form vanished, replaced by a terrifying tempest of destruction. The previously concentrated storm of lightning erupted violently, dividing into 3 torrents that struck the 3 figures beside him. In the dim sky, only those 4 figures radiated a blinding brilliance. In an instant, the lightning surged skyward, crashing into the expansive storm clouds generated by the Ark's proclamation. The world ignited in fervor. Countless bolts of lightning were visibly writhing within the dark clouds, a multitude that could be counted in the tens of thousands, perhaps even hundreds of thousands, covering a radius of several kilometers or more. If one were to encapsulate this scene in a single phrase, apocalypse would be the only fitting description. How could it be? The coverage was overwhelmingly vast. Initially, it seemed Enel was destined for defeat, yet now, it appeared that the outcome remained uncertain until the last moment. The immense scale was incomparable to Luffy's previous encounter. Although Katie's sword energy was extraordinary, its effectiveness against such a colossal storm was questionable. Ice shelter. In the midst of rising chaos, a cool voice suddenly resonated. Before anyone could react, a massive ice structure had already taken shape. Everyone get inside. Only then did they realize that the one who acted was the last of Katie's trio. Despite the warning, their response was slightly delayed. They had not expected that this quiet woman, who had spoken little from the start, possessed such formidable power, manifesting an ice house capable of sheltering hundreds. In their eyes, both Isteth and Katie were rare natural type abilities users, unmatched in strength, as they regarded natural fruits as synonymous with immense power. The prowess displayed by Katie and her companions astounded them, and they could scarcely imagine the strength of those from the Blue Sea. To their astonishment, Enel, who had once seemed invincible, was being repeatedly defeated. The impact of Luffy's crew still lingered, but this time, the shock brought by Katie and her companions would be forever etched in their memories. If those from the Blue Sea were this powerful, their lives would always be under threat, for no one could predict what kind of adversaries might ascend next. Katie, if you possess the capability, then withstand this deluge of thunder, or else everything behind you shall be obliterated. Despite the distance, Enel's voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Through the gaps in the ice shelter, they could see the devastation outside. Towering trees were uprooted, and massive boulders were sent flying. This was indeed the end of days. They could not see Katie's figure. Endless Fire Domain. Katie's voice finally rang out. Before they could locate her, a burst of flame illuminated their path. A flicker of azure flame pierced the grim sky, fragile like a candle amidst the blizzard, yet it kindled hope, though they could not quite discern its source. Boom. In the next moment, the spectacle unfolding in the sky left all witnesses in stunned silence, their minds rendered incapable of processing the overwhelming sight before them. At that moment, the ominous clouds and thunder were nowhere to be seen. All that remained was fire and azure flame. The initially feeble flame erupted in an instant, obscuring all lightning, its coverage far surpassing that of the storm clouds. It transformed into an ocean of fire. Had it not been for the ice shelter above, not a single one of the hundreds present would have survived. The outside world had become a hellish inferno, flames raging everywhere, with the entire Appiato engulfed in fire. Fortunately, few had inhabited this place, lest Katie be condemned as a villain. How about that? I believe I have withstood your attack. In response to Katie's inquiry, Enel chose to remain silent, unable to refute the outcome. He understood the disparity all too well. His storm clouds, aided by the Ark's proclamation in charge for so long, had still been unable to overcome her. The result was unmistakable. You still have one move left. Bring it forth. Katie would not deny her promise. Yet, despite her words, Enel remained motionless, fixated on Katie with pursed lips, showing no intention of continuing. Forget it. It is no longer necessary. This battle is yours. I concede. The final admission seemed to drain Enel of all vitality, rendering him as wilted as a frostbitten plant. The storm clouds above him began to dissipate. Unable to maintain their form, he realized that even if he unleashed all his might, he could never breach that sea of fire. Continuing would only expose his own inadequacy. Thus, he chose to concede gracefully. From now on, Sky Island will be under your command. I shall take my leave. Having conceded, Enel would no longer cling to the matter and turned to depart. Wait. A voice called out, halting Enel in his tracks. It seems you have forgotten what I said earlier. My purpose here is you. I have no intention of ruling Sky Island. Since you concede, why not join us and become my companion? With that, she also retracted her endless fire domain. Katie's words caused Enel, who had intended to leave, to pause. Looking into Katie's earnest eyes, he felt an inexplicable pang of anguish. How long had it been since he had heard the word companion? Chapter 110. Enel's joining I have lost to you, but that does not mean I must join you. You have mistaken your man. I am not suited for such a role. Despite the tempestuous turmoil within, he outwardly displayed no signs of refusal towards Katie's invitation. Listening to Ainolo's words, Talon could not help but furrow his brow. He had not anticipated that Katie would go to such lengths for him, yet the other party still desired to decline. In comparison, his own initial acquiescence had been remarkably smooth. Nevertheless, Talon refrained from intervening. This was the captain's matter, and it would be inappropriate for him to intrude. If you truly cherish solitude and prefer to be alone, I shall not intrude. Yet your eyes reveal a disdain for loneliness, a profound aversion, even. I am unaware of what you have endured in the past, but if you wish to share, I am willing to be a competent listener. If you choose not to speak, that is perfectly acceptable as well. While the past is immutable, I can accompany you in crafting a brighter future. So, why not grant me the opportunity to demonstrate that I can be your partner, a reliable companion? Join me. Join us, will you? As she spoke, Katie swiftly moved to Ainolu's side, extending her right hand toward him. Staring blankly at her outstretched palm, Ainolu found himself at a loss. How long had he awaited this moment? There was a time when he had not dared to hope for such an invitation. He merely wished for a response when he reached out to others. Yet, even this modest aspiration had remained unfulfilled. Now, with the roles reversed from active to passive, Ainolu found himself paralyzed by indecision. Undeniably, he longed to grasp that hand. However, after being closed off for so long, he hesitated to embrace this sudden happiness. Fearing it might be a fleeting dream, dissipating the moment he dared to reach out. Through those eyes, Katie discerned Ainolu's internal struggle. Though she could not fully grasp his thoughts, she sensed that he was not entirely unwilling. Otherwise, he could have simply rejected her without hesitation. Thus, Katie resolved to take a more assertive approach. Since you have not declined, I shall take it as your tacit agreement. As she spoke, she extended her left hand and firmly grasped Ainolu's right. In that instant of contact, Katie distinctly felt Ainolu tremble. His hand instinctively recoiled. Yet he could not escape her firm grip. Trust me. The succinct declaration conveyed Katie's resolve. At last, under her gentle insistence, his right hand reciprocated, clasping hers. From that moment on, Ainolu could not withdraw, and Katie sensed the resistance within him gradually waning. Clearly, though he had not voiced it, he had begun to accept her. Come, allow me to introduce you to the other two. With that, Katie tugged Ainolu toward the distant edge of the battlefield. Her pace was astonishing. One moment they were at the horizon, and the next, they stood beside the others. This is Death, my partner, second only to me in strength. The individual you have previously encountered is Fisher Tiger, our shipwright. Ainolu, no introduction is necessary. Everyone is already familiar with you. This straightforward introduction marked the beginning of their acquaintance, yet for the inhabitants of the distant Sky Island, this scene was unfathomable. They could hardly believe how events had unfolded to this extent. Chapter 111. Wepa and Kulike Talon, prepare food and drink. I shall host a banquet to celebrate our new member's induction. After expending such effort to welcome Ainolu, it was only fitting to commemorate the occasion. And nothing could bridge the gap between them more effectively than a feast. Understood, Captain. At this moment, the ship, known as the Emperor's Void, gradually made its approach. Thanks to the presence of the ship's spirit, it deftly evaded the tumult of war, re-emerging only once the conflict had ceased. Observing Katie amidst the throng, Kurikai found himself at a loss for words to express his emotions. Although he had anticipated that Katie's prowess would far exceed his expectations, he was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of her strength. Even from a distance of 10,000 meters, he felt the reverberations of the battle, his heart pounding relentlessly. In the next instant, Kurikai noticed a stranger beside Katie, adorned in simple attire yet marked by exaggerated tattoos, reminiscent of a berserker. Wait a moment, a warrior? In an instant, an astonishing thought took shape in Kurikai's mind. Could that person possibly be a descendant of the legendary warrior Karl Jarre, who had fought 4 centuries ago? The moment the thought emerged, it surged uncontrollably with an overwhelming fervor, although entirely unfounded. Kurikai was resolutely convinced and turned away from the Emperor's vessel, making his way towards Katie. "My lady Katie, if it pleases you, may I beseech the opportunity to follow you?" With these words, Vepa knelt, fully prepared to remain prostrate should Katie decline his request. As Katie scrutinized the kneeling Vepa, a decision crystallized in her mind. "I would not mind having an additional intern on board. However, since you have chosen to join us, all past grievances must be set aside. I do not wish to witness any discord among comrades. Do you understand this?" It is undeniable that Vepa's abilities did not meet the criteria for her crew, yet Katie recognized the potential within him. This individual's physical prowess is rather extraordinary. The weapon he wields, the Paoji-Bei, possesses a formidable recoil. Nevertheless, Vepa manages to utilize it consecutively at least 3 times, and despite bearing grave injuries, he still kneels before me, demonstrating remarkable perseverance. More importantly, Katie observes that nearly every formidable pirate crew has interns. Whether they are useful is secondary, as their presence elevates the crew's stature. Although she has yet to decide on becoming a pirate herself, she sees no harm in recruiting a few intern crew members. Ability is less significant than the aura and prestige they bring. With the decision made to follow Katie, Vepa embraces the necessary mindset. Regardless of past grievances with Enel, he must set them aside in this moment. Additionally, he acknowledges his modest fame in the Blue Sea. Even as an intern, he cannot afford to be too weak. "I shall grant you 2 years. After this period, your bounty must exceed 500 million. Otherwise, I will expel you." Remember, when you encountered Luffy, his bounty was merely 100 million. With a piercing gaze fixed on Vepa's eyes, an imposing presence flickers within his pupils. 1 billion. "I assure you that my bounty will surpass 1 billion within 2 years. Vepa's response astonishes everyone, not only dismissing Katie's condition, but also doubling it. Even the usually silent as death casts a glance, aware that Katie's current bounty is just over 1 billion. However, she refrains from comment, recognizing that boasting is common, and true capability will reveal itself in 2 years. "Haha, 1 billion it is. I eagerly anticipate that day." Katie comprehends the significance of a 1 billion bounty. It denotes a strength akin to that of a vice admiral, achieved only by those renowned and formidable in the New World. Even Enel, at present, is still shy of that mark. Yet, she does not dismiss Vepa's ambition. She has always held a fondness for those with aspirations, as ambition fuels relentless effort and the ability to overcome seemingly insurmountable challenges. As the saying goes, a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. Those devoid of ambition are merely cowards. Go tend to your injuries. From this day forth, you are under my command, Vepa. In a few days, I shall depart from this place, so be prepared." "Aye, Captain." He responds with a nod before turning to leave. However, as he pivots, he encounters an unfamiliar man. Vepa finds it perplexing that the stranger gazes at him with an odd familiarity, as if they share a long-lost connection. "Greetings, I am Oneblan Kulike. Are you a descendant of the great warrior Caldera?" A deafening echo resonates within Vepa's mind at the mention of the name Oneblan. It is a name he knows all too well, one that reverberates through the annals of his entire Sandia lineage, a name intertwined with 400 years of their history. The friend whom the great warrior Caldera held dear until his last breath. "I am his descendant. Was your ancestor named Oneblan Brand?" Vepa may not have noticed that his voice trembles with emotion. Although he had heard of Kulike's existence from Luffy, he never anticipated meeting the descendant of Brand in this manner. "I am as well." The atmosphere abruptly falls silent. This moment encapsulates the essence of silence, speaking louder than words. Though no utterance is exchanged, their eyes convey the most sincere emotions. Observing the 2 silent figures, Katie chooses not to intervene, allowing this pair of fated acquaintances to navigate their reunion. "Captain, the banquet is ready." Tyrone's voice calls from the other side. "I understand. I will join you shortly." Katie replies, not forgetting the other prominent figure from Sky Island. "Ganfall, would you care to join? Thank you for your kind invitation. But my condition does not permit me to attend. It would only disturb your festivities." He respectfully declines, his severe injuries preventing him from participating, but more importantly, he feels unprepared to face Enel. After all, they have been adversaries for nearly a decade, and the animosities between them cannot be resolved with mere words. "Very well. I shall visit you afterward." Katie can somewhat grasp Ganfall's apprehensions, and allows it to be. "Not at all. It is I who should pay you a visit." Though Katie speaks courteously, Ganfall remains humbly deferential before her. "Let us leave it for another time." She does not linger on the matter, her thoughts focused on the upcoming banquet, eager to indulge in libations after a long abstinence. Chapter 112. The Drinking Contest. Enel, step forward and introduce yourself. Upon the return of the crowd to the Imperial No, Katie encourages Enel to present himself. This banquet was organized in his honor, with the intention of bridging the gap between him and others. Although I had previously introduced him, it is only fitting that he takes the initiative himself. Moreover, this marks his first step, and he cannot be allowed to remain silent any longer. "I am Inalu, and I kindly ask everyone for your support." This sentence, punctuated by numerous pauses, was finally uttered, yet its substance was limited to merely his name. At that moment, He bore no trace of the earlier arrogance, resembling a small student caught in the act of wrongdoing by his teacher. Ainalu, you can't possibly be this timid, can you? You showed no mercy during our battle just now, Tyrone remarked, his astonishment at Ainalu's cowardice evident. That's not true. I simply do not know how to express myself. The obstinate Ainalu refused to acknowledge his own shortcomings. Since I have just bested you, I now offer you a chance to reclaim your victory. What do you say? With one failed scheme, Tyrone hatched another plan. At this moment, Tyrone had already discerned Katie's intentions. If she sought to unlock Inalu's long-closed heart, what could be more fitting than wine? By inebriating him and provoking a display of foolishness, he would awaken the next day unburdened by any reservations. Who has defeated you? That was merely an accident on my part. Besides, I did not exert my full strength during our battle. I held back to only 1/10 of my capability. Although he had indeed lost to Tyrone, Inalu would never concede it. A loss is a loss, and a victory is a victory. Furthermore, I only utilized 1/20 of my full power. Do you comprehend? Observing Inalu's growing agitation, Tyrone naturally intensified his provocation. So, what shall we compete in? Watch me not obliterate you. Let us engage in a drinking contest, shall we? Tyrone raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of utter disdain. What is there to fear? Come forth. Inalu had no justification to refuse the challenge of drinking, denying it would mean he could never hold his head high before Tyrone again. A scheming smile spread across Tyrone's face. He had no apprehension about drinking. With a robust physique as his foundation, he believed his capacity for liquor was commendable. Let us drink. As the two commenced their drinking, Katie smiled, relishing the spirited atmosphere of the banquet. Come, let us share a few cups as well. At this moment, Katie's thirst for alcohol surged. She dragged Esteth over to join in the revelry. Captain, shall we not compete together? To Inalu, whether one or two people drank made little difference. Thus, he decided to join in, should he succeed in overpowering them both. The shame of his previous defeat would be absolved. Indeed. Without further ado, he seized a bottle and downed it in one go. Having undergone the enhancement of dragon blood, he had not experienced intoxication since, and Katie felt fortunate for having trusted the system. The ancestral dragon's blood had undoubtedly elevated her in every aspect, yielding remarkable results. All right, I shall partake as well. Observing Katie's boldness, Inalu too lifted a bottle and drank deeply. However, Tyrone, standing nearby, suddenly halted his actions, a look of embarrassment crossing his face. Yaha, Tyrone. Is this all you can manage? You've barely begun, and you cannot handle even one bottle? Just wait, you shall see. He shot a fierce glare at Inalu. Katie's drinking capacity was something Tyrone had witnessed firsthand. She was akin to a deity of wine. Chapter 113, The Moonlit Armory Burp. Watching Tyrone and Inalu sprawled together, Katie revealed a mischievous smile. Tyrone, wake up and return to your room. After much shoving, she finally managed to guide Tyrone into his chamber. You are next. Her pupils reflected the sight of the equally inebriated Inalu, whom she then ushered into Tyrone's room, kindly tucking them both under the covers. Seeing the two tightly entwined, Katie nearly burst into laughter. She turned to leave, ensuring to close the door behind her so that no one would disturb their rest. Just as she spun around, a figure suddenly collided into her embrace. Let us return. The warm body, intoxicating scent, and sultry voice caused Katie to instantly succumb to a lure. Roar. A primal growl erupted from her throat as she lifted Esteth, charging toward her own room. This time, I shall be on top. As a dominant queen, Esteth was unwilling to yield to Katie's position. Come and see for yourself. She did not acquiesce to Esteth's demand. Let us try. A fierce battle commenced once more, the frail bed creaking under the strain, and the moon in the sky shyly concealed itself behind clouds. Inalu, you scoundrel. What are you doing in my room? Get out. A furious roar shattered the morning tranquility, leaving the residents of Sky Island puzzled as they glanced toward the distant ship. The Empire No. 0, curious about the commotion unfolding aboard. You two are quite lively, rising so early just to bicker. Though she spoke with an impassive face, her heart was heavy, as the reactions of these two fools had been entirely predictable. Captain, did you not arrange for us to share a room last night? Despite lacking any evidence, Tyrone was thoroughly convinced that this was all a scheme orchestrated by Katie. After spending time with her, he understood her temperament well enough to know she was capable of such antics. Tyrone's words sparked suspicion in Inalu as well, who gazed at Katie with a hint of menace in his eyes. Faced with their scrutiny, Katie displayed no signs of distress. She had anticipated such a scenario. Hey, that is defamation. If you cannot outrink me, do not resort to such accusations. That is not how this game is played. She feigned indignation and grievance. Moreover, do you truly think I would have the inclination to meddle in your affairs at night? Just as she finished speaking, Esteth happened to emerge from Katie's room. This scene inflicted a staggering blow upon Tyrone, a solitary soul, rendering him incapable of delving into the events of the previous night, as he sulked in a corner, cursing in circles. Enel, what were those three entities that burst forth from your ship during our battle? Katie was particularly intrigued by the sudden appearance of these beings. sensing that their existence would undoubtedly bring her some unexpected revelations. As it happens, those entities were something I stumbled upon unintentionally on the Infinite Land. Infinite Land? What is that place? Tyron expressed his confusion over the unfamiliar term uttered by Enel. It is simply the moon during the nighttime. Enel responded with astonishing candor. The moon? How could humanity possibly reach such a place? Tyron doubted Enel's explanation, having never heard of anyone reaching the moon, a realm inhospitable to human life. Even Esther's cast a sidelong glance, though it was Katie's demeanor that truly astonished her. Upon hearing such shocking news from Enel, Katie remained eerily calm, as if she had anticipated this very answer. Please, continue, Tyron urged, interrupting his own line of questioning to prompt Enel to elaborate. Enel was taken aback by Katie's insistence, for he too would not have believed that anyone could fly to the moon had he not experienced it himself. Due to certain circumstances, I ascended to the Infinite Land, which is indeed the moon. Previously, I believed it to be the domain of the gods, a sanctuary where deities resided. My pride led me to conceal my defeat at the hands of Luffy. However, upon my arrival, I discovered the truth of my misconception. I traversed the entirety of the moon and encountered not a single living soul, only vast expanses of war-ravaged ruins. At this juncture, Enel's spirits visibly waned. The ideals he had steadfastly clung to shattered in an instant, a disheartening realization for anyone. Undeterred, I rummaged through the ruins in hopes of finding something of interest. And indeed, I stumbled upon a remarkably intact arms factory. Just as I was preparing to enter for a closer inspection, 3 robots materialized before me, launching an immediate assault. After a fierce battle, I triumphed over them. Yet just as I believed the ordeal concluded, another robot emerged, its strength surpassing that of the previous 3 combined. In its presence, my elemental transformation had little effect. I sensed that this was not the Haki you speak of, but rather an inherent property that possessed a formidable counter against me. You must have encountered Sea Prism Stone, Katie conjectured based on Enel's account. It is known that there are few things capable of countering natural abilities: seawater, Sea Prism Stone, and Haki. These 3 are the only known entities. And then, it was clear that Enel had not yet finished his tale. Due to the robot's obstruction, I was unable to ascertain what lay within. Yet, unexpectedly, the robots I had previously defeated clung to me stubbornly, and I discovered I could control them effectively, thus keeping them by my side as combat aids. Ultimately, when I truly realized that the Infinite Land held nothing of value, I returned to the Sky Island aboard the Ark Maxim. That is when I encountered all of you. After listening to Enel's narrative, Katie fell into deep contemplation. Clearly recognizing that significant, undisclosed events had transpired on the moon, potentially linked to the century of blankness in the pirate world. In that case, let us venture to the moon and uncover its mysteries. Katie never imagined that the moon, distant from the world, would harbor such secrets. Gazing skyward, she felt a yearning to explore, even if nothing awaited her there. Her fascination with outer space was unwavering. The others offered no objections to Katie's decision. With the capabilities of the Ark Maxim and Enel's power supply, reaching any destination posed no challenge. They too were eager to witness what the moon truly held. Chapter 114. Preparations for departure. I shall prepare aboard the Ark Maxim. Enel instinctively assumed that the group intended to rely on his vessel to reach the moon, unaware of the extraordinary capabilities of the DW ship. There is no need for your antiquated ship. Allow me to showcase the prowess of the DW. As a master shipwright, although he had never set foot on the Ark Maxim, he could readily discern its strengths and weaknesses. Its ability to harness lightning and wind was indeed a remarkable feature, but its other attributes left much to be desired. Are you certain? Despite Tyron's confident tone, Enel could not suppress his concern, aware that this was no jest. Should something go awry, they would be stranded without recourse. Fear not. As long as you maintain power, 1 moon's distance is but a trifle. 10 would pose no challenge. Tyron, take Enel to the back to inspect. I shall prepare provisions. We aim to set sail today. As a person of action, Katie was determined to proceed without delay. This is indeed a journey to the moon. Enel took a full 4 months for a round trip. Although the Imperial no exceeds the Ark Maxim in performance, it cannot achieve lightspeed travel. It will still take approximately 2 months. Very well. Let us embark and witness the true marvels of technology. Meanwhile, Katie approached the recuperating Weepa to share her plans for traveling to the moon. So, would you like to join us? If not, that's perfectly fine. I can take you away upon my return. From now on, wherever the captain goes, I shall follow. Her tone was resolute, and Katie could see that it was not mere flattery or insincerity. A commendable determination. In that case, I shall entrust you with the task of gathering provisions. Afterward, come directly to the Imperial Null. With that, Katie turned to leave. Weepa, have you truly decided to accompany Lady Katie to the moon? You know you could recuperate on Sky Island until she returns, without the need for such peril. Ever since Katie proposed the lunar expedition, Kalikai's brow had furrowed in concern. He could not fathom why Katie was so intent on going to the moon. Rest assured, Enel is someone who has returned from the moon, so the dangers should be minimal. Besides, did you not mention that Lady Katie's bounty is currently at 10 billion? In that case, I cannot afford to remain idle. Upon hearing from Kalikai about Katie's bounty, Weepa could hardly suppress the urge to slap himself. He had witnessed Katie's formidable strength, a power that instilled despair. In that case, I have nothing more to say. Be cautious. Although Weepa did not voice it explicitly, Kalikai understood that he had been provoked. Time and again, Sky Island faced crises while they could do nothing but watch helplessly. Such a fate was indeed disheartening. Thus, Kalikai would not dissuade Weepa. All he could do was offer silent support from the shadows. Very well, I shall take my leave. I entrust the care of the Sandia tribe to you. Fear not. All shall be well with me. After confirming Weepa's relationship with the valiant Karl Gala, Kalikai resolved to remain on Sky Island. The two exchanged a smile. Despite knowing each other for less than 24 hours, they had already become close friends, akin to Brand and Karl Gala from 4 centuries past. I am leaving now. With that, Kalikai bid farewell, and Weepa watched his figure recede into the distance. Chapter 115. Towards the moon, are we all prepared? Observing the individuals assembled on the deck, Katie suddenly felt less alone in this world, surrounded by dependable companions. I have already familiarized Inel with the energy systems of the Imperial No, ensuring our power supply is secured. The provisions are also ready. The entire ship is filled with food and drinking water wherever there is space. In that case, let us set sail. Destination, the moon. Katie's voice, though not loud, resonated with unwavering conviction. Toot! The ship's horn sounded, and the familiar spatial gate opened once more. In the next moment, the Imperial No vanished from sight, embarking on its lunar quest at this very instant. While others waged wars over territories on the ocean, Katie and her companions set their sights on celestial bodies beyond the stars, with the Imperial No reaching its maximum speed. It exited the atmosphere within mere hours, entering outer space. Due to the peculiarities of this realm, everything around them appeared a deep green. Yet it did not hinder their appreciation of the grandeur and magnificence of the cosmos. Behind them loomed a colossal planet, nearly 90% of its surface cloaked in azure, with 2 intersecting crimson lines dividing it into 8 segments. Observing those red lines, Tyrone's demeanor showed signs of instability, his fists clenched tightly, his chest heaving with unsteady breaths. Tyrone, do you trust me? One day, I will ensure that those people pay the price they deserve. Katie understood Tyrone's thoughts. Her stance toward the celestial dragons remained unchanged. While she had yet to determine how she wished to navigate this world, she had no qualms about dismantling their rule. A collection of foolish beings unworthy of dominion over this world. To be frank, I initially did not believe you and thought you were not serious. The reason I chose to follow you is that your actions during the Marineford War humiliated the Navy and the world government. We are destined for conflict, which means we share a common enemy. However, through my observations during this time, I have come to realize that you possess an extraordinary ability, the nature of which eludes me even now. Thus, I have chosen to place my trust in you. This was Tyrone's carefully considered decision, whether it was the door or fruit, the journey to Sky Island, or the means by which he subdued Inel. Each experience reshaped Tyrone's perception of Katie. Just when he believed he had grasped her essence, she would reveal powers previously unseen, her very existence seemingly destined to forge miracles. If there were anything deemed impossible in this world, the first thought that would spring to Tyrone's mind would be Katie. Her presence alone was an enigma. Rest assured, in time, you will realize how correct your current decision is. Imperial No, disengage from the alternate space. Tyrone, Inel, descend and propel the ship forward. In an instant, Katie issued a series of commands. Your bodies are too weak. Remember, our future adversaries will be Marine Admirals and the 4 Emperors. You are far from ready. Now, do not hesitate to train. Simultaneously, the Imperial No activated the door fruit, opening a gateway to the present world. Unlike Earth in the past, outer space here is not an absolute vacuum. It contains air and oxygen, much like the ground. Yes, Captain. Without waiting for Katie to continue, Tyrone left the cabin and moved to the stern, unleashing his strength to propel the Imperial No forward. After battling Katie, he was acutely aware of how far he was from being a true top-tier powerhouse. Even without her urging, he would seek ways to enhance his abilities. The training method before him left Inel momentarily bewildered. Who among ordinary people would choose to push a ship as a means of physical training? What? Do you believe your physical capabilities are sufficient? With a glance at Inel, the latent power within Katie's blood surged forth, golden scales emerging from her skin. Her once delicate visage transforming into the fierce countenance of a beast as she entered her dragon form. I will go now. Sensing Katie's bloodthirsty aura, Inel immediately recoiled. He had yet to recover from the shadows of their previous battle. He soon realized that the transformed Katie was an entirely different entity. Who in their right mind would wish to remain in such a presence? Certainly not him. With a thunderous roar, Inel arrived at the stern, joining Talon in propelling the ship, the Demon King, towards the moon. Sensing the vessel's swift progress, Katie nodded in satisfaction. The war at Marineford had forged an unyielding enmity between her and the Navy, leaving her unaware of their strategies against her. As Kizaru and Akina struggled to capture her, it was inevitable that the Navy would alter their plans. Katie sensed that upon her departure from Skypiea and re-entry into the Grand Line, she would undoubtedly encounter a Navy blockade. Time was no longer a luxury she could afford. Captain, what about me? Just as Katie was about to leave with his death, Weepa eagerly interjected, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for power. Is your body fully recovered? Katie acknowledged Weepa's determination. Yet it was paramount he did not jeopardize his health, as one's body is the foundation of all strength. No need to worry, Captain. I'm fine now, he replied, tearing away the bandages that had bound him. Rather than intervene, Katie was curious to see how resilient he had become. As the bandages unraveled, revealing the scabs on Weepa's wounds, Katie fell into silence. His recovery was surprisingly rapid. Just yesterday, he had been gravely injured, and after merely a night's rest, he had transformed from severe to minor injuries, which was quite extraordinary. Are you a special ability user? Katie pondered this transformation. No, I'm not. Honestly, I don't understand it myself. It seems I have always possessed superior physical resilience compared to my peers, especially in terms of recovery speed. That's why I dared to wield the reject dial as a weapon. Weepa too was perplexed about his own condition, although he had inquired of the elders in his clan. They had offered no satisfactory explanations, leading him to abandon the quest for answers, as it seemed not to hinder him. However, Katie held a different perspective. Had she only watched the first 400 episodes of One Piece, she might have dismissed it, but with her comprehensive knowledge of the entire series, she foresaw the significant impact physical prowess could have on one's strength. At times, physical condition could indeed dictate an individual's power. Chapter 116, Bloodline of the War God. Before her transmigration, the storyline had just entered the Wano arc, where the principal antagonist was undoubtedly Kaido, the Beast. Lauded as the strongest creature, Kaido's ascension to the position of an emperor was predicated on his unparalleled physical capabilities. If her assumptions were correct, Luffy's growth in this arc would not merely involve the mastery of Conqueror's haki, his physical capabilities, and the potential for short-term explosive skills would likely see substantial enhancement, including the possibility of developing a fifth gear. The battles at Marineford had already illustrated the significance of physical prowess among top-tier warriors. It could be said that while not all individuals with formidable physical strength were top-tier fighters, those lacking such strength could never be considered among the elite. The fact that Whitebeard could contend with Roger at full strength, fight Shanks at half capacity, and overpower Akainu while gravely injured, was inextricably linked to his monstrous physicality. If that comparison seemed insufficient, one need only consider Kaido's experiences. As the emperor with the most battle defeats and penchant for self-destructive behavior, his survival was sustained by his extraordinary physical resilience. System, do you know why Weepa is like this? As the saying goes, when faced with a question, consult the internet. Since she couldn't access it now, she turned to the omniscient system beside her. This individual likely possesses the bloodline of a war god. Katie was not disappointed by the system's immediate explanation. Bloodline of a war god? She furrowed her brow. Previously, she might not have comprehended the concept of bloodlines. But after experiencing the enhancements from the ancestor dragon's blood and Talon Sea god bloodline, she had gained some understanding of what bloodline power entailed. Yet, she was astonished to discover the sheer number of bloodline powers in the pirate world. Among her 3 crew members from this realm, 2 were bloodline possessors. The odds were staggering, given that bloodline powers had never existed in the pirate world before. System, can you tell me how many types of bloodline powers exist in the pirate world? Why don't you ask me about the blank century's history while you're at it? This time, the system did not respond with information, but rather with a teasing remark towards Katie. If I ask you, can you tell me? Katie, undeterred, pressed on, fully embracing her audacity. Do you think that is possible? I see no impossibility in it. However, the system's voice abruptly faded, seemingly too lethargic to provide a rebuttal. Rubbing her nose, Katie turned her attention back to Weepa. She had to admit that this in turn was a remarkable find, compared to Talon. Weepa's future strength could easily reach that of a vice admiral, and whether he could ascend to admiral status would depend on his fortune. In that case, head to the equipment room to train. I understand your eagerness to master haki, but the body is the foundation of all revolution. While you may seem strong compared to the inhabitants of Skypiea, you are still far from the true monsters of the Blue Sea. Once your physical capabilities meet my standards, I will gladly teach you the art of haki. Yes, Captain. With Katie's words, Weepa could only nod in agreement, acknowledging that he had indeed been too impatient. As he observed his comrades commencing their training, Katie felt a sense of relief. Only through rigorous preparation could one minimize the cost of battle. Come, let us work on enhancing your haki. With that, she took Isteth and returned to the designated training chamber. Chapter 117, Isteth's Breakthrough Ugh. As they watched Isteth soaring high into the air, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. During this time, their father had been particularly merciless, with many suffering serious injuries. Yet, they all understood his intent. He was teaching them hands-on, so a little pain was a small price to pay. Still not making progress? A figure descended from the sky. It was Marco, the captain of the 1st Division. Compared to the Marineford War, Marco appeared more weathered yet exuded greater composure. His eyes fully open now. Their father had been battling with his death for nearly 2 hours, yet there were no signs of a breakthrough. Shaking his head, Jozu expressed his own frustration regarding Isteth's situation. Since Katie's departure, months had passed, and their father had almost fought with Isteth every other day, intending to help her abilities transcend. Yet, to their dismay, no progress had been made thus far. By the way, how's it on your end? Jozo was aware that while everyone endured their father's training, Marco had been tasked with securing the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, making him a rare sight aboard the Moby Dick lately, still within manageable limits. The enemies are merely newcomers from the first half of the sea, bold but lacking the requisite strength. Should we recruit some new members to bolster our ranks? Although Marco spoke with a casual demeanor, Jozo was not naive enough to genuinely believe his words. Recently, the number of pirates had surged exponentially, with many focusing their attention on the Whitebeard crew, who had just emerged from the fierce Marineford War. The pressure Marco faced was undeniably immense. Otherwise, he would not be so elusive. It was prudent to wait. Although we triumphed in the Marineford War, we suffered considerable losses, and everyone needed time to recuperate. Moreover, the current chaos was overwhelming. One could hardly discern the true motives of those who had allied with us. We could not afford to encounter another traitor. Marco clearly harbored his own apprehensions regarding expansion. All right, you may take charge of this matter. I am but a layman in such affairs. Jozo understood precisely what Marco was alluding to. The repercussions of Blackbeard's actions had been monumental for the Whitebeard pirates. Had it not been for Kidd's unexpected assistance, they dared not contemplate the possible outcomes. He wondered how Captain Kidd was faring. It had been several months without a word. Ever since Kidd acknowledged Whitebeard as his uncle, everyone within the crew began to refer to him as Captain Kidd, a gesture of gratitude and a recognition of his formidable prowess, especially considering his remarkable performance during the Marineford War. Rest assured, Father has already stated that when Captain Kidd makes his appearance, it will be a cause for concern for the Marines. You ought to worry about yourself. After Ace, it will be your turn. Marco, however, remained unperturbed, knowing that the unpredictable Kidd was no mere whim of fate. Fear not, I am tough and resilient. Very well, you all stay here and accompany Father. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. Yet, just as Marco was about to take flight, a flash of azure suddenly materialized. This unexpected transformation rendered Marco momentarily speechless, his eyes fixated on the figure at the center of the battlefield, fearful of missing something significant. Finally, I have done it. Ace's exhilarated voice echoed as azure flames erupted skyward, raising the battlefield's temperature significantly. He had broken through. Ace had indeed surpassed his limits. The members of the Whitebeard crew understood all too well the implications of this moment. As they beheld the familiar figure enveloped in flames, many were moved to tears, recalling the sacrifices made during that fateful battle, which had profoundly affected the Whitebeard pirates standing upon the seas. In recent times, an overwhelming number of challengers have arisen against the old man's throne. Though they have all been repelled by Marco, this relentless pressure weighs heavily upon the hearts of many, akin to a colossal stone. At this moment, Ace's newfound abilities have once again elevated the strength of the Whitebeard pirates. While he may not yet rival the admirals of the Navy headquarters, he stands as the most formidable force beneath them, capable of instilling fear in the hearts of the wicked. Old man, allow Ace and me to battle together, Marco implored as flames danced around Ace, sensing that it was time for the world to witness the might of the Whitebeard pirates. Ha ha ha. Go forth and teach those scoundrels a lesson for daring to harm our family. Whitebeard understood Marco's thoughts clearly, especially since Ace's recent breakthrough necessitated combat to grasp the nuances of his newfound power. Rest assured, old man, I will ensure they remember their place. I shall make it clear to all who reign supreme upon the seas. Ace's declaration resonated with everyone present. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, a month and a half had passed, and it was as if Kitty had vanished from the world. Despite employing numerous intelligence agents, we have gleaned not a shred of information. Where could this individual possibly be? Are we truly powerless against him? In the office of Sengoku, only Garp and Tsuru remained, allowing Sengoku to voice his frustrations. The enemy lurks in the shadows while we remain in the light, and Kitty is unlike any ordinary pirate. His thought processes diverge from the norm. What one deems impossible often becomes probable. What should I do then? Garp acknowledged Tsuru's concerns. Yet understanding was futile if they could not locate him. There are two courses of action I can pursue until Kitty reemerges. The first is to wait until our people ascertain Kitty's whereabouts. The second is to prepare, considering every conceivable eventuality, making the necessary arrangements. Once Kitty appears, we must strike with the force of thunder to seize control of the situation, ensuring he is never afforded the chance to escape again. Despite her advancing years, Tsuru's words were laden with lethal intent. She understood all too well the magnitude of Kitty's threat. Unlike Whitebeard or Shanks, who harbored ambition and vigor, Kitty possessed principles and convictions that set him apart from the likes of Blackbeard and Doflamingo. Once such a person steps forth and raises their voice, the response will undoubtedly surpass all imagination, potentially posing a threat to the world government. Carp, why are you so quiet this time? Sengoku inquired, his curiosity piqued by Carp's unusual silence, which contrasted sharply with his typical demeanor. Sengoku, I have a foreboding feeling. Our upcoming battle with Katie will not conclude easily. And in some respects, it may even be more intense than the recently concluded Marineford War. Carp's words plunged the office into silence, though merely a premonition. Carp's instincts were remarkably accurate, nearly infallible. It seems we are bracing ourselves for yet another battle. A deep yet resolute voice emerged from Sengoku, the atmosphere thickening with an ominous gravity. Chapter 118. Arrival on the moon. Meanwhile, Katie, who was the subject of countless thoughts, finally set foot on the lunar surface. Is this truly the moon? As she surveyed her surroundings, both those who had previously visited, like Inaru, and those who had not, such as Katie and her companions, were profoundly captivated by the scene before them. What intrigued Katie was that, unlike the moon of her previous life, this one, while devoid of liquid water, possessed ample air, and the surface gravity was quite normal, not differing significantly from that of the pirate world. What do you think? Once all this is over, shall we build a small abode here? Such a beautiful moment beneath the moonlight should not be missed, she said, wrapping her arms around Esther's slender waist and uttering sweet nothings. Indeed, the scenery is quite lovely, but it feels rather desolate. No worries. We can always have more children in the future, she added, her hand gently caressing Esther's belly. Rascal. Esther swatted away Katie's wandering hands, casting her a disapproving glance. The intensity of that gaze nearly ignited Katie's desires. Captain, have mercy on us. On the surface, we could tolerate your antics. But now that we've arrived on the moon, could you please spare us? Seeing Katie about to continue, Talon hastily intervened, fearing for his life if this continued. Ahem. After all this time, you still haven't acclimatized? Your ability to adapt seems rather lacking, Katie remarked, deftly turning the blame back onto Talon. You. Talon was at a loss for words, pointing at Katie, his fingers trembling as though his soul was about to ascend to blissful oblivion. All right, I forgive you, Katie said with a wave of her hand, generously choosing to overlook Talon's discomfort. Inaru, where is that place you mentioned? Shifting the topic, they focused on the armory. Over there, Inaru replied, glancing around the surroundings. Imperial Number 0, head in that direction. With a command, the ship set course towards Inaru's indicated location. Several hours later, Imperial Number 0 came to a halt once more. Gazing upon the vast expanse of war-ravaged ruins before them, a heavy silence enveloped the group. The scale of the devastation was indeed immense, roughly comparable to that of Water 7. It was difficult to fathom what had transpired here to cause such extensive destruction, especially on the moon. Moreover, it was evident that the war must have erupted a considerable time ago, as the remnants of battle were nearly imperceptible. The evidence of warfare lay only in the discernible craters, which were clearly not of natural origin, bearing unmistakable signs of human influence. Could it be that we are not the first to arrive on the moon? At that moment, everyone pondered the same question. Let us proceed to locate the armory. Perhaps it will yield some answers. Since we cannot ascertain the cause, there is no point in lingering here. Let us first investigate the armory Inara mentioned. Very well. At this moment, there was no need for Inal to lead the way, for the location of the munitions factory was conspicuously prominent. Situated right in the heart of the war-torn ruins. Surprisingly intact in appearance, a colossal robot, twice the size of an ordinary human, stood at the entrance. Chapter 119. Isteth vs. Guard Robot Halt. Travelers. Just as Katie and her companions approached within 100 meters of the factory, the seemingly malfunctioning robot suddenly activated. Its crimson eyes, radiating a menacing signal, fixated on Katie and her group, a clear warning evident in its gaze. Who will take this on? The eyes shifted between Isteth and Talon, evidently signaling that the time for battle was imminent. Vepa was clearly not up to the task. And Inal had previously admitted his inadequacy as an opponent. The best option would naturally be for one of them to step forward. However, Katie was not inclined to engage just yet, knowing that relentless seclusion in training was a grave misstep. Only through countless experiences of bloodshed and pain could one truly evolve into a formidable force. Having already endured considerable combat recently, it was now time to allow others to take the stage for their training. I shall take this on, came a cool voice as Isteth stepped forward. Be cautious, came the admonition, yet it was not a deterrent. In recent months, Isteth's strength has significantly escalated. She has mastered the 3 forms of Haki, achieving a level of proficiency that rivals that of a grandmaster, with the exception of the Conqueror's Haki. As a training partner, Katie feels a pang of embarrassment at such an extraordinary rate of improvement. Had it not been for her system as an advantage, she might have been left far behind by Isteth. With her newfound prowess, she now seeks formidable opponents to practice and refine her application of Haki in combat, making the challenge of defeating Inal's robot all the more fitting. As Isteth steps onto the battlefield, no one dares to voice dissent. Curiosity about this captain's wife runs high. After all, aside from Katie, the others have never witnessed Isteth unleash her full capabilities, and the glimpses of her power have left them in awe. Seizing this opportunity, they long to gauge the true extent of Isteth's strength and whether she truly deserves the title of the second strongest. Warning, warning. You have entered a restricted area. Please vacate immediately. As Isteth approaches, the Guardian robots become increasingly aggressive, adopting threatening stances. Ice Spear. Before the robots can initiate their attack, 2 ice spears hurtle through the air, striking them with precision. Angered by the assault, the robot vanishes from sight, only to reappear before Isteth with a raised fist poised to strike. The speed of its movement catches Katie and the others off guard. Ice Shield. Yet such an onslaught proves trivial for Isteth, as an ice shield materializes instantly before her. The impact shatters the shield into countless fragments, momentarily breaching Isteth's defenses. However, it affords her just enough time to evade the robot's punch. Ice World. With a commanding gesture, the surrounding environment transforms into a realm of ice. Towering spikes rising hundreds of meters into the sky, enveloping the landscape in a crystalline embrace. Witnessing Isteth's full-scale eruption, the others, with the exception of Katie, are left nearly speechless. The sheer magnitude is astonishing, rivaling even Katie's display of power on Sky Island. Isn't this a bit excessive? Enel exclaims in disbelief. He had always perceived Isteth as merely a pretty face, a mere ornament aboard the ship due to Katie's presence. Yet, in this moment, he can no longer underestimate her abilities. It becomes evident that her mastery of power far surpasses his own. Ice Rain. Before anyone can recover from their astonishment, Isteth launches another wave of attacks. From a single massive ice spike, hundreds of thousands of sharp ice spears erupt, blanketing the battlefield in a deluge of icy projectiles that rain down relentlessly for 2 full minutes. That robot must be obliterated by now, Vipa remarks. Having heard that the robot is even stronger than Enel himself, he cannot fathom how such a specialized machine could withstand such devastating force. However, the next moment, a figure soars into the sky, shattering Vipa's expectations. How can this be? Vipa is bewildered, struggling to comprehend how the robot remains operational despite enduring such ferocious attacks. Its exterior seemingly unscathed, as if it had just begun. There is nothing impossible. If humans can possess the power to annihilate an island or even a nation, then so too can other entities. Isteth's words ring with profound clarity. The depth of her insight leaves not only Vipa but also Talon and Enel in contemplative silence, each lost in their thoughts. Even Katie finds herself affected by the conversation. She had once believed that her identity as a traveler would grant her immense advantages. Yet now she realizes her understanding of the pirate world is woefully inadequate. As her gaze drifts toward the distant armory, a name surfaces in Katie's mind. Uranus. The Celestial King. Uranus, Poseidon, and Pluto are the 3 ancient weapons of the pirate world, each reputed to possess the power to obliterate an island in an instant. To date, 2 of the 3 have made their presence known. The mermaid princess of Fishman Island is Poseidon. As for Pluto, it is a colossal warship that vanished centuries ago, leaving behind blueprints that Frankie had once held but subsequently destroyed. Whether backups exist remains uncertain. The final weapon, Uranus, has yet to emerge, and Oda has offered no hints regarding its whereabouts. Previously, Katie had assumed that Uranus must have ties to the sky or perhaps belonged to a yet-to-be-discovered airborne race or weapon. However, after hearing Enel's description of the moon, she suddenly considers the possibility that this very armory could be the fabled Uranus. As Katie contemplates this revelation, the battle intensifies. Realizing that ice alone can no longer harm her adversary, Isteth decisively alters her combat strategy, with a blade drawn and armed hockey enveloping it. The sword becomes an ominous shade of black. Clearly, Isteth acknowledges the robot's formidable durability and resolves to unleash her full might. With a swift slash, the sound of metal colliding echoes through the air as the sharpness of her blade cleaves through the towering ice spikes, one after another, collapsing them effortlessly. The tide of battle reaches a stalemate. Sensing the danger posed by Isteth's blade, the robot abandons its previous aggression, shifting into a defensive posture. Faced with a robot intent on defense, Isteth feels a twinge of frustration, unsure of the material that comprises its body. Even Katie's weapon, enhanced by armed hockey, merely leaves a fleeting white mark, which vanishes moments later as if it had never existed. With a sudden crack, Isteth's blade shatters, unable to withstand the relentless barrage of collisions. The moment the robot senses the shift in momentum, it retaliates with a powerful swing of its fist aimed squarely at Isteth. Unprepared for the sudden turn of events, Isteth has no choice but to raise her hockey-imbued arms for protection. Just as the robot's attack is about to land, a figure appears, interposing itself between Isteth and the impending blow. Get back! A thunderous voice commands, sending the once rampaging robot hurtling backward into a heap of debris. Sorry, I'm late. At this moment, Katie remained undeterred in her flirtations, raising an eyebrow and offering a self-assured smile to Isteth. Humph, teach this metal lump a proper lesson. A chilly snort escaped her, evidently indicating that Isteth was quite vexed by the robotic entity. As you wish, my dear wife, Katie quipped playfully before launching a renewed assault. Her fist rained down upon the robot in a flurry of strikes. Observing Katie's rapid onslaught, Isteth felt her cheeks flush. She marveled at how she could utter such words. Had her former subordinates heard her, they would surely have been taken aback. Yet, deep within, she found no aversion to this sensation. In fact, she relished it. Experiencing a fluttering akin to that of a love-struck heart. Was this what love truly felt like? She murmured softly to herself, careful not to let anyone overhear. As Katie felt the slight tingling in her fists, she couldn't help but be taken aback. Although she had anticipated the robot's formidable hardness, she had not expected it to be so extraordinary, almost rivaling the physical prowess unleashed during Tyrone's bloodline power. If she set aside her dragon transformation, her own physical capabilities seemed to pale in comparison to those of the robot. However, as the saying goes, where there is a policy, there is a countermeasure. And Katie was not without her own means to cope. In that case, it is the perfect opportunity to test the powers of the Tremor fruit. Since acquiring the Tremor fruit a few months prior, she had yet to utilize it fully, lacking the right circumstances. Now, however, the moment was opportune, and she had no fear of revealing anything. With a broad grin, Katie infused her fist with the abilities of the Tremor fruit, and cracks began to manifest, seemingly shattering the very fabric of space. Get lost. Although the force of her attack remained unchanged, the effects were drastically different, sending the robot hurtling away. Chapter 121. The Might of the Tremor Fruit Impossible. How could one person possibly possess two fruit abilities? Tyrone stood dumbfounded, acutely aware of the vibrations coursing through the surrounding space. This unmistakably represents the iconic ability of the Four Emperors Whitebeard and his Tremor fruit. How could it manifest in Katia, who is known to wield the Flame fruit? There exists an absolute rule regarding devil fruits. A person cannot possess two devil fruit abilities simultaneously. Attempting to consume a second will result in a catastrophic internal conflict, leading to one's demise. History is replete with madmen who have dared to test this boundary, and all have met with gruesome fates. If it is indeed a steadfast law that one cannot hold two powers, what then is transpiring before our eyes? While Katia's possession of abilities akin to Ace could be interpreted as a unique phenomenon, the presence of the Tremor fruit defies explanation. It can only be described as an enigma. Is it truly a devil fruit ability? As a native of Skypiea, Enel is unfamiliar with the Four Emperors, and even less so with Whitebeard. Indeed, it is a devil fruit ability, known as the Tremor fruit, much like your Thunder fruit. The Tremor fruit is lauded as the most potent paramecia type, possessing the power to annihilate the world. This ability was originally the sole domain of the formidable Whitebeard, who could, at his discretion, obliterate Skypiea in an instant, earning him the title of the world's strongest man. Speaking of Whitebeard, Tyrion holds him in high regard, not only for his benevolence towards Fishman Island, but more so for his overwhelming strength. In his prime, the Navy dared not encroach upon the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, and Tyrion even speculates whether the Navy would have had the audacity to instigate the Marineford War in those days. Is it truly that exaggerated? Despite Tyrion's emphatic assertions, Enel remains skeptical. Though he has been bested by Katia, it does not imply his inferiority. If such a being indeed exists, what then of his years of relentless effort? Once you reach the Blue Sea, you will understand. With your current strength, 900 million is indeed excessive. Without a hint of deference to Enel, Tyrion crushes him with the bounty figure. How can it be? My bounty cannot possibly be merely 900 million. It must be at least 2 billion. Unaware of Katia's actual bounty, Enel boasts a staggering number he does not comprehend. 2 billion? That is quite impressive. Our captain's current bounty is merely 1 billion. Do you believe you are superior to the captain? While he acknowledges that Katia's strength has surely surpassed the billion mark, he refrains from revealing this, intent on ensnaring Enel in his own hubris. In an instant, Enel comprehends the implications, though the temperature around him plummets, cold sweat pouring down his brow. I was mistaken. Before Enel can finish his thought, his body is encased in ice. Undoubtedly, his death has taken action. Crack. In the next moment, Enel shatters the icy prison but refrains from speaking further. Having experienced Isteth's power firsthand, Enel has become more attuned to the gravity of the situation. However, he casts a fierce glare at Tyrion, clearly believing Tyrion orchestrated this embarrassment. Tyrion, undeterred by Enel's provocation, raises his eyebrows in challenge, extending his right index finger in a provocative gesture. Boom. Just as Enel is on the verge of exploding with rage, a deafening sound reverberates, capturing everyone's attention. The ice that once enveloped half the battlefield vanishes in an instant, an intense tremor jarring the surroundings, leading the uninformed to mistakenly believe an earthquake has occurred. As the smoke clears, the robot before his death and the others is no longer intact. It is riddled with dents, some parts even twisted beyond recognition. In contrast, Katia emerges relatively unscathed, her breath only slightly quickened. Even her attire remains largely intact. In light of this attack, Enel falls silent. He is well aware of the robot's formidable structure from their previous encounters, and even his lightning-based assaults struggle to inflict significant damage. Yet, before Katia, it crumbles like tofu. Katia, a figure of such formidable strength, boasts a mere 1 billion bounty. How powerful must those with bounties exceeding 1 billion, or even 2 billion be? For the first time, doubt creeps into Enel's confidence. Does he truly still have the right to consider himself a god? He cannot help but question himself. Has he truly lost faith? Tyrion notices the shift in Enel's demeanor. Fear not, your Thunder fruit is an envious prize for many, and if I am not mistaken, your observation haki possesses a unique power. Should you harness it, it could suffice for your future endeavors. There exists a formidable warrior in the Blue Sea who commands respect through foresight granted by his observation haki, with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. Observing Enel's despondent state, Tyrion adopts a reassuring tone, akin to an older brother comforting a younger sibling. Aha, you have an eye for talent. I shall become an existence that suppresses all. And in light of your perceptiveness, I will look after you from now on. The clouds of doubt dissipate from Enel's face, replaced by a torrent of mockery directed at Tyrion. You are but a novice who has yet to master haki. To think you could care for me is sheer folly. Though momentarily caught off guard by Enel's retort, Tyron quickly regains his composure, keen to highlight Enel's shortcomings. Humph. Do not become overly confident. I have already grasped the fundamentals. In no more than half a month, I shall master hockey. Then we shall reconvene in half a month. Rookie. He emphasizes the term rookie with a playful tone. Surely, you can feel the chasm separating us. Do you not wish to concede? Katia speaks solemnly while gazing at the robot, which has sustained minor damage. While you are indeed powerful, you still have some way to go. The robot's emotionless voice responds immediately. Huh, such audacity. I hope you can withstand what is to come. In a flash, she appears before the robot, raising her fist imbued with the Tremor Fruit's power, unleashing a torrent of blows. She refrains from unleashing her full might initially, as Enel had mentioned that defeating these robots would lead to their allegiance. Thus, Katia had shown restraint, only for the robot to grow overly confident. The battle escalates once more, each punch resonating with earth-shattering force. Katia exploits the Tremor Fruit to its fullest extent, having fully grasped its capabilities through recent combat experience. The tremors it produces affect not only the external form of objects but also wreak havoc on their internal structures, addressing both the exterior and interior. Chapter 122. The robot acknowledges its master. With her formidable strength concentrated in her right fist, the power of the fruit surges forth, already destabilizing the surrounding space before its full force is unleashed. A cataclysmic shockwave erupts. The condensed power detonates in an instant, unleashing an aura of despair that ravages everything in its vicinity. Abyssal fissures mar the landscape, even the lunar surface incapable of withstanding Katia's blow. After what feels like an eternity, tranquility descends once more. Gazing at the nearly 1,000-meter-wide crater, those present fall into a profound silence. Utterly astonished by the magnitude of Katia's punch, even Katia herself unable to suppress her astonishment. The force of this strike was indeed beyond my imagination, with a single blow. Life within a kilometer radius was utterly extinguished, truly remarkable in its might. Even if I fail to comprehend the skill of annihilation, I have not suffered a loss. It is no wonder that I possess the power to obliterate worlds. Should I encounter that fellow Akainu again, I shall ensure he experiences the taste of my fist, making him understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. A glance around revealed the silhouette of the robot at the bottom of the massive pit, prompting me to approach it. At this moment, the condition of the robot was nothing short of tragic. Its outer shell was severely damaged, allowing a clear view of its internal structure. At this moment, others also gathered around, ceaselessly observing the robot. Their curiosity was piqued by its strange condition, functioning normally after such a long time and exhibiting formidable strength. Capable of battling with Katie until now, a feat not easily achieved by just anyone. Strength confirmed. Please let the newcomer drop blood to verify identity. Suddenly, the robot shifted, revealing a recess. What could this mean? A puzzled gaze turned towards Anilu. Nothing much, just drop a drop of blood in. I did the same before. And then they will follow you. The phrase blood oath of allegiance abruptly appeared in Katie's mind. Yet wasn't this a plot more suited for a fantasy novel? Had she wandered into the wrong scene? Nevertheless, she chose to comply, as there were no other options. She was eager to see what tricks it might display. With a swift motion, a drop of blood flowed from Katie's fingertip and dripped into the recess, seeping through the gaps within, vanishing from sight. Then came a lengthy wait. Silence enveloping the group for several minutes, during which the robot showed no signs of activity. Does it really require this much time? Her gaze shifted back to Anilu, feeling that the duration was indeed excessive. I didn't take this long last time. Perhaps this robot is stronger than the others, necessitating some time, Anilu replied uncertainly, recalling his previous experience which lasted only a few seconds. Please forgive the delay, esteemed one. Just then, the robot suddenly stirred, kneeling before Katie. Though merely a machine, the sincerity of its gesture was palpable. What is happening? It was not like this before. Before anyone could inquire, Anilu stepped forward, equally perplexed, casting Anilu an exasperated glance. Katie felt resigned. He was the epitome of ignorance, utterly unreliable. Rise and tell me, why do you address me as esteemed one? Chapter 123. The robot's explanation. Because you possess the bloodline power that surpasses all records of past masters, and even before its full awakening, it rivals the peak of the sea god bloodline. According to the experiences of the master in life, esteemed one is a title bestowed upon those endowed with such extraordinary bloodline strength. Upon hearing the robot's words, some individuals displayed thoughtful expressions, evidently pondering something, while others appeared utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the implications. However, Talon, who possessed the sea god bloodline, understood the robot's statement regarding Katie with an enlightened gaze. No wonder he had felt a sense of suppression when witnessing Katie unleash her bloodline power for the first time. Bloodline power? What on earth is that? Anilu, bewildered, began to question his existence, wondering if the moon he had previously visited was indeed the same as this one, as the differences were staggering. Bloodline power is the hidden strength within one's body. My transformed state previously was a manifestation of that power. Typically, the moment a person is born, it is determined whether they possess bloodline strength, but this power requires subsequent training to awaken, otherwise, it remains dormant. The robot succinctly explained the nuances of bloodline power. Robot, do you think I possess bloodline strength? In light of Katie's explanation, Annalou's interest was piqued. He had felt the magnitude of Katie's power during her transformation. If he too could attain such abilities, his overall strength would undoubtedly soar. I regret to inform you, you do not possess bloodline strength. Without a moment's hesitation, the robot delivered its verdict. Why? You haven't even tested my blood. This is so dismissive. Annalou fumed, feeling a surge of frustration, had the robot not submitted. He might have been tempted to punch it in anger, feeling utterly slighted. You were tested during your previous visit, and no bloodline strength was detected, the robot's voice followed, extinguishing Annalou's last glimmer of hope. This is utterly unfair. Why do I lack bloodline power? Annalou couldn't help but complain. Come now. Your thunderfruit is already a bug-like existence. Lacking bloodline strength is the norm. If you did possess it, that would indeed be unfair, Talon retorted, his irritation evident. Though as a fellow fruit user, it was disingenuous to claim he was not envious. After all, the thunderfruit was reputed as the mightiest of natural types, capable of explosive force rivaling Akainu's magma fruit and achieving speeds that could match Kazara's light fruit, possessing virtually no flaws aside from being countered by Luffy. Why does the captain possess bloodline power if he is so strong? Annalou interjected. Is that even a question? Can you possibly compare yourself to the captain? As a mere mortal, do not aspire to measure yourself against the godlike presence of the captain. Self-awareness is paramount. Do you understand? A dark cloud of frustration loomed over Annalou at Talon's words. After all, how could he argue against the existence of an invincible system? What is that arsenal you guard? Can we take a look? His gaze shifted towards the nearby factory. His curiosity about its existence surpassed his interest in bloodline power. Esteemed one, entering is certainly permissible, but your companions must remain outside. A frown crossed Katie's brow at the robot's statement. If you acknowledge them as my companions, why can they not enter? The essence of companionship is trust. If I, as their captain, cannot extend that, how can we speak of unity? Because the contents within are of utmost importance, safeguarding the greatest secrets of this world, and must not be known by too many. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The robot's response exceeded their expectations, leaving them momentarily at a loss. Captain, why not enter alone? Our knowledge is inconsequential, Talon proposed, stepping forward to relinquish his claim. Don't speak such nonsense. We are a team. Every one of you is my closest partner. Perhaps that secret is significant to others, but I do not covet it. If they do not welcome us, we shall return. Having spoken, Katie turned and departed, her clear eyes betraying not a trace of hesitation. A slight smile graced Esthetha's face. Throughout, she had remained silent, confident that Katie would not abandon her or their companions, and she promptly followed in Katie's footsteps. In contrast to Esthetha, the others had not anticipated Katie's resolute choice before she made it, nor had they expected her decision to be so unwavering. Observing Katie's retreating figure, Annalou felt a surge of gratitude for not having declined Katie's invitation earlier. It was evident that Katie truly regarded him as a partner. Similarly, as he watched Katie, Weepa's sentiments mirrored Analu's. He had always understood his position and had never dared to harbor lofty aspirations, being merely an intern crew member. Yet, Katie's choice left him bewildered. She showed no inclination to treat him as an outsider and did not belittle him for his status. Clenching his fists, Weepa resolved to diligently enhance his abilities to become Katie's steadfast ally. In comparison, Tyrone's emotional turbulence was less pronounced, although surprised by Katie's decisiveness. He had not been entirely unprepared for it. This only reaffirmed his conviction that following Katie was indeed the right path. Wait, esteemed one. Suddenly, as Katie and the others were about to depart, a voice from behind them halted their progress. I beg your pardon, but this is a requirement left by my master. Anyone wishing to enter must undergo this test. Only those who pass may proceed. Good grief. Robot, you must have no friends. After hearing the robot's explanation, Katie could barely restrain herself from reducing it to scrap metal. She had nearly been outmaneuvered by a machine. Your master must be quite idle to devise such a test. Is this not an intentional provocation? Katie found herself exasperated by the robot's test. That being said, even without me, such a choice would arise eventually, and one could never predict the potential losses. Encountering it early is somewhat fortunate. Faced with the robot's argument, Katie realized she had no rebuttal. It was indeed true that life presents countless choices, and one could never foresee what the next crossroads might entail. Passing the robot's test would foster greater unity within the team, a serendipitous gain. At the very least, Katie noticed a subtle shift in the gazes of the others directed at her, a genuine trust beginning to blossom. Chapter 124, Columbus. Fine. Since we have passed your peculiar trial, let us proceed inside without further delay. Katie was eager to avoid any more drawn-out interactions with the robot. This way. Please follow me. With that, the robot set off towards a nearby armory, entirely unconcerned about its own damaged state. Moments later, they finally arrived at the entrance of the armory, where the robot performed a series of actions before the tightly shut doors finally swung open. A cloud of dust billowed forth, obscuring their view of the interior at first. How long has this dilapidated place been abandoned? Tyrone could not help but complain. Who knows? It could have been decades or even centuries. Who? Come forth. In an instant, everyone tensed, as the voice was utterly unfamiliar, belonging to none they recognized, including the robot. Do not be alarmed. I am not your enemy, and I pose no threat to you at this moment. The voice resonated again, drawing closer. Despite this reassurance, Katie and the others remained on high alert, as the unknown is often the most perilous. Newcomers, greetings. I am Albert Columbus, and it is a pleasure to meet you. At this moment, Katie finally discerned the appearance of the newcomer. However, this revelation did not ease her tension. On the contrary, her body tensed even further, and her mind reached an unprecedented state of alertness. What she beheld was not a tangible human being, but a virtual image reminiscent of a science fiction film. What is the meaning of this? A fruit ability? Yet, for Tyrone and the others, the implications of this were utterly unclear. You are mistaken. I am not a wielder of fruit abilities, but rather an artificial intelligence. A thunderous realization struck Katie's mind. While the term artificial intelligence might have been commonplace in her previous life, in this world of pirates, which lagged nearly a century behind modern technology, its existence was inconceivable. Suddenly, the phrase future nation flashed in Katie's mind, a realm that had long been obliterated. It was called the future nation because to outsiders, it appeared as if it belonged to an era yet to come, with technological advancements far exceeding those of its time by hundreds or even thousands of years. It is essential to note that the most esteemed scientist of the Navy headquarters, Vegapunk, was revered for possessing wisdom that outstripped the world by 500 years, a feat attributable to his acquisition of some technological knowledge from the future nation. This alone underscored the extraordinary strength of the future nation's technology, which seemed almost otherworldly. What connection does this place have with the future nation? A chill tinged Katie's voice. After all, a nation that should have vanished centuries ago suddenly re-emerging was too dubious for her to accept without suspicion. Oh, it seems the esteemed master possesses remarkable insight, having swiftly grasped the situation. Indeed, I hail from the future nation. Columbus did not hesitate to confess. How can this be? The future nation has been extinct for hundreds of years. Tyrone finally processed this astonishing revelation, never imagining he would encounter a product of the future nation in this place. Has it truly been so many centuries? Time certainly flies, Columbus mused. So, what exactly are your intentions with all of this? What does the future nation seek to accomplish? Katie could not maintain her composure amidst the unfolding mystery. Fear not, esteemed master. As you rightly noted, the future nation has long ceased to exist. All that remains here are mere vestiges of its legacy. My presence serves solely to unveil certain unspoken secrets to posterity. He gestured for the dignitaries to follow him, stating, "Allow me to show you something. After witnessing it, you will comprehend the truth." "Let us proceed," Katie declared decisively, exchanging glances with her companions. Having come this far, abandoning the quest would be a regrettable choice, and her curiosity about the secrets concealed within was piqued. No one objected to this decision, for they were all eager to uncover what remnants of the future nation had survived the passage of time. Moreover, the earlier mention of a hidden truth about the world only intensified their resolve to witness it. "What troubles you, Captain?" Tyrone inquired, noticing the peculiar expression on Katie's face. He suspected she had uncovered something significant. Truthfully, the atmosphere was undeniably eerie. Who could have anticipated encountering the relics of the future nation on the moon? "It is nothing. Merely the peculiar architecture here intrigues me," she replied, her gaze scanning the surrounding walls, particularly certain areas that caught her attention. Indeed, the structure of this armory appeared to be far from isolated. Specific sections were clearly designed for connection with other structures. It was evident that some unknown circumstance had caused this armory to detach from its original framework. Katie pointed to the exact spot that had drawn her interest. "Can you discern what it was originally connected to?" With her master-level understanding of machinery, Katie recognized the implications of Tyrone's observation, though the details eluded her. The scant evidence made it difficult to ascertain the former shape of the object, but one thing was certain. Its size was undoubtedly considerable, perhaps equal to that of half an island. Based on the peculiar structures in certain areas, Tyrone ventured a guess. Nodding in acknowledgement, Katie refrained from pressing further. The limited information available naturally constrained their understanding. Throughout this exchange, Columbus remained silent, his demeanor contemplative. "Here we are," Columbus announced as he halted before an open door. "This room is empty. Are you deceiving us?" An impatient Inaru remarked, surveying the barren space, unimpressed by Columbus's theatrics. However, before Columbus could respond, the room suddenly illuminated. Bathed in a soft azure glow, and another virtual figure of Columbus materialized before them. "I am Columbus. Welcome to you all. What is happening? How can there be two identical Columbus figures?" Inaru was utterly bewildered by this surreal occurrence. "Shoo." Columbus gestured for silence, signaling the group to continue observing. "In this moment, I wish to extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of the future nation to all of you and to the inhabitants of Sea Spirit Star." With that, the virtual Columbus bowed deeply, his gesture imbued with gravity. At this moment, Katie and her companions discerned the distinction. The latter was evidently merely a video recording, not artificial intelligence. For some unknown reason, the entire footage was in a constant state of tremor, clearly indicating an unstable environment during its recording. In the year 695 of the Sea Circle calendar, I presided over the construction of the vessel Voyager, which was finally completed. The following year, I eagerly organized a crew to depart from the Sea Spirit Star and venture into space for exploration. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly as we successively landed on over a dozen planets, and the results were exhilarating. We uncovered a plethora of rare minerals and even entirely new metals that were absent from Sea Spirit Star, which could potentially accelerate our technological advancements by centuries. As I recounted this, Columbus's voice faltered, a hint of sorrow creeping onto his face as the virtual image quivered more violently, and faint, unusual rumblings could be heard. The unexpected discoveries had made us oblivious to the fact that space harbored not only wealth but also perilous unknowns. Just as we became engrossed in the study of these minerals, danger arrived. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, and Columbus in the video struggled to maintain his composure. Through the footage, everyone could feel the sheer force of the blast, greater than that of 100 cannons firing simultaneously. Our adversaries emerged from. Columbus endeavored to utter his final words, but they were drowned out by a cacophony of explosions, and the image abruptly ceased. The lights flickered a few times before extinguishing, returning everything to its original state. Silence enveloped the moderately sized room, and within a minute, Katie and her companions absorbed secrets they would never have encountered in normal circumstances. As you can see, that individual is the true Columbus. He was the last president of the Academy of Sciences of the Future and the sole captain of the Voyager. I am merely the artificial intelligence aboard the Voyager, assisting the captain in its operation, and I adopted the same name to honor Columbus's contributions. This armory was originally part of the Voyager, intended to supply various automated machines for combat, daily life, and more. It is the only unit that remains intact. Everything else was utterly destroyed in that great battle. So what exactly is your purpose? However, despite the numerous words spoken by the other party, Katie appeared as if she had not comprehended, wearing a look of bewilderment. Not only Columbus, but even Talon and the others seemed equally perplexed. The implications were so evident. Yet their own captain seemed oblivious. In the next moment, Talon realized that Katie was feigning ignorance, and it seemed that an intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. So he chose to remain silent and observe as a proper audience member. Let us not dwell on the authenticity of what you have shown us. If you possess evidence, please present it. According to your assertions, the world we inhabit is the Sea Spirit Star you speak of. Based on everything depicted in the video, the disasters you encountered were the result of your own negligence, and I fail to see how this pertains to us. Moreover, the current Sea Spirit Star is far removed from what it once was. While not everyone lives in happiness, many lead satisfactory lives. Furthermore, we are merely ordinary people, disinterested in everything you describe. Therefore, if there are other matters to discuss, please state them quickly. Otherwise, we shall take our leave, as this place is exceedingly dull. She shrugged nonchalantly. Your Excellency, such words cannot be uttered. Although the calamities were indeed instigated by us, they were not intentional. My existence is meant to rectify past mistakes. While the video did not clarify, you should understand who our enemies are. They are not inhabitants of our world. Although there is no concrete evidence of their invasion of Sea Spirit Star, there is at least a 90% certainty. A living planet holds value far exceeding that of a barren one. The peace currently enjoyed by Sea Spirit Star may be attributed to the existence of that race. Or perhaps the enemies lack absolute certainty. Although we face defeat, we did weaken their power to some degree, but that does not imply they will relent. Centuries have provided them ample time to recuperate. In the near future, Sea Spirit Star will undoubtedly be engulfed in chaos. Relying solely on that race's strength will be insufficient to withstand the enemy's assault. Should Sea Spirit Star fall into their hands, it would spell disaster for the entire planet. The speaker's fervor intensified, to the point where Columbus nearly lost control of his emotions. Oh, if what you say is true, then the situation of Sea Spirit Star is indeed dire. Talon, quickly prepare the Imperial No. 1. Since we cannot defend Sea Spirit Star, we must seek another path, and we must find other habitable planets before it is conquered. Within a second, Katie decisively issued the command to continue navigating deeper into the cosmos. Yes, Captain. Talon promptly turned to leave. Wait, Your Excellency. We are not without the means to fight. You must know that once your powers are fully awakened, you will be invincible. Moreover, while the Voyager no longer exists, this armory has preserved all the advanced technologies of the future nation. Given sufficient time, we could construct a brand new Voyager, even if it is a relic of centuries past. Its might would surpass your imagination. It could obliterate an island within seconds, Columbus asserted with unwavering conviction regarding the Voyager's prowess. And then? What does that have to do with me? She raised an eyebrow, smiling at Columbus. However, such a simple question left Columbus momentarily speechless, as he finally grasped Katie's intentions. From the outset, he had never considered surrender. All previous displays were merely for self-deception, culminating in this final inquiry. It was evident that he had long since set his sights on himself, yet Katie understood that if he were to directly propose such a demand, she would undoubtedly refuse. Thus, she feigned disdain to disrupt his composure, leaving him in a state of indecision, caught in a dilemma. Meanwhile, Talon and the others watched Columbus's silence with amusement. After being manipulated for so long, it was finally his turn to feel discomfort, a most satisfying turn of events. Do you wish to become the master here? Although anticipating the other's intentions, Columbus pretended to be oblivious, realizing that whoever held the initiative would gain greater advantages in the forthcoming negotiations. And no one wished to shatter the final veil. I never claimed such a thing. Despite denying it verbally, his expression conveyed affirmation. At this moment, Columbus felt an urge to curse. Although he appeared youthful and harmless, beneath the surface lurked a seasoned driver, skilled and adept, which was exceedingly infuriating. Chapter 127. Persuading Columbus despite possessing an invincible bloodline and mastering various fruit abilities, along with a commendable proficiency in swordsmanship. I do not believe I am worthy of becoming your master. Perhaps the future may indeed unfold as you have foretold, with the entire planet descending into chaos. However, I firmly trust that with the strength of myself and my companions, we can safeguard our own territory and navigate the remainder of our lives. The monumental task of saving the world is better left to others. We are already content to be the sole individuals to have encountered you in centuries. We do not desire more than this. At that moment, Katie's tone shifted to one of utmost respect, leaving the accompanying crew bewildered, unsure of their captain's intentions. Rest assured, upon our return, we shall remain tight-lipped about everything here. We even apologize for disturbing your centuries of tranquility. We will take our leave now. With that, she mimicked Columbus from the video, bowing elegantly before turning to depart. The entire sequence was executed seamlessly, and by the time Columbus grasped the situation, Katie and her companions had already reached the door, on the verge of vanishing from sight. Wait, I cannot simply agree to your terms. Columbus, feeling cornered, had no choice but to acquiesce to Katie's demands. This is your decision, not one coerced by me, she replied, glancing back at Columbus with a smile. However, to Columbus, that smile was jarring, contrasting sharply with the calm demeanor on his face as turmoil brewed within him. This is hardly fair, he thought. He understood Katie's implications. While she claimed he lacked the qualifications to be her master, his heart vehemently disagreed. Her self-introduction was a thinly veiled assertion that no one else could be as suitable as he. If her words had merely ended there, Columbus might not have reacted so vehemently. Yet, her subsequent remarks were nothing short of an overt threat. She spoke of preventing those who might attempt to ascend to the moon, and if that were the case, who could say how long it would be before he encountered another living soul? Centuries had elapsed, and no one could ascertain the enemy's current state. An attack could be imminent. While Katie might possess the patience to wait, Columbus could not afford such luxury. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Columbus ventured, attempting a final probe. There is nothing to discuss. To me, if I cannot fully control a certain power, it is better to forego it entirely. Even if that power is formidable, I would not lament its absence, she replied, her gaze fixed intently on Columbus. She had articulated her stance clearly. Should he still refuse, there would be no reason to continue the conversation. Katie believed in all that Columbus had stated. They were currently in the year 1521 of the Sea Circle calendar, while the calamity in the future nation occurred approximately 700 years hence, precisely 800 years apart. Coincidentally, the century-long void in pirate history aligned with the events of 800 years ago, and Katie found it implausible that there was no connection. However, this did not imply that she would provide her assistance to Columbus without compensation. As Columbus had previously acknowledged, the danger stemmed from the future nation. Although they had already paid a steep price for it, the cost was still insufficient. After all, the subsequent wars had engulfed the entire pirate world, radically altering the course of history. Moreover, her final assertion was not a mere pretext. She had no interest in pursuing a power she could not fully command. Even if Columbus ultimately declined her offer, it would only be a minor disappointment. After all, she was a man with a system. And as long as she could exchange sufficient points, no problem was insurmountable. Very well. Please follow me, Your Excellency. With a deep sigh, Columbus chose to relent. His existence was predicated on awaiting the arrival of someone like Katie. Long before the true Columbus had perished, he had received clear directives. Should someone pass both the robotic strength and character assessments, he was to fulfill their requests to the best of his abilities, including becoming the new master of the voyage. To be candid, Columbus was not entirely discontent with this outcome. At least his new master possessed a potent bloodline of the highest caliber. He was acutely aware of the strength a fully realized superior could wield. Long before the voyage met its demise, they had encountered battles involving such formidable beings. Although they had been millions of meters away from the epicenter, the stability of the voyage had been compromised, nearly leading to a loss of control in the void of space. That scene, despite the passage of centuries, still haunted Columbus, as their skirmishes had directly destabilized an entire star region, even obliterating several massive planets. In comparison, the foes he had faced seemed trivial. Thus, upon discovering Katie's superior lineage, Columbus had already resolved to abandon everything. Following Columbus once more into a different chamber, this room was markedly distinct, larger, and equipped with peculiar devices of unknown purpose. Please, Your Excellency, step this way. Under Columbus's guidance, Katie stood before a central device resembling a command console. In the next moment, the console illuminated, and the screen sprang to life. With Columbus's deft manipulation, multiple windows began to appear in succession. As Katie observed the unfolding scenes, she was taken aback. Even as a scientifically inclined youth from the 21st century, she had never encountered such technology. It resembled something straight out of a science fiction film. Achieving this level of advancement in reality would require at least 3 decades. Indeed, the future nation lived up to its reputation. Please place your palm here. While Katie was still in awe, Columbus completed his task. A palm-shaped outline appeared on the screen, clearly indicating that she was to place her hand for fingerprint verification. Raising an eyebrow, she noted that fingerprint verification seemed to be universally popular. The moment her hand aligned with the imprint, a progress bar initiated from 0 on the screen. Fingerprint authentication complete. Please proceed to the next step, blood verification. A mechanical voice announced, and simultaneously, a recess extended before Katie. Following the prompt, she pricked her fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the recess. Chapter 128, Becoming the Captain. Verification successful. Congratulations, you are now the new captain of the voyage. Moments later, the mechanical voice echoed again, and the screen displayed a flurry of activity as files opened in rapid succession, without even needing to delve into their contents. The titles alone left Katie astounded. Terms like eternal energy, warp speed travel, and artificial intelligence flashed before her, concepts that existed only in theoretical realms in her past life. Now realized here. Is this truly sufficient? She queried, casting a puzzled glance at Columbus. It is sufficient. From this moment onward, everything here, including myself, shall heed your command. Captain. With that, he saluted her with an exaggerated flourish. Know that I do not take kindly to deceit. In an instant, Katie transformed, exuding an aura of terrifying intent intermingled with overwhelming conqueror's haki that engulfed the room, although she deliberately avoided the others present. Both Weepa and Inel felt their hearts skip a beat, perceiving their captain as a harbinger of death. Wielding a scythe poised at their throats, any slight movement could lead to their demise. Your Excellency, what is the meaning of this? You are already the master here. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Facing Katie's skepticism, Columbus found himself gripped by despair. He felt utterly powerless should Katie choose to act against him. Haha. I was merely jesting. From this day forth, we shall be partners. Do not hesitate to express your needs. I shall endeavor to assist you in fulfilling them. In an instant, Katie's demeanor shifted, the fierce intent dissipating and being replaced by a warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. This abrupt transformation left not only Columbus but also Tyrone and the others in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of Katie's true intentions. However, Columbus quickly discerned that Katie was employing a dual approach of benevolence and authority. He was unsure whether he had genuinely relinquished all control to her, thus prompting her to feign seriousness as a means of testing him. Upon realizing that she had not deceived him, Katie resumed her amiable facade, exemplifying the balance of kindness and strength. Recognizing this, Columbus felt no anger. Rather, he developed a deeper admiration for Katie, whose youth and potential promised boundless growth given time. Her power would undoubtedly astonish all. Unlike typical powerful figures, Katie possessed remarkable leadership qualities. She exuded an innate charisma and skill that met the standards of an exceptional leader. Moreover, Columbus gleaned additional insights from Katie's words. So, you frequently visit the moon? Her assertion of being able to assist him implied that they had the means to traverse to and from the moon with ease, piquing Columbus's curiosity about how she managed such feats. To be candid, reaching the moon is not particularly challenging for us. The primary inconvenience lies in time constraints. Regrettably, we are currently occupied and lack the requisite time for back and forth trips. However, I have a more expedient solution. I can simply transport this entire armory away. Are you serious? Columbus felt a wave of disappointment wash over him at the initial part of Katie's statement. He was in dire need of various resources to restore the once mighty ship, the Conqueror. Yet, the latter part of her declaration reignited a flicker of hope within him. Of course. Chapter 129, Return System. Expend 10 million exchange points to expand system space. At the instant the command was uttered, the system's exchange points dwindled to 0. Viewing his account, which was now devoid of funds, Katie felt a mix of resignation and disbelief. Plans seldom survive contact with reality. The 10 million points were originally intended for critical moments of survival. However, the armory's significance compelled him to sacrifice his earlier intentions in favor of enhancing the system's spatial capacity. Upon successful expansion, the volume increased from 1,000 cubic meters to 1 million cubic meters. As Katie's consciousness entered the expanded system space, he immediately sensed a profound difference. The space had multiplied considerably, with the height increasing from 10 meters to over 20, and the width and length expanding 20-fold to reach 200 meters, roughly the size of a small stadium. This should suffice. I have estimated the armory's dimensions, and 1 million cubic meters should be adequate. The mountain man has his own clever schemes. You'll see in due time, Katie remarked mysteriously, leaving Columbus's questions unanswered. Well then, we should take our leave. This excursion has consumed quite a bit of time. With that, she led the way out. Take care, Captain. Under Columbus's watchful gaze, Katie and her companions departed from the armory. As he contemplated the spot where Katie had last been, Columbus felt a burgeoning anticipation. Although Katie had not fully elucidated her plans, he sensed that their time here was drawing to a close. Captain, The dreadnought cannot possibly carry such a large object. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, please reveal them quickly. As the creator of the dreadnought, Tyrone understood its carrying capacity better than anyone. It was inconceivable that they could depart with the armory, indicating that Katie must have a plan of her own. Prepare to witness my prowess. Gather. At the snap of his fingers, the entire armory vanished without a trace, leaving only remnants of its foundation on the ground. Had it not been for this evidence, one might have doubted the reality of the preceding events, as if the armory had never existed at all. Let us depart. With a casual flick of his wrist, Katie dismissed the situation as if it were as effortless as drinking water, leaving her companions in a state of utter confusion. What just transpired? In their eagerness to witness Katie's method, they had been scrutinizing every moment, only to be left disappointed. None of them could discern what exactly Katie had done in that fleeting instant. All she had done was snap her fingers, and the armory had disappeared. Snap, snap, snap. Unfazed, Anilu continued to snap his fingers repeatedly, yet to no avail. Not only did the armory fail to vanish, but even the pebbles on the ground remained undisturbed. What in the world did the captain do? Yet, the next moment, Anilu regretted his thoughtlessness, having forgotten that Esther's was still nearby. My apologies. I was merely expressing my awe at the captain's extraordinary abilities, without any other intention. Despite his quick apology upon realizing his faux pas, he could not escape the icy repercussions. Remember this. Avoid courting disaster. Tyrone left with this admonition, marking the conclusion of their lunar expedition. Do you think Lord Katie will encounter any unforeseen difficulties? It has already been 3 months. Gazing up at the sky, Gonfor was clearly filled with concern. Had it merely been a matter of battling foes, he would not have been so anxious, having witnessed Katie's strength firsthand. However, the situation was different. Katie was not merely engaging in combat, but was heading towards the moon. Thus, everything becomes shrouded in uncertainty. Only the spirits know what difficulties await. Fear not, for the power possessed by Lady Katie is beyond our imagination. Perhaps she will return today. In stark contrast to Gonful, Kalikai remains unperturbed. Having witnessed the myriad abilities of Katie, Kalikai harbors a blind trust in her, believing that if Lady Katie desires it, there is nothing in this world that she cannot accomplish. Should the day come when Lady Katie truly engages in battle with the 4 emperors you speak of, who would emerge victorious? Realizing the vastness of the world, Gonful spent nearly 3 months in the company of Kalikai, eager to uncover the true nature of Qinghai. Upon learning about the monumental battle of the Marineford War from Kalikai, he fell into a profound silence for several days. Previously, he had believed that even in Qinghai, Katie stood as an unparalleled force. He had not anticipated that so many could rival her. The 4 emperors, the 7 warlords, the vice admirals and admirals of the navy, the revolutionary army, and countless others struck Gonful with overwhelming shock, making him acutely aware of the magnificence of the outside world, while simultaneously igniting a deep-seated concern. Any one of these formidable figures could spell disaster for the Sky Island, leaving them with no chance to resist. You have indeed presented me with a conundrum. In response to Gonful's inquiry, Kalikai fell into silence, convinced that this question was not solely on Gonful's mind. It could be said that the entire world yearned for an answer. The 4 emperors, who have ruled over the latter part of the Grand Line for over a decade, suppressing all who dare to challenge them. It is no exaggeration to declare that they are akin to gods of the New World. It is precisely due to their existence that Navy ships hesitate to venture into the New World, and even the world government turns a blind eye to that region. If we merely consider the bounty, there exists a considerable disparity between Lady Katie and the 4 emperors, each of whom boasts a bounty exceeding 4 billion, with the strongest among them reaching as high as 5 billion. Meanwhile, Lady Katie's bounty stands at merely 1 billion, which is even less than that of some formidable subordinates of the 4 emperors. Were it not for my fortunate proximity to Lady Katie, I would unhesitatingly assert that the 4 emperors would prevail, for in my eyes, they are indeed divine. However, having had the privilege of standing by Lady Katie's side and witnessing her might, I do not believe she is destined to lose. If one were to seek the individual capable of bearing the title of the strongest beneath the 4 emperors, that person would undoubtedly be Lady Katie. While she may not yet be their equal, I am confident that in the not-so-distant future, her presence will grace those 4 thrones. After hearing Kalikai's words, Gonful once more fell into silence, sensing that Kalikai spoke from the heart, with every word resonating with sincerity. Suddenly, recalling Kalikai's previous suggestion, he pondered that perhaps this was indeed the only path for the Sky Island. They could not rely solely on Vipa. They too must strive together. Chapter 130. Gonful's decision. Just then, as they spoke, Lady Katie had returned. Moments later, Kalikai's voice echoed again, while Gonful was lost in thought. A black dot appeared in the distant sky, growing larger and larger. By the time Gonful regained his senses, the silhouette of the Empress had fully emerged before their eyes. Shortly thereafter, the Empress landed smoothly, and after 3 months, Katie's figure reappeared on the Sky Island. Meanwhile, the residents of the Sky Island gradually gathered, still feeling the lingering effects of the recent battle, uncertain of Katie's stance towards them or her intentions. Welcome back, Lady Katie. While others chose to observe from a distance, Gonful and Kalikai approached the Empress to greet her arrival. You look well. I trust you have nearly recovered. During my absence, there were no further troubles on the Sky Island? Thanks to your grace, all has been well. Katie's concern brought a wave of relief to Gonful, confirming his original decision. Lady Katie, I humbly seek your consent for a matter. Just as Katie was about to speak, Gonful's voice interrupted, and to Katie's surprise, Gonful's demeanor had grown increasingly respectful, even betraying a hint of nervousness. With a questioning gaze directed towards Kalikai, Katie sought to understand Gonful's intentions. Yet, to her dismay, Kalikai merely nodded in silence, offering no words. Please, do share. At this juncture, all she could do was listen to what Gonful had to say before formulating her response. Lady, it is as follows. I have learned from Kalikai that those living in Qinghai, lacking the strength to defend their homeland, often choose to ally with powerful pirates, offering protection fees in exchange for security. If Lady Katie would not mind, I hope that the Sky Island may be registered under your name to seek your protection. We shall, of course, pay the requisite fees. Those words seemed to drain Gonful of all his strength, leaving him unable to lift his head. Tension and silence enveloped the area, their conversation carried by the wind to the ears of onlookers nearby. Though none had anticipated Gonful's decision, no one cast blame. In these past 3 months, they pondered their future, yet could not conceive of any viable solutions. The formidable individuals in Qinghai exceeded their wildest imaginations. None could predict the strength of the next person to emerge, nor could they ascertain their character. This meant that their lives were under constant threat from others. In contrast to the uncertainties that loomed, the figure of Katie became their immediate consideration. His prowess was beyond question. Before him, the seemingly godlike Eniru was no match. Although his moral character remained somewhat ambiguous, there were no apparent concerns, as he had not displayed any ulterior motives towards the Sky Island. In fact, some of the island's inhabitants hoped that Katie would safeguard their home, even if it meant submitting to his rule. Are you certain? Such matters are immutable. Once a decision is made, unless I perish, the Sky Island shall forever remain my dominion. At that moment, Katie's expression was equally grave. Matters concerning territory are always of paramount importance. I am certain. I implore your grace. With that, Gonful knelt before Katie, his intentions unmistakably clear. Thus, from this day forth, the Sky Island shall belong to me, Katie. Her voice resonated throughout the entirety of the Sky Island, and the inhabitants would forever etch this moment into their memories. Years later, whenever someone reminisced about this pivotal instant, they would feel an immense sense of relief regarding this decision. Witnessing all of this, Weepa exhaled deeply. He had nothing to remark on the outcome, even though he had initially contemplated persuading Gonful to submit to Katie. The 3 months spent alongside Katie had exposed him to experiences that he had never encountered in over 20 years of life on the Sky Island. Events he had never even dared to dream of. This realization made him understand that the floating island must establish connections with the outside world. Mere isolation would not lead to self-preservation, but rather to self-destruction. Therefore, I shall issue an order to all of you as your lord. A tense atmosphere descended once more, with all eyes fixated on Katie. This was, after all, Katie's inaugural command. The saying goes, a new official takes office with fire. And they believed her order would surely not be amicable. The thought only deepened their anxiety. I command all of you to prepare food and beer immediately. I intend to hold a banquet, and we shall not depart until inebriated. At the moment Katie finished speaking, the entire world fell into a brief silence. Neither the residents of the floating island nor Katie's companions anticipated that her first command would be thus. Some could not suppress the urge to pinch their ears, thinking they had misheard. What? Is this how you begin to defy my orders? Just as confusion spread among the crowd, Katie's voice resounded again. Yes, my lord. I shall arrange it right away. Despite not comprehending Katie's intent, Gonful readily agreed and turned to prepare. If I am not mistaken, this must have been your instigation. Once Gonful had departed, Katie's gaze shifted to the side, landing on Kalikai. My lord is wise. Indeed, it was I who initially suggested this to Gonful, but I only mentioned it once. This decision is more reflective of the will of the people of the floating island. Indeed, seeing how fond you are of this place. Are you planning to remain on the floating island? Kalikai had certainly executed this splendidly. He had always regarded the floating island highly, its geographical position being exceptional. This advantage became particularly crucial after acquiring the armory. He had originally intended to find a way to establish the armory on the floating island, as its existence was vital for the future of the nation. Once recognized in Qinghai, it would likely invite countless troubles. So keeping it on the floating island until prepared was more prudent. Gonfo's allegiance to the floating island not only spared him the trouble of concocting excuses, but also facilitated various subsequent arrangements. Yes, my lord, I have indeed grown fond of this place, and I implore your permission to stay. Staying would be beneficial. You could assist me with certain tasks. What might those tasks be? Kalikai could not fathom how he could be of assistance to Katie. You shall know in due time. For now, prepare for the banquet. Chapter 131. Establishing the Armory. Cheers. Cheers. Old Lou, your tolerance for alcohol is lacking. It is barely this early, and you are already inebriated. You, who often boast of being impervious to drink, get lost. You are the one who is Old Lou. Your entire family is Old Lou. I am Old Lee, so pay attention. In the same place and among the same people, the atmosphere was vastly different. The tension had dissipated, replaced by a lively and joyous spirit. The residents of the floating island could not recall the last time they had indulged in carefree drinking and conversation like this. Since Enelu's sudden return over 3 months ago, they had been ensnared in a life filled with trepidation, but at last, this ordeal had come to an end. For them, Enelu, who had loomed like a nightmare, was now aligned with Katie, and this territory had become Katie's domain, signifying that Enelu could no longer disrupt their peace. More importantly, from this day forth, they need not fear threats from the Qinghai people, for Katie would ensure their safety. Please excuse my intrusion, my lord. I will quiet them down. Sensing the surrounding commotion, Gonfo feared Katie might be displeased and stood to intervene. No need. This is just as it should be. A banquet ought to embody this spirit. Moreover, they have suppressed themselves for too long and deserve this release. Stopping Gonfo from rising, Katie continued, you should have heard from Kalikiai about my situation. I want to elaborate further. To put it simply, I cannot remain on the floating island. More accurately, I shall depart tomorrow. Katie's words weighed heavily on Gonfo's heart. This was not good news. However, you need not worry. Since I have vowed to embrace the floating island, I will find a means to ensure your safety. Find me a secluded location. I must make arrangements to guarantee your security. Is it possible now? Given the gravity of the floating island's safety, Gonfo dared not delay. The sooner it was addressed, the more at ease he would feel. I am indifferent. Have you thought of a suitable place? If it were other demands, it might pose a challenge, but when it comes to a concealed location, it could not be simpler. A significant portion of the floating island remains untouched, a primordial forest. One area, known as the Golden City of Mandora, is virtually unvisited. Furthermore, all the structures there are built of gold. My lord could securely store items there and even take some gold along. Raising an eyebrow, Katie recalled that place. It was precisely because of its existence that Gaia Island was dubbed the homeland of gold. More importantly, it concealed historical texts related to a century of blank history. Let us go and take a look. The sights and sounds within the armory had piqued Katie's immense interest in that blank period of history, and encountering historical texts warranted a visit. Allow me to lead the way. At this juncture, the banquet had ceased to captivate the attendees, and Katie and her companions were eager to uncover the information documented in the historical text. However, Gonfo was impatient to witness the preparations that Katie had alluded to. Consequently, Katie and her party departed from the banquet, making their way to the Golden City of Mandora. All present were formidable individuals, and within a mere moment, they traversed half of the floating island, arriving at the heart of the forest. Lady Katie is just ahead, one of them remarked, turning to provide space for Katie to behold the scene not far away. Under the radiant sun, a vast expanse gleamed with a golden luster, so dazzling that it was almost blinding. Where could all this gold possibly have come from? Even Tyren, who had encountered numerous treasures in the underwater dragon palace, could not help but marvel at the sight. Here, gold was not measured in grams but in entire structures. The towers that met the eye were constructed entirely of gold. A spectacle that could only be described as the homeland of gold. Kurikai, your ancestors did not deceive you. Rather, it is everyone else who owes Brand a heartfelt apology. Witnessing this, Katie was reminded of the man from 4 centuries ago who staunchly refused to deny his truth. Brand. It is all thanks to the adults. In that moment, Kurikai could no longer restrain his tears. The perseverance of his family over 400 years had finally borne fruit, proving that his ancestor Brand had indeed spoken the truth. This place is remarkable. Please step aside. I am about to unveil something. Upon surveying the surroundings, it was clear that the location was indeed discreet. Hearing Katie's words, Tyran and the others promptly dispersed, fully aware of what she meant. Come forth, Katie commanded, snapping her fingers. In an instant, the armory she had stored within her system materialized before them. To Tyran and his companions' chagrin, they still could not detect any clues, but having witnessed it before, their surprise was not as profound as during their initial encounter. For Gonfo and Kurikai, however, this was nothing short of miraculous. They had envisioned countless possibilities but could never have anticipated that what Katie referred to would manifest in this manner. Esteemed lady, what is this? Gonfo inquired. His curiosity piqued not by how Katie accomplished this feat, but by how the armory managed to safeguard the floating island. Patience, and you shall soon understand. How about Columbus? Have I succeeded? Katie believed that everything Columbus needed to perceive was contained within. It is an honor to serve you, my esteemed lady. Although unable to project beyond the confines of the armory, Columbus could sense the changes in the outside environment through the outermost instruments, and in that moment, he felt fortunate to have encountered Katie. Release the robot. I have instructions for it. Understood, Captain. As the words left her lips, the heavily sealed door began to open, revealing the silhouette of the robot. Scanning its form, Katie noted that the areas she had previously damaged were now nearly restored to their original state. Robot. Henceforth your name shall be 001. Your mission is to ensure the safety of this island and oversee the subsequent construction tasks of the journey. Do you understand? Affirmative, Captain. The robot's response remained as calm as ever, as if nothing could faze it. With 001 here, you need not worry about the island's security. Its strength even surpasses that of Enel. I will also ensure that the other 3 robots under Enel's command remain. Though they may not rival 001, they are certainly formidable. Don't believe me? Just ask Vipa. I wouldn't dare. If you say it is so, then it certainly is. Though he spoke with confidence, he could not help but glance at Vipa behind Katie, finding solace in his nod of affirmation. Captain, there appears to be something quite extraordinary to your left. Could you fetch it for me? As Katie surveyed her surroundings in search of the historical text, Columbus's voice suddenly rang out. To the left? Without a moment's hesitation. Katie followed the directive, though uncertain of what awaited her, she suspected it was likely the historical text she sought. Let us go and take a look. Seeing Katie take action, the others naturally followed suit. After advancing a mere 100 meters, Katie halted, for her path was obstructed by a massive boulder. In this chaotic primordial forest, this boulder seemed conspicuously out of place. It was a perfect cube, its silver-gray surface etched with cryptic, ancient symbols. Though merely a stone, it exuded a profound sense of antiquity. Clearly, this was the historical text crafted by the Kazuki clan 8 centuries prior. Is this the historical text? Tyron inquired gravely, his fingers brushing against the stone. Having roamed the Grand Line for decades, he understood all too well what this stone represented. It bore the chronicle of a century of blank history. That obscure history was an absolute taboo for the world government. And anyone who dared to associate with it would surely find themselves marked for extermination. 2 decades prior, the renowned archaeological haven of O'Hara in the West Sea was obliterated by the Navy's indiscriminate onslaught for delving into that very history. All but Nicole Robin, the devil child, perished on the island, and the following year, the name O'Hara vanished entirely from the maps. The ferocity of their methods left the world in shock. Captain, what is inscribed upon it? Tyron asked instinctively. Do you truly believe I am omniscient? I cannot decipher such writings, having only recently arrived in the world of pirates. It was his first encounter with such a phenomenon, and naturally, he was unable to comprehend it. What shall we do then? Besides you. It seems no one else would know. It was akin to standing before a mountain of gold yet being unable to mine it, a profoundly awkward predicament. Let us not forget Columbus, Katie mused, confident that Columbus would recognize the script. If he too was at a loss, they would indeed be in dire straits. Come, lend a hand, let us transport it to the armory. The moment they grasped the stone, its weight astonished everyone. Its dimensions were not excessively large. Merely a cube with 3-meter edges. Prior to lifting it, they had assumed it weighed only a few dozen tons. For an average person, that might seem unfathomably heavy. But for those present, it felt merely somewhat cumbersome. Yet when they actually lifted it, they realized how gravely erroneous their initial estimations had been. The stone's weight far exceeded expectations, at least 100 tons, perhaps even comparable to the ship, the Empress. No wonder it had shown no signs of wear after all this time. Its density surpassed that of ordinary metals, and typical assaults would struggle to even leave a scratch. Gonfur, Kurikai, you two should step back. It would be unfortunate if any harm were to befall you. In this scenario, their assistance would be of little value. And even without their help, 100 tons was hardly trivial. Yes, my lady. The 2 individuals decisively stepped away. The moment they distanced themselves from the colossal rock, a wave of relief washed over them. Indeed, transporting such a weighty boulder, weighing hundreds of tons, had proven quite exhausting, taxing their bodies beyond measure. It was truly impressive how Lord Cady and his companion handled such a burdensome object with apparent ease. I increasingly feel that joining Lord Cady was the wisest decision of my life. Don't you think so? I share that sentiment. Perhaps even Lord Cady himself remains unaware of the unique charm he possesses, a charisma that captivates one's heart. Observing Cady's retreating figure, Cooley Kai sincerely remarked, Columbus, is this what you were referring to? In a moment, the historical document was lifted by the group and brought near the armory. Indeed, Captain. Allow me to scan its structure and report back to you. He extended a long tube, at the end of which was a device resembling a flashlight. Upon activation, it emitted a soft blue glow as it scanned the historical document. Approximately a minute later, Columbus's voice resonated again. I never anticipated encountering such a substantial piece of celestial stone here. Have we perhaps raided the treasure trove of the Kazuki family? Columbus, do you recognize this object? Cooley Kai's eyebrows arched in surprise, clearly indicating that Columbus was familiar with it. I am indeed aware. According to my analysis, this stone is undoubtedly celestial stone, which serves as the fundamental material for forging the supreme greatsword and the greatsword. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that celestial stone is a treasure of utmost significance to the Kazuki clan, and they are the sole possessors of it in the world. How could it possibly appear here? This piece alone is equivalent to 1/10 of the Kazuki family's entire reserves, and it astonishingly contains records of the secrets of Poseidon. Confusion enveloped Columbus as he pondered the events following the demise of the voyage, wondering what transpired on Fishman Island, leading to such a scenario. What on earth happened? Columbus's voice brimmed with inquiries, unaware of the impact his words had on others. Columbus, what did you say? Does this truly record the secrets of Poseidon? Please enlighten me. What is Poseidon, and where can it be found? In an instant, Talon's expression transformed into one of acute anxiety. To this day, he vividly remembers the night he departed from his brother's side a decade ago. That night, Tiger spoke extensively with him, mentioning something related to Poseidon. Talon, if one day I am no longer here, you must assume the responsibility of protecting Poseidon. If Poseidon does not appear, that is one matter. However, should she ever manifest, you must ensure her safety at all costs, understand? For 10 years, Talon had kept a watchful eye on the world, particularly any news concerning ancient weaponry, only to find nothing regarding Poseidon, leading him to doubt its very existence. Who would have thought that he would suddenly hear news of Poseidon from Columbus at this moment? Talon found it impossible to contain his emotions. It is bewildering that, as a fisherman, he remained unaware of the legend of Poseidon. The true essence of Poseidon is a mermaid princess who possesses the ability to communicate with sea kings, emerging only once every 800 years. This princess wields immense power, capable of saving countless lives or annihilating the entire world. Alongside her appearance, a guide will also emerge. Each word spoken by Columbus detonated within Talon's mind like a series of bombs, as he never anticipated that the weapon known as Poseidon would be a mermaid princess. See Columbus, when was the last appearance of the previous Poseidon? Talon realized, to his surprise, that his voice trembled as he spoke. Year 693 of the Sea Garden calendar. 2 years prior to the completion of the voyage. At that time, to celebrate the birth of Poseidon, the Fishman King held a grand banquet in Dragon Palace. Upon uttering the number 693, memories long sealed in Talon's mind surged forth. Talon, wait for me. I can't run that fast. With a thud, the pink mermaid, in her playful pursuit, accidentally stumbled to the ground. Wah. In the next moment, the little mermaid squatted on the spot, bursting into tears. Though she had not sustained any serious injury, her sobs were fervent. Oh dear, Hoshi, why are you crying again? You truly are a little crybaby. Observing the fallen Hoshi, the nearby boy sighed in exasperation. It's your fault for running so fast. It's all you're doing. I want you to carry me back. The mermaid named Hoshi stubbornly insisted that the boy carry her. I can't. You're too big for me to carry. Wah. The moment the boy refused, Hoshi's tears flowed anew, resembling a flood that drew the attention of those around them. All right, I'll carry you. Just get on quickly. Saying that, the boy bent down, turning his back to the little Hoshi. Thank you, brother Talon. Hoshi nimbly climbed onto Talon's back, her movements so practiced that it was evident this had occurred numerous times before. Talon's mind flooded with memories of playing with Hoshi over a decade ago. He couldn't help but think that the little crybaby hardly seemed to wield a terrifying power capable of destroying the world. In that moment, Talon found himself at a loss. Talon, do not fret. I understand your worries, but consider that the mermaid princess has been living well these past years. Moreover, the Fishman King cannot be unaware of this matter. If he knows, he will undoubtedly make the necessary arrangements. Rushing in now may inadvertently expose her existence, which would not bode well for her. Furthermore, we will soon arrive at Fishman Island. After that, you can see her, and we can assist in protecting the princess together. Would that not be better? As he spoke, he placed a reassuring hand on Talon's shoulder. At that moment, Talon was clearly flustered and needed guidance. As the captain, he felt it was his duty to step forward. Additionally, Hoshi was not in immediate danger, although confined to a completely sealed room. At least her life was not at risk. Moreover, when Luffy set foot on Fishman Island 2 years later, he would help resolve all issues. However, since this matter was connected to his companions, he could not simply stand idly by. Once he had gathered enough allies, he would visit Fishman Island. Talon, you should return to the Empress, gather what you need, for we shall depart for our next destination tomorrow. At this moment, Tyran evidently required solitude. His words could only serve as a gentle guidance, with much depending on his own introspection. Yes, Captain, Tyran replied feebly, his condition far from optimal. Captain, did I say something wrong? After Tyran departed, Columbus's voice echoed, tinged with an air of guilt. This is not your fault. It's simply that the situation has come upon Tyran too abruptly for him to process. He gestured towards the two individuals nearby, Gon, Fuer and Kalikai. By the way, should you require anything in the future, feel free to communicate with them. They will strive to meet your needs. However, do exercise some restraint. Resources here are rather limited. I shall return in a year or two to make further arrangements for you. Very well, Captain, but I have a request that I hope you will grant. Columbus then addressed Katie with a specific appeal. Go ahead. I wish to be permitted to utilize the Tian Gang Stone. Katie raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Columbus's audacious request, even setting his sights on the historical manuscript. What do you intend to use it for? The historical manuscript was not merely his possession. It existed to convey unknown truths to posterity. Should Columbus's reasoning prove insufficient, Katie would undoubtedly decline. I aim to forge the most formidable combat robot. The Tian Gang Stone harbors a substantial quantity of Tian Gang Gold, one of the finest metals on the Sea Spirit Star. Captain Columbus had envisioned creating such a robot when the venture was intact. Yet the head of the Guangyue family vehemently opposed it, deeming it a waste. Now, they were extravagantly utilizing the Tian Gangstone for mere inscriptions, such an utter squandering. How can you say that? Do you know how many Supreme Blades and Great Blades exist in this world? There are merely 12 Supreme Blades and 21 Great Blades, a number that has remained unchanged for centuries. I previously failed to comprehend why renowned swords were so scarce. It now appears they have all been employed by the Guangyue clan to forge the historical manuscript. Besides this manuscript, there are several others worldwide, each chronicling different information, yet all unequivocally dedicated to documenting that blank century in history. Their actions are not merely for the sake of your future nation, but to clean up the mess left behind. Moreover, the previous head of the Guangyue clan was hunted down and killed 2 decades ago, causing the entire clan to vanish, leaving only a handful of survivors. Katie spoke with evident irritation, finally grasping why renowned blades in the pirate world are so few. They had all been used to forge historical documents. It's no wonder that the historical manuscript is deemed indestructible, given the quality of its material. Well, forget it. I shall forego it. Even though Columbus was merely an artificial intelligence, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at that moment. Forget it. Since you brought it up, I shall grant you permission. Use it freely. However, I have a stipulation. Since I am providing you with such exquisite material, you must demonstrate its value and ensure it is put to good use. You must not be weaker than my current self. Otherwise, I shall dismantle you. Katie threatened Columbus fiercely, exhibiting no semblance of reason. With that, she turned and left, disregarding Columbus's agreement or lack thereof. The reason Katie consented to allow Columbus to utilize the historical manuscript was that she felt they no longer held the significance they once did. The manuscript exists to be seen by those who could save the world. If she were not present, that individual would undoubtedly be Luffy. Since Luffy had already encountered this historical manuscript, its mission had been fulfilled. It was time to realize its value in other respects. The following morning, just as the sun began to rise, a considerable crowd unexpectedly gathered at the edge of a certain area in Sky Island. We bid farewell to Lord Katie. Amidst the farewell of thousands, the figure of the Imperial Number 0 traversed the spatial gateway into another dimension. Chapter 134, The Unexpected Visitor of Seymour Gigi Village. Why has a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the right hand of the hero Garp, come to my humble Seymour Gigi Village instead of suppressing pirates in the Grand Line? And to stay for 3 to 4 months? Bogut, do you have something to say? The person across from him, however, seemed oblivious, merely sipping tea. Bogut was not particularly annoyed by this reaction, as it was somewhat anticipated. Yet he was evidently unwilling to relent. He promptly produced a sheet of paper and placed it before the other. You should be aware of the agreement I reached with the world government. Why do you persist in interfering with my life? The paper bore the unmistakable seal of the world government. Faced with this document, Bogut realized he could no longer remain silent. I must confess that I have long heard of the sword demon and have come to pay my respects. I wonder if you believe me. Huh? Now that you have met, isn't it time to take your leave? The response was brusque, lacking any courtesy, even towards someone of such high standing in the Navy. Do not be so heartless. We were once colleagues. If you refuse me entry into the village, I shall respect your wishes and remain by the seaside, causing you no trouble. I have finally found some time for a break and wish to enjoy a moment of peace. He seemed entirely oblivious to the hints of dismissal, merely continuing to sip tea and rest, resembling a rogue. Do you genuinely believe I am a mere child? A sudden surge of energy erupted from the visitor, casting a chilling aura that permeated the air. Even the sun, at its zenith, could not dispel this unexpected coldness. Yet, as a man who had previously stood firm against Rayleigh, Bogut was not one to back down. He too unleashed a formidable aura to counter the incoming force. An invisible confrontation ignited abruptly, 2 utterly distinct energies clashing fiercely, each intent on overpowering the other. Everything around them erupted moments later, as frenzied air currents transformed into blades of wind, shredding the surroundings. The nearby sea became tumultuous, unleashing towering waves that crashed relentlessly onto the shore. The collision between the two seemed poised to cleave the world in two, one side exuding a biting cold capable of freezing the very soul, while the other radiated warmth akin to sunlight, embodying balance and tranquility. These two opposing forces, like natural adversaries, refused to yield, escalating the turmoil further. The cacophony of howls mingled with thunderous roars, rendering the coastline akin to an apocalyptic scene, rife with the essence of destruction. As the chaos expanded, Bogut furrowed his brow, realizing that this could not continue. He could not truly provoke the individual before him. Here, you will understand why I have lingered here without leaving, he said, producing another piece of paper from his pocket and extending it to the other, his own aura dissipating entirely. Ultimately, Bogut chose to take a step back, presenting the mission assigned to him by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Observing the paper handed over by Bogut, the visitor hesitated for a moment before likewise suppressing his aura and perusing the document closely. However, with each glance, his frown deepened. So, you suspect me? Upon reading the contents on the paper, the visitor finally grasped the reason for the other's presence and reluctance to depart. It was none other than Katie, the topic of incessant discussion 6 months prior. The note indicated that Katie's target was a superpower scattered beyond the New World. prompting the Navy to dispatch several formidable individuals to await her arrival, employing a strategy of patience. Little did he expect that he might become the chosen one for this young individual. It was not a matter of suspicion towards anyone else. Our focus was solely on Katie, and for that, I implore the esteemed sword demon for forgiveness. Suddenly, Bogart became courteous, shedding his earlier insolence. He was acutely aware of the extraordinary power possessed by the seemingly genteel man before him, in his prime. Drawing his sword would inevitably lead to rivers of blood. The name of the sword demon was earned through sheer force. His assigned task was merely to intercept Katie should she appear, but he could not afford to provoke the man before him. Doing so would only result in unfavorable consequences. So, when do you intend to leave? You cannot possibly linger here indefinitely. Although now aware of Bogart's reason for staying, the visitor's stance remained resolute. Oh, I shan't remain here forever. I should depart in a month or two at most, Bogart estimated. It seemed the Navy was under considerable pressure during this period. Despite having lived in seclusion for 2 decades, he could still discern certain truths. The world had not stabilized over the past 6 months. Rather, it had descended into further chaos. The entire Grand Line, from the latter half of the New World to the former paradise, was rife with pirates. The former order had vanished, leaving only turmoil and conflict, with wars erupting everywhere, more chaotic than the inception of the Great Pirate Era. Why not seize this opportunity of mass conscription to join the Navy? With your strength and experience, you are more than qualified to contend for the position of admiral. I would certainly benefit from your guidance. Bogart seized the moment to extend an invitation. If he could indeed ally with this individual, it would greatly enhance the Navy's standing. Forget it. Do not harbor such thoughts about me. Since I chose to leave 20 years ago, I certainly will not return now. You may remain here. I shall take my leave. With a wave of his hand, the visitor turned and walked toward the village behind the forest. Had it not been for the earlier encounter, no one would have imagined that such unimaginable power lay hidden within this seemingly frail physique. Truly, he was the sword demon, Gung Shiro, a formidable man indeed. Watching the departing figure, Bogart's eyes brimmed with trepidation. The brief clash had made it abundantly clear that even after 20 years without wielding a sword, this man's strength remained terrifying and inviolable. What a pity it was, had he not departed from Impel Down all those years ago. The Paramount War would not have spiraled into the chaos it did due to Katie alone. The paper in Gung Shiro's hand was not easily acquired. He had sacrificed 5 years of freedom to guard Impel Down for the world government. This period coincided with the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, and the inmates were of all sorts. Even the formidable Magellan and Shiryu found it challenging to maintain safety. However, upon Gung Shiro's appointment, everything changed. With a single sword, and in the span of 1 day, he descended from the first underground level to the 6th, slaughtering all who dared to resist. From the 2nd day until the end of his tenure, Impel Down saw no further uprisings. Even the subsequent escape of the Golden Lion occurred only after Gung Shiro's departure. Chapter 135. The Masked Woman, is the gentleman back? As soon as he stepped into the village, someone approached to greet him, clearly indicating that Gung Shiro was well liked in the area. Indeed, I took a stroll after lunch, he replied courteously to each greeting, his gentle demeanor evoking a sense of springtime warmth. No one would suspect that just moments earlier, this man, who seemed perpetually drowsy, had faced a Navy vice admiral without flinching. Turning into the dojo adorned with the One Heart Dojo, Gung Shiro traversed corridors and corners until he halted before a discreet door. For some reason, he hesitated to enter. With a cautious glance around to ensure no one was present, he proceeded. After 3 knocks, he finally opened the door. As the door creaked open, a chilling glare surged forth, the attack almost grazing Gung Shiro's body. The blade's sharpness tore at his skin. In the face of this sudden assault, Gung Shiro displayed no sign of panic. His eyes merely widened slightly. In a split second, he deftly pivoted to evade the sword's edge while simultaneously seizing the attacker's wrist. Before a counterstrike could be mounted, he swiftly returned, pressing his left hand down upon the assailant's head, executing a flawless technique akin to a tiger descending the mountain, thus subduing the opponent. Your vigilance is commendable, but your strength leaves much to be desired. More training is in order. After his assessment, Gung Shiro released the captor's hands. This is all your fault. If you had let me be born a boy, we wouldn't be having this issue. The masked assailant's features were obscured, yet the delicate voice, cascading deep blue hair, and shapely figure betrayed her true gender. Whenever this topic arises, I can't help but feel embarrassed. Back then, I genuinely believed that males would excel further on the path of a swordsman. However, you have demonstrated that nothing is absolute, and women can indeed rival men. Gung Shiro conceded. Very well, I admit my previous perspective was misguided. Please forgive me. It depends on my mood. The masked woman huffed, turning away. Witnessing this exchange, Gung Shiro's face broke into a smile, clearly relieved that she had forgiven him. Ah, my sweet daughter, unlike that rascal Zaro, who disappears without a trace. As he watched his daughter's figure, Gung Shiro was suddenly reminded of another proud disciple. Should anyone overhear Gung Shiro referring to the masked woman as his daughter, they would be utterly astonished. Indeed, Gung Shiro had a daughter named Kuina, Yet that individual had tragically passed away a decade ago, a fact witnessed by many. No one would ever suspect that the girl who had died 10 years ago had re-emerged. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was orchestrated by Gungshiro himself. Zaro, I wonder how he is faring now. Gunshiro's words also stirred memories in Kuina, conjuring images of the boy who had once trained tirelessly to keep pace with her. This must have been your intention all along. Knowing Zaro is directionally challenged yet allowing him to set sail alone, it would indeed be a rare occurrence for him to return. As she spoke, she removed the mask adorning her face, realizing there was no longer any need to wear it, unbeknownst to others. Beneath the mask lay an almost ethereal beauty, a flawless oval face complemented by exquisite features, and cascading long hair that was utterly enchanting. The aura she exuded, honed from her sword training, radiated a distinct gallantry, making her resemble a strikingly beautiful woman. Father, I believe the captain's assessment of you is rather accurate, cunning yet indolent. She remarked, delivering her words without restraint. Is it really appropriate to speak of your father in such a manner? In the face of his daughter's candid appraisal, Gungshir could only resign himself to the fact that his daughter had grown up, beyond his control. By the way, what did that person say today? Is he still unwilling to leave? I've been here for 3 or 4 months already, and if this continues, I fear I won't be able to wield my sword steadily. Guena could not help but complain. For months prior, she had returned at the captain's behest, only to find herself unable to depart, having been cornered by the vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. The first admiral was, of course, the old man Carp. Initially, Guena suspected the vice admiral's presence was directed at her, keeping her on high alert. Yet, strangely, a week passed without any action from him. He merely stood vigil at the shore, neither stepping into Shimazaki village nor showing any inclination to depart. To discern his intentions, her father had sent a few villagers to probe the vice admiral's purpose. However, the man skillfully evaded their inquiries, providing no useful information. Left with no alternative, Gungshir decided to confront the matter personally today. He managed to extract some information, but it proved troublesome. Recalling Bogart's words, Gungshir couldn't help but furrow his brow. The man's purpose for being here was to await the arrival of someone. Who? Guena inquired, eager to understand who was responsible for her confinement. And she secretly resolved to confront him should they ever meet. Half a year ago, a young man named Kitty escaped from Impel Down and confronted Akina during the Marineford War. At Guena's request, Gungshir revealed the name. The water she had just sipped was suddenly expelled from Guena's mouth. If she ever encountered him, she would never dare draw her sword. For that man had battled the world's greatest swordsman for nearly half an hour. While her ambition remained steadfast to become the world's greatest swordsman, she was acutely aware of the chasm between her abilities and the pinnacle of the world. How could it be him? There must be some mistake. How could someone like Kitty possibly appear here? This place is not within the Grand Line, but rather infamous as the weakest sea. The East Blue. Nothing is impossible. He is indeed here for your father. Gungshir conveyed what he had gleaned from Bogart. Is that so? But you have been out of the limelight for 20 years. How could he know of your existence? Guena found it hard to believe her father's words. There is nothing impossible in this world. I knew this day would inevitably come. In fact, I anticipated it would arrive even sooner. I have been content with these 20 years of peace. Moreover, he is not here to harm me but to recruit me. You need not worry. Chapter 136. The mysterious captain. No, this matter must be reported to the captain. Let's see what he has to say. Despite Gungshir nonchalance, Guena was unwilling to wait idly. She understood all too well how hard-earned her father's tranquil life was. Should Kitty truly appear, it would undoubtedly spark a world-shattering conflict. Such an event would expose her father's past, shattering their peaceful existence, a scenario she desperately wished to avoid. With that, Guena produced a telephone snail adorned with a green cloak and decisively dialed. Bloop, bloop, bloop. With a click, the call connected after only a few rings. Captain. This is Guena. The moment the call was established, Guena's demeanor shifted dramatically, adopting the serious and resolute air of a true soldier. Have you encountered trouble on your end? It's been quite some time since you returned. A deep, commanding voice resonated from the other side. Though merely a voice, it carried a palpable pressure. Had it not been for the considerable strength of Gungshir and Guena, a normal conversation would have been impossible. Indeed, I have encountered some issues. But the target is not me. I am merely an innocent bystander. I cannot leave Shimazaki village for the time being, perhaps 1 or 2 months more. Shimazaki village? ISNT, that where your father resides? Has Mr. Gungshir drawn unwanted attention? Despite Guena's brief statement, the man quickly grasped the crux of the situations, proving worthy of the title captain bestowed upon him. To be honest, that is indeed the case. She then elaborated on the sequence of events to the other end of the line. Faced with this unexpected news, even someone well-versed in grand affairs fell into a moment of silence. This situation was indeed complex. If Kitty did not appear within 2 months, it would be manageable. But if he did show up, Gungshir exposure was inevitable. The newly stabilized world order would likely undergo another transformation due to the ensuing conflict. Guena, is Mr. Gungshir beside you? After a brief pause, the man's voice resumed. Captain, I am here. Gungshir finally spoke. He had refrained from interrupting Guena earlier as he wished to hear the captain's perspective on the matter. Sir, what are your thoughts? The man refrained from offering direct advice, instead seeking Geng Shilong's opinion. Their dialogue conveyed mutual respect, devoid of any hierarchical undertones. To be frank, I would welcome Kitty's appearance. If he can present something compelling enough, I would not mind joining him. Father, Guena was taken aback by her father's unexpected inclination to abandon their tranquil life. She was about to interject, but was interrupted by Geng Shilong's hand. Just as I anticipated, I too hope you could join Kitty, as he bears some responsibility for the current world order. Thanks to his assistance, the Whitebeard pirates triumphed in the Marineford War, which has led to a rapid increase in the number of pirates in the past 6 months. The old order is gradually being dismantled, making way for a new one. However, while others zealously expanded their power and territories, this individual had remarkably distanced himself from the Storm's center, retreating from the New World. It must be said that this person was quite extraordinary. From the moment he first captured the world's attention, everything about him seemed shrouded in mystery. To be honest, even I cannot predict his next move. But one thing is certain. After a brief pause, the man's voice resumed. Katie perceived that the representatives of the world government were individuals whose allegiance she should cultivate. Even if that proved impossible, they could still serve as valuable allies. Hence, she expressed her desire for him to act as a bridge between herself and the man in question. As he made a suggestion, the man candidly acknowledged his intentions. Let it be so. I will contact you once there are results. Very well. I too am eager to meet this Katie. I look forward to your call. With that, he abruptly ended the conversation. Father, are you truly considering aligning with Katie? As the call concluded, Guena hastily voiced her concern. Looking into Geng Shiro's eyes, she detected a mixture of confusion and deeper worry. She had a vague understanding of her father's prowess. Indeed, few could pose a threat to him. However, this was contingent upon his tranquil existence. Should he truly embark on Katie's vessel, the future promised a series of monumental confrontations, with adversaries growing increasingly formidable. Who could guarantee her father would emerge unscathed? Guena, you should be aware of the title bestowed upon me, Sword Demon Geng Shiro. Perhaps you cannot fathom the number of lives I have claimed over the past 2 decades. My reason for residing here for 20 years without stepping foot outside is not out of fondness but necessity. I require time to suppress the murderous intent within me, and my blade demands the same. Today, everything has nearly returned to normal. Even without Katie, I would soon depart, for my mission remains unfinished. As he spoke, a fleeting glimmer of lethal intent flashed in Geng Shiro's eyes. Mission? What mission could it possibly be? Why have I never heard you mention it before? Guena suddenly realized that the father she knew was but a facade, concealing his true nature. That is merely my mission. It is unnecessary for you to know. Geng Shiro evasively sidestepped his daughter's inquiry, evidently reluctant to divulge the truth, as if burdened by unspeakable secrets. Meanwhile, the silhouette of the ship Imperial No appeared upon the sea, approximately 2 days' journey from Seymour-Jichi village. Captain, surely it is time to reveal who it is we are seeking. After all, we have traveled a great distance from the Grand Line to the 4 seas, particularly to the weakest of them all, the East Blue. Talon, familiar with the dynamics of the 4 seas, could not suppress his curiosity. The weakest East Blue? Are you serious? This is the birthplace of the pirate king Gold, Roger, and the home of marine hero Admiral Garp. Do you truly believe you are stronger than these two? That is not what I meant. Although Talon considered himself quite capable, he dared not compare himself to those legendary figures. Chapter 137. Katie's appearance. Those two are hardly ordinary. How could I compare myself to them? You are not exactly human either, interjected Enel, delivering a decisive blow. With that, Katie and the others lost control of their expressions, erupting into laughter. Indeed, as a fishman, Talon could hardly be considered human. Talon's face turned a shade akin to liver as he found himself unable to retort. Damn it, come out and face me. He immediately challenged Enel to a duel. If you want me to go, I shall, but that would be quite embarrassing for me. Why don't you come here and hit me instead? With that, he lay back on the Imperial No, adopting a posture that invited confrontation. Having spent several months aboard the Imperial No, Enel knew Talon well and understood his deep attachment to the ship. He would never risk a brawl on board. Faced with Enel's sudden obstinacy, Talon felt frustration boiling within him, yet he could do little. The ship was his prized possession, and even a mere scratch would cause him considerable distress, let alone a full-blown fight. All right, I will tell you the target of this mission. To appease Talon, Katie decided to reveal the existence of Geng Shiro, for they would soon encounter him. Instantly, all eyes turned to Katie. Their curiosity piqued regarding the next potential crew member and the strength he might possess. This time, we are headed to a small village named Seymour-Jichi to find a swordsman by the name of Geng Shiro. Upon hearing the name, Talon's brow furrowed deeply, as if recalling something, though he hesitated to voice it. Captain, may I inquire who possesses superior swordsmanship between you and him? Enel interjected, having only encountered Katie as a true master of the sword, thus could only compare her to this yet unseen individual. I have never witnessed him in battle. The last time he fought was 2 decades ago, when I was just born. I know only that he is referred to as the Sword Demon, which suggests his prowess is formidable. Shaking his head, he admitted ignorance on this matter. Neither the intelligence provided by Shaki nor his own memories as a traveler contained any details about Gongshiro's capabilities. To say he is an ordinary person would be misleading. After all, he has trained an exceptional swordsman like Zoro and has intricate ties to the Revolutionary Army. He wields the legendary sword, Dowie Wenzi, adding an air of mystery to his persona. Yet, if one were to claim he is incredibly powerful, it is said he cannot even cut through a piece of paper. Relying solely on theoretical knowledge without practical demonstration. Is he not merely an old man, then? Upon learning he was from 2 decades past, Enel's interest waned. Captain, was he not the warden of Impel Down some 20 years ago? Talon interjected solemnly, his expression growing grave. Indeed, that is correct. How do you know of this? Gaze shifting toward Talon, curiosity piqued. While Shaki's intelligence did mention Gongshiro's brief tenure as warden, it offered little insight into his deeds. Though the revelation was startling, it did not serve as proof of Gongshiro's strength, and his 5-year term was the briefest in history. I learned of him through my brother. It is said that a pirate crew once crossed him, and within 2 days, they vanished from existence. This was no ordinary crew. They were on the cusp of becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea, with a captain whose bounty exceeded 500 million, and officers of considerable renown. When the Navy dispatched agents to negotiate, they discovered that the entire crew, numbering in the hundreds, had perished, the base drenched in blood. All of this was attributed solely to Gongshiro, with no assistance from others. Furrowing her brow, Katie was taken aback by this revelation in the narrative. Gongshiro portrayed a benign figure, perpetually smiling, exuding an aura of harmlessness, entirely unbefitting of a Grim Reaper. Should we still pursue this? Impel Down is under the jurisdiction of the world government, is it not? Over the course of their journey, Enel had become acquainted with the various factions within the Blue Sea. Let us see for ourselves. He has not committed any outrageous acts in the past 20 years. Everything has a cause, after all. Moreover, to my knowledge, he has since severed ties with the world government and is now a completely free man. Although Tyrone's words piqued Katie's interest, she remained resolute in her stance, for hearing is but a shadow while seeing is believing. As for his identity, that was even less of a concern. Perhaps he had previously held some ties to the world government, yet now, being associated with the Revolutionary Army, he had undoubtedly severed those former connections. No one opposed this decision, as acts of assassination, at times, are rather commonplace. After all, Esther's could be quite ruthless on occasion. Since Captain Katie had vouched for him, there was little cause for alarm. Another day dawned, and Katie was likely unaware of Gongshirlong's existence. Given that he had yet to make an appearance, gazing out at the boundless sea, Bogart could not help but grumble. Had it been him, knowing Gongshirlong's background, he would have rushed over immediately to court favor, for this individual possessed strength rivaling that of an admiral. Katie, have some pity and reveal yourself, would you? I could always let you escape afterward, he mused. However, the moment Bogart uttered those words, a dark silhouette suddenly emerged on the horizon. Could it be? Surely. I was merely jesting. This cannot be real. If I truly let Katie slip away, even Mr. Carp would be unable to shield me from the consequences. Despite his light-hearted banter, his focus sharpened instantly. It is worth noting that the geographical location of Seymour Village is remarkably remote. Ordinarily, one would not encounter any visitors here, and it is likely that a ship might not pass by even once a year. Moreover, Bogart's instincts as a formidable warrior unmistakably identified the figure aboard the approaching vessel as Katie. As the ship steadily drew nearer, Bogart slowly retrieved the transponder snail from his pocket, ever prepared. Undoubtedly, this was a call meant for Admiral Sengoku stationed at Navy headquarters, with just one phone call. Admiral Kazara would arrive in 2 minutes, and within 10 minutes, Admirals Akainu and Akiji would follow suit. Captain, it appears there is someone on the shore observing us, Bogart reported, while Katie and her crew also became aware of his presence. Chapter 138, Communication with Sengoku gazing into the distance. Katie indeed discerned a hazy figure at the far end of her vision. Brace yourselves, this time, it may not be an easy encounter, she spoke, her tone tinged with gravity. Although the figure remained indistinct, her instincts warned her that this individual was no ally, and she sensed a subtle yet palpable threat emanating from him. Considering her current strength, few could instill such a sense of danger in her. In the small Seymour village, only Gongshirlang had the capability to do so, yet this individual was clearly not Gongshirlang. As the distance gradually diminished, Bogart could even make out how many individuals were aboard the opposing ship. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How is it that 2 more have appeared? Where did Katie find them? In an instant, under the assumption that this vessel belonged to Katie, a weight settled heavily in Bogart's heart. Before his departure, Navy headquarters had assessed Katie's crew to consist of merely 3 members, and Bogart had seen no reason to dispute this evaluation. After all, in the first half of the Grand Line and the surrounding seas, only a handful could be deemed powerful, with even fewer possessing the freedom to roam. One could easily ascertain their whereabouts. In their quest to locate Katie, these individuals had remained under the stringent surveillance of Navy's stronghold, and no news had emerged from any other locations, indicating that Katie had not sought out the others. In this context, the presence of those 2 individuals becomes particularly noteworthy, to the extent that Bogart devoted even more attention to them than to Katie. It is essential to recognize that a formidable warrior has the potential to alter the outcome of a battle that seemed predestined. Much like Katie's unforeseen involvement in the Marineford War, which resulted in a significant loss of face for the Navy. Indeed, elite warriors are the most valuable resource in this world. The unexpected emergence of these two unknown powers not only highlights a misjudgment by the Navy during their conference, but also underscores the Navy's inadequate grasp over global affairs. The reason the Navy has managed to endure for centuries is that their control over the world is unparalleled by any individual or organization. Even during the era of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, the Navy's oversight was remarkably effective. Though they could not capture Roger, they succeeded in strictly confining his sphere of influence. Even after he ascended to the title of Pirate King, he could divulge nothing of significance. However, at this moment, Bogart suddenly felt the Navy's control over Katie was nearly non-existent, particularly evident in their recent operations targeting her. Despite the Navy's vast influence spanning the globe, they were unable to trace Katie's whereabouts. For nearly half a year, she seemed to have vanished without a trace. The Navy's only recourse was to make conjectures, awaiting her voluntary reappearance, which meant that in their efforts against Katie, the Navy was entirely in a reactive stance. Furthermore, they were incapable of restricting her movements, allowing her to navigate freely across various seas beyond the New World. Such a situation had never even emerged during the previous operations against the Four Emperors. Truly, she is the ever-changing Katie. Many may not know that the title ever-changing first originated from the Navy and was uttered by Vice Admiral Tsuru of the Navy headquarters. At that time, only a handful of individuals contemplated its meaning, understanding what Vice Admiral Tsuru referred to, while the majority, including myself, remained oblivious. However, now Bogart finally comprehends Tsuru's implication. Without a doubt, she had foreseen the present circumstances. Katie's existence is fraught with uncertainties and endless possibilities. So much so that even the most astute of the Navy's higher-ups, Vice Admiral Tsuru, finds it impossible to predict Katie's next move. The term ever-changing encapsulates its essence, impossible to assess or anticipate. It could be said that she will be the most unstable and hazardous presence in this new era. After a moment of contemplation, the distance between the ship and Bogart continued to diminish. The silhouette of the Emperor's number 0 emerged clearly before Bogart's eyes. There stood a figure at the ship's bow, impeccably attired, accentuating a flawless physique, with black hair billowing in the wind, exuding a sense of wild abandon. The strikingly handsome visage led one to believe the newcomer was merely an ethereal nobleman. Yet, this very visage caused Bogart's heart to constrict sharply, and her body involuntarily trembled. Undoubtedly, this was the countenance that had long preoccupied the minds of all high-ranking officials in the Navy. In the next moment, Bogart activated her transponder snail. The sound rang twice before the call was answered. "This is Sengoku, Bogart. Do you have any discoveries on your end?" Sengoku's voice resonated through the transponder snail. "Report, Admiral, ever-changing Katie has appeared." A silence ensued. As it seemed the person on the other end was taken aback